Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Everyone in this world has a selfish heart. If selfishness is squeezed into motivation, how powerful will people become? On the crowded streets, Feng Le put his hands on the back of his head, raised his head and said, "Qiu, why do you suddenly want to watch a football match? Don't you always talk about this bunch of losers? Why don't you kick it yourself? What? Is there a sense of crisis? Is it because you are afraid that I will go and play with them?" Next to him, a boy with black hair and red eyes was drinking milk tea, with a smile on his lips. A sense of crisis? What sense of crisis do I have? Growing up, it seems like someone has never beaten me in a kick, right? If I have a sense of crisis, then you're not afraid that you can't even keep up with me. Feng Le rolled his eyes and muttered. On the other hand, the boy narrowed his eyes and looked at the bird's nest in front of him, feeling a sense of excitement in his heart. His name is Ye Liangqiu. He is not from this world, but he traveled through time and came to this world where sports is paramount. According to his understanding, in this world football, volleyball, various sports occupy international events, and wars between countries now even rely on games to resolve them. It started from the moment when he passed by the football field in front of his house and saw Feng Le. He understood everything. This is the blue prison. Hearing the cheers inside, Feng Le couldn't wait any longer. "Qiu, the competition inside is about to begin. Don't worry." Ye Liangqiu smiled and was buying popcorn. He took out his mobile phone and handed it to a beautiful woman. The veins on Feng Le's forehead bulged, and he directly grabbed Ye Liangqiu's arm and pulled him away. "Until I sat down." Ye Liangqiu had no choice but to eat popcorn and was almost dragged away without paying. Feng Le sneered, "Qiu, tell Sister Zai what happened to me today." Ye Liangqiu clasped his hands together and said, "No, I'm wrong. Isn't it okay? It just so happened that while the two were talking, the game on the field has already begun." After watching the game for a few times, Feng Le seemed a little bored and said, "By the way, Qiu, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Why did you come to watch this game on purpose? Isn't this nothing exciting?" Ye Liangqiu looked at Ji Shii who was sweating on the field with a smile, and said, "Le, do you think football is a sport for a few people?" Feng Le thought for a few seconds. "If we count the number of people on the court, it should be 11. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, "I think football is a one-person game." "Why?" Feng Le was confused. After all, if a golf course cannot be played without any one person, how can it be said to be a one-man game? Ye Liangqiu stared at the playing field, as if Ji Shii was being played by a cat, and continued, "All sports, whether it is football or volleyball, as long as you love this sport, then there will be a strong desire to compete and a sense of hunger. And once you want to become stronger, you must first learn to abandon your teammates. Egoism is the key ingredient to strength." Feng Le covered her head with a bitter look on her face. Qiu, can you make it more complicated?" "Ha ha ha." Ye Liangqiu laughed twice, said no more, and looked towards the competition venue. Not long after, there was no suspense in this game and Ji Shii was finally defeated. And a voice sounded in Ye Liangqiu's mind. "Congratulations to the host who is about to start the main mission." Yes. Since he is a time traveler, he would not dare to go out and say that he is from another world without any system. And his system is called emotional system. The so-called emotions are not the emotions of the people around him, but that he is treating the world as the audience of animation. Ye Liangqiu, who walked out of the bird's nest, looked at the sky and smiled. "Let me see if you egoists can excite me." The game begins. As expected, the unexpected happened. Bang bang bang, knocking on the door woke up Ye Liangqiu who was sleeping. Feng Le looked excited and walked into his home skillfully, without even having time to take off the pigtails tied on his head. Apparently, this guy was overjoyed. "Qiu, I got this." I saw that he was holding an agreement in his hand, which was a letter from the Football Association inviting file. Feng Le showed off, "Let me tell you, Qiu, I'm very strong." Ye Liangqiu, with his messy hair on his head, sighed helplessly, "Is this what you're talking about?" Feng Le was stunned. "Isn't this what he has in his hand?" "Qiu, you have it too. They invited you too." Ye Liangqiu nodded, "I just received it not long ago. I didn't want to hit you. I didn't expect you got it too." "Okay." Feng Le reacted immediately and almost pounced on Ye Liangqiu, "It's a shame that I was still thinking about how to comfort you." Ye Liangqiu pulled off the music hanging on his body, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Okay, you're still like a child. Are you going to go to Qiu?" Feng Le looked at Ye Liangqiu expectantly, fearing that he wouldn't go. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, "Of course I want to go. I can't let you go leveling alone, right?" It is a coincidence that Ye Liangqiu has been alone since she came to this world. She has never even seen her parents. She only has one sister who brought her up, and she is also the sister Ziyi that Feng Le talks about. As for Feng Le, he was just a little monster picked up on the football field. Saying that, Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes. "You're not planning to spend another night at my place, are you?" Feng Le nodded. "Qiu, don't you welcome me?" "Welcome, I just feel sorry for you to sleep on the sofa. Remember to keep your voice down when watching football programs." Afterwards, Ye Liangqiu turned around and went back to the room to continue sleeping. Obviously, this is not the first time. Feng Le smiled and turned on the TV and lay down on the sofa. "It should be right here. You're on the right track, right?" "Autumn?" Feng Le asked. But Ye Liangqiu didn't hear his voice, and countless barrage conversations passed in front of him. First. It's about to start, it's about to start. I can't wait. Desolate, take off. According to the system's instructions, this world is being played in the form of animation, and the so-called perspective will constantly switch. Anyone may be the protagonist, including self. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ji Shii who was standing at the door. Now the identity of the protagonist was worn by him, so when he got closer, so many barrages appeared. If you want to get emotional value, then you can only touch him, or crush him on the field and let all eyes turn to you. Thinking of this, the cells in his body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth could not contain the smile. Chapter 2. As if he felt someone was watching him, Ji Shi turned around and looked into Ye Liangqiu's corrosive eyes. For a moment, he subconsciously took a step back. It was as if I felt an inexplicable intimidation. Ji Shi couldn't help but secretly thought, this man's eyes are so scary. It's not just him. Even when the barrage saw Ye Liangqiu's eyes, he said fear almost at the same time. This guy, looks like he's not easy to mess with. But aside from his eyes, this man is so handsome, and even more intimidating than the little white rabbit Ji. I am going to become a fan. It was just a look, and Ye Liangqiu did not expect it to turn into this. He only heard the emotions in his mind kept ringing. In an instant, it reached 10,000. This made him a little overwhelmed. Netizen intimate sister has developed a crush on you, and your mood value plus 10. The netizen don't come in has developed a good impression of you, and the emotional value is plus 20. It was almost non-stop, and even the barrage in front of him was floating more and more. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. As expected, as long as he showed a certain level of performance in front of the protagonist, he would get an opportunity. And if you want to completely devour Ji Shii's protagonist aura, you can only rely on strength to crush him. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining fans. Newbie Reward S Level Physique. Note: S constitution can help you maintain high-intensity exercise and sports, including wound healing, body strength, speed, etc. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt a burst of heat in his body. Mainly for a person like him who exercised all year round, this was equivalent to soaking directly into a hot spring. This feels very good. It's equivalent to directly giving yourself the physique of a top athlete. But this state didn't last long, and it quickly returned to its normal state. Ye Liangqiu withdrew his gaze. In just a short moment, he had completed a transformation that was unimaginable to ordinary people. He is increasingly looking forward to the next progress. After all, he is an outsider himself. Ji Xi came to his senses as soon as he stood at the door, still feeling frightened. The feeling just now was completely different from what he usually felt on the court. Just by looking at him, he could feel that this man was very strong, unimaginably powerful. It's not just him. It's over. The protagonist has just begun to see such a scary person. I can't imagine what kind of monsters are inside. Have you read the spoilers of the manga? Upstairs, don't you know that this thing is all original? Even the official didn't tell us who the protagonist is. If the perspective hadn't been focused on Ji Xi, I would have thought that the person just now was the protagonist. For a while, there was endless debate in the barrage conversation. But more is the discussion about who is the protagonist. Ye Liangqiu, who walked inside, had already seen countless people's heads, most of which were discussing how this football association training would unfold. A small number of people have also noticed that everyone here seems to be a forward. Even Feng Li also saw many familiar figures. After all, he watches football games from time to time. He has watched various high school and college games recently and recognized many people. Without exception, all forwards. Chew, how strange. It's all forward. Ye Liangqiu nodded. He was not surprised that they were all forwards. He still knew a little about the direction of the plot, but not completely. After all, he was not a god and did not have such an excellent memory. Besides, it was completely impossible for him, a former bystander, to remember all the details. This is also a new experience. At this moment, a burst of light suddenly flashed on the central stage. Along with the sound of speaking, a figure slowly appeared on the stage. It's Yaxinba, still with those dead fish eyes. Congratulations to all you rough stones. Almost all of you sitting here are players selected based on my ideas. 300 players under 18. That's right. You should have discovered that everyone here is a forward on the court. At this point, Ye Liangqiu knew everything. The operation of raising Gu began. Create the world's #1 forward. Almost everyone looked at him in surprise. The barrage scrolling speed also became faster at this time. Let me go, isn't this the same as raising Gu? People upstairs, stop raising Gu. He said it was a prison. It should be said that he was a prisoner. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's eyes twitched. It was exactly what this group of people said. Coming here is basically like going to prison. Everything needs to be left behind, and you only need to think about how to score goals. At this time, Huixian's speech has also been completed. He opened his hands and said, "So, you future supernovas, you choose to get the opportunity to be on the world stage. Or should we continue to go back to the boring arena? Now, start choosing." After the words were spoken, a voice of objection rang out. Football is a team sport, not a selfish game as you say. I don't agree with your idea. The corners of Huixian's mouth rose, but she didn't respond to him. At this time, Ye Liangqiu moved. He walked directly towards the opening door. Even when passing by the man, his lips moved slightly, but in the silent hall, his voice was particularly clear. Ridiculous team spirit, if not, go play football on the baby business. His words were heard by all. The man also froze on the spot. With the first leader, countless people rushed in following Ye Liangqiu's footsteps. Hui Xin seemed to have anticipated everything, and the corners of her mouth were rising crazily. Blue buses drove toward the blue prison. Ye Liangqiu, who was sitting in the back row by the window, yawned, but his eyes were fixed on the window. He was not looking at the scenery outside. But emotional value. After all the fuss just now, his popularity has risen to an unimaginable level. Even the emotion value has skyrocketed to around 100,000. His system also unlocks the store. I saw that in the store, there are many things that can be purchased with emotional value. It can even be described as an exaggeration. Various sports technologies and even improving various functions of the human body are clearly priced. It's just that they are a bit expensive. Just like professional level dribbling. The required emotion value is 100 million. Note: amateur, ordinary, proficient, substitute, professional, champion. The dominance brought by each level is unimaginable and will only be known after purchasing. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw this damn store. As a player, being able to come to the blue prison means that all the skills he has mastered have reached mastery. But I want to stand out here. You must reach the professional level. Rather than rely on this stuff to improve, he also needs to find his own path little by little. Chapter 3. Ye Liangqiu looked at the special tights in his hand and couldn't help but think that Huixin Shiba was willing to spend so much money to bet that he could create a player that the whole world would be crazy about. Perhaps in his eyes, football is everything to him now. Seeing the Z289 stamped on his clothes, Ye Liangqiu showed a smile, and a terrifying aura seemed to bloom in his scarlet eyes. Following the instructions, he also came to the door of a room. The door was pushed open. Everyone inside looked at the last person to arrive. "It's you!" Ji Shii exclaimed. From the previous encounter at the door, there was also the disdainful remarks made in the hall just now. He was almost not the only one who knew him. Everyone present looked at Ye Liangqiu with a hint of hostility in their eyes. Of course, except for one ble who is sleeping on the ground. Ye Liangqiu looked at the people in front of him carefully and responded, "Oh, it seems that you all remember me." With that said, he walked towards Ji Shii, looked into his eyes, and grinned, "This is fate. Perhaps God asked me to come here to crush your pride." Ji Shii's eyes subconsciously avoided his gaze, and he took a step back unconsciously. Whenever he came into contact with the person in front of him, he always felt a slight flicker, a swallowing feeling as if he was being dragged into the abyss. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Ye Liangqiu smiled and looked at everyone present. As expected, since he was able to come here, there was naturally one less person. It's Ryusuk Kira. He was able to come here and directly squeeze out his friend who was full of team spirit, and even went to other teams. Of course, he didn't care. Since he came here, he naturally wanted to crush everyone. At this time, various barrages continued to appear in front of his eyes. I knew this kind of monster would definitely be in the same room as the protagonist. After all, without a strong person as a stepping stone, is the protagonist still the protagonist? Upstairs, are you overthinking it? The official website says that this anime has no protagonist. Are you so sure that Ji Shii is the protagonist? It's really funny. Seeing such comments, Ye Liangqiu had no other emotions. Just as he thought before, anyone here can be the protagonist as long as he is strong enough. He was stunned for a moment. The big screen not far away lit up. The figure inside is none other than Huixin Shiba, with a serious look on his face and a hint of ridicule in his tone. "Have you changed your clothes? Dear players! Attention, you are all roommates in the same room now, and you are also your opponents in the future. In my personal opinion, I compared each of your data and came up with a ranking, which is the ranking on your team uniforms. This is about more than just representing your place in this blue prison. It also represents the standard of one's own strength. Everyone looked at the serial numbers on their bodies, and some were looking at the serial numbers of others. As soon as Ji Shi saw his 299, his whole body felt bad, and his eyes turned to Ye Liangqiu. Z289. If ranked according to serial number, this guy is the strongest person on the scene. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Ji Shi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If the distribution was really based on rankings, and there were 300 players in the entire blue prison, wouldn't he be the second to last? How many monsters are ahead? However, Ye Liangqiu knew that this was all a script, but he couldn't help but laugh. Although he knew the operating rules of the entire blue prison, but with his own strength, he should not only get such a ranking. Therefore, the allocation of personnel to each court in this prison is not matched according to strength. Instead, Huixin Shiva has already made a fair and just and careful layout. After all, if all the powerful players are allowed to go to the same stadium, do you need other miscellaneous fish? At this time, Xin Xiaoqi continued, the ranking will continue to rise with the elimination. In this prison, as long as the players can rise to the top 5, they can participate in the subsequent competitions unconditionally. That means being selected for the youth team and participating in the World Cup. By the way, I'm telling you something. If you are eliminated from the blue prison, your football life will also stop here. I will never be able to join the national team in this life. Hearing this, everyone in the entire hall was stunned. Little did they know that coming here was actually putting their football lives on the line. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little quiet. Xin Shiba continued, now that we are here, if we want to survive, we need to be selfish. The next test will also start with this premise. As he spoke, he slowly smiled. At this time, a football fell from the ceiling. Xin Xiaoqi's words continued, let's start. The time limit is 136 seconds. The person who touches the ball is a ghost. At the last moment of time, if the person who is a ghost cannot shoot the ball to other people, then you can pack your things and leave. The game begins. The next moment, the figure on the big screen disappeared. A timer appeared, plus a human-like avatar, and the name below was Igarashi Rimul, who was ranked at the bottom 300. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu smiled, it's interesting, life, there should always be something exciting. If you are afraid of being eliminated, then why do you come here? His eyes were also looking at Umarashi, who was holding the ball. Lan Limen looked at the ball at his feet, then looked at the people around him and muttered to himself. Everyone seemed to understand the rules and stayed away from this guy, fearing that they would become the next ghost. It's not my fault, if I lose, I will go back and be a monk for the rest of my life. Compared to this, I would rather stay here. Of course I have to give it a try. The next second, he drove the ball straight towards the crowd. Looking at this scene, Ye Liangqiu stood still and did not move. Instead, he raised his head and grinned. In the eyes of everyone who was shocked and confused, he was so fast that he came directly like a black shadow. In front of Lan Limen. Lan Limen has not yet reacted. The ball has actually been intercepted by Ye Liangqiu. He stepped on the ball with one foot and looked down at Arashi Limu, who was much shorter than him. The scarlet pupils seemed to exude a sense of oppression. He looked at everyone and slowly said, we have all come here, naturally in pursuit of becoming stronger. The name Ye Liangqiu also appeared on the screen. Everyone was already in shock. Lan Limen stammered, don't you know the rules? Those who become ghosts will be eliminated. Chapter 4. Out. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile, don't the game say you are out when the time is over? The game is not over now. Lan Limen's pupils shook violently. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, unable to figure out what he was thinking. Others are afraid that they will become ghosts. And he actually took the initiative to be a ghost. Is this person mentally ill? Or is he a madman himself? Thinking of this, he couldn't care less and immediately ran away from Ye Liangqiu, for fear that he would become a ghost again. Everyone on the field looked at Ye Liangqiu warily, waiting for his next move. However, Ye Liangqiu never moved. He just stared at the time. 1 minute had passed. Did he give up? Ji Shi was far away, and he was confused in his heart, but he quickly put this kind of thing out of his mind. After all, what this man said just now. Everything proves that this guy is extremely scary. It's impossible to give up. At this time was ticking, and even Aizen Shiba, who was observing all the courts, came to the Z-shaped court. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, standing alone in the center, holding the ball but never moving. But he showed an imperceptible smile. On the court, only the person who gets the ball has a chance to shoot. At this time also came to the last minute. Ye Liangqiu suddenly said, on the court, only the one who shoots the ball is the most dazzling one. He doesn't even dare to touch the ball, and even avoids other people's passes. In my eyes, he is a complete waste. There was a bang sound. The football under his feet was like a cannonball shooting towards one of them. If everyone hadn't been paying attention to Ye Liangqiu, there would have been no time to react to the ball that was shot at such a fast speed. Fortunately, I managed to escape. However, Ye Liangqiu's speed at this moment was shockingly fast. He even kicked the ball behind everyone but didn't shoot it out. The sweat on everyone's cheeks couldn't stop flowing down. They couldn't understand what this madman wanted to do. If you want to CM quickly. This keeps putting pressure on them, so they might as well just pass the ball to themselves. That's right. Facing Ye Liangqiu's weird situation, their pressure was even greater than that of Ye Liangqiu who got the ball. After all, being a ghost has its benefits. He doesn't need to be worried, he just needs to wait until the end of time. It would have been nice to have hit one before. But these people who are running around, are under tremendous pressure. Now once it is shot, I'm afraid the game will be game over. Isn't there another one sleeping there? Why don't you pass the ball to him? Lan Limen looked terrified, and his eyes also noticed Feng Li, who had been lying on the ground. Ye Liangqiu was silent and looked at Feng Li, who was lying down. He almost forgot about this guy. He must have watched the football program at his house for too long last night. And his eyes were also looking at the time. There was still half a minute left in the time. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth curled up. There was a bang sound. The football was like a cannonball fired at Ble who was lying on the ground. However, he did not hear the scream as he imagined. Instead, Feng Li actually caught the ball at his feet in a weird posture. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Hey? Has it started yet?" Suddenly, he looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, "Chu, you are actually in the same room with me. I thought you went to another room." Ye Liangqiu chuckled, "Wouldn't it be nice to be together? Now you have your chance to chase me." Feng Li showed a smile, "Chu, isn't it too early to talk big? It's not yet certain who will chase whom." Others saw that the two people actually started chatting, and understood that the two people actually knew each other. It's just, under this situation, they are still in the mood to chat? Are you kidding? At this time, Ye Liangqiu pointed to the countdown time on the screen and gave a kind reminder, "Li, if you don't pass the ball, you will be out." The next second, Feng Li moved, and he showed a smile, "Is it over? The time is not up and the ball hasn't been shot yet, it doesn't mean it's over." Everyone was stunned by these two people. Whether it was Ye Liangqiu or Feng Li, who had just received the ball, the words spoken by the two people were surprisingly similar. The ball hasn't even been shot, it doesn't mean it's over. Yeah, the game isn't over yet before the ball is shot. However, Feng Li's target was not them, but Ye Liangqiu. He rushed towards Ye Liangqiu with the ball without even the slightest hesitation, as if he was specifically targeting one person. His eyes seemed to have changed, as if he was looking at a prey. At this moment, there are only 10 seconds left. Looking at Feng Le rushing towards him, Ye Liangqiu showed a smile and said, "It hasn't changed at all, they devour each other and grow with each other. Only by constantly challenging the strong can we become stronger. If you don't challenge the strongest, how will you know how weak you are? Qiu, at this moment, I will defeat you." Feng Li's extremely fast speed and dribbling made the ball seem to leave an afterimage under his feet. The next second, the ball shot towards Ye Liangqiu. But at this time, Ye Liangqiu looked calm. When the ball was about to fly in front of him, his body jumped up, and the muscles on his thighs seemed to bulge at this moment. Volley! There was a bang sound. The speed of this kick was so fast that no one could react, and it hit Imamura Yuda's front door directly. The force was so huge that even blood flew into the sky. At this moment, the time on the screen has reached the last 3 seconds. There is no doubt that the final person to be eliminated has appeared. Ye Liangqiu landed smoothly, without any surprise in his eyes, as if he had already expected that this kick would hit this person accurately. Everyone else was stunned. Even Ji Shii looked at Ye Liangqiu in disbelief. The kick just now was extremely exaggerated. A ball flew from someone else's foot, and before it even stopped, this guy actually volleyed it out. This not only requires predicting how long it will take for the ball to reach your range. There's also precision, strength. Without any of them, it would be impossible to hit Imamura Yude. However, this exaggerated scene happened just now in front of all of them. Ji Shii swallowed his saliva subconsciously. If this guy's ball was coming towards him just now, he had no confidence in avoiding it. It was too fast, it was almost there, everyone thought Ye Liangqiu was just avoiding the ball. But he ejaculated. Chapter 5. Everyone looked at the monster Ye Liangqiu, and the entire stadium seemed to be quiet for a moment. However, his attention was not on the person he knocked down, but on the voice that kept ringing in his head. Emotional value plus 100. Emotional value plus 666. In just a short moment, the emotional value continued to skyrocket. And the barrage scrolls at a dizzying speed. WC, wonderful, really wonderful. As for this person's kick just now, I apologize for being rude before. Apologies included. All apologies flooded the screen in front of Ye Liangqiu. When he took over the ball, the audience kept complaining and showing off. And after this kick, countless people were confused. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth curled up slightly, enjoying the pleasure of destroying other people's futures. It seemed that the game was over, and Feng Li's fierceness just now disappeared without a trace. He scratched his head. How, I thought you were going to shoot me. But, did you do that kick just now on purpose? Feng Le seemed to see that Ye Liangqiu's kick was not out of thin air, but had already been prepared to eliminate that person with purpose. Ye Liangqiu responded, "Did you see it?" Feng Le nodded. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kick may be luck. After all, it is easy to hit the goal with a volley, but it is difficult to hit a person accurately. People can move, but the goal cannot move. In the moment just now, Ye Liangqiu could choose everyone on the court. Feng Le was also the nearest one. But he didn't choose to kick back. Instead, he ejaculated the person at the far end. That's right. According to the distance just now, Imamura Yude is at least 10 meters away from Ye Liangqiu, which is the farthest direction from him. However, Ye Liangqiu still chose him. Qiu, aren't you afraid of missing the shot? Feng Le asked with a smile. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth curled up. If the shot misses, I won't stay here. If you want to become stronger, you can only challenge your own limits. Feng Le rolled her eyes at him. Yes, yes. If it were him, he would never use such exaggerated footwork to gamble on a ball that might fail. But Ye Liangqiu was different. As he looked at the barrage, he had a deeper understanding of the audience. What the audience wants to see is something exciting, a moment when adrenaline surges. If they don't even dare to bet on their luck, how can they please these unscrupulous people? Only by constantly improving yourself and using your own abilities to shoot the most perfect shot can you be recognized. At this time, Imamura Yude, who had been eliminated, had just reacted. He covered his bleeding nose and looked first at the ball on the ground and then at Ye Liangqiu. Am I being eliminated? His pupils glazed over for a moment, obviously just for a moment. He opened his eyes and blinked, and he was eliminated. And the future football career is completely over? Suddenly, he clenched his fists angrily, and just as he was about to question, a voice sounded. Aren't you ready to leave? Ball. Ye Liangqiu walked over slowly, his tone was very calm, and he seemed to have no sympathy. Are you going to question me, or why do you want to ask this place to cut off your future? Or maybe you still have some pride in your heart? Imamura Yude's anger that just arose was quickly extinguished. When he looked into Ye Liangqiu's eyes, he began to stutter a little. But Ye Liangqiu continued, you had a chance to stay. The moment I kicked the ball, there were only 5 seconds left. And there are 3 seconds left when the ghost turns into you. 3 seconds is not a long time for forwards like us, but it is definitely not a short time. You have every chance to make a second shot within the 3-second gap. Oh no! It's a human shot. However, you froze in place and gave up resistance. Ye Liangqiu's tone gradually became colder. Why, if it were on the field, I would pass the ball to your hands, and there would be 3 seconds left before the end of the game. And you got the ball and stood there, waiting for the time to run out. Imamura Yu is silent. From beginning to end, he just treated this ghost-catching game as a game, not a competition. What Ye Liangqiu said is not unreasonable. In the few seconds left, the ball came to his feet, and his choice was to give up. If it was during the game, he would probably be scolded by his teammates. While others listened to Ye Liangqiu's indifferent explanation, they were all stunned subconsciously. If at that moment, the ball had been shot towards them. I'm afraid, everyone has pretty much the same choice, except that they don't have the desire to attack. You know, everyone here is a forward. If you don't even dare to kick the ball out, why kick it? For a time, the atmosphere became even more depressing. Imamura Yu's eyes were red. He couldn't help but cry. He just walked away and took a deep look at Ye Liangqiu. Maybe he was thinking in his heart that he really shouldn't be here. At this moment, the screen lights up again. Hui Xin stared at everyone with a face that deserved a beating. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking. That's very well said, I heard it all. His eyes seemed to be looking directly at Ye Liangqiu through the screen. It was obvious that this guy had been observing here since the end of the game. He even waited for Ye Liangqiu to finish speaking before turning on the screen. Football is a selfish game, only the one who scores the goal can get the honor. Just like this game, the room you are in is exactly the same size as a football penalty area. Almost all scoring methods are completed in this penalty area. Most players can only perfectly reflect the players' cooperation, thoughts in their hearts, and desire to shoot in this penalty area. Even the so-called time is set based on the data recorded by the average player, and this game is not just about showing selfishness. And judgment. The person holding the ball can be a defender or an attacker. Everything depends on the ability of the ball holder to reflect the value of the ball. If you don't even dare to touch the ball, you don't deserve to be a forward at all. At this time, everyone in the stadium recalled Ye Liangqiu's words just now, and finally saw clearly how they had avoided the ball just now. After saying that, Huixin paused and continued, and on top of that, Ye Liangqiu, I have seen all your actions, whether it was the volley you made in the last remaining time, or the always having the ball in his hands. Exactly like the ultimate egoist I expected. This is the quality I want. Self-interested, selfish, just to show off his most powerful attack method, even if it costs him the loss of his future football career. At this moment, the barrage is also scrolling crazily. Stop talking, from now on I will bet all my bets on autumn stocks. This guy is the protagonist, the future #1 striker in the world. Fart, my little BLE is a potential stock. Although the barrage was extremely noisy, Ye Liangqiu was also happy to watch it. After all, it was quite good to kill boring time. Chapter 6. Finally, after the screen turns off, everyone who stays will pass the first level. But compared to the game that just ended, everyone had complicated feelings, except Ye Liangqiu and Feng Le. The two were still discussing what to eat later. At this time, Ji Shi stepped forward and seemed to have experienced the brief excitement just now. He was much braver than before. Hello, my name is Ji Shi. Ye Liangqiu was also a little surprised, but he still extended his hand. He was not a cold-blooded animal, he still knew how to reciprocate the kindness of others. Just on the court, maybe I am a bit scary. Ji Shi showed no embarrassment and asked, that volley you just shot was so cool. But, why did you choose that person? Just like Feng Li's question just now, he also saw that Ye Liangqiu's kick was very purposeful. Why? Ye Liangqiu touched his chin, does challenging the limit count? After all, this kind of difficult action requires precision and even predicting your movements. I only had this idea temporarily. As he said this, he smiled, but in the end I succeeded. The corner of Ji Shi's mouth twitched, completely unable to understand. So this guy made a judgment call at the moment he was playing football? Just want to try to see if you can hit it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel cold all over. Isn't this guy afraid that he won't be able to hit the target and will be eliminated in the end? Just when he came to his senses, Ye Liangqiu had already bypassed him and walked towards the canteen. Through the explanation of X and Shiba, everyone's ranking determines the food they can eat. Some people can eat steak, and some can only eat natto. This is the ranking system. Only by improving your ranking can you get better returns. Feng Le looked at the vegetable salad in his hand with a displeased expression, but then he looked at the steak rice bowl in Ye Liangqiu's hand, his eyes widening. Steak? Chew, why can you eat steak? Ye Liangqiu chuckled, of course it's the ranking. Didn't you hear the guy wearing glasses say that as long as the ranking is high enough, you can even eat some high-end overseas food? Ah! Feng Le cried sadly, he had no idea about this. Ye Liangqiu sighed, then took half of the steak from the bowl and put it into the BLE bowl. Feng Le almost hugged Ye Liangqiu without holding the plate. Sure enough, Chew is still good to me. Of course, Feng Le was not the only one who had bad food. Almost all the people at the bottom of the rankings received food that was unpalatable. What pickled cucumbers, natto? Anyway, Ye Liangqiu had no appetite after seeing it. After finishing the food on the plate, just as he was about to leave, a figure sat opposite Ye Liangqiu. It is the national god. He held a plate of dumplings in his hand and stared at Ye Liangqiu, as if he had something to say. Just when Ye Liangqiu glanced at him, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He didn't hate the national god. After all, a person who abides by the rules and has a fair and just heart can't be too bad. But I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of person. Just when he was about to leave, the god of country spoke, wait. I have something to ask you. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows, thought for a few seconds and sat down again, compared to the questions asked by Ji Shi and Feng Le. This guy asked for advice when he opened his mouth. That's right. His question was about the last volley, why it could be so accurate, and how to seize the opportunity to kick the ball out. Basic knowledge that all players can know: volleying is not difficult for them, but it is also difficult because the angle of the volley determines whether the ball will be blocked. But obviously, Ye Liangqiu's volley was too exaggerated, and he kicked it out the moment the high-speed rotating ball reached his feet. For most people, it's impossible. At least in the eyes of the national god, he is not good enough. Moreover, volleying requires continuous proficiency to lock the ball in the position you want, and you can only roughly calculate the ball within a certain range. After all, this kind of ball is basically easy to score when facing a wide goal. But Ye Liangqiu fell in love with one person. Even if many people are given countless opportunities to shoot such a ball, they may not be able to hit it accurately. Ye Liangqiu explained, "It's all luck." The god of country shook his head, "No. I can see that your kick was not luck, but your absolute confidence in your own strength." As a person who exercises all year round, in the situation just now, he could clearly see Ye Liangqiu's thigh muscles bulging, which was a sign of preparation. So, volley is one of his favorite weapons. This is also the reason why he wanted to find Ye Liangqiu. Learning new weapons is a challenge for a forward, but it is also an opportunity to surpass oneself. Ye Liangqiu shrugged, "Forget it if you don't believe it, and why do you think I should teach you? Everyone who comes here is an enemy. Teaching the disciples to starve the master to death, right?" The god of nations was silent for a few seconds, looked at the dumplings in front of him, and pushed them out. "Before I learn how, I am willing to share half of my daily food." "How?" Ye Liangqiu was stunned, and suddenly laughed, "You are really interesting. You actually think that I will teach you just for such a small amount of food? Are you thinking too much?" A few days later, as the training mode of the Blue Lock prison opens, everyone who enters the second level will have a period of time to adjust their status. In the football field, Ye Liangqiu watched helplessly in front of the goal, and Feng Le kicked a ball every once in a while. The national god jumped up and wanted to repeat the volley that day, but sometimes he succeeded, but sometimes he couldn't even touch the ball. As soon as Ji Shi walked into Liang's training ground with the ball in his arms, he immediately saw Ye Liangqiu leaning against the wall. "You are here too?" Ye Liangqiu nodded. After a few days of getting along, at least the relationship between everyone has eased a lot. Ji Shi, a silly goose, is not afraid of Ye Liangqiu and will come up to talk to him from time to time. Ye Liangqiu has become somewhat accustomed to it. Seeing the national god training on the training ground, Ji Shi was full of energy. "Is the god of country practicing volleys? It seems I have to work harder." He turned his head and looked at Ye Liangqiu. "By the way, aren't you going to train? I heard they said the second level will start in a few days. If you are kicked down, stop blabbering." Ye Liangqiu shook his head, "You only need to train your own, don't worry about me." Ji Shi frowned and walked to the training ground holding the ball. Looking at Ji Shi going away, Ye Liangqiu fell into deep thought. It was not that he did not need training, but that he was adapting to his current body at an extremely fast speed. Due to his S-level physique, his speed and strength have increased, so he has not yet fully adapted. The emotional value has also increased to a certain level in a short period of time, but the skills in the mall are still too expensive. Even if Ye Liangqiu sells them, they can't afford them. Take a breath. Ye Liangqiu looked at the empty stadium, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 7. Aren't you really going to teach him a lesson? Feng Le wiped his sweat, looked at the national god who was playing football, and asked, "This guy has a very good physique. If I can learn your volley, I will definitely become more powerful. It's just that, my body is a little inflexible." Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Le. "Please, isn't this what you promised?" I was ready to say no. That's right. Ye Liangqiu didn't agree that day, but Feng Le was greedy for dumplings and finally agreed on Ye Liangqiu's behalf. Feng Le scratched his head and smiled, I don't think they are all on the same team, maybe the next game will be a competition. I'm not sure, what I'm teaching now will help our team score. Ye Liangqiu didn't know that this guy was just greedy, but he also looked at the people training on the court. Everyone has their own weapons. Ji Shii still doesn't know how to use his spatial perception ability, or rather his eyes. The shortcomings of the national god are more obvious, that is, personality, football skills. As for Feng Li's dribbling, there is no need to say more. Ye Liangqiu knows it very well. The other people present had almost no value in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. Whether it's 1,000-cut leopard horse or a little monk. If they maintain their current state in the real game, their team will not be aggressive at all. Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu sighed and walked towards the court. Ble Comet smiled and followed. Hey, stop first. Ye Liangqiu walked behind the god of the country and said. The god of the country was stunned for a moment, and the ball at his feet almost deflected. He turned back to look at Ye Liangqiu, seeming a little tired. Ye Liangqiu sat down on the ground and extended an invitation gesture. After the god of the nation was silent for a few seconds, but did not sit down, he spoke in a deep voice, It's not my rest time yet. Just as he was about to turn around and pick up the ball. Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, Do you think this training method is effective? Continuously repeating an action can deepen your muscle memory, but on the ever-changing court, the weapons you create may even make you completely lose confidence. If you think I'm right, then sit down. The god of country pursed his lips and finally sat down. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Liangqiu pointed to the people who were training and said slowly, Do you think their training is useful? The god of country turned around and saw Ji Shii shooting continuously, and the young monk sparring with others. Obviously everyone is training. So what does this sentence mean? He was a little confused. At this time, Ye Liangqiu continued, The people who can come here are all forwards, and they are also players who have shown certain strength on the field. To put it plainly, it's potential. Then there are your own weapons. Weapons. The god of the country was stunned, could the weapons you are talking about be the things you are good at? Ye Liangqiu shook his head, No. The weapon is the way to score goals. It's also a reflection of the player's own abilities. As he said that, he pointed at Feng Le, just like this guy can rely on this ability to kick the most exciting goal on the court. He relies on more than just his weapons. Dribbling. Feng Le interjected from the side. Boom sound. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu had skillfully punched him on the head, he continued, The way to score goals is not just to rely on one's own ability. There are also selfish motives. Isn't this the reason why you want to learn volley from me? I want to show myself better on the court and shoot wonderful shots better. I want the whole world to see this unparalleled shot. This is selfishness. Only when selfishness is combined with one's own weapons can one be considered a real player. The god of country touched his chin and seemed to understand a little bit, that is to say, Do you think I am missing something? But I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Since you want to learn a technique, you must be proficient and thorough. Even if it is due to my own reasons that the skill fails on the court, it is also my own fault. If I want to become stronger, I must learn more things. Ye Liangqiu smiled, his eyes seemed to have seen through the god of the country, If you think so, then I have nothing to say. Then he patted his butt and stood up. He looked back and said, A volley requires not only proficiency, but also flexibility. Your body is not built for this type of skill. I suggest you switch to a fixed-point long-range shot. The god of country was silent, seemingly considering. Feng Le, who was walking beside Ye Liangqiu, had a look of disdain on his face. Chu, it's rare to see you talk so much. Does that guy have high potential? Ye Liangqiu nodded, the national god's physical fitness is very strong, and his body that has been trained for a long time can support high-intensity running. It can be said that this guy is a shovel on the court. With a little training, your future achievements will not be low. What I said so much is just to tell him that if something is not suitable for him, he should throw it away as soon as possible. Really? Feng Li's lips raised. After several days of training, everyone's condition has reached their most ideal state. In the multi-person dormitory, the screen lit up again after a few days, and Huixin Shiba was holding a bucket of instant noodles in his hand, eating it happily. Hey, all the stars seem to be having a great time these days. And now the break is over. As he put down the instant noodles in his hand, a picture appeared on the screen. There are 5 teams including you where you are. There will be a selection match next, and only the top 2 teams can successfully advance. Lei Shi had an angry look on his face, and his shark-like teeth looked very scary. Hey, are you kidding? How can we play as forwards? However, Hui Xin seemed to have heard what he said and grinned. In the early days of football, there wasn't really any positional distinction, as long as you could score goals. And that's exactly what I need you to give up everything and start learning football again. Abandon the world's understanding of football so far, put all new concepts and new ways of playing in your mind. It ended up being a shot. Now the world does not need a team, but a new hero who can be born in this cruel game. Ye Liangqiu grinned, a new hero? Why not call it a fight between people? A battle list appears on the big screen. Team X versus Team Z. A new round of knockout rounds has begun. Chapter 8. The screen did not turn off at this moment. Hui Xin's figure reappeared, and he opened his hands. The 5 teams will compete in a loop inside the building, and the 2 teams with the most points will advance. As for the remaining 3 eliminated teams, there are other possibilities. Like scoring champion. The person with the highest goal score in the team can advance even if the team is about to be eliminated. Individual scores, and team scores. The choices you face are not just positional confusion, but also personal conflicts between people. This is a battle to create football from scratch. Enjoy it, the first game is about to start in 2 hours. I look forward to your performance. As the screen closed, the sound echoed through the lounge. No one spoke. Ye Liangqiu looked at the others. Without exception, some people understood the meaning, while others could not understand the meaning. But to put it clearly, it's about scoring goals. Zhu Yuanxi narrowed his eyes and sat in his seat to explain what Hui Xin meant just now. He slowly raised his head. So everyone, have you decided on the position you want to play? We are a team now, and the forward position cannot be touched by everyone. Someone has to sacrifice. Having said this, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. As the strongest person here, Zhu Yuanxi's idea was undoubtedly to arrange the game around Ye Liangqiu so as to win. I have no objection. Even Lei Shi, a violent person, actually agreed after seeing him for a long time. After all, the suppressive power Ye Liangqiu showed in the first game made everyone present understand that as long as this guy is not eliminated, he may really be able to help everyone here enter the 3rd round. Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly, which was also the effect he wanted. The reason why he shined in the previous round was of course not just to gain the emotional value of the audience, but also to make the team fight with him as the center. Strong strength means that you can do whatever you want. There is no doubt about it. At this time, General Zhu Yuanxi's station layout had also been distributed. To be honest, I don't really want to be a goalkeeper. As long as I can win. Eamon was speechless as he put on his gloves. He looked around at the crowd, but if I can't even win the first game, then I will also play. After all, the whole team is a forward, and everyone has their own pride. Why would you be willing to be a doorman? As 2 hours passed, led by Ye Liangqiu, he seemed to have entered the stadium with a group of soldiers. And his eyes met the person walking towards him from the opposite side. The two stopped at the same time, and the auras on their bodies seemed to have begun the first round of confrontation. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but secretly thought, the king of the court, Ma Lang, is an extremely egotistic player. He only regards the people in his team as supporting roles, but he has an advantage that many people cannot possess. Self-disciplined and tidy. It's true that a person cannot be judged by his appearance. At this time, both sides could clearly feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Everyone's attention was on the two people at the front. Ma Lang looked at Ye Liangqiu with some disdain. As for Ye Liangqiu, he stepped on the ball and smiled. The radio also started broadcasting. During the first selection game, all foul decisions will be made through VAR judgment, including any inappropriate behavior between players. The above will be given a warning, and serious cases will be directly disqualified. Next, the first game in Building 5 is about to start, with a 45-minute half. Team X vs Team Z, start. With a whistle, the game begins. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu directly passed the ball to Feng Le. Feng Le, who received the ball, understood immediately and raised the corners of his mouth. Enjoy the game, now you will face a court demon who is entering the state. After all, not everyone can accept provocation. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the ball at Feng Le's feet, and the people on the opposite side rushed over to steal the ball. But facing Feng Le's flexible movement and dribbling, he was like a kitten being played with. However, at this moment, Feng Le was stunned. I saw that the ball at his feet was broken, not by the opponent, but by his teammate. The little monk smiled and stepped on the ball under his feet. He seemed a little embarrassed. If I remember correctly, only the one who scores the goal can score, right? In other words, no matter what position, what layout, in the final analysis, only the one who scores the goal can be the hero. With his laughter, he was about to dribble past someone. A figure knocked him over. I saw the god of the country looking at the little monk coldly and taking the ball in his hands. In that case, I can just fight alone in an upright manner. What do you mean? Lei Shi looked angry and quickly ran forward. Are you not even planning to score a goal? That's exactly what I want. Only Zhu Yuanxi knew that this was not possible and was reminding everyone to pay attention to their stance and movement. Unfortunately, the situation now is in chaos. Everyone just acts to score goals. Even the team on the opposite side was confused. What were these people thinking? A teammate actually intercepted a teammate's ball? While several people were fighting for the ball, a figure remained unmoved, and the corners of Ye Liangqiu's lips curled up. This is interesting. Football from scratch, although he is a person who has traveled through time and understands many plots, only by experiencing this game personally can he understand that reality is not what he imagined. Just like what he said, the situation on the court has changed dramatically. Get out of the way. The national god gritted his teeth and fought for the ball with everyone fighting for the ball. Ji Shi glanced at the unmoved Ye Liangqiu, then at the crowd in the center of the stadium who were about to start a fight, and fell silent for a moment. What is this? Everyone is only thinking about themselves and only wants to score goals. This is completely different from the football he learned before. At this time, he suddenly found that Ye Liangqiu was moving. He rushed into the crowd like a fierce beast showing its fangs, separating everyone in an instant. When he rushed out, the football was already at his feet. Ye Liangqiu's eyes seemed to reveal a strong killing intent, and everyone standing in front of him was an ant that could be crushed at any time. Get out of my way! A swarm of ants. He rushed straight towards the goal, but several defenders were passed by him at extremely fast speed. Ma Lang seemed to have known for a long time that this guy would come with the ball and was already waiting there, with an unnoticeable excitement in his eyes. Ye Liangqiu also noticed him and showed a cruel smile. You're just like them. If they are ants, then you are a slightly bigger insect. Chapter 9. It seemed that he heard Ye Liangqiu's dismissive voice. The veins on Ma Lang's forehead popped out, trying to stop the beast that had already rushed in. At this moment, the distance between the two is only 5 meters. At this time, Ye Liangqiu glanced at the players around him who were rushing toward him, grinned, and his eyes seemed to be flashing with red light. You ants should just sit aside and watch the miracle. I saw him gently tipping the ball. The next second, his whole body twisted, and his legs were swung out like a knife. There was a bang sound. The football hit directly from Ma Lang's ear. There was a burst of exclamation behind him, and the score reached 1:0 on the big screen hanging not far away. Feng Le seems to have become accustomed to this kind of scene. A long time ago, he didn't know Ye Liangqiu. At that time, he was an outlier on the court. Every time he played football with others, he would tease him about what the monster was. But, it was precisely because of this that he accidentally met Ye Liangqiu. Only then did Feng Le understand. The manifestation of monsters is not just a fantasy, there are real monsters in reality. And Ye Liangqiu is his monster friend. At this moment, the monster is waking up little by little, and the devil on the court is eating away at everyone. Feng Le showed a smile. Good shot! Ji Shi shouted as soon as he regained consciousness. Although he had been watching from the outside, he could clearly see Ye Liangqiu's feet just now. With his own strength, he got the ball. He passed several opponents in a row and finally succeeded in shooting. Undoubtedly, this game seems to belong to him alone. Lei Shi snorted coldly and muttered, if it weren't for the god of the country and you guy to stop me, I would have scored the goal. The god of the country gave him a cold look, I should have entered. Obviously, even if Ye Liangqiu scored a goal, their team would almost completely split under the influence just now. Ye Liangqiu didn't say much, just glanced at Ma Lang. The king of the stadium was already suppressed by himself before he had time to show off his strength. In this case, this guy may have become completely furious. The next games will only be more interesting. At this time, the little monk ran over and seemed a little afraid to look into Ye Liangqiu's eyes. After all, it was because of this guy who stole the ball just now, otherwise the goal would not have been so difficult to score. Before he could speak first, Ye Liangqiu said, Litu, if you dare next time, I'll kill you. Although there was no hint of anger in this light tone. But the little monk was stiff all over, and he didn't relax until Ye Liangqiu walked away. Disgusting. At that time, Chu Shen should have eliminated this cancer first. Indeed, in addition to causing trouble, this guy is also extremely powerful. He seems to be the lowest ranked player in the entire team, and he also likes to cause trouble. Can't you just hug your thighs honestly? If you have to do some tricks, this chestnut head deserves to die. The barrage area in front of Ye Liangqiu continued to curse, but he showed an imperceptible smile. In fact, he had also thought about eliminating this chestnut head. After all, in the first level of the ghost-catching game, it was already proven that this guy was not a good character. And he also likes to do some clever things. Coupled with the fact that his strength is at the bottom, there are countless reasons to eliminate this guy. However, Ye Liangqiu kept him here. The reason for this was because this little chestnut would play a huge role in the future. Fortunately, after Ye Liangqiu scored this point, the atmosphere on the court has changed. At least it wasn't like the mess he remembered. The ex-team on the opposite side has fallen into internal strife. Chu, do you still need me to pass the ball? Feng Le walked over with a relaxed look. Ye Liangqiu nodded, if possible, I still like the ball you kick. Don't fly too high. I'm afraid it will hit other people's heads. At this time, the radio sounded. Team X, please continue the game. The two sides readjusted their positions, and this time the person serving was Ma Lang. His face was gloomy, staring at Ye Liangqiu like an evil ghost. As a whistle sounded, Ma Lang rushed out with the ball like a ball of black lightning. His direction was exactly where Ye Liangqiu was. Obviously, in order to regain the field, his choice was to fight head-on. But Ye Liangqiu stood there without making any movement. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and opened slightly. It seems to have said something. Ma Lang's pupils were huge, and he actually broke through Ye Liangqiu's defense with the ball. In other words, Ye Liangqiu had no intention of stopping him and just let him in. Many people are paying attention to the two people's movements. Lei Shi's eyes widened. Why didn't you stop him? He clearly saw Ye Liangqiu standing there without making any movement. But no one responded to him. Without the threat of Ye Liangqiu, Ma Lang, who was carrying the ball at the moment, was like a wolf among sheep. After easily passing a few people, he came to the goal. He grinned and exerted force. There was a bang sound. The ball headed toward the net. Eamon, who had no blocking experience, didn't even react and the ball was already shot. The score came directly to 1:1. Lei Shi was so angry that he directly approached Ye Liangqiu and asked, "Do you think that after you score a goal, this game has nothing to do with you? If that's the case, you go and become a defender for me. I really want to kill you." As he said this, he looked at everyone angrily and said, "Pass all the balls to me." "Are you kidding? You should have passed it to me." For a time, the team became even more chaotic. Ma Lang came to Ye Liangqiu. He stared at the person in front of him and said in a bad tone, "What do you mean?" Ye Liangqiu's expression did not change at all. If a team is in chaos internally, from my understanding, it is equivalent to moving forward with a bunch of burdens. And I'm not that kind. The waste should be buried in the ruins. Ma Lang was silent. This was the first time he felt that someone was more arrogant than him. The meaning of this sentence is that Ye Liangqiu's team has lost him and cannot score even a single point. The previous rules also stated that there is a personal points system and a team points system. As long as the person who scores the goal, the team faces elimination. The person with the most points can stay. Obviously, Ye Liangqiu's meaning is self-evident. If the team cannot score even 1 point without him, then, he will choose to abandon the entire team and enter the next stage alone. Chapter 10. Terrible thought. Even Ma Lang looked at the group of players behind Ye Liangqiu with some pity. If he is the king of the court, at least he leads his people, players, forward, while Ye Liangqiu is like a dictatorial devil, forcing his people to keep up with him. If you can't keep up, you will be abandoned by him at any time. This is why Ma Lang felt a little bit of pity, but when he looked at Ye Liangqiu, his eyes became more and more fearful. This guy is too scary. At this time, there was chaos on the court. Team Z is in complete chaos. Team X gradually united at the moment Ma Lang showed his strength. Ji Shi watched all these changes and was a little overwhelmed. He kept recalling Hui Xian's previous sermon in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened. So, is this what it looks like from 0 to 1? Because of the strength of one person, the entire team can unite. No. It should be said that the power of one person can make the entire team gather around him and unite. When he looked at Team X on the opposite side again, he smiled bitterly. He knew it too late. Even if he knew these truths now, the other side had united, while his side was in chaos. But when his eyes were fixed on Ye Liangqiu, he was very confused in his mind. As soon as Ji Shi understood, even he understood this truth, and this person must also know it, so why did he choose to let the opponent score? Some viewers laughed out loud after hearing Ji Shi's thoughts. You are right to be confused, I just came from Chu Shen, and as expected Jabeo doesn't know anything. What does it mean upstairs? What bad intentions does Ye Liangqiu have? You don't understand this. Chu Shen is playing a very big game. If this group of people cannot reach a level that satisfies him, I'm afraid they will all be eliminated. Ah! So cruel. Suddenly, many people poured into Ye Liangqiu's perspective. However, these barrages also caught his attention. Oh! Can my voice be heard? Just when he was thinking this, the system popped up. The audience who is watching you can hear part of your voice, but they have no way of knowing any anime memories you know and the branches involved in the development of the plot. So host, you don't need to worry, these viewers will know your secrets. Ye Liangqiu smiled. It turns out this is what happened. It's no wonder that before, he always talked about his thoughts when he saw the barrage. It turns out that this group of viewers can actually watch the inner voice. Of course, this doesn't matter to Ye Liangqiu, as long as this group of viewers doesn't know that he is not a character in the anime. And looking at the way this group of barrages are talking, he probably knows that this group of viewers can understand the inner thoughts of everyone present. This is interesting. The audience knows equals Ye Liangqiu knows. Ye Liangqiu knew what the current group of people were thinking, and he could know it from the mouths of the audience. It's really interesting. But now is not the time to learn about these things. After all, the game on the field is still going on. And it seems that Ji Shii has understood the principle of going from 0 to 1, so he has to take action. Feng Le, can you pass the ball to me later? Ji Shii held the ball in one hand and looked at Feng Le. He knew that this guy had very good skills. It was even because of him that Ye Liangqiu was able to play a few times. Comfortable. So he went directly to File. File responded with an OK gesture. Apparently he agreed. The next second the whistle sounded. Just as he was about to pass the ball, Ji Shii heard bursts of running sounds from behind. Ji Shii turned around and saw Lei Shi and everyone running towards his direction, ready to grab the ball. You guys! Without waiting, Ji Shii reacted. Lei Shi stole the ball directly with one slide. He laughed and said, I don't need you to score a goal. You just have to watch. In the next second, he was slapped in the face. The ball was directly intercepted by the little monk. Even in the process of interception, the little monk made a face and said, what a joke, if you can score a goal, I can even invite Buddha. You bald guy, you deserve to die. Lei Shi gritted his teeth and almost rolled up his sleeves and rushed over to beat this guy up. I just couldn't laugh for more than 3 seconds. The little monk's ball was intercepted by a player on the opposite side. The ball machine is really bad. It's not as good as my dog. Before intercepting the player mocked him. And the direction he was running was exactly where the Yelang was. Obviously the opponent already knew that as long as they relied on this king of the court, they would be able to score continuously. Fight around the horse and wolf. As long as the ball can reach his feet, we can score. For a time, the actions on the opposite side of the court became more agile and faster, and the team seemed to have a core. However, Ji Shii saw all this but could do nothing. Until the ball was passed to Yelang's feet, everyone was attacking him. Just as Yelang crossed Ye Liangqiu, he slowly said, is this really good? As the only one in the team who can score goals, it's almost impossible for these rookies to stop me without taking action. I'm happy with this match. His words seemed to want to anger Ye Liangqiu. However, Ye Liangqiu remained unmoved. There was a bang sound. As the shot sounded, Team X scored a point. Lei Shi stepped forward, just about to have a fight with Ye Liangqiu. What on earth are you thinking about? This is a competition. If you lose, you have to go home. Go home. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyes slightly and grinned, let me tell you this, if you can't score even 1 point before the end of this game, just don't expect me to help you score. My team doesn't need trash. You. Lei Shi clenched his fist and almost smashed it down. He didn't understand the meaning, but he knew that this guy actually messed up. Feng Le sighed, sure enough, it will eventually turn into this. I thought this place would arouse Chu's interest, Ji Shii was a little confused. You seem to have known that Ye Liangqiu would do this. Feng Le touched his chin, although Chu is a person who loves football, his way of liking it is a little different from us. If we just play football and have fun on the pitch, then, Qiu should be an extremely controlling type, or an egoist. He doesn't like teammates getting out of his control. It is precisely because of this favorite way that Qiu will control his teammates and opponents on the court. Once his own players have various reasons. In Qiu's eyes, it's a betrayal and the death penalty. Unless it can please him. Chapter 11. Suddenly, Feng Le grinned, well, I've long been used to his state. As for how to awaken this dictatorial devil, I have a suggestion. With that said, he looked at Ji Xiai and stretched out his hand, if you want to win, then the only choice now is to cooperate with me. Otherwise, we will also become victims on this court. Only by awakening or killing this demon king, can we win this game. Why? Aren't you and Ye Liangqiu friends? Ji Xiai looked at Feng Le in confusion. He couldn't understand why the relationship between friends could be so fragile. Feng Le burst out laughing. He looked in the direction of Ye Liangqiu and said, friends are just for stepping on. Only the strong can walk with them. Rather than expecting others to help you win. Only by yourself are you most comfortable. Ji Xiai's brain seemed to explode suddenly, and suddenly he remembered Hui Xin's words at that time. There is no need for team spirit in this stadium, only an extreme egoist. Then, he slowly clenched his fists and said, okay, then it will be up to the two of us to crush this stadium. At this moment, Ji Xiai's world seemed to have changed. If it turns from 0 to 1, then Yelang is the leader of all this. No. Suddenly his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu. Ji Xiai's pupils trembled violently, no. It's not Yelang, it was him who forced the opponents to unite. If our side is a piece of loose sand, then Ye Liangqiu is the tiger that condensed out of the sand, and Yelang's team felt the danger because they encountered a severe threat. So we banded together and became a wolf pack. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. That's why he was retreating steadily. Ye Liangqiu knew that he could not break through the wolves with his own strength, so he gave up the resistance. Or maybe he has the ability to break this state, but simply wants to see the team fail? Hey, the next round is about to start. What are you thinking about? Feng Li's voice suddenly appeared. Interrupting Ji Xiai's thinking, he touched his chin and looked at Yelang and Ye Liangqiu from time to time, and the aura on his body gradually changed. Shut up first, I'm thinking about something. It's about winning. Feng Le smiled happily and narrowed his eyes. Is another monster about to awaken? Qiu, look at the good things you've done. I think it won't be boring next time. As the break draws to a close, Feng Li's eyeballs seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. He had already entered the state and asked, do you want to go up? Of course. Ji Xiai said the same. The ideas in his head had gradually taken shape. As he looked back at Ye Liangqiu's figure, if you want to change from 0 to 1, maybe the best candidate may not necessarily be the best candidate. It's you. Let me break this tug of war. Feng Le stepped on Qiu, looked up at the lights above, and suddenly grinned, run away, Ji Xiai, see you at the goal. Okay, Feng Le. The next second, the whistle sounded. Ji Xiai ran directly towards the goal without the ball. Many people froze on the spot and ran directly towards the backcourt. It's just that other people don't understand what it means, but there are still many understanding people on the court. Feng Le, who had the ball in his hands, was surrounded by several people. His eyes were fixed on Ji Xiai in front, and he passed the two people with his extremely skilled dribbling. With a bang sound, the ball flew out from Feng Li's feet. He looked at the ball, stopped in place, and the smile on his lips became more obvious. This is it, Ji Xiai, let me see if you have the ability to wake up that monster. Ji Xiai seemed to feel the ball and stopped in place, stopping the flying ball in his tracks and said, good pass. Feng Le. He looked towards the empty goal in front of him, and thoughts were racing through his mind. If I use my strength, one-on-one, I can score. Just the next second, Yelang appeared in front of him. That's right. The moment Ji Shi moved forward, he was the only person on the court who could clearly see the intention of these two people. I thought I could treat everyone like monkeys. But, he is the king of the court here. Yelang's pupils exuded an astonishing murderous aura. If you can beat me, you rookie. Staring at this killing intent, Ji Shi felt a sense of fear in his heart, as if he was facing an unknown creature. The fear that kept emerging in him stopped him in place, and he did not dare to shoot the ball for a long time. At this moment, a virtual stadium seemed to appear in his mind. Everyone was running on it. But he noticed a figure flashing a fierce red light, which was like a sun shining hot and dazzling. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Shi moved his lower leg and actually passed the ball. I saw that direction happened to be where Ye Liangqiu was. No one knows why this guy appeared here. Even the people in Team Z didn't notice it, because after conceding 2 goals in a row, everyone's attention was on the ball. As for Ye Liangqiu, who was dazzling for a while before, it seems to have disappeared. But now, Ji Shi found him and even passed the ball to his feet. Good shot. Ye Liangqiu gradually showed a smile, and a blood-red flame seemed to ignite in his scarlet eyes. I have to admire, Xiao Shi, you can still find me in this situation. Then I won't be polite. One of the interceptors had an exaggerated expression. Isn't it possible? How could it be shot from such a long distance? There was a bang sound. The ball at Ye Liangqiu's feet had rushed out like a cannonball and hit the net. At this moment the score comes to 2:2. There was no applause or cheers, just gasps. Super long-range shot. Even the national god was stunned. Perfect, really perfect. As a heavyweight player, his specialty is shooting, and he can also control the range of his shooting, which is also commonly known as the golden area. It was precisely because of this that he saw the gap. Your own shot needs a run-up. However, Ye Liangqiu was able to kick such a long-range shot just by standing still. One can imagine how far his shooting range would be if he was asked to run up. The god of the country swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but cursed secretly. Monster. Chapter 12. There aren't too many gorgeous moves, nor are there any crazy shouts. The eyes of the entire stadium were locked on Ye Liangqiu. He felt the fear coming from around him and felt the changes in the stadium. He was enjoying it very much at this moment. Well done, Xiao Shi. However, Ji Shi, who was standing not far in front of the goal, had a dull look on his face. He subconsciously passed the ball. It was obviously an ordinary pass, but it was different in the blue prison. Everyone scores goals for the sake of scoring goals. But standing at the goal, he handed over the last kick to others. That hot breath seems to be approaching me from behind. Am I afraid? Is it the fear of shooting, or the fear of the enemy in front of you? Or maybe it's the fear of good autumn night? At this time, Lei Shi picked up Ji Shi's collar and said angrily, why don't you pass the ball to me? Obviously I'm the closest one. If you are afraid, why do you assume this forward position? A hole. Yelang also walked towards Ji Shi, with a look of disdain in his eyes. A rookie who is standing in front of the goal but still believes in his teammates cannot stay here. You are not qualified to be this striker. Ji Shi looked a little confused. I didn't want to pass the ball, but my body subconsciously kicked it out. Are you a fool? Lei Shi cursed angrily. At this time, Feng Le walked forward, his eyes a little cold. Isn't this different from scoring? Why do we need to make a noise? Our team is not lagging behind. Now it's a draw. Hearing this, Lei Shi let go of Ji Shi and clenched his fists. Shut up, you kappa. Only the person with the most points can stay here. Don't you see that? That red-eyed freak obviously wants everyone to lose, and he only scores goals to improve his score. That's right, the ball has already reached his feet, will Ye Liangqiu let it go? Naturally, if Ye Liangqiu continues to score goals, no one will be able to score points. Even if they contribute to the team, if the outcome is a loss. Everyone has also stepped into the abyss with half a foot. This is also the reason why Lei Shi is angry. Instead of passing the ball to an extreme egoist, why can't it be passed to him? You want to die, but I, Lei Shi, don't. As if hearing the ugly nickname, Feng Le smiled, and the coldness in his eyes became deeper. He said slowly, then show your strength. Since you also want to score goals, you don't need to be clean as well. Shi eyes pass. The ball is at his feet, and he can pass it to whoever he wants. Why does it have to be passed on to you? And in my opinion, passing it to Chu is at least better than passing it to you. Immediately, Lei Shi was ready to point his finger at Feng Le. Zhu Yuanxi immediately stepped forward to stop him. If this continues, the whole team may fall apart. It was obviously them who scored the goal. But from this point of view, the contradiction still exists. Chikiri, who was standing on the edge of the court, also watched this scene indifferently. He is like a marginal person, always doing odd jobs on the court, and his presence is very low. But he watched the whole process of the last goal, and it was exactly what NVC said. He obviously had the widest view from that place and was closest to the goal, so he had a great chance of scoring a goal. However, Ji Shi passed the ball to Ye Liangqiu accurately as if he had eyes behind his back. Why? Qunqi touched his chin and seemed to be thinking. And the same goes for the god of country. On this court, almost everyone who could understand the ball just now seemed to have a question in their mind, what was Ji Shi thinking at that time? At this time, the whistle sounded. The first half is over. Everyone returned to the lounge, and the atmosphere seemed depressing. The entire team was directly divided under the football, each doing its own thing without disturbing each other. Ye Liangqiu wiped the sweat from his body and didn't care. At this time, the god of country spoke, Ye Liangqiu, what are you thinking about? Do you really plan to wait and see like this, waiting for the end of this game? Wait and see. Ye Liangqiu's hand wiping sweat stopped, and his scarlet eyes looked at the god of the country. If I am waiting and watching, did you get these 2 points? The god of the country was suddenly speechless. Indeed, Ye Liangqiu got these 2 points. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid the morale of the entire team would be even more broken now. Ye Liangqiu's tone was indifferent, but he spoke without mercy, a group of mentally retarded children who can't even play football. Haven't you figured out the rules of the game here yet? This is a world of self-interest. If you want to be qualified to stay, then you must first look up to the strong. Undoubtedly, these words made the atmosphere in the restroom even more depressing. The little monk muttered, looking up to the strong? I don't need to. I just scored 2 goals. If the ball is at my feet, I can also. But his words were heard by Yamaru on the side. You can't. His super long shot. Of all of you sitting here, I'm afraid only Iman and Kunigami have this kind of power. The little monk touched his head in embarrassment, but he didn't expect to be heard. At this time, Zhu Yuanxi stood up and looked at Ye Liangqiu, if that's what you said. Then I am willing to assist you, as long as you can let me score goals and let me stay here. I don't want to leave the stadium, and I don't want to lose my future. That's right, as the only brain in formulating tactics in the team, Zhu Yuanxi is willing to give up his pride as a forward on the court and his worthless dignity, as long as he can stay. Just like Huixin Shiba said, each of us has selfish motives when we come here. Hidden under this selfishness is the inner dream of the players, which is also the driving force for progress. But all the prerequisites are to be able to pass these levels and stay until the end. If you are about to be eliminated in the second level, then, who is this dignity for you? Dignity is exchanged for the future, and the long-term relationship is clear. Even if he doesn't hesitate to be a dog and a scumbag on the court, he must stay. Now, he devotes his heart to the devil on the court, just to seek refuge. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth cracked and raised to a certain extent. Really? It seems that there are still people who know the current affairs. What about you? As he spoke, he looked at the others. Chapter 13. Now Zhu Yuanxi's statement has already explained Ye Liangqiu's attitude. What he needs is someone who will absolutely surrender. What is needed is someone who works hard on the court just to let Ye Liangqiu score. Compared to Ma Lang, Ye Liangqiu's sense of oppression actually radiated not to the opponent, but to his own teammates. Feng Le was leaning against the wall, watching the show. For him, the goal was to play around, so even if he didn't express his opinion, Ye Liangqiu knew what he was thinking. At this time, Ji Shii stood up. If all of us help you score, you will definitely be able to help us advance to the next level. At the same time, everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu. That's right, there is only one loser. If Ye Liangqiu doesn't work hard, all of them will be eliminated, and only one person will be able to stay. Now, it is undoubtedly a stupid way for them to bet everything on one person. But if there is only Ye Liangqiu, then they must ask him to score more goals. Ye Liangqiu looked around the crowd. If you think I'm not good enough, you can choose to kick yourself. I have never threatened you. It's your choice how you want to kick. It doesn't matter to me if everyone on the pitch is a forward. Just like the rules of the court, we are just players who attack with the ball. The only thing is to score goals. Only the one who scores the goals is the most dazzling presence on the court. It depends on whether you want to be a dazzling presence, or whether you are willing to be the shadow behind me. It all just happens on the court. After saying this, Ye Liangqiu hooked his fingers at Zhu Yuanxi, and then the two of them walked out. In the lounge, the atmosphere of everyone improved a lot. Lei Shi's tone was a little urgent. Hey. If this guy's plan succeeds, I'm afraid we can get out of the next game. You said it wrong, you should be punished. Qunqi combed her hair and said something inappropriate. Lei Shi became even more anxious. So are you all planning to let this guy advance through this method? At this time, Feng Le said, is there a possibility that you are wrong? Chu just said that as long as we are willing to attack around him, then he will lead us to victory. But why do you think he can't do it? Or maybe because he conceded 2 goals, you think he won't play? It's a bad performance. In my eyes, you guys are so weird. You want him to score, but you don't want him to score. If it were me, I'm afraid I would do the same thing. Everyone was silent. Ji Shii lowered his head, also thinking about what Ye Liangqiu said just now. Now it is actually a process from 0 to 1. Ye Liangqiu wants to use his own strength to bring the entire team together and takes extreme measures, because only in this way can the sharp corners of this group of ambitious players be eliminated. Perhaps at the first goal, he had already discovered that Team Z was different from Team X. The difference in players between the two teams. After Ye Liangqiu scored a goal, there were still conflicts in the entire team. After Team X realized that Ma Lang could score a goal, they immediately took action to surround Ma Lang. Undoubtedly, the people on the opposite team know better how the game should be played. Only by surrounding strong people can victory be achieved easily. But the same thing is actually Ma Lang and Ye Liangqiu, one is the king of the court and the other is the devil of the court. In their eyes, teammates themselves are tools, but they are just looking at which tool is the most useful. Suddenly, Ji Shii stood up and said, maybe I understand what Ye Liangqiu means. Hey? What do you mean? Ji Shii glanced at everyone and said, if we continue to play like this, I'm afraid that just as Ye Liangqiu thought, the team will fail and be eliminated. Do you still remember what Xen Jiba said before? From 0 to 1, what this means is the dominance of those who show extraordinary strength and personality on the court. I looked at our previous performance against Team X. It's always in disarray. If it weren't for Ye Liangqiu's appearance, I'm afraid, we wouldn't get a single point. Because we are too self-righteous. Lei Shi retorted, you, a person who gave up resistance in front of the goal, have the nerve to say this. Trash fish. However, Ji Shii did not refute, and said slowly, this is a typical example. Lei Shi's eyes widened. If the national god hadn't stood up and stopped him, he might have been given a red card in the lounge. After suppressing the cursing Lei Shi, the god of the country asked, you are self-righteous? What do you mean by this? Ji Shii was silent for 2 seconds, I have no idea of my own weakness. Yes, his words were mocking everyone present, including himself. We think we have good skills and can even achieve dazzling results on the court, but, that was all in the past. No matter what glory we have experienced outside, when we come here, we are just ordinary players. As he spoke, Ji Shii pointed to his sleeve, the number Z274 was particularly conspicuous. According to the ranking of Blue Prison, he is second to last. The last one is the little monk. If we calculate based on ranking, then, there are more than 200 people in front of me who are stronger than me. The more powerful a person is, the more powerful his charm will naturally be. Why should the strong serve the weak? This is the point I want to make, team. Maybe this is selfish. After all, none of you sitting here want to be a foil, right? Then you mean to help Ye Liangqiu score a goal? The god of the country asked. Ji Shii did not shake his head or nod, you have all forgotten one thing. Although our selfishness has made us hungry ghosts on the court, after all, we are all on the same team. In the final analysis, there is no cooperation, even if it is as strong as Ye Liangqiu. It's impossible to score 100% of the time. As he spoke, a flash of fire seemed to appear in his eyes, so, what we should do is to cooperate with the devil and show our strength at the same time. Only in this way can we avoid being swallowed up bit by bit by this court demon. As the whistle sounded, the second half was about to begin. When both sides stepped onto the field. Team X, I have clearly felt that the aura of Team Z has changed. If they were just a group of weak sheep, then now, these sheep have shed their skins and exposed the fangs belonging to wolves. The leader, Ye Liangqiu, smiled and said, this game has officially begun. Chapter 14. If all teams get 2 wins and 2 losses, the points will be 6 points, which means that if you want to advance, you must get at least 7 points, and this is just at the passing line. If all the goals scored are taken by Ye Liangqiu, then this game is completely over. No. I came here to become stronger, I can't leave like this. Don't leave your fate in the hands of a devil. So we must stop him. All members of Team Z stood behind Ye Liangqiu, with a strong smell of gunpowder in their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be enveloped by an invisible aura. Ji Shii's eyes became much sharper. Feng Le grinned, Qiu. It seems that your provoking method was successful. Can you really feel happy just by waking up all your teammates and opponents? As a whistle sounded, Yelang had already rushed over with the ball, and he still had that disdainful expression. Just when he wanted to easily cross the defense line of several people, a figure had already stopped in front of him. I won't let you go again. The god of the nation had a low expression, and his strong body almost completely blocked the path in front of Yelang. Tisk! Yelang snorted coldly, just as he was about to wag his tail. Suddenly, a figure pierced through and picked up the ball at his feet. Ha ha ha, king of the court, your attention is too distracted. I saw Cheng Zhaihai taking over the ball with his flexible body. Then it spread quickly. The ball came directly to Feng Li's feet. He looked at the people around him and grinned. In an instant, he rushed out with the ball. In the deserted corner, Ji Shii had already moved into the penalty area, waiting for the ball to arrive at any time. However, Team. Somewhat incredible. But when he saw everyone cooperating with each other, he quickly threw away his thoughts and tried his best to stop the ball. Ha ha ha, interesting. So you plan to do this? Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth, already guessing what this group of people wanted to do. On the court, 11 people are of course standard. But, when the players on the court launch an attack, not all players may be able to touch the ball. But now they want to score points by directly skipping Ye Liangqiu, which can be regarded as directly abandoning this unstable factor. To put it nicely, it means abandoning this egoistic devil. I want to score goals with my own abilities. However, this is just their tactics. Yelang had a fierce look on his face and looked at Feng Le, who was not far away, with a cold look. A bunch of rookies, don't you think that uniting together will be useful? After saying this, File was intercepted by several players. Different from before, after knowing that Feng Le was very good at dribbling, Team X's defense became more rigorous, almost trapping Feng Le inside. Feng Le's eyes kept rotating as if he was looking for a breakthrough. In the next second, he kicked the ball to the nearest direction. But there are people over there who are defending. But Qunqi's speed was astonishingly fast. He just ran a little flinching, and it didn't look like he was using all his strength. Lei Shi roared angrily, "A hole! Can't you just run? Slowly, if you don't want to score, pass it to me." In an instant, he was already running in the direction of Qunqi. Qunqi bit her lip and seemed to glance at her calf joint. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." There was a bang sound. The ball flew directly to Lei City. Lei Shi burst out laughing. That's how it should be. But the moment he was about to touch the ball, a figure used a headbutt to push the ball down. Zhu Yuanxi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "This is prepared for the Demon King, not something you should get." BD, BD. Lei Shi could only see Zhu Yuanzhen's back as he took the ball away. He stood there stunned for a second and cursed angrily. Seeing this scene, Team X was a little confused. Didn't you just see that these people were united as one? Why did you suddenly start grabbing the ball again? At this time, Ye Liangqiu, who had been standing in the center of the stadium, moved, and his figure quickly approached the goal. Because he stood still and didn't move, team. But he knows that this guy is a monster who can't lose to the Yelang on the court. However, at this moment, he suddenly started to move, which made everyone feel nervous. Damn, once this guy starts to move, it means he is going to attack with the ball. Looking at the players blocking him in front of him, Zhu Yuanxi smiled and his eyes seemed to open a little. "Open the way for our devil. Get out of my way." The next second, there was a sudden stop. Thigh muscles bulge. In an instant, I saw a ball suddenly fly out. That direction happened to be where Ye Liangqiu was running, and it was almost deserted. Suddenly, a successful voice sounded, "Finally, I've been waiting for it." Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but pause for a second. He watched helplessly as the ball in front of him was taken away by the BDG Shi. That's right, Ji Shi doesn't understand his own abilities. But he has been observing the information on the field, and almost everyone thinks that he is waiting for the pass in front of the goal. Just now, Ji Shi had already begun to figure out how to pass the ball if Zhu Yuanwei got it. Ultimately, in sophisticated imagination, relying on Quan Wataru's performance and Ye Liangqiu's running, he calculated that, as long as he reached this position earlier than Ye Liangqiu, he would be able to get the ball belonging to the Demon King. As expected of the protagonist, this psychological journey is damn powerful. Stop talking, I feel that among these people present, everyone may have 800 opinions. No. Ji Bao and Chu Shen probably have 800 more. Even the barrage didn't expect that Ji Shi would think so much all at once. What about this group of players? Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Ji Shi running with the ball. He knew that this was the spatial perception ability. Although it had not evolved to the level of outrageousness in the later stages, he could actually intercept his own ball with just a little bit of help. No doubt, Ji Shi counted him in. Interesting. Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Ye Liangqiu suddenly laughed. Sure enough, I was right to come here. Only in this way can I feel happy. Chapter 15. Hearing this laughter, everyone glanced at Ye Liangqiu and thought he had some disease. Isn't it just intercepting a ball? Is it necessary? But only Feng Le saw this scene, and his eyes were smiling like a crescent moon. As the person who knows Ye Liangqiu best, he has rarely seen Chu in such a state. Before coming here, he participated in any competition. Kaiudu has no interest at all. It seems that for the opponents he defeats, winning or losing all depends on his mood. This may be why Ye Liangqiu became excited. In this blue prison, there are beings more powerful than him, and you can see the expressions of these powerful beings being kicked to pieces by themselves. At this moment, he finally no longer felt bored. However, Ji Shi had no idea that his precise calculations had completely released a monster. He only had one shot in his eyes at the moment. He vaguely remembered what Ma Lang and Lei Shi said just now. People who don't even dare to shoot are not worthy of being a striker. He is not a coward. At this time, Ma Lang had already caught up. He turned around and looked at Ji Shi with fierce eyes, and sneered, "A rookie who doesn't even dare to shoot at the goal. You brought the ball here to give it away. Give it to me." But Ji Shi didn't respond to him, and an astonishing aura seemed to burst out from his pupils. Suddenly stopped in place, before the horse wolf could buffer and stop his body. Ji Shi hooked the ball with one foot. After the ball flew to a certain height, he volleyed it directly in the air. Boom! The diameter of the ball rushed towards the upper left corner of the goal, scoring a goal. Ji Shi raised his left arm high, and after 2 seconds of silence, he shouted out. And all the players came running. At this moment, Ji Shi's eyes suddenly looked towards Ye Liangqiu, and he happened to meet that corrosive gaze. Most of his original excitement immediately dissipated. After all, his goal was equivalent to robbing Ye Liangqiu. Seeing Ye Liangqiu walking up to him, Ji Shi just wanted to apologize. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. Sure enough, only here can we create a real monster. Xiao Shi, you are very good. Did you predict that I would move on that shot just now? Ji Shi nodded blankly. He did not expect that Ye Liangqiu actually came to him not to ask for guilt, but to ask this question. Hey, Ji Shi won this point. Even if he stole the ball from you, so what? Is it the same as a goal? The young monk saw Ji Shi, a fellow sufferer, being approached by Ye Liangqiu, and thought it was because of the goal just now, although he was a little scared. But he rushed over immediately, his face a little arrogant. Ye Liangqiu didn't even look at him, but continued to ask, "You can predict my actions in advance because you rely on the feeling when you pass the ball to my feet at the beginning, right?" Ji Shi frowned, "You know." Although he didn't know what that feeling was, he really had a pair of eyes behind his back, as others said, and could always notice what was happening on the court. And in his state, he can easily judge where the ball will be passed. It's just that sometimes it exceeds your expectations. For example, he thought the ball would go to Lei Shi, but he didn't expect that it would eventually be snatched by Zhu Yuanxi. Very good ability. Ye Liangqiu praised, turned around with Ji Shi's doubts, but at the moment he turned around, his voice slowly sounded, "Ji Shi, if your next performance cannot be keeps me interested, then I will crush your dreams with my own hands." Ji Shi trembled all over, knowing that what came out of this guy's mouth was true. The young monk snorted coldly, "Who does this guy really think he is? Didn't I just score 2 goals? One day, let him see how powerful I am." However, this sentence was immediately interrupted. Chinjao Asahi checked his sneakers and said sarcastically, "You and he are not on the same level. If he becomes serious, what will happen to you? What did you say? Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, everyone also gathered around. Lei Shi's face was full of dissatisfaction, but he was obviously still a little unhappy about the ball being robbed. But when he saw Ji Shii snatching the ball away from Ye Liangqiu, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Of course, Qiushan and Qunqi looked at each other. Just now, this guy was still cursing. It's been so long since this game ended. Next, they only need to defend until the end of time, and they will defeat Team X. So for the next goal, we. Ji Shii continued without waiting. Feng Le shrugged, don't worry about defense. Even if we score a goal, our worst plan is just a draw. Instead of accepting a draw, why can't we create the miracle just now? Just like breaking Chu's ball once. Ji Shii smiled bitterly, please, I was just lucky with that shot just now. Luck is also a part of strength. Feng Le said with a smile. The god of country geared up, so we keep the status quo and continue to attack. I agree. Lei Shi was the first to raise his hand in agreement. He played so hard that every time he touched the ball, it was cut off by others or robbed. He desperately needed a ball to regain his love for football. Ha ha ha, laughing to death, although Lei Shi has a bad temper, it seems that there is nothing wrong with what this guy says. After all, these people are all selfish people, and they are not much better. Sparrow food, I can already imagine that if the meat from Lei Shi's mouth is still snatched away at the next goal, I'm afraid this guy will stand on the court and start spitting directly. Okay, then it's decided, I'll still use the same method in the next game. Ji Shii agreed. At this time, the whistle began to sound. Everyone returned to where they belonged. Team. In the end, this point will determine the final outcome. Yelang stood at the front of Team X and glanced at the score. 2:3. If he wants to win, he must at least score 2 goals in a short period of time, or score 1 goal to tie the game, otherwise he will be the one who has half a foot in the abyss. Thinking of this, the veins on his forehead popped out. All of you, when you get the ball, pass it to me. Chapter 16. At this time, Ye Liangqiu also heard a ding-dong sound in his mind, and there was a clear sound. The wanton madness on the court leads the evolution of the monsters. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at you. In this environment, there are only 2 options, success and failure. The main mission officially begins. Main Line 1, lead the existing team through difficulties and defeat the team in front of you. Reward? Substitute level. Main Line 2, crush the opponent's hopes with a strong attitude. Requirements, at least one person scores 5 goals. Reward? Professional level. Main Line 3, in any future football match, dominate the entire stadium, and even crush the dreams of geniuses. Requirement, achieve 3 consecutive victories. Reward, Eye of the Demon King. Ye Liangqiu licked his lips, this reward is really rich. He thought that the system in his body was just in a wait-and-see state, but he didn't expect that he would start to get to the point now. I told you there was such a thing. Then he doesn't have to play like this. However, it's not too late. And looking at the main mission, it's not that you will disappear after defeating a team, but you can get rewards every time you defeat a team, so that you don't have to work hard to save emotional points. The only thing that puzzled Ye Liangqiu was that since they were all rewards, there might be a penalty for failure. However, after a few seconds, the next ding-dong sound was not heard. At this time, the outside whistle sounded. Chu. It seems that your attention is a little distracted. Feng Le asked, standing on his left side. Ye Liangqiu came back to his senses, grinned, and said instead, Le, it seems you are planning to join forces with this group of people to deal with me. Feng Le shrugged, I didn't say union, I only care about who can shoot. Isn't that what you said yourself? The people who shoot on this pitch have a say. As he spoke, he smiled slyly, so, Chu, are you afraid that I will be snatched away by others? The smile on Ye Liangqiu's face gradually disappeared. He looked forward and licked the corners of his mouth. I have seen my own path to success. Ellie, if you can't keep up with me, eventually they will become eliminated in this game. The next second, Ye Liangqiu's figure rushed out. Ble followed closely behind. Nowadays, the war between Team X and Team Z is extremely fierce, and they seem to be fighting each other. The ball kept being passed around. On the other hand, in the monitoring room, Huixin Shiba was eating noodles and watching the disputes among the people with a smile on her lips. Isn't this a little too cruel? In a game where all forwards are playing, the process of everyone going from 0 to 1 is so crazy. What are you thinking, Huixin? Crazy? Hui Xin glanced at the assistant beside her. This is not crazy. Everyone on the court is a knight fighting for honor. In this pyramid known for its strength, this group of people need keep climbing. Every step will push countless people out. Those who fell down are the same when they try to climb up. Whether it's me, the current country, or the world, they will only stare at the person standing at the top. The assistant on the side sighed and said, no need to make so many excuses. Can you finish the noodles in your mouth first? As she spoke, she looked at the players on the screen who were passing the ball in various postures. By the way, Team Z is really awesome. Whether it's his own skills or his skilled movements, this guy's level is definitely not low. I seem to remember that this person wasn't on the list at first, was he? Hearing this, Xin Shiba raised his head and looked at the enlarged face on the screen. It was Ye Liangqiu. He smiled and said, list? I have said before that Blue Lock never accepts the weak. As long as you have this strength, I can find it. And this guy is one of them. Special guest, the assistant was confused. Huixin Shiba stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something in her eyes. On the court, the ball finally came to Lei Shi's feet. His eyes were like a guarding dog, always paying attention to the surrounding movements. Ha 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 ha. It's finally mine. Just the next second, the ball was kicked away from his feet. A little bit, want to play football? The little monk smiled slyly and kicked the ball towards the goal. However, at the same time, before he could react, one of the members of Team X blocked him directly and snatched the ball away with a hook of his legs. This is our only hope of victory. I can't give it to you, a bald A. As he accelerated violently, the little monk looked confused and cursed angrily. Not far away, Yelang was already waiting for this ball. Only if he gets this ball can this game get a perfect answer. Really? A light voice sounded, and Yelang's pupils widened. He saw a figure running out from behind him, and Ye Liangqiu seemed to be covered with a layer of black mist. Little wolf boy, I won't be polite with this ball. The player from Team X carrying the ball in front has not yet reacted. Ye Liangqiu had already arrived in front of him and snatched the ball away with lightning speed. His speed was astonishing, like a shovel truck sprinting in the center of the stadium. Almost all the people who stopped him were passed by him using his flexible body in an instant. The threatening force in him seemed to have enveloped the entire audience. Damn it! Stop him! Let him in, we will lose. The people in Team X were roaring. Yelang's pupils were filled with murderous intent, and he almost skinned Ye Liangqiu alive. But Ye Liangqiu ignored these glances. He only felt pleasure, very pleasure, and the curses danced in his mind like a stimulant. Looking at the goal that is so close. There was a bang sound. The ball draws a beautiful arc. Finally, it settled on the net and slid down little by little. Ye Liangqiu looked back at Yelang who had stopped in place, and said softly, game over, the crown has fallen, the king of the country has perished. Yelang clenched his fists and his pupils shrank violently. He stared at Ye Liangqiu and gritted his teeth, wondering what he was thinking. The whole place fell silent. I saw Ye Liangqiu starting to leave the venue alone. The score has also reached 4:2 at this moment. Obviously this game is over, and Team Z has its first victory. The next second, cheers erupted on the court. Of course, that is the speech of the winner. At this moment, Yelang said fiercely, "Next time, I will definitely crush you." Ye Liangqiu paused, "Really? I hope you can stand in front of me again before that." In the first game of Blue Prison Building 5, Team Z won 4-2. Chapter 17. In the lounge. Everyone was laughing, and the oppressive atmosphere just now had completely disappeared. Obviously the best conditioner is a win. As long as you win, even if you make some bad moves on the court, you will be forgiven. Of course, everyone is still a little confused about Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu wiped the water drops on his body and sighed that taking a cold bath after playing football was the most comfortable time. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 1*1. Reward obtained, speed, substitute level. In an instant, he felt as if his legs were contracting and expanding. This was because the muscles in his body were being rapidly repaired and strengthened. This feeling is very comfortable. But it was over soon. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think that if he was an all-rounder, proficient level, before coming here, then now he finally has the capital to fight those professional levels. After all, it's not like he doesn't know how terrifying those professional levels are. Even Ji Shii, who had continuously evolved to the last level, was still crushed when facing those monsters. This was the difference. "Qiu, do you want to go get something to eat?" At this time, Feng Le came over wiping his head. Ye Liangqiu opened his eyes, a little embarrassed to say, "Can you put your clothes on first?" Feng Le chuckled, "Isn't it just that you were exposed? I don't even care, what? Qiu, do you care?" Until a crisp ding-dong sound sounded. There was also a pleasant scream coming from a certain place. Ji Shii also said at the side, "I'll go too, do you mind?" Ye Liangqiu glanced at him and said, "Come if you want, I'm not a devil. Look at you like this, it seems like I am doing nothing to you." After playing this game, how could he not feel the atmosphere in the lounge? This group of people seems to have regarded themselves as powerful enemies. Only Ji Shii, a silly goose, dared to come and talk to him like this. Zhu Yuanxi also walked over, "I'm going too." Finally, in the cafeteria, the four of them sat looking at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. "Ha ha ha ha, why does it look more and more like a Shura field to me? I'm really going to laugh to death from Ji Bao. This guy is not like this when he is on the court. Why is everyone different off the court? They are all a group of wolves in sheep's clothing." In the silence, Feng Le went straight to the point and asked, "By the way, what do you think about Qiu's game? Knowing that doing this will make others more malicious towards you, which is likely to affect the next football match. Isn't there something wrong with doing this?" "What's wrong?" Ye Liangqiu bit into a piece of steak, "Did I do something wrong?" At this time, Ji Shii said directly, "The team is united. You should have known the process from 0 to 1. You were the only one who broke the deadlock at that time. But, why do we have to put the entire team in danger in such an extreme way? Enjoying excitement? Or fun?" Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly, "Since you understand everything, haven't you already guessed it? The coordination of our team is very poor. If you judge according to my opinion, as long as I am not in this team, you will probably have a clean sheet by that guy Marlin. That's what it is. However, in the face of this fact, your response to me is to play football on your own. Even using some dirty methods and various calculations, as long as they can score goals. But, I don't like this method of scoring goals, very much. Or disgusting." "Disgusting." Ji Shi was stunned, a little confused. It wasn't until he thought for a few seconds and looked at Ye Liangqiu that he understood the meaning. Are you disgusted with this kind of kicking? Ye Liangqiu nodded and slowly said, I don't care where you came from, or whether you came here with your own pride, but now that we are a team, we must do whatever it takes to win. Everyone has his or her own personality, just like the national god. He likes fair football games. And what I like is a game that makes me happy. Their way of playing seriously made me feel disgusted with football, so I plan to retaliate against you like this. Ji Shi's eyes twitched. It turned out that this guy was thinking like this. No wonder he made such an expression in the first half, no wonder. Isn't this a person with the reverse character of a national god? Feng Le, on the other hand, was used to it. Gee, maybe you don't know Qiu, but this guy could have won the championship in the football match a year ago, but in the end, this guy led the entire team to the runner-up. My previous coach called him a devil on the court. As he said that, he glanced at Ye Liangqiu, lowered his voice and approached Ji Shi. Actually, this is a bad comment. Qiu doesn't like others calling him the devil of the court. The two acted sneakily. Ye Liangqiu was too lazy to pay attention. He was paying attention to Zhu Yuanxi. Now that he came to the blue prison in such a strong manner, this guy was already willing to surrender. Maybe there will be no such thing as selling information in anime. This may be a good thing, after all, he can see that Zhu Yuanxi is just too eager to win, or maybe, he doesn't want to leave here and lose his football dream, so he uses whatever means necessary. After a full meal, everyone returned to the lounge. Others also came back from the cafeteria or the exercise room one after another. The screen lights up again. A painted heart appears on the screen. Dear Rough Stones, it seems that you are still a little excited after your first victory. You must have really started to understand Blue Prison. As he spoke, he waved with one hand. Your second game in Building 5 is over. Team V defeated Team Y 8-0. 8-0. The god of the country couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Isn't this pure crushing? Everyone also showed a surprised expression. Of course, except for a certain expression of excitement. Hui Xin continued, after experiencing this game, it seems that you should have understood what the process from 0 to 1 is. In football, everyone has a unique personal ability. Only when you put this scoring ability on the table and let everyone see it, they will move closer to you. This is the position that takes a striker from 1 to 100. It can be said that without this characteristic, many people would not be aware of their dedication, and football would not have evolved to this point. Huixin showed a weird smile and opened her arms. So you rough guys, do you think this is how football should be? Chapter 18. Hui Xin grinned and opened her arms. Destroy your previous consciousness and put everything you have on this scale. I believe you already know exactly what you want. Is it honor, or being a world-class striker? Everyone, think about it. Start thinking. Think about how to continue to win in the next game, pick up your own weapons, and finally crush your opponents. I look forward to your performance. The next second, the screen turns off. Everyone fell silent. No, what on earth is this guy talking about? Why can't I understand? Lei Shi scratched his head, speechless. What thinking, what balance? Ji Shi fell into thinking. Naturally, he came here to become stronger and join the national team, otherwise he would not have taken that step. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. Sure enough, the winners heard different quotes from the losers. Compared to the anime where Hui Xin directly told these people the key points of football, it seems to be more direct now. This was a revolution that changed the game of football. It also allows them to understand their own advantages and what the weapons are. The god of the nation stood up first. He touched his chin and said with some uncertainty, I probably understand what this guy meant just now. It is the personal ability that Ji Shi mentioned before. To put it clearly, it is our own weapon. Weapons. Lei Shi raised his eyebrows. You mean my gorgeous shooting skills? I didn't ask you. The god of the nation glanced at him and said, looking at Ye Liangqiu. He seemed to remember that this guy had said similar words to him before. Obviously, this guy should have understood the meaning a long time ago. Ji Shii also looked at Ye Liangqiu. Weapons. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, don't you understand what he said? Everyone has his or her own specialties. For example, this little shark just said that his shooting skills are very strong. This is his weapon. As he spoke, he pointed at Feng Le, who was lying on the ground snoring. The so-called weapon is your most outstanding ability. For example, Feng Le, his dribbling is very strong, so in the last game, he could often get the ball with his outstanding ability. This is personal ability. It's also the effect brought by the weapon. As for how you display your weapons on the court, that's your own business. I understand. Ji Shi raised his hand. What Hui Xinba means, let us clearly know the weapons of everyone here before, so that we can better cooperate in the next game. Ye Liangqiu did not shake his head or nod. Ji Shi's statement is not correct, nor is it completely wrong. Huixin is actually just a reminder. He must have observed the video and knows the current status of Team Z. That's why the reminder is given. After several exchanges. In order to carry out the next game better, it was originally supposed to be Zhu Yuanxi who made statistics, but it finally fell on Ji Shi's head. He looked at Ye Liangqiu. What is your weapon? Ji Shi was very curious. If his guess was correct, it should be a super long shot. After all, he had seen the last game, and with that one goal, he shouldn't have guessed wrong. As if Ye Liangqiu knew what he was thinking, he smiled and said, Speed. Speed. Ji Shi's hand holding the pen paused, a little dumbfounded. Aren't you a very good shot? Why do you say it's speed? Ye Liangqiu tilted his head. Who told you that I have a strong shooting ability? That's just a basic skill. For a moment, everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu with wide eyes, as if to say, are you kidding me? Fixed-point ultra-long shots are not strong, but there are only 2 people on the field who can reach that far. This is not his strongest weapon? What kind of international joke are you kidding? Naruhaya Asahi got straight to the point and asked, we are also doing better tactical allocation for the next game, please don't make a fuss, okay? There seemed to be some fear in his tone. Ye Liangqiu looked at him and smiled, am I not joking? I said that is really not my weapon. My weapon is speed, power, and dominance on the court. Who told you? A person can only have one weapon. Isn't that unfair? Yes, everyone has a special weapon, and this weapon will make players like a fish in water, but it never means that a person can only have such a special weapon. In Ye Liangqiu's eyes, as long as this game continues, one day, he will get the weapons that these players dream of. Saying that, Ye Liangqiu sat up and said, the moment a player knows his weapons, he should know where the upper limit of his weapons is. The summary of weapons can be collectively referred to as human advantages. I'm not mocking those of you sitting here. It's saying that no one necessarily has only one weapon. Some people even don't know their weapons, and some are just hexagonal warriors. Can you tell what their weapons are? So don't have such a big reaction. Weapons are just the one thing you think you are most powerful about, but I think I am powerful in every one of them. Endless silence. Why does it seem that the more I look at this guy, the more he seems to be showing off? It was difficult for Ji Shii who was filling in the information, so he finally wrote down the weapon that Ye Liangqiu just said. Suddenly, he thought, it seems like his weapons haven't been written yet, right? After hearing so many weapons, it seems that only his weapon is special. Spatial perception? Ji Shi looked at everyone and asked if he didn't understand. After hearing his description, everyone didn't understand what it meant. After all, the world in his eyes may only be understood by Ye Liangqiu. After jumping over Ji Shii himself, he looked at Chikiri who was sitting in the corner like a young lady. What is your weapon? Qunqi looked unconcerned. Me? I know, but I don't want to say it, so don't ask me. Rejected 3 times in a row. Lei Shi couldn't help but rudely said, don't worry about this willful queen. This guy is just a handyman on the field anyway. Ji Shii was silent. In the end, he didn't embarrass Jianqi and sat down again. In short, powerful weapons are what us forwards must have. After knowing clearly the weapons of our teammates, we can better allocate positions. Then for the next game, how about the positions are arranged like this? Ye Liangqiu serves as the center forward, and the national god is the left forward. Chapter 19. Relying on Ji Shii who had been observing the movements on the entire court before, he quickly assigned everyone's positions, except for the goalkeeper, which was difficult to choose. One is Kamaru, and the other is Eamon who has been in charge before. In the end, I chose Yuan. After all, this guy's weapon is his jumping power. At least Eamon is much better as a guard. Before, everyone just shot at him. After such a serious screening, I am quite satisfied with the location allocation. Except for a certain guy who was already asleep, everyone already knew where they were going to play. At this time, Zhuyan Wataru said, everyone has his or her own weapon, but each weapon may not be usable in the arena. The focus should be on how to make full use of this weapon. Bringing weapons onto the court. There is no problem in distributing it this way. However, overall it is still a mess. Everyone looked at him. Lei Shi was obviously a little resentful. After all, in the last game, this guy stole his ball. On the other hand, Ji Shii touched his chin and looked at the sketch he had drawn. That's indeed the case. There doesn't seem to be any problem with our configuration, but the biggest problem has always been there, that is, we are all forwards. If it's like the last game, everyone can attack as they please. I'm afraid the ending will be as inextricable as the last game. Even losing the game. Do you have any suggestions? Ji Shii looked at Zhu Yuanqi. In fact, he had known for a long time that this guy had a good mind, otherwise he would not have immediately defected to Ye Liangqiu when the team was at a disadvantage. Just because he wants to win. Zhu Yuanqi touched his chin and thought for a few seconds, otherwise, you can let me allocate positions. Ji Shii handed over the notebook. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhu Yuansheng began to draw in his notebook, obviously falling into a tactical arrangement. Until a while later, Zhu Yuanqi raised his head and said, I call this tactic it's my turn. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but complain about good soil in his heart. Ha 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 ha, genius, it turns out the real genius of naming is here. Who put this guy in the literary world in the first place? I firmly oppose it. It's not long before the next game. On the training ground, everyone played football according to the tactics that had just been laid out. It seems that after having a commander, there is less internal strife among the entire team. Of course, except for Lei Shi who likes to compete with the national god for the ball, everyone else is keeping to themselves. It's so boring. Ye Liangqiu was lying on the lawn with a headache. He wished he could start the football match right now. Only then could he find pleasure. It can also become stronger. Instead of wasting time on training. At this time, Ji Shii sat next to Ye Liangqiu and asked, you don't recommend that I sit here? Ye Liangqiu glanced at Ji Shii's preoccupied look and smiled, it's up to you. But it seems like you came to me with a problem, right? After pondering for a few seconds, Ji Shii nodded, I want to ask you what you think of your own abilities. During the last ball, you seem to have told me that I stole the ball from you with my own ability. You should know something, so I wanted to ask you. Prize. Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes slightly and responded directly. Prize. Ji Shii didn't react for a moment. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, you don't want to get anything from me for free, do you? Then you'd better leave as soon as possible. Ji Shii remained silent, I have nothing to give you. After all, his food here is natto every day. He can't give it to him when he becomes stronger in the future, or give him money by making a big pie out of it. Ye Liangqiu thought for a few seconds, I have an idea. As long as you agree, how about I tell you? What do you think? Ji Shii always had a bad feeling when he looked at Ye Liangqiu. Give me support. Hearing this, Ji Shii's eyes widened. It was already obvious that he wanted to play support, which was to let him pass the ball. Just when he was about to refuse, Ji Shii suddenly thought of the self-confidence he had when he first entered this prison, but now his self-confidence has been destroyed bit by bit. He was very unwilling, and he didn't want to leave without learning anything. Ji Shii clenched his fists, okay. I can assist you, but only in the next game. After all, Ye Liangqiu just told him about the weapon. It's enough to save face by helping him. Ye Liangqiu sat up, looked at Ji Shii with scarlet pupils, and teased, it seems you are quite well behaved. But I quite like it. Have you ever heard of a saying? There is more to human sight than just eyes, but the information you want to see in the world can only pass through your eyes. What do you mean? Ji Shii didn't understand. Ye Liangqiu continued, your weapon is spatial perception, or information. Through constant peripheral observation, your eyes transmit the information on the entire court to your head. In the end, an information chain is formed, and the end of the information chain is the goal. You were able to intercept my ball before because you relied on the information to predict the direction of the ball. Do you understand? Ji Shii's brain was running rapidly. This sentence seemed to open up a new world. This was indeed how he felt at the time. He had an unobstructed view of the entire stadium. So was that pass. It's like he can feel which direction is 100% sure to score. Is this information? Information emanates from the court, allowing him to continuously combine the formulas for scoring goals, and finally find the answer to scoring goals. This is my ability. Spatial perception. At this time, Ye Liangqiu interrupted his thinking, don't think so much. Weapons need to be practiced, and they cannot be used on the court overnight. Especially you, a newbie on the court. Ji Shii smiled awkwardly, he had nothing to refute. Maybe in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, he is indeed a rookie. After a moment of silence, Ji Shii couldn't help but ask, by the way, Ye Liangqiu, why are you here? I heard from Feng Le that you are very powerful and can participate in the national team qualifiers with your own strength. Instead of coming here, and competing with the rest of us for a spot to get in. Ye Liangqiu lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes, does becoming stronger count? Chapter 20. I came here to find pleasure and to become stronger, not to play role-playing games on this court with a bunch of losers who don't even know how to kick a ball. Ye Liangqiu said very calmly. Everyone has a dream, including you and me. As for why I didn't go to the national team qualifiers, that's because I know the gap between me and those monsters. I'm very weak, so weak that I'm just a decent toy in the hands of some players. As he said that, Ye Liangqiu grinned and continued indifferently, Xiao Shii, there are people in this world, and there is a world outside the sky. If I can't even feel the difference, maybe I'm not even qualified to step into that stadium. For this reason, only by becoming stronger can you get a glimpse of those monsters. I have a message for you. Genius is just the threshold for meeting those monsters. Ji Shii's pupils shrank, and the blood in his body seemed to be flowing backwards because of these few words. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is genius just the ticket? Then, am I a genius? Since he came here, he has experienced countless blows, and he can see everyone's strength. However, a monster as strong as Ye Liangqiu can actually say that he is weak. What about himself? Just a slime among monsters? When Ji Shi came to his senses, he realized that Ye Liangqiu, who had been lying next to him just now, had stood up and continued training. He looked at Ye Liangqiu's back and couldn't help but murmured thank you softly. As a few days of training come to an end, the second game for Team Z is about to begin. In the lounge, everyone is still thinking over and over again about the tactics for the next game. Did you listen? Zhu Yuanxi looked at Feng Le helplessly. Forget it, why don't you just go to sleep? Anyway, when the game starts tomorrow, you should know where your position is. Feng Le tilted her head. I know. I just want to ask, are the next games determined to be distributed in this way? I think the focus should be on players who can score goals, instead of wasting time on transposition. At this time, Ji Shi said, this is to better display our weapons, and also to increase our previous cooperation and scoring ability. Changing positions is just a process, and it also allows everyone to enjoy the treatment of a forward. I think it's pretty good. Feng Le looked at Ye Liangqiu. Chu, what do you think? I don't care. Ye Liangqiu shrugged. The so-called tactics are equivalent to the rotation mechanism of volleyball. Everyone may stand in the forward position. This can not only satisfy everyone, but also maximize the display of weapons. But it also has a fatal flaw. For example, Ye Liangqiu Ming could crush him with his strength, but he was assigned to defend from behind. If it were during a game, I'm afraid the coach would have to scold her. Hearing Ye Liangqiu say these words, Zhu Yuanxi visibly stiffened. He understood this man's unreasonableness very well. If he was unwilling to use this tactic, I'm afraid the entire team would fall into chaos again. Everyone else also looked at Ye Liangqiu. It's hard to believe that this guy started thinking about the team. Ye Liangqiu looked at the crowd and said, don't worry, I'm quite interested in this tactic. As long as the situation like the first game doesn't happen where people are grabbing the ball everywhere, I will play by myself. Of course, the premise is that you don't cause any trouble for me. That scarlet gaze seemed to have a hint of murderous intent. The little monk swallowed subconsciously. He had already imagined that if he grabbed the ball like the last game, he was afraid that Ye Liangqiu would kill himself. Zhu Yuanxi said, that's it, the tactical allocation will be based on the previous one. One rotation for every goal scored. The same goes for goals scored from the opposite side. Until the game officially started the next day. Team Y versus Team Z. Players from the two teams met on the court. The little monk geared up and grinned, I thought we were fighting Team V. I didn't expect to be playing against a team that had 0 shutouts. It looks like we will win. That's not necessarily true. Ji Shi stared at the players across from him. The first game was just a process from 0 to 1. Now, no matter the losing team or the winning team, they are all teams that have changed drastically. With strength and teamwork, it will definitely not be as chaotic as the first game. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, it seems that last night, Xiao Xi, you watched the videotape many times. Ji Shi nodded and touched his chin. Their team was crushed by Team V. In the early stage, they basically fought for the ball like us, but they started to unite later. If it wasn't for lack of time, at least I could score a goal. So the current Team Y may not be the same as what was seen on the tape. And the most important thing is that Team Y is already standing on the edge of the cliff. If they lose this game, it will be equivalent to entering the elimination group. They are a wounded beast now. It is also the time when the combat effectiveness is strongest. Ye Liangqiu also looked at Erzi, who was unknown among the crowd. As someone who knew everything, he naturally knew the most effective way to deal with this team. But there was no way he could tell. As for how to enjoy this game, he has already thought about what to do next. Remember what I said before. In this game, you are my assistant. Ji Shi nodded, he would not break his promise. Feng Le seemed to have heard what the two of them were whispering, so she stepped forward and asked, "Qiu, what are you talking about? Can you add me?" Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at him. Qianwataru also stood up at this time. "We need to pay attention to number 9 on the opposite side. He has very strong shooting skills and is also the scoring leader in the Kumamoto Prefecture competition, Okawa Hibiki. We need to keep the ball out of his hands as much as possible. This will also greatly increase the probability of winning." The young monk looked surprised. "Ah? Have you studied this?" Zhu Yuanqi smiled and said, "Before the game starts, you need to have enough information. Otherwise, if you don't even know the opponent's information when you go on the court, why are you talking about playing football?" The young monk applauded unconsciously, "As expected of you." On the other hand, other people were a little speechless when they saw these two guys. "Can't they speak a little lower? Are you afraid that the other party won't hear you?" However, the other side was also staring at them closely at the moment. Chapter 21. The Devil of the Stadium, Ye Liangqiu. There is also Biluai who is extremely flexible in dribbling. Although I have heard of their names a long time ago, this is also the first time I have played against them. Okawa Hibiki looked at Ye Liangqiu Naruo with a solemn face. Yuruao smiled and felt a burst of pressure. The companions on the side were a little puzzled. "The king of stadium." Okawa Hibiki nodded. "It is rumored that this guy's strength in the game scares the entire team, and many players even dare not play with him. That's why the title spread. I have watched many of his games and he is very strong, especially in shooting." All the team members fell into silence. Being able to let Okawa Hibiki say that his shooting is very good has already made them feel the pressure. After all, Okawa Hibiki is a player who is proficient in shooting, and even he is starting to feel a little unconfident. At this time, Usse came out and said slowly, "Don't start fantasizing about losing before you start playing football. How can you know whether you can win if you haven't played before? Come on, try to win this game." In an instant, Team Y, which had been a little decadent just now, regrouped. Usse smiled slightly and looked at Ye Liangqiu's tall figure, "The Demon King of the Stadium. I hope this title is really what others say, otherwise I will be very disappointed." The atmosphere in Team Z is obviously much better. Everyone was talking and laughing. After all, they had already won a victory, unlike the other side who walked to the edge of the cliff. On the court, Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and looked up at the ceiling, like a believer praying. With a whistle, the game begins. In the tactics, he was the first to touch the ball. The next second, his figure rushed out. Okawa Hibiki's pupils shrank violently. What kind of monster speed? Before this, he had observed the last game of Team Z. He knew that Ye Liangqiu was very strong, but only on the real playing field could he clearly feel the strong sense of oppression. "I absolutely can't defend myself. Damn it!" Immediately, he reacted and shouted to the players on the side to intercept. Ye Liangqiu showed a successful smile, suddenly paused, and passed the ball. It was Feng Li who caught the ball. He had already been waiting for the ball to arrive. Ji Shii was running on the side court, always paying attention to the changes on the court, and he couldn't help but make silent calculations in his heart. Feng Li's weapon is dribbling. Ye Liangqiu's weapon is speed and strength. The cooperation between the two of them is Feng Li's lone wolf attitude to break through to the place within his ability, ultimately getting the ball out. Relying on Ye Liangqiu's super long shot to score a goal. Now everything is developing as expected. Ji Shii clearly knew that this tactic was not something mentioned in the previous assignment, but something that could only be accomplished with absolutely powerful weapons. In other words, this first goal was just a disincentive they gave Team Y. Just to lower morale. Feng Li's smile became more and more rampant. "Are there only two people stopping me? Then I will pass you all. More than that." At this time, Urtzi's voice suddenly sounded, "I have studied your dribbling thoroughly. If I guess correctly, your next move should be to pass the ball to the court demon, right? Feng Le was stunned and looked at Erzi beside him, but he didn't panic. Really? Are you sure you have guessed everything? At the moment Erzi wanted to grab the ball. Feng Le kicked the ball directly behind with his heel. And that location is exactly Ji Shii. That's right, all the tactics have been played over and over in my mind. The so-called egoistic approach is just the bait in this tactic. The only real goal is to score goals. Ji Shii got the ball directly without any hindrance. Through his analysis of the field, he already knew the opponent's thoughts. If my guess is not wrong, you should be there. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked away. In everyone's sight, Ye Liangqiu arrived in the penalty area after passing the first ball. He seemed to have been waiting for the ball to arrive. While the ball was still flying, Ye Liangqiu volleyed directly in place. In an instant, only a boom sound was heard. The score on the big screen came to 0:1. Good pass, Xiao Xi. Ye Liangqiu grinned. He knew that the ball would be safely escorted to him for no other reason than the cooperation between Feng Le and Ji Shii. Damn it! Okawa Hibiki cursed secretly. He knew that the opponent had a tactic, but he didn't expect that this tactic relied solely on strength to break through. Erzi walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we just didn't guard this shot. The next goal is not guaranteed. Feng Le, who was walking back, looked back at Erzi and said in a low voice, the boy with bangs just now seemed to know our tactics. If Ji Shii wasn't behind him, I'm afraid the ball would have been blocked. But, it's all thanks to you, Ji Shii. I didn't expect you to be able to observe so carefully. Ji Shii scratched his head in embarrassment. I just observed the information on the field and made a judgment. This is all thanks to the method Ye Liangqiu told me before. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, don't shirk it. Strength is strength. There is nothing to be modest about. Wherever you can go, it means that you have begun to know how to use your own weapons. But, it seems there is someone similar to you on the opposite side. Are you talking about the boy with bangs? Ji Shii frowned slightly, of course he knew what he meant. Ye Liangqiu nodded, it's not that our tactics have been seen through, but that guy is anticipating our actions and making up for it, just like what you did just now. He also has spatial awareness. Ji Shii's thoughts seemed to pause for a second, and he still felt an inexplicable fear about others having the same ability as himself. After all, before this, he had always thought that this ability was his own unique weapon. This weapon will place itself alongside those monsters and geniuses. Unexpectedly, in the second game, I met a guy with the same weapon as myself. Don't worry. At this time, Ye Liangqiu rarely said a word of comfort. He smiled, Xiao Xi, there is no absolute unique thing in this world. Weapons are always just weapons. Only those who use the weapons can control the trends on the court. Chapter 22. Ji Shii quickly came to his senses. That's right. There are almost no unique abilities in this world, and it's something to be thankful for when someone with the same weapon as him appears on the other side. Explanation: this is talent. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, maybe Ji Shii now doesn't understand the value of his own weapons at all. These are weapons that many top athletes on the court should have. On this court, everyone needs to hone their weapons to the extreme in order to stand out. After all, just like shooting, passing, physical strength, speed, there is no way of knowing how many players in the world are better than myself. If you are confused even if your opponent has the same weapon as you, there is no need to play football at all. Ji Shii, who had relieved his inner demons, quickly returned to his normal state. He wiped the sweat from his chin and showed a smile, it's great that I'm here. Okay? Just remember to pass the ball to me. At this time, Ye Liangqiu said unexpectedly. Ji Shii stiffened and smiled bitterly. As the whistle sounded at once. This time it was Feng Le who was dribbling the ball. He looked at the double team on the opposite side without any panic, and his eyes were even full of excitement. Are you here again? It's exactly what Chu said, you have the ability to predict. On the court, there was still no flaw in the opponent's defense. Even Feng Le was struggling like a mouse at this time, with his abilities being crazily restricted. Can only pass the ball out. After receiving the ball, the national god raised his eyebrows. His weapon is shooting, but he is still in the midfield. He still has some distance to reach his golden shooting area. And he saw the people who were outflanking him. He passed the ball directly to Lei Shi. Lei Shi laughed wildly after receiving the ball, ha ha ha, it seems you don't want to score. Then let me do it. I saw him rushing forward crazily with the ball. No. This won't work. Zhu Yuanxi shouted, as if he saw something, Lei Shi, pass the ball out. When Ye Liangqiu saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up. Their tactics were changed to one goal one change in the previous meeting, but on the court, anyone can attack. After all, just score. But facing this strategy, I believe that the opponents have half a foot in the abyss. The players have also seen it. After all, every team is under Huixin's attention. Of course, what they can know, these people also know. The next second, just as Lei Shi had stepped into the penalty area, the opposing teams looked at each other and started running as if they were in sync with one another. There was a bang sound. The ball at Lei Shi's feet was shot directly. However, he was not caught by a figure. Usse smiled and said, "It seems that your shot is not as scary as that of the court demon." At the next moment, Usse, who got the ball, looked in a certain direction. In the midfield, Okawa Hibiki was already running towards the penalty area. The second son passed the ball directly. On the passing route, Team Z just showed a gap. Ji Shiai's pupils widened, and he knew, it turned out to be this. This guy had the same prediction ability as himself, and their tactics were originally from defense to offense. Because he knows his own offensive team very well. So, understand that everyone wants to express themselves, and this gives them an opportunity. It's finally here. I'm almost bored to death. Okawa Hibiki grinned and looked at the flying ball. Usse also made a gesture like a telescope, leave it to you, Okawa-san. With my weapons, even the court demon you fear, can also help you clear your obstacles. Quick, quick, get back on defense. Zhu Yuanxi seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking, and had been shouting before. Ah, are we being plotted against? Feng Le scratched his head and looked at Ye Liangqiu standing aside. Neither of them made any next move. Obviously this goal has nothing to do with the two of them. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes burst out with a hint of disdain, it's not about calculation, it's just a little trick. I didn't expect that the opponent would be able to remain calm in the face of danger in such a situation. Sure enough, a player with spatial awareness. He is the hero I least like to deal with. Brave. Feng Le said with a smile, so how do you plan to deal with these slimes in this game? Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, crush it. At this time, in the restricted area, Okawa Hibiki sneered, it's impossible to guard against it. He has now stepped into the penalty area. As long as he finds the right angle, he can shoot the ball. The next second, the ball at his feet shot out like a cannonball, shooting straight into the net. Even Yamura didn't stop him. The score came to 1:1. Okawa Hibiki raised his hands and showed a victorious smile. After all, he is also the leading scorer. Although he was hit hard in this game, he definitely didn't make a mistake when he shouldn't have missed the ball. Usse also stepped forward and said, great job. On the other hand, everyone in Team Z gathered together, discussed for a few minutes, and then returned to their positions on the court. Ye Liangqiu's eyes met Urtzi's eyes under the bangs, and there seemed to be an aura between them. Who is the prey? This time it was Team Z that kicked off because of the rotation system. The ball came to the feet of the national god. Ye Liangqiu was very close to him. The moment he passed him, he said softly, "If you feel that your weapon is too weak, you might as well think in another way. Abandoning teammates is not a good option." The god of country's pupil shrank. "I know. You don't need to teach me." The next moment, he passed the ball. Although they were fighting around him, he always felt a pressure on him, as if he was trying to do everything in front of a more powerful person. After receiving the ball, Ji Shi kept looking around. He knows that the other party has the ability to predict with himself. If he wants to break this prediction, an unconventional force must appear, that is, an existence that cannot be predicted. However, if you want to be unpredictable, there is only one way. A variety of weapons. The opposing team has watched the video of their own team. They should have already understood the general situation of Team Z, and even figured out what our weapons are. Now only the unknown can break through this barrier. Suddenly, he remembered Ye Liangqiu's previous words in his mind, people do not necessarily have only one kind of weapon. He gradually understood the meaning. There was a bang sound. He kicked the ball in front of Ye Liangqiu. Ji Shi showed a fierce look, "So, Lord Demon King, you should have a lot of weapons, right? Why don't you show it and take a look, isn't it a bit too much?" Chapter 23. Seeing the flying ball, Ye Liangqiu couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha ha. It seems that Xiao Shi, you are indeed a very good assistant. In that case, it's time for me to show my true strength. Otherwise, these brave men will really be looked down upon." At this moment, it was as if a dark mist appeared on his body and enveloped him, and the scarlet eyes in his pupils kept flashing in the darkness. In an instant, his figure rushed out. Crazy fast. The player in front of him didn't even react. He only heard the words "you idiot, don't take the lead" and was easily passed by. The second son did not expect this sudden change. To be precise, he watched the video and always thought that Ye Liangqiu's shooting skills were very good. However, at this moment, he was stunned for a second. This speed, terrifying, just like a cheetah. This further illustrates that this court demon did not use his full strength at all in the last game. Damn it! Usse gritted his teeth and quickly returned to defense. He knew that if he could not prevent this goal, the entire team would fall into a sluggish state, which he would never allow. However, with several people coming to defend themselves, Ye Liangqiu felt that all the cells in his body were trembling. His eyes were fixed on the players blocking him in front of him. His body was quickly adjusting. He passed one person with a cow's tail. Then in this rapid state, came a Marseille pirouette directly connected two people. At this moment, he has reached his own golden angle. There was a bang sound. With this powerful volley, the ball was like a bullet. It hit the goal so fast that no one could react. Ye Liangqiu looked back at Usse who had paused in place, and showed a meaningful smile. "Prejudgment? Did I ask you to predict it? In a crushing posture, can the limit of your prediction be faster than the speed at which I can score a goal? Let's go home and practice, slime." Urtse's pupils dilated, and a sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart, as if he had returned to the despair he felt when facing Team V in the previous game. This person is just like the monster from the previous game. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth and wondering what he was thinking. Not only was he shocked, everyone else on the court except Feng Le fell into silence, and even the cheers stopped abruptly. Ji Shi's pupils dilated. Sure enough, the person who can say those words before is absolutely powerful and terrifying. As expected of you, Qiu. Feng Le grinned widely. How about you let me score the next goal? We can't let you take the spotlight in every game, right? He wasn't surprised at all, he was used to this kind of thing. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at him. Okay, as long as you don't give the ball away. Okawa Hibiki walked up to Usse and asked, "Are you okay?" Did that guy say something to you just now? Usse shook his head and wiped his sweat. This won't work. Just guarding. If we can't find a flaw, our ending will be exactly the same as the last game. There is a variable on the other side that cannot be ignored. I can't predict it. At least 2 people must mark him, and he cannot touch the ball. Okawa Hibiki looked at Futoko's solemn expression and asked, change tactics. Usse was silent for a few seconds. It can't be changed. If it is changed, we will completely lose the opportunity. At least now it seems that our tactics are effective, as long as we can score. The main thing to watch is the king of the pitch. We must not let him get the ball. Okay. Okawa Hibiki nodded, then looked at the teammates around him to greet them, and held a second discussion. While they were discussing, naturally Team Z was also discussing. Aren't you playing according to tactics? The last round was the match for the god of the nation. We should fully assist him, the young monk said to fight the injustice. He saw Ji Shii pass the ball to Ye Liangqiu, which was obviously not part of the tactics. However, the god of the country interrupted him, with a very calm look in his eyes. I passed the ball, then Ji Shii can pass the ball to anyone, as long as he scores a goal. How can that be done? Asahi Chinzeo was also a little resentful. The rotation system we agreed on, if this continues, won't it be the same as the last game? At this time, Ye Liangqiu shrugged and said, the ball comes to my feet. I have to kick it, right? Besides, isn't this a point? If I pass the ball out, can you guarantee that you will get the point 100%? The 2 boys were immediately speechless. Zhu Yuansheng stood up. He knew that the tactics he had discussed before could not be messed up. Once they were messed up, he might not be able to parry the opponent's attack. Well, the tactics are still the same as before. Let's change the way and do it according to time. Change every 10 minutes. Goal and change. This way everyone has the opportunity to be the core. Ye Liangqiu saw everyone staring at him and waved his hands quickly. Don't everyone look at me, I have no objection. Zhu Yuanshi nodded, that's it. For this tactic, balance is naturally needed, but if you want to achieve true balance, you need to hide your selfishness. However, in this egoistic game, how can the players not reveal their selfishness? Ye Liangqiu smiled, maybe because he thought these people were a little naive. Of course, he also means what he says. Since it is a tactic, he will cooperate with it. Anyway, the score is now 1:2, and they have a big advantage. Soon, the whistle sounded. The kicker is from the opposite side. Urtzi's eyes were fixed on Ye Liangqiu, and he deliberately passed the ball to the player on the left. Only in this way could he avoid this court demon. In their discussion just now, the tactics remained unchanged. The only thing that needs to change is to block Ye Liangqiu's goal route and continue to apply pressure. Ye Liangqiu naturally saw the little tricks of this group of people, and couldn't help but smile scornfully. There's no need to take action, right? Didn't I just score 2 goals? The players in front of him were under pressure. As the game continues. In the monitoring room, Huixin also watched with interest. Have you all begun to use your own weapons proficiently? But, this is far from enough. Li on the side couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I still don't understand, are any of those things you said before normal? Are these players sure they understand what it means? The corner of Huixin's lips curled up. If your own weapons need to evolve, you must go through learning and break through yourself. Understanding is also part of it. Information is often understood by people, rather than force indoctrination. Chapter 24. So, rough stones, what kind of brilliance will you shine? Watch the players on the court fighting for the ball. Ye Liangqiu's pupils reflected an excellent goal-scoring route, but he suppressed this thought and couldn't help but whisper softly, the game for self-interested people has just begun. Chaos, what I want is chaos. Only in this way, can you expose the desire among players? As he said that, he looked at the sweaty Urtzi and Okawa Hibiki, and smiled contemptuously. You cannot usher in evolution if you stick to your own principles and the rules of the team. If you continue like this, you won't even be able to create pleasure for me. Release the desires in your hearts. Get the ball. A devilish whisper echoed in my mind. Urtzi gritted his teeth. Compared to dealing with Team V in the previous game, the pressure placed on him by Team Z came from Ye Liangqiu, which also caused the entire team to fall into a passive defense. The original tactic was to defend absolutely after scoring a point. Just keep the score and gain the advantage until the end of the game. This game is over. However, everything was broken by this man. Damn, what should I do? Is this game going to be destroyed by monsters like the last game? The unwillingness in Urtzi's eyes is heavier than anyone else's. He is the core of the entire team, and he clearly understands how disadvantaged the team is now. At this time, the ball suddenly passed in front of him. His confused thoughts caused him to be a little distracted. He had the ball in his hands, but he didn't know who to pass it to. He looked at the players who were running towards him, and then at Hibiki Okawa who was already heading towards the goal. He gritted his teeth and finally kicked out. Leave it to you, Okawa-san. We must score, this may be our team's last hope. However, at the next moment, his hope was shattered like a bubble. Kuonwataru leaped high and intercepted the ball flying toward Okawa Hibiki with a header. Without waiting for Urtzi to react, the ball flew out again and passed directly to Lei Shi. Ha 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 ha, it's Thunder Market time next. Help me open up the opponent's defense. It's up to me to score this point. Hearing this, everyone in Team Z began to sprint forward. Urtzi froze on the spot, his mind in confusion, but he had no time to think, so he could only subconsciously defend himself. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's figure passed by him, and a faint voice reached his ears. Slime, do you want to evolve and become a more advanced existence? Abandon the original style of play. Urtzi's pupils shrank, his face looking ferocious. It's a pity that Ye Liangqiu is already heading towards the goal. Because of the heavy defense against Ye Liangqiu, the entire Y team became more and more disorganized. The offensive players were like a fish in water, each using their own weapons to make a fool of this group of people. Even the little monk and Lei Shi can easily reach the restricted area. Ha 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 ha, it's finally my turn. Lei Shi laughed wildly and shot the ball at his feet. However, I don't know if I am too proud or too excited. The ball actually hit the edge of the goal and bounced out. An excellent opportunity for the ball, the little monk grinned, and the moment the ball hit the ground, a sliding shovel rushed over. But the ball was not tackled by him. A black shadow came to the goal at some point. Okawa Hibiki gasped for breath and roared, I'm the scoring champion. The next moment, the ball was kicked out of bounds. Gained valuable breathing space for Team Y. Zhu Yuanxi wiped his sweat and muttered with a little pity, it's okay, it's okay. It's just one goal, the next goal will definitely be scored. But Lei Shi yelled, I shot it wrong. Sorry, sorry. The little monk's eyes twitched, that's why I told you not to get too excited. Isn't it just to get a ball? What did you say? Lei Shi looked at him. At this time, the first half of the game ended and the rest time entered. In the lounge, everyone drank water, and no one discussed the goal they conceded just now. After all, they had a big advantage now, but Lei Shi still blamed himself a little. At this time, Zhu Yuanxi suddenly asked, what do you think of Team Y? I always feel like the opponent is anticipating our actions, the previous goal was a bit weird. Although it is a big advantage, it still needs to be discussed. After all, the outcome of this football match has not yet been decided, and nothing is known yet. It's the boy with bangs. Feng Li raised his hand and said, that guy has been staring at me and Chu, and he won't even let us touch the ball, even if it means a player fouls. As Feng Le, who has the best passing and dribbling skills, he can certainly feel the white team's targeting. Ye Liangqiu was even more deeply touched. After all, there were always two people guarding him in front of him. So in the last game, no one passed the ball to him. It's the ability to perceive space. At this time, Ji Shii raised his head and said, "The boy with bangs has the same ability as me. He can make accurate passes and predict by overlooking the movements of the whole field, and his weapons seem to more skilled than me. That's why, every time we attack, he can defend clearly." What the hell is spatial perception? Lei Shi frowned. Is this a weapon? Ji Shii explained, well, spatial perception means being able to overlook the entire stadium through the brain, roughly counting the information on the stadium, and finally forming an information chain in the mind. Just find the path to goal in the information chain. You can clearly know the movements of all players. Ah! The little monk held his head. Isn't this a little too perverted? Also, Ji Shii, didn't you tell me that we would be salted fish together? Ji Shii shook his head. My weapon is not strong and I need to rely heavily on my teammates. Moreover, this weapon has a fatal flaw. That is the inability to predict the existence of the unknown. That is, processing an unknown piece of information. As he said that, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. A person does not necessarily have only one kind of weapon, especially when facing an unknown opponent. My ability needs to make judgments and collect information. Otherwise this kind of prediction has no effect at all. On the contrary, it will become a breakthrough. Although the national god said before that just scoring a goal is enough, he may still have a little resentment in his heart, and he immediately remembered the scene of the last goal. Is this why you passed that ball to Ye Liangqiu? Chapter 25. Ji Shii nodded and apologized. I know it's wrong to break the tactics, but that's why we want to get more information. Besides, Ye Liangqiu also said before that he has many weapons. That's why I passed the ball to him. Ye Liangqiu listened on the side and smiled. It was exactly as he thought. Ever since Ji Shii learned about the wonderful use of spatial perception ability, he had begun to deliberately use himself as a puppet to control on the court. Any prediction has a trajectory. Only by cutting off one of these trajectories can one jump out of the chessboard. Treat me as a knife in your hand, Ji Shii. Aren't you afraid of backlash? So your previous action was just to give it a try. The God of Nations raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Shii, with a hint of anger in his tone. After all, the core of that scene was him, not Ye Liangqiu. I didn't expect Ji Shii to be so bold. Sorry. Ji Shii apologized again and again, but his eyes were full of determination. Regarding the use of his own weapons, he did ruin his tactics, but it was obvious that he still got the perfect answer. Because of his pass, the team scored a point. And he completely understood a truth. Only those who break the rules on this court can survive. Stop arguing, so what do you think of Team Y? Zhu Yuanxi asked. The god of country snorted coldly and sat down. Ji Shii touched his chin and thought for a few seconds. The two most dangerous people on the opposite side should be Bang Boy and Okawa Hibiki. As long as we restrain these two people, the victory of this game will be ours. And I've already figured out their tactics. The defense turns to offense. Once they get the ball, there is an 80% probability that the Bangs boy will pass the ball directly to Okawa Hibiki. So, before he could continue, Feng Le said in advance, as long as the moment the ball reaches Hibiki Okawa, that's the moment we get the ball. Ji Shii nodded, yes, since they like to defend, let them defend. They are the ones who should be anxious now, not us. We just have to wait for the opportunity and intercept the ball, and that's when we counterattack. And from the other side's perspective, there is another alien in our team. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu. Yes, this outlier was him. If the ball fell into this guy's hands, his team would definitely be sure to score a goal. Of course, the tactics remain unchanged. Ji Shi stood up, but for the sake of victory, I believe you all have your own ideas in mind. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's lips curled up. As expected, the protagonist is here to change. If the original plot develops according to the situation, Team Z is at the bottom of the two games. Now that Ji Shi, who has been sleepwalking in the early stage, is suddenly awakened, the game begins to become exciting. The barrage has also exploded. Ye Shen smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Who can believe that Jabeo was just a court baby a few days ago? Now that he has been educated by Yagami, his selfish mentality has fully blossomed. Don't tell me, when I saw Ye Shen's smile, I'm afraid I've already thought about how to help the next person awaken. There was a discussion in the barrage. Only he knew Ye Liangqiu's smile. He was just feeling happy because the game became exciting. Chu, do you need my pass later? Feng Le suddenly came over and asked. Ye Liangqiu shook his head, no, just take care of yourself. I should be a thorn in the opponent's side now, and I'm afraid they won't let me touch the ball easily. Just as he was thinking. At this moment, in the lounge on the other side, Urtzi, Okawa Hibiki and others were also discussing tactics. The score difference of 1:2 is indeed not big. But for Team Y, how to defeat Team Z has become a big problem. ERZI, I don't think we should guard against that person all the time. If we play like this, our midfield players will be very tired. It's not even possible to cover up the defense. Okawa Hibiki put forward his own opinion. Although he has been controlled by Urtzi to play football, he can also see the gap between his team and the opponent. Urtzi lowered his head, looked at the water glass in his hand, and said nothing. There is a sentence that has been thinking in my mind, if you want to evolve, you must abandon the original style of play. Has your weapon been seen through by that guy? If I continue to use weapons, I'm afraid it will become a loophole in this game. What should I do? He was crushed to death in the last game because the team was not harmonious, but Urtzi did not think it was because he and others were weak, but facing this group of people now, his abilities could not play any role. The unreal feeling made Urtzi feel suffocated. Is the enemy too strong, or is he too weak? At this time, Okawa Hibiki's voice reached his ears. Urtzi slowly raised his head, and the confusion in his eyes suddenly dissipated a lot. In front of him, all the players looked at him firmly. One of them said, son, I know your weapons can help us score goals. Then you can use us as much as you like, even if you become a puppet on the court, we only need to win. Another person said, yeah. If Urtzi loses this game, we'll probably have to leave. Can't lose. Okawa Hibiki also squatted down, I know that the opponent is very strong, but we are not weak either. To be able to come here, who is not capable? Besides, didn't the man wearing glasses say that rankings are based on strength? We are ranked a little higher than our opponent. Then naturally we should be stronger. Urtzi, please don't be a coward, okay? Urtzi gritted his teeth and clenched the water glass with his fingers unconsciously. Suddenly, as if he had released his emotions, his body relaxed and he laughed, that's a good scold. I am indeed scared. The devil on the court opposite me gave me too much pressure. But now, I may know how to defeat the opponent. Hearing the sound, everyone walked up to him. I saw him discussing again. Until the whistle blows. The second half is about to begin. The confrontation between the two sides in the first half is finally coming to an end, and the players on both sides have a clearer understanding of each other's weaknesses. Urtzi's eyes met Ye Liangqiu's under his bangs. A smile appeared on Ye Liangqiu's lips, it seems that the slime has awakened. Chapter 26. The momentum on the other side has changed. Ji Shi's pupils narrowed. He, who had been observing everyone in the audience, could naturally see the changes on the other side. But how will this change affect everyone on the court? As Team Y kicks off. Under the surprised eyes, the opponent actually did not implement the tactics of the previous game, but all the players launched an attack. No. Ji Shii quickly turned around and shouted, "Return to defense, return to defense." The tactics have changed, which means that the ball from the opposite side will no longer be passed to Okawa Hibiki as he expected. Instead, everyone has the means to attack. In this case, the previous tactics will plunge Team Z into chaos again. Ye Liangqiu was also running on the court, carefully considering what usse was thinking, and attacking with all the players, which meant that their defense had become weak, once the ball was taken away. It's a fatal blow. However, in the face of such a high-risk situation, he still dared to participate in the attack. "So, usse, what are you thinking about?" At this moment, the ball belongs to a member of Team Y. His eyes seemed to be constantly observing the people around him. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was mocking everyone. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked back to midfield. That position happened to be where the second son was. Stepping on the flying ball under his feet, usse raised his head, stared in the direction of the goal, and murmured to himself. "Isn't this the chaos you want? I bring the whole court rhythm into fast. I wonder if your careful layout is of any use. Run. As long as you, the devil of the court, cannot touch the ball, you are always running. This victory is ours. By virtue of a ray of gap." Usse shot out, and the ball seemed to pass through several people and came directly to a player. The team member grinned, "Puppet? So what if you can win and be a puppet?" The next second, he passed the ball, and the time he touched the ball was not even a few seconds. He obviously regarded himself as a baton. And Okawa Hibiki was already in position at the moment when the two sons paused in the midfield. This time the ball was not blocked by anyone. Because Team Z's formation has been completely disrupted by their unexpected full-scale attack. After receiving the ball, Okawa Hibiki showed a wave of powerful volleys without any hesitation. The score came directly to 2-2. Usse smiled and looked at Ye Liangqiu with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Of course, Ye Liangqiu was not angry, but instead grinned. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly intense. What's going on? The other side actually dares to attack with all their troops. Aren't they afraid of us? Lei Shi cursed. Zhu Yuanxi touched his chin. "It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm confident. The other side seems to have guessed that we will still use the same tactics as the last one. But, if the opponent changes tactics midway, don't you worry about tactical surprises. After all, a good tactic needs to be tempered and coordinated in advance. However, such a direct change in tactics may even cause the entire team of players to fall into confusion and chaos. It's a move that doesn't pay off." But from the perspective of the previous goal, the opponent's actions seemed to be flawless. Zhu Yuanxi's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Is it possible that they have always had this tactic? It's just been useless. Want to wait until the disadvantage is used, to catch the opponent by surprise. Qunqi gasped and spoke. Of course, this is also possible. At this time, Ji Shi spoke up. It's not like they had this tactic in advance. Their entire attack just now seemed very inconsistent, but in fact it was not very different from the previous tactics. The only thing that changed was the change in the attack. Xiao Xi is right. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu, who had never participated in the discussion, spoke up. He walked up to everyone and explained directly, the opponent's tactics only changed the way of playing football, but the core is still the same. There is no change, it's just Bang's boy and Okawa Hibiki. Sometimes offense is the best defense. In my opinion, it is indeed the best choice for the opponent to have all members participate in the attack. Since they cannot defend the opponent, why not attack? Now, as the amount of exercise increases, everyone will fall into fatigue. In a state of exhaustion, not everyone uses their brains like Xiao Xi to think about how the ball will score, so most of the time your eyes will only focus on the ball. Give up observing some insignificant changes on the court. Ye Liangqiu stared at everyone with his scarlet pupils. It is this little change that makes you give up thinking, so the fast break gives us a sense of oppression, creates chaos, and scores goals. And it seems like the opponent is tired from playing like this. Actually, we are more tired. Ah! The young monk wiped the sweat from his face. In a fast break, shouldn't it be because the attacking team is tired? Why are we tired? We can just switch from defense to attack. It's different. At this time, Ji Shi shook his head. Have you forgotten what I just said? The boy with bangs opposite has the same ability as me. He is able to predict subtle changes on the entire court. In other words, all actions of the opposing players are already expected. They only need to run to the positions that have been planned in the previous tactics and wait for the pass. Do you still feel tired after this? For example, in a relay race, you only need to stand at the position where you want to relay in advance, wait for your teammates to pass the baton, and start running. This not only gives the team a chance to breathe, but also provides a better way to deal a fatal blow to the completely chaotic opponent. Ji Shi looked at Ye Liangqiu. If the opponent still uses this tactic, we can't move because of the ball, but just keep an eye on the goal scorer like the last game. With a puff, Ye Liangqiu laughed. That's why I think, Xiao Xi, you are a little too well behaved sometimes. Since the other side is fighting to the death, what's the use of continuing to defend? Now the score has reached a draw, and both of us are standing on the edge of the cliff. Besides attacking, neither we nor they have any choice. Now is your chance to put the knife to your opponent's neck. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu with a hint of horror in their eyes. Just by meeting this guy, they had thoroughly studied the opponent's tactics. This kind of understanding is terrible. Feng Le shrugged. Don't be surprised. When Chu Chu was on the team, sometimes his words were more useful than the coach. Chapter 27. If you compare players to blood, the place where the blood ultimately flows is the heart. As long as this heart is temporarily put into the hypoxic stage, then this team will be completely dead. And you, second son, how long can you carry this team? The cells in Ye Liangqiu's body are trembling. Being happy, it turns out that teaching teammates to play football is so boring. I can only raise the opponent's strength little by little to the specifications I want. Only in this way can the game be interesting. But this is far from enough. Whether it's your second son or Xiao Xi, you have brought me too little pleasure. This time the kickoff came to Team Z. In order to maximize the offense, everyone unanimously decided to give the core of the ball to Ye Liangqiu and use all his weapons as much as possible. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball, although he just stood there calmly. But the sense of oppression brought to the opponent is really strong. Erzi's eyes were even observing the layout around Ye Liangqiu, and he had obviously guessed that Team Z was preparing to let Ye Liangqiu score that point. As sweat fell from his chin drop by drop, his nerves were tense, and the next second, the whistle sounded. After pausing for a second, it went into an early warning. Ye Liangqiu's figure has moved, and it is still as fast as lightning. The players in the midfield are even passed by him without any hindrance. Damn it, is this guy a physical monster? You can still have such speed in the second half. Okawa Hibiki couldn't help but yelled. He wanted to support but was blocked by the national god. The god of the country smiled contemptuously, and he was already used to it. He already knew how terrible Ye Liangqiu was. The weapons were both specialized in shooting. He understood Okawa Hibiki's thoughts very well. The second son has also reached the defensive area. Looking at Ye Liangqiu who was rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth. Bastards, you really don't treat them as human beings. They don't even pass the ball. Do you think our defense is too weak? The next moment, one of the opponents in Team Y did not hesitate to commit a foul and tried to directly intercept the ball with a sliding tackle. However, Ye Liangqiu seemed to be well aware of this situation. He jumped with the ball and easily escaped. Only the Y team players were left lying on the ground with dull faces. Is this all passed by him? As the goal got closer and closer, Team Y tried to stop Ye Liangqiu, but was stopped by all the people from Team Z. Usse was thinking crazily about what kind of weapon Ye Liangqiu would use to defeat him. As long as he could predict it in advance, he would still have a chance to snatch the ball. Just when Ye Liangqiu came to him, suddenly, a chuckle seemed to come from his ears. At this distance, you are full of flaws. Usse. Just for a moment, Urtse's pupils dilated and he looked back. So fast. What the hell are you kidding? Ye Liangqiu's back had already left him, and the sound of wind in his ears made his heart tremble. At this moment, no one can stop this monster. Ye Liangqiu strode towards the goal. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. World, did you hear that? This is the desperate cry of the weak. There was a bang sound. The ball rushed out like a cannonball. You can only hear the announcement that Team Z scored 1 point. 2:3. This goal seemed to shatter all the illusions of Team Y. Whether it was tactics, defense, or offense, they were defeated in front of one person. And the bursts of announcements coming from Ye Liangqiu's mind also made him feel happy. Emotional value plus 999. The despair on the court made countless spectators feel unprecedented pleasure. It must be said that people are all emotional animals, but when it comes to the strong destroying the weak, no one can refuse this visual feast. Comfortable. As expected, it's better to watch Yagami play football. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Urtse's confused expression. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, it seems that calculations are of no use, right? I still feel pity for him. His ability is similar to Jibao's, but I didn't expect that Team Z would have a real monster who could break through his predictions. However, Ye Liangqiu, who commented on the barrage, only glanced at it and turned around to walk towards Urtse. Do you see clearly? The answers you want? Urtse clenched his fists, his expression seemed a little distorted. He gritted his teeth and said, see clearly, don't be too proud. Really? Ye Liangqiu smiled, I hope you can still be so interesting in the future. Until Ye Liangqiu walked away, Urtse collapsed on the ground. He was a little lost. Everyone's weapons were passive in front of this guy. Just because his technology was more powerful, this was no longer a rule that could be broken by relying on tactics. But he needs someone who can compete with him. After all, the stadium is a place where the weak eat the strong. Weak people are not worthy of standing here. This game is hopeless. After this goal there was absolutely no hope. Urtse has completely seen the future of failure. But he didn't want to leave this stadium, precisely because he saw the backs of strong men in higher mountains, which made him even more reluctant to leave. Yes, there is a way to stay. Score. As long as you can score goals, you can stay. At this moment, no one knew that Urtse's inner desires had been completely awakened by Ye Liangqiu. In this game, just as he expected, morale collapsed. In a short period of time in the second half, Ye Liangqiu used his personal power to completely turn the entire situation around. But Urtse's mind has also changed. He is no longer a partner who plays for his teammates. Instead, he is an evil spirit who steals the ball. The final score was fixed at 4:7, ending the game. In the lounge, there were constant ding-dong sounds in Ye Liangqiu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 1*1. Reward, pass, substitute level. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 2*1. Reward obtained, speed, professional level. For a moment, Ye Liangqiu felt waves of relief in his legs, and various passing memories appeared in his mind, and even his body began to throb instinctively. Ye Liangqiu almost laughed out loud, his speed actually reached the professional level. How terrifying! If other people knew that he could be even faster now, they would probably show horrified expressions. Today, 2 of the 3 main tasks have been completed. There is only this most special reward. Eye of the Demon King. Chapter 28. Monitoring Room. Exon Shiba carefully considered several games, as if he was thinking about something in his eyes. All geniuses will experience a setback. This setback may make a person become an ordinary person, or it may make a person stronger. Today they are already in the process of transformation. Undoubtedly, this test has achieved very good results. The only thing that makes me feel different is these 2 people. His eyes looked at the screen. Ye Liangqiu and Nagi's hero, one was a madman who acted recklessly on the court, and the other was an undoubted genius. In Exon's opinion, the potential of these 2 people was the most impressive in building 5. 2 people looking forward to it. But he also clearly knew Ye Liangqiu's crazy character. How much damage will it take to get in? Have you noticed him too? An Li was wearing business attire and looking at the photo of Ye Liangqiu showing a disdainful smile on the screen. As long as it's a player with potential, I can notice it. Hui Xin rolled her eyes at him and continued, what do you think of this guy? An Li frowned slightly, I have paid attention to every one of his games, but it always makes me feel a sense of urgency. He obviously has absolutely strong strength, but he repeatedly allows the score to jump on the court. It seems to be intentional. Furthermore, this human body's physical strength is very terrifying, coupled with the weapons you mentioned before. The data shows that this guy's overall data is still rising crazily after entering Blue Lock. There are even individual indexes that are approaching the substitute level. There is no doubt that he has been hiding his strength so far. Hui Xin raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a weird smile, I guessed part of it right. It's not that he is hiding his strength, but that he has always been controlling the changes on the court. Have you ever heard of a saying? Mastering the changes of your opponent is equivalent to mastering the entire court. Every game of Ye Liangqiu is not played around the team. It's about letting the opponent feel the pressure first. This approach will put the 2 teams into a sense of tension and oppression, thereby unleashing greater potential. Of course, there is no need to question the strength, this guy is definitely hiding it. After all, this is the first time Hui Xin has seen such a player. According to the data, Ye Liangqiu was a hexagonal warrior in previous games, and his shooting skills were slightly better. However, after entering Blue Lock, this guy became a hexagonal fighter. It's like letting yourself go. His speed, shooting, physical strength, in his opinion, he has surpassed everyone in Building 5. To say that he could grow to this point in a short period of time, he was the first to not believe it. So, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Ye Liangqiu had hidden his strength in the past. Second, Ye Liangqiu already possesses this kind of strength. An Li raised his eyebrows, isn't this impossible? Football is a team activity, what can he do alone? It's nothing more than scoring goals. This kind of pressure is normal for any player. Huixin laughed, that's why I said you don't understand football at all. Really, it's a team sport. But after I started this experiment with Blue Lock, I understood one of the truths. Sometimes the potential is squeezed not only by opponents, but also by teammates. Didn't you find that Ye Liangqiu's matches were incredible? The explosion of opponents and teammates seems to be expected in his eyes. And he can still cope with it easily, not because he is strong, but because he already knows that maybe he did something on the court that even we can't understand. An Li on the side was lost in thought. A gleam of light flashed in Huixin's pupils, Ye Liangqiu, you are really special. It doesn't matter whether you are a court controller or a destroyer. What is important is, how do you make your opponent fall into a stage of self-doubt? This is similar to advancing the Blue Lock project now. But it's a good thing. In the cafeteria, all Z team players are having dinner here. Now that they have won 2 games in a row, they are almost equal to promotion. As long as they win the next game, all members of the second stage of the test will pass. Qiu, I want to eat steak. Feng Le kept staring at Ye Liangqiu with his big eyes, as if to say, if he can't eat the steak today, he will stare at it all day. I'm really impressed by you. Ye Liangqiu reluctantly pushed the steak in front of File and asked, didn't you score a goal in the last game? You can use points to exchange for steaks. Feng Le chuckled, that won't work. Autumn is more fragrant. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Le. Just as he was about to put the dumpling into his mouth, his eyes happened to look at a familiar figure not far away from the opposite side. Nagi Sishiro and Ryu. Interesting. But he had no intention of licking his face to say hello. Instead, his eyes were attracted. As soon as Ji Shi looked over, he recognized at a glance that these 2 people were the team that beat up Team Y before, and by observing the game, he also knew that these 2 people were the core of the entire team. Almost all goals come from that white hair. Are you interested? Ye Liangqiu suddenly asked, Xiao Shii, if you come into contact with this kind of monster now, you will only get beaten up. Ji Shi curled her lips, can't you say something nice? What does it mean to be beaten violently? I have become stronger now, okay. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, and looked at Nagi Sishiro, becoming stronger? You are just beginning to master the power you should have, and this guy is just a football novice so far. Newbie in football. Ji Shi was a little puzzled. Of course, it was more of a misunderstanding of what Ye Liangqiu meant by newbie in football. After all, Ye Liangqiu often compares the people in the team to rookies. They are used to it. Literally. Ye Liangqiu also knew that this guy was thinking wrong, but he did not correct it. Instead, he continued, the next games will only become more difficult. Every game is for you rookies to become more proficient in grasping the potential contained in your body. And weapons. As he said that, he looked at Feng Le, who was showing off his steak. The monster in your body hasn't come out recently, has it? Feng Le's cheeks were as bulging as a hamster's. Ji Shi kindly handed him a glass of water. He was able to swallow the piece of meat with difficulty. Feng Le shook his head, it did appear once or twice, and every time he appeared, he was attached to Qiu. There were a couple of passes before, that's what it told me. Really? Ye Liangqiu fell into thinking. He naturally knew the monster Feng Le said, but he couldn't see it. Although the 2 have been playmates since childhood, Feng Le's monster existed before he met Ye Liangqiu. He has also asked many times. It seems that because of his own existence, the number of monsters appearing has decreased, and Ye Liangqiu will not let Feng Le not come into contact with the monster in his heart. Because this represents selfishness and evolution. Today's Feng Le regards himself as a monster, and he can become stronger by constantly chasing him. However, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, this is a wrong way of evolution, because then Feng Le will always be just a chaser. Monster? What monster? Ji Shi interrupted. You don't understand. Feng Le responded with a smile, but I can also tell you that monsters exist. Ji Shi's head was crooked, a little confused. Chapter 29. There are still a few days until Game 3. During this time, everyone once again fell into training. On the court, everyone's cooperation became more and more tacit, and the previous tactics seemed to be fully adaptable to the rotation system under this kind of training. But everyone had a tacit understanding to adjust Ye Liangqiu's rotation time to 1 ball and 1 change, instead of changing according to time. This was achieved with strength. Ji Shi and Feng Le sat on the edge to rest, and they discussed some topics for the next game. At this time, Ji Shi suddenly asked, the monster you mentioned before is something that only you can see. Feng Le nodded, a memory flashed in his eyes. To be precise, it was something I could see when I was very young. At that time, no one wanted to play with me on the football field, so I saw it. That is, a monster. Only it is willing to play with me. Isn't Ye Liangqiu your friend? Ji Shi asked after recalling what he had seen before. Yes. Feng Le nodded seriously, of course Chu and I are friends, but there is actually a competitive relationship between me and him. Whether it is on the court or off the court, we are friends and enemies. As for monsters, they sometimes appear on him. Ji Shi touched his chin. He couldn't understand the monster in Feng Li's mouth. According to Feng Le, the monster was an ideology that could tell Feng Le how to kick the ball. In his guess, the so-called monster should be Feng Li's imagination. Actually, you do too. Feng Le suddenly laughed and said, any one of us can create a monster. According to Chu, the appearance of monsters is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Because the existence of monsters is the bottleneck. Only by breaking through the bottleneck can we become stronger. This is why I say that a monster appears in Chu, because he is the person I want to defeat and the person I am chasing. Only by defeating him can I become stronger. The corner of Ji Shi's eye twitched. Why did he feel like he was having a conversation with a problem child? However, he still showed a smile. Compared with Ye Liangqiu's bad character, Feng Li's character was obviously more in line with his taste. After all, when he stayed with Ye Liangqiu, he always felt that he had been seen through and even calculated. Ji Shi whispered softly, anticipation flashing in his eyes, speaking of which, it seems that each of us has become proficient in our own weapons. How will the next game go? Why did you come here? Qunqi looked at Ye Liangqiu who was sitting next to him very warily. Ye Liangqiu took a sip of water and responded, it seems that many people have asked me this question. But my answer is to become stronger. Isn't this enough? Not enough. Qunqi shook his head, others may not know you very well, but I know you very well. Before I came to Blue Lock, I knew your past and experience. Ye Liangqiu will participate in the national team campaign due to your ability. But at least he is eligible for reserve team selection. You obviously have a great future, but you are actually willing to come to Blue Lock to compete with others for the future. I believe you are not a fool. So why are you here? Just want to wreak havoc on the weak. Ye Liangqiu's expression was calm, I'm here for the future and for the money. Do you believe it? Qunqi was stunned, money. Ye Liangqiu nodded, every player who comes to Blue Lock is working hard for his future and running for the U20 national team. This is a bright future and a future that can go to the world. What a good future. As long as you can get in, you don't have to worry about life, right? Qunqi was a little confused. Could it be that Ye Liangqiu's life in the outside world was very poor? He pondered for a few seconds, so, your goal is to become famous in Blue Lock. Ye Liangqiu did not shake his head or nod, yes, this is the best platform. Although it is a bit cruel, which road in the outside world is not more cruel than here? Having such an opportunity, I will not give up. What about you? Chicory. I have seen your reports before. The genius boy is a 1,000-year-old leopard horse. He has speed and talent that cannot be matched by his peers. Are you willing to be a foil here? Qunqi's pupils narrowed, do you know me? Ye Liangqiu smiled, to be precise, I only pay attention to the geniuses I think, and you are one of them, but your performance disappointed me. Qunqi was silent. He looked at his legs, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Ye Liangqiu also stood up and looked back at the somewhat decadent Qunqi, so why are you here? Just come here and give up your ideals. Giving up your future. I also give you a piece of advice. You are indeed staying here, but you are just greedily sucking the blood of the entire team like a parasite. I can take you to the next level. But it can only be the next level. Think about why you are here. After Ye Liangqiu walked away, he glanced back at Qunqi, who was still thinking about life, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckled twice. He didn't expect that this guy had noticed him a long time ago. He is indeed not just here for the future. It's more about money. Compared with the change in thinking after coming to this world, it is more about the helplessness of life. His sister Xiaowei is usually busy with work and has to take care of an older child like him, which is already very hard. If it weren't for his own reasons, it would be difficult for him to survive in this world. This was also the first time Ye Liangqiu realized the importance of money. Coming to Blue Lock now is a choice, and it is also a way for him to go out into the world and make money. Not just for fame, but as a springboard to hit the world. At this time, the big screen lit up again. X and Shiba appeared inside. Just now, the 6th game has ended. As for the results and rankings, you can see for yourself. I saw a form appear on the screen. Hearing the sound, everyone looked around. The little monk looked shocked. Team V didn't lose a single game. The score is still ahead of us. Isn't it? You must know that they have not lost a game, but there is still a few points difference between the scores. Chapter 30. That means, in the next game, one team will be eliminated. Ji Shii muttered to himself as he looked at the screen. Ye Liangqiu was also watching the score. After scoring consecutive goals, Team Z's score actually only ranked second. At this time, Huixin continued, by the way, I would like to remind you that based on your results and performance, your ranking is about to change again. Everyone's names also appeared on the screen. The one at the top is Ye Liangqiu. The number plate on his body also rotated crazily until it stopped at 265. Oh? Number 1 as expected. Feng Le smiled and looked at the big screen. Everyone also looked at Ye Liangqiu. It was no surprise. After all, this guy had to score at least 2 goals in one game. Others even ended the game without scoring a goal. If he is not first, who is first? Huixin continued, next, your competition will be held within 24 hours. For all the rough stones who have just shown a ray of light, the final stage is about to begin. With the big screen closed. For the first time, everyone felt that this guy seemed to be talking less. Ye Liangqiu was also silent. Perhaps because they were the winning team, Huixin gave you fewer hints. He looked at the cheerful people and didn't know what he was thinking. In my opinion, the current Z team is completely carried by Akigami, right? I just don't know that after the second phase of training, if we continue to compete as a team in the third phase, I'm afraid this game will really become Chu Shen's personal show. Upstairs, I think it's unlikely. If it really continues to be played in the form of a game, people like Team Z have no ability to enter the national team. From the beginning, Blue Lock has proven that this is a selfish stadium, united and friendly, hehe. In fact, Ye Liangqiu had always watched their discussion. Whether it's a game or training, his own strength has put the entire team into a state of expansion. They have never experienced the word lose, so the natural pressure is not as desperate as in the anime. Of course, Ye Liangqiu would not let himself lose. Not just because of system-level rewards, but also why should he lose? The progress of this group of people has nothing to do with him. They are happy now, but they will be desperate later. Blue Lock is a place that only accommodates the strong. A faint smile appeared on Ye Liangqiu's lips. Continue to enjoy the game, you guys will be desperate later. Chu, what are you laughing at? Feng Le looked at Ye Liangqiu doubtfully. Ye Liangqiu looked at the match list on the screen, nothing. I just think the second phase of the test is a bit boring. Team W is a team on the verge of elimination. What kind of potential will it unleash? In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu was lying on the soft mattress with a look of enjoyment on his face. As expected, it's better to take a bath and lie on the bed and have a good sleep. Ellie, if you want to watch the video, just go out and watch it and don't bother me. Feng Ellie laughed and said, well. Qiu, are you sure you don't want to watch the video? Are they all excited? He saw that in the direction he was looking, everyone was watching the video, carefully planning tactics. After all, this W team actually defeated Malang's team. Although they also beat the Mare Wolves. But what cannot be ignored is the team Malang. Without Ye Liangqiu, Team Z cannot win. Hence the evening discussion. What does it have to do with me? You discussed tactics, and in the end you used them, but ended up getting beaten up by the opponent. Ye Liangqiu said sarcastically. Every strategy discussed can indeed be used on the court. But in the end, one person has to stand up to turn the entire game around. There is actually not much difference between discussing this and not discussing it. Feng Le shrugged, but without tactics, our team would be in disarray. It's more difficult to play like this. Besides, I guess the opposite team has already thought of how to target you. It doesn't matter. Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes and fell asleep directly, looking like he was in ruins. Feng Le sighed, feeling a little helpless. He won't discuss it. Ji Shii came over and asked. Feng Le nodded and waved his hand, he's not interested in this thing. Forget it, let him sleep. It's rare for Qiu to be serious twice in the past few days. The corners of Ji Shi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Ye Liangqiu, who was already lying on the ground, then turned and returned to the discussion group. Sitting in the middle, Zhu Yuanqi said his tactics once again, 3x3 all-star battle. How earthy! The little monk couldn't help laughing. Zhu Yuansheng said dissatisfiedly, this is a name I only came up with after I passed out in the bathroom. How can I be wrong? Even if you are stupid, don't underestimate the tactics I have planned. As long as we follow the arrangement above, any one of us can shine on the court. Really? Feng Le joked, but in the last tactic, it seems that those are the only ones who shine, right? Zhu Yuanqi curled his lips in embarrassment, there is nothing we can do about it. The opponent has seen through our tactics, and they are always on defense. Our tactics have been restrained. That's why this happened. But this tactic will never happen again. Oh. Feng Le was a little curious. Others also joined in. Zhu Yuanqi looked proud, in the tactics of the last game, each of us scored 1 goal and changed every 10 minutes. Such limitations prevent everyone from using their weapons to play their role in a short period of time, and it will also there is a sense of urgency. You should also have noticed that 10 minutes seems to have become a wake-up call. It makes us feel that after this time, our scoring time has completely disappeared. There is no doubt that this tactic will make us feel exhausted. So I improved my tactics. Change every 30 minutes, but there is not just one person as the core, but 3 people. These 3 people are equivalent to the core of our previous tactics. Everyone needs to play around these 3 people. This not only increases the goal range, but also allows for better coordination. The god of country touched his chin and nodded, it is indeed a good idea. After all, he has already experienced the discomfort of sitting on the bench. The most important thing is that there is another monster in their team, which makes them all feel the pressure. Every 30 minutes, doesn't that mean that only 9 people can be the core? The young monk immediately pointed out the unfairness. Because there is one more person? Chapter 31. Everyone looked at Zhu Yuanqi. Football is a sport for 11 people, except for the goalkeeper, of course, which means there are only 10 people running on the field. In these 2 games, everyone should have been able to see the difference in strength between the people around them. I did not isolate this last person. It's reserved for one person. Saying that, Zhu Yuanqi pointed at Ye Liangqiu who was already asleep, this position belongs to him. If we are in the tactics, then he can be excluded. What do you mean? Qianqi, who never asked too many questions, couldn't help but ask. Zhu Yuanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, don't you understand? He is the additional core of the entire team. Our strategy is actually a 4-core lineup. Every game. As long as the core gets the ball, then we must fully assist the core to score goals. I guess you have nothing to complain about. After all, we are able to stand here now thanks to this Lord Demon King. For the first time, Lei Shi did not object to this tactic. Although it is a bit hard to say, what Zhu Yuanqi said is quite right. We discuss our tactics, but Ye Liangqiu has always followed the tactics when playing on the court. Moreover, his strength should be the strongest among our entire team. This position should be reserved for him. I have no objection. The god of country also stood up. Even those who saw Lei Shi could say these words, and others could not refute them. However, Ye Liangqiu had no idea, and his arrangements had already been finalized in his sleep. Until the next day, he rubbed his eyes and woke up with a yawn. Only then did he realize that everyone in the room had disappeared. Ah! You've been training so early in the morning? Do you want to be so introverted? Blue Prison, the 7th game is about to begin. On the court, the atmosphere between Team W and Team Z was a bit subtle. When Ye Liangqiu saw these two crocodile brothers who looked almost the same, there was a coldness in his eyes. The other party was also observing Ye Liangqiu. Ha 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 ha, brother, is this the court demon? I've wanted to play with him for a long time. Kesuk Chromama asked with a very exaggerated smile. It's just that the expression of Junichi Gadorama is obviously ferocious, and it is impossible for others to understand it. Oh, really? Brother, do you want to kick him out too? The chat between the two people was not loud, but it was just enough to reach Ye Liangqiu's ears. Standing next to Ye Liangqiu, Ji Shi felt the murderous aura coming from the side and muttered twice, these two people don't know whether to live or die. There is no doubt that these words made Ye Liangqiu, who was already a little unhappy, feel even more terrible. As the big screen shows the game is about to begin. Everyone stood in their own place. The next second the whistle sounded. Team W takes the kickoff. Kesuk Gadorama grinned widely, walked forward quickly, and started passing the ball left and right, as if he was toying with everyone. Brother, do you want to pass the ball? Do you want it? Junichi Gadorama frowned, his expression a bit ugly. I understand. Kesuk Crocodile responded. The next second, a breakthrough began between the two. Ji Shi at the front was passed directly before he could react. He was a little surprised. There was almost no communication between the two of them in the pass. Why could the pass be passed? Just rely on your eyes? However, before everyone could react, they had reached the middle of Team Z's defense. Kesuk Gadorama seemed to see a familiar figure. Hey, isn't this the glass genius? I didn't expect you to come here. Ha ha ha. With your skills, you are still playing football. Brother, have you seen it? It seems that he is really reluctant to let go of his once glorious past and still come here to be tortured. Ha ha ha. Junichi Gadorama also showed a mocking smile. However, in the next second, a figure interrupted their words. Ye Liangqiu's murderous figure came directly in front of Crocodile Kesuk, stepped on the rolling ball on the ground, and in an instant, it was a Marseille slalom general. The ball broke for both men. Shut up, you two are paralyzed. You can't even defend the ball, but you still have the nerve to mock other people. Crushing you is like crushing ants. The eyes of the crocodile brothers were trembling. They didn't even understand what happened. The ball was already in Ye Liangqiu's hands when they reacted. Ye Liangqiu has already rushed to their court with the ball. Guard them! Kesuk Tomarama shouted loudly as he ran. But this scene was reflected in the eyes of Kyunki Leopard Horse. Speed? Is this why you came to persuade me? At this time, Ye Liangqiu had already dribbled the ball into the opponent's midfield. Almost everyone moved towards him. He smiled slightly and looked at the national god who was already rushing towards the restricted area. In an instant, he kicked the ball in that direction and passed the ball from a long distance. The national god who was still running did not notice a ball flying from behind him until the ball fell directly in front of him. Hey! The god of the country looked back and saw Ye Liangqiu standing there, pointing his finger at the goal. The god of country showed a smile and his thigh muscles bulged. "Thank you so much for the hospitality." There was a bang sound. The ball rushed out like a wild horse. The score came directly to 0:1. The god of country roared angrily and gave Ye Liangqiu a thumbs up. "Good ball, good pass." He actually didn't expect that Ye Liangqiu would actually pass the ball out. The reason why he moved towards the penalty area was to find a good position. If Ye Liangqiu was restricted, he could also respond. But I didn't expect Ye Liangqiu to be in the midfield and directly pass the ball beyond the distance. It directly opened the distance between everyone. As a result, no one is marking my position, which gives me an opportunity. It can be said that this goal is the most comfortable goal I have played in Blue Lock. Thinking of this, the national god almost fell into self-doubt. Ye Liangqiu's passing skills are actually so good. And Ye Liangqiu turned to look at the crocodile brothers. The smiling faces of the crocodile brothers had completely disappeared, and they looked at Ye Liangqiu angrily. There is no doubt that the pass just now was a provocation to the two of them. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly. He was telling this talkative guy not to show off in front of Guangong. It would be easy for him to crush them to death. Is the transmission good? Did you see it clearly? 2 balls. Chapter 32. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu burst out with an invisible momentum, standing in front of the crocodile brothers. His emotionless eyes seemed to regard the two as corpses. His voice echoed around the court. Sometimes people just can't back down. The more you retreat, the more those bugs will gain ground. Next time, remember to be nicer. 2 losers who can't even pass the ball. The faces of the crocodile brothers darkened, and they looked at each other and wondered what they were thinking. However, these words were heard by Qunqi. Is he speaking for me? Why? Qunqi gritted her teeth and looked at her legs again, as if recalling the moment of glory on campus and the day she fell into despair. Why did I come here? Do you just want to give up football? Ye Liangqiu, are you forcing me? At this time, only a whistle interrupted his thinking. Qunqi looked at Ye Liangqiu's back and wondered what she was thinking. Ye Liangqiu returned to his position with a smile on his lips. Often the higher a person stands, the more painful it will be when he falls. The more he cares about something, the more frightening it will be. I'm on the court, but not a good person. But there's only so much help I can give you. Chase my shadow like them. Chiki, you have the talent to be a top player. I hope you shine on the field, because only then can I enjoy crushing you in your best position. Maybe that kind of pleasure is special. Standing aside, Ji Shii always felt a cold wind coming. His body instantly trembled, and his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu's vague smile. This guy, what is he thinking in his head? With that, Team W kicks off. As always, the 2 crocodile brothers quickly used boring communication passes to pass several people. Compared with his previous disdain, he was now obviously wary of Ye Liangqiu. As soon as he arrived, he passed the ball directly to the midfielder. The ball kept circling the midfield for more than 10 minutes. Is this guy so physically fit? Kesuk Crocodile's expression changed from anger to shock. With constant dealings, Ye Liangqiu's running increased, and correspondingly, they also ran more. But the reason why there is passing is to prevent the enemy from being able to defend better. The idea of the crocodile brothers is to consume Ye Liangqiu's physical strength first. Aren't you running fast? Once that physical strength is exhausted and enters a state of exhaustion, it depends on how you stop us two brothers. Unfortunately, the tactics have just begun. But I found out that Ye Liangqiu is just a physical monster. Have you been discovered? Ye Liangqiu wiped his sweat. You must know the effect of S-level physique, which can allow him to maintain exercise for a long time on the field. Even the recovery effect he tried during training. As long as he doesn't suddenly enter a relaxed state and keeps his body moving, he can at least complete a whole game on the court with high intensity. A 90-minute blast. Even some strategies that looked good had no effect at all against Ye Liangqiu. It will only put the team into a passive state. And now Team Z has scored 1 point. Brothers Crocodile began to feel a little panic. Brother, we can't go on like this. We'll be dragged to death. Just this moment of flaw allowed Feng Le to catch it. His figure was like a black shadow and he took the ball out with one kick. A hole. Kesuk Takuma said rudely. However, Feng Le only responded with a tongue-out expression, and then sprinted with the ball. His pupils seemed to reflect a monster covered in scarlet mist, and the tip of his nose seemed to be sniffing the smell permeating the air. Chew, the smell of blood on your body seems to be getting stronger and stronger. This ball is over there, right? In the next second, his right foot fiercely shot towards the remote end, and there was no one in the first second in that position. But suddenly a terrible breath rendered the entire stadium. The strong attraction, everyone saw a figure, where it was near the ball. Ye Liangqiu is actually chasing football. The god of the country was dumbfounded. Isn't this impossible? Footballs have always followed people, but now there are actually people running with footballs. But Ji Shii understood the reason. What Feng Le passed was similar to a prediction, but it was not a prediction, because in the eyes of ordinary people, his passing was a right to deliver the ball. However, this ball is not a pass. Instead, pass the ball ahead of time. Accurately send the ball to a position. As long as someone can feel this place, they can get the ball. Maybe it's the other side. It might also be on my own side. But just like that, Ji Shii was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. How well does he know Ye Liangqiu to be able to pass such a ball? I saw it in an undefended area. Ye Liangqiu's figure was like a cheetah flashing with scarlet mist, and he volleyed in advance the moment the ball fell, directly hitting the upper left corner of Team W's goal. The stadium was extremely quiet. Ho ho! Ye Liangqiu gasped, his heart beating violently, and he couldn't help but look at Feng Le. This guy is passing like crazy. Did you gradually understand your own limit based on these two games? Feng Le stepped forward and extended his fist. Chew, you played beautifully. Ye Liangqiu calmed down his breathing and rolled his eyes at him. Le, are you plotting against me? Can't you? Feng Le grinned, I know you can definitely reach this position. The monster told me. The next second, Feng Le screamed. Ye Liangqiu said angrily, do you know that this is very tiring? Feng Le chuckled, isn't this a goal? It doesn't matter if you're tired. Besides, my passing seems to immerse everyone in your world. I saw that many people had not come back to their senses. All members of Team W, who were full of morale just now, fell into a sluggish state. After the two returned to the team, the little monk immediately rushed over and asked, how did you do it? Feng Le, how did you know that Ye Liangqiu could actually catch such a pass? Did you plan it in advance? Everyone was not stupid, and they could see that Feng Le had an ulterior motive in kicking the ball. Feng Le explained, this is a tacit understanding. Chu and I have been on the same team before. This kind of ball is just a way of cooperation. Don't be so surprised. If it were you, I wouldn't make such a bold attempt. Lei Shi thought of the thrilling goal just now, damn it, are you gods? You can also kick this kind of ball. No wonder you are on the same team as this red-eyed freak. We are really not a family. We don't belong to the same family. Chapter 33. Facing the ridicule, Ye Liangqiu looked at the crocodile brothers. Is it time for you to show your true strength? If you think that you can defeat me just like this, then this game, without a doubt, will have no pleasure at all. Kesuk Crocodile quickly stabilized Jinichi Croceta. Brother, don't be so impatient. Concentrate, that guy only scored 2 goals. The game just started. As everyone on the field returned to their positions, the first core rotation system has arrived. The god of the country, the little monk, and Lei Shi are the next core. Ha ha ha. It's finally my turn, you two, please don't steal my ball. Otherwise I will tear you apart. Lei Shi laughed, exuding murderous aura. He no longer knew how many balls he had been robbed. If he was still the core player and still had the ball robbed, he would probably be PD to death. The god of country glanced at the shark mouth and said, "Stop talking nonsense, you are not the core. I am also the core. Once the ball is in my hands, you have to assist me with all your strength." Hey, have you forgotten me? The little monk looked depressed. You. Lei Shi sneered, so far, you have hardly contributed to the team, and some of them are just side effects. I'm afraid you won't be able to shoot the ball once it's in your hands. Litu, if you want me to tell you, just help me honestly. Don't expect to score. Hearing this, Lan Limen gritted his teeth, and his eyes became fierce. Ye Liangqiu, who was standing on the edge of the penalty area, was also recovering his strength quickly. Just like Feng Li, his body seemed to have become much weaker in a short period of time, at least his explosive power was reduced. Even a physical monster is still a human being, and his lungs will explode if he is tortured like this. Fortunately, the body can recover quickly in a short period of time. Just a little time will be fine. He looked at Feng Li and couldn't help but think of the ball just now. Li, the monster in my mind seems to be getting stronger. Is it because of myself? Forget it, just take a look. As the whistle blows. It's also the kickoff session for Team W. Their entire team was in a state of impatience, as if something was brewing. The crocodile brothers seemed to understand that their little trick could not target Ye Liangqiu at all, so they chose to avoid the battle. Wherever Ye Liangqiu goes, they run in the opposite direction. Coupled with this weird pass, it actually tore apart Team Z's defense line bit by bit. Even Ji Shi was stunned when he saw this pass, mainly because it was too fast, and the two people's cooperation was perfect. He wanted to predict it, but he had no time to think. Good shot. Kesuk Chromama laughed. Looking at the door that was so close, he was very rampant, as if he had found an opportunity to crush Team Z. However, a cold breath came from behind him. Ye Liangqiu's figure was really rushing towards the penalty area. The reason why the penalty area is a penalty area is not only because it is the golden area for the players, but also the place where the defender can intercept the ball most easily. Brother, kick it out. The smile on Kesuk Crocodile's face stopped immediately, and he passed the ball directly to Jinichi Crocodama. The next second, he didn't hesitate. Direct shot. Team W scored the first point by using tactics that bypassed Ye Liangqiu. Kesuk Gadorama turned his head and showed a smile that didn't deserve a beating. It seems that you can't do it either, right? The king of stadium. Ye Liangqiu was not angry, and his face was neither happy nor sad. As the game progresses, his weaknesses are being exposed to public view little by little. Feng Li stuck out his tongue at the two of them, who is in the lead. Don't worry, we will get it back. Are you right, Chu? Ye Liangqiu chuckled, yes, this game hasn't started yet. Monitoring room. The 8th 8 is also paying attention. His fingers cross, watching the screen quietly, don't know what he is thinking. However, On Li on the side asked aloud, the ball played by Ye Liangqiu just now was really wonderful. I didn't expect that I could catch up with Feng Luai with such a tricky pass. It's time to say, the speed of this guy is really outrageous. But Hui Xian's vision was more sinister. Not only is he fast, but he is also explosive. Feng Li's return ball completely squeezed Ye Liangqiu's speed and allowed him to completely reveal his hidden weapons. People running after the ball is a scene that is rare to see on the court. Once a mistake is made, it will not only waste the opportunity, but also cause the team to be in jeopardy. But according to the information, the two of them were in the same team before. Maybe this cooperation can be explained in the past. But, the highlight of this game is not Ye Liangqiu's speed. An Li was a little confused. After all, she had been observing the entire Z team for a while. Not to mention the other players, Ye Liangqiu was the main force of the entire team. If she didn't observe him, who would she be observing? At this time, Huixin said, in this game, the cooperation between the two teams is obvious. However, it is already the third game, and the rough stones of weapons have begun to be mastered. But now the game no longer relies on weapons. It's a chemical reaction. For example, the reaction between Feng Luai and Ye Liangqiu just now. The cooperation between the crocodile brothers is extremely exquisite, coupled with the silent cooperation. This is a big trouble for the defender. As she said that, Huixin showed a weird smile. This game is really interesting now. A team that is chained up, a team that has been enjoying victory and expanding, has not yet realized a problem. The real core of the team is being sealed. Who will win the victory? On the court, the Crocodile brothers scored a goal. The two relied on silent cooperation and made the entire Z team spin around. The most important thing was that Ye Liangqiu was unable to touch the ball in this situation. Obviously, after watching the tapes of the first two games, the opponent. We already know where Team Z's weaknesses are. Now they are relying on their weaknesses and attacking the weakest places like crazy. Zhu Wataru frowned. There was nothing wrong with his tactics, it was just for defense, and they were unable to stop the Crocodile brothers. What went wrong? No. I should say, what is the problem on my side? If this problem is not found and this continues, the Crocodile brothers will continue to score goals. Ji Shi touched his chin and was thinking, it's really strange. Ye Liangqiu's suppressive power seems to have disappeared this time, and the opponent doesn't take him seriously at all. Did they find a way to deal with us in the first two games? At this time, Feng Li gasped for breath, and something changed in his eyes. Ji Shi, have you noticed? The other side deliberately walked around Qiu. Chapter 34. Row. Ji Shi suddenly looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was breathing heavily. This was the first time he had seen this guy start to feel tired on the court. Feng Li nodded, the first two goals in this game are just appetizers. The opponent's tactics have been targeting Qiu Lai from the beginning. I observed it for more than 10 minutes. No matter what time it is, there will always be someone standing next to Qiu to stop him, and the Crocodile brothers are also avoiding Qiu in this situation. Ji Shi was speechless. You mean, their tactics are targeting only one person, and that is Ye Liangqiu. Don't let him touch the ball, don't let him score goals, don't let him act recklessly on the pitch. Feng Li nodded. After the two games, our team's advantages and disadvantages are obvious. Relying on Qiu's powerful aura, we did win 2 victories. But, the price of victory is bloat. If anything, they limited the way we scored. Then besides Qiu, you and me, who among them can stand up? Ji Shi's eyes darkened. Feng Li was right, after 2 games, their opponents almost all lost because of Ye Liangqiu, and this third team must have watched the first 2 games. So he deliberately targeted Ye Liangqiu. After all, it's too easy to target one person on the court. Moreover, in this blue lock, even if it is a foul, there are probably people who are willing to do it. Finally, someone understands. So far, Team Z has been able to get here entirely because of Kaiu Bao. Once he is restricted, the entire team will be like a person full of weaknesses. And with the strongest goal-scoring point contained, the pressure on the opposing team will naturally be much less. Upstairs, are you looking down on the others? These people have all kinds of weapons after all. Aren't they just brothers among alligators? As long as Jabao uses his space perception ability, he can easily solve it. However, Ji Shi couldn't see the quarrel in the barrage. He was still trying to figure out how to play the ball next. Feng Li licked the corner of her mouth. So what are you going to do? Ji Shi? Is it to liberate the Demon King, or to shine in this one? Ji Shi looked at Feng Li sharply. Feng Li put on a smile. When the main players are tired, the attention of this game will focus on some outstanding players. The first 2 games are choose personal show, so, this game, isn't it time for unknown people like us to shine? Ji Shi, do you want to be a shadow all your life? Ji Shi was stunned for a moment, but there seemed to be some fire in his eyes. Of course I don't want to, so, are you here to tell me to crush these people? Let me tell you in advance, I don't have the physical strength and speed like Ye Liangqiu. Feng Li grinned, don't worry, the monster will tell me. At this time, Ye Liangqiu had closed his eyes and his heart was beating violently, making him seem to be calmer. There was no betrayal in this game. The tactics were not leaked, nor was Zhu Yuanxi betrayed. With the expansion of the winning streak, no one seems to have discovered the fatal weakness of Team Z. It is easy for him to break through the restrictions. After all, his own toughness on the court cannot be completely restricted by 1 or 2 people. The entire stadium was just as he expected, with all the players fighting around him as a core. Including the group of enemies opposite. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile, wonderful, really wonderful. Although I have experienced this feeling before. But, don't you all think too simply? As if feeling the change in Ye Liangqiu's momentum, the player who had been guarding him frowned and his body tensed up. However, Ye Liangqiu glanced at him and said softly, let's watch the show, this game may be different from what you expected. Without me, they should be playing more relaxedly. After all, I know my team better than you do. Now that the oppression is over, some people are going to stand up and resist. As he said that, he looked at the Crocodile brothers who were running quickly towards the goal. However, in the next second, Ji Shi came out of nowhere. Kicked the ball away with one kick. You! Junichi Gatorama's pupils dilated. What are you? Ji Shi's whole body seemed to feel relaxed countless times. For 2 consecutive games, although the opponent was always suppressed by Ye Liangqiu, their team was always dominated by Ye Liangqiu's terrifying strength. Now is the opportunity to show yourself and show your strength. He didn't want to give up. Now that the devil has been sealed, it's natural for brave men like them to save the world. Feng Li, catch it. I saw that from a precise angle, this shot intercepted the ball and even passed the ball. Feng Li has already been waiting for the arrival of this ball in a place of good luck, good ball. The next second, he caught the ball and quickly took it out of the penalty area. When other teammates saw this scene, they quickly moved forward. Feng Li looked at the people surrounding him and sneered, do you think there is only one threat to our team? That would be a big mistake. In an instant, his feet were moving wildly, and he could easily pass the person in front of him with his dizzying bicycle ride. Then it rushed out like a black shadow. Feng Li's eyes were locked in position frantically. Chu, just stand aside and watch. Without you, we can still score goals. The devil's rule is over. It's monster time. There was a bang sound. With one shot, the ball slipped from the net. Before Feng Li could shout out first, Ji Shi had already shouted, well done, Feng Li. The Crocodile brothers were also stunned on the spot, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. There is indeed nothing wrong with their tactics, but the question arises again now, why does Team Z still have such a strong combat effectiveness? At this time, they looked at Ye Liangqiu and saw a smile on his face, as if they already knew this would be the result. When a demon king suppresses a group of monsters comes to an end. Those monsters that rushed out, the power that burst out from their bodies was the power that had been squeezed and pressured, and finally turned into a weapon to overthrow themselves. What a joy it is! Ye Liangqiu looked up at the light revealed between his fingers and murmured in a low voice, "Do you really think it is a good thing to seal me in this stadium? It will only allow more monsters to break through their shackles. Ha, it's really wonderful." Chapter 35. What's going on? Why did this group of people suddenly feel like they were given a shot of chicken blood? Kesuk Krokodrama didn't understand what happened at all. This group of people actually seemed to have changed into different people in just a short moment. Why is that? Brother, do you know? Jun Gadorama shook his head, he didn't understand either. Why did this group of people suddenly become so violent, like a group of beasts that had just broken out of the cage? However, all this was seen by Kyunki from the rear guard. He fully understood what was going on, but why would Ye Liangqiu give such an opportunity? His weapons are more than enough to deal with the crocodile brothers. After all, he knew these two people well enough, and besides, he had stepped on these two people before. Naturally, it was clear that Ye Liangqiu did this on purpose. Ye Liangqiu chuckled lightly, people will always doubt whether they are geniuses, and they will also clearly realize whether they have talents. No one is willing to forget his once glorious past, nor will he give up on regaining his own. Brilliant! Now, I give the stadium back to you egoists. Become stronger through struggle. What I want to see is a brand new you, not the waste that has been hiding in the ruins. Otherwise this game is meaningless and I lose the interest I should have. With the entry of this ball, everyone regained their form. Ji Shii and Feng Le fist bumped, and both of them were a little excited. Well, I passed the ball beautifully, didn't I? Feng Le nodded, very good, at least it's a little easier to catch the ball than Lei Shi's pass. Ah? What did you say? Lei Shi stepped forward quickly, how dare you say it again? At this time, the halftime whistle sounded. The first half ended with Team W versus Team Z, 2:3. In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu drank water, rubbed his sore neck, and lay down directly on the chair. He was indeed a little tired. He had been running around the field and was restricted by the flies. Who else could feel this way? It's not even comfortable to come. Chu, you are so miserable. Feng Le joked from the side, from the beginning to the end, the opponent seems to be fighting around you. It's good to know. Did you enjoy the goal? Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes and responded, those people are paying attention to me. It seems that the cooperation between you and Xiao Shii is perfect. Feng Le was very confident, well, don't you see how flexible my dribbling is? Yes, yes. Ye Liangqiu was a little perfunctory. On the contrary, Ji Shi stepped forward and said, the opponent's tactics in the first half seem to be centered around you. I'm afraid they still won't let you go in the second half. It does give us a chance. As long as we follow this trend, the opponent can't guard us. Did you see something? Asked the confused little monk. Ji Shi patted his head, as if forgetting that there was still someone in the team who hadn't noticed, and then began to explain the opponent's tactics. The opponent's tactic should be to block Ye Liangqiu across the board. If he is on the left, the ball must be passed to the right, which is the so-called targeted tactic. Aiming at tactics. The little monk touched his chin, the person they are targeting is Ye Liangqiu. Are they not going to let him get the ball? Ji Shi said yes, our overall combat effectiveness has never been shown. After all, the first two games relied on Ye Liangqiu's unreasonable goals, and now they are targeting Ye Liangqiu with this mean. I think as long as he is restrained, the game will be over. So the goal between me and Feng Le should have directly disrupted the opponent's tactics. But, in their eyes, maybe it's just good luck. I'm afraid there won't be any changes in the next tactics. At this time, Ye Liangqiu raised his head and looked at everyone. To make it clear, I will continue to be in jail. You just need to play football with all your strength. You don't need to regard me as the core. The opponent's posture is aimed at me. Do you understand? Hearing this, what everyone received was not sympathetic glances, but bursts of laughter. Lei Shi held his stomach and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen you so deflated. How do you feel? Do you feel like the whole audience is targeting you?" Ye Liangqiu glanced at him. "It's okay. It's an honor for me to be targeted by the whole audience, but you can't even score a goal in this situation. I'm going to laugh for the rest of my life." Suddenly, Lei Shi became depressed. On the contrary, everyone else laughed. Zhu Yuanqi said, "Then our tactics remain unchanged, and we still have the same group of 3 as the core, with a rotation system. It's just that we, Lord Demon King, have wronged you and are watching the battle." Coincidentally, their 3-person all-star tactic was designed with a 4-core lineup, and the extra core was Ye Liangqiu. Whether he disappeared from the court or not actually had nothing to do with the team, and did not disrupt the tactics at all. This allowed their tactics to completely demonstrate their perfection. Next game, it's Qunqi's turn. I, Chenzao Asahi, have no objection to being the core, right? Zhu Yuanqi looked at everyone. Ye Liangqiu said weakly, "I have no objection." Everyone laughed again. To be precise, this tactic only requires one person to have no objections. The whistle sounded again. Team W discovered that Team Z's position had not changed at all, and Ye Liangqiu was still standing in the center. This made the Crocodile brothers think that Ye Liangqiu was the core of the attack. "Brother, it seems they don't know our tactics yet." Jun Gadorama nodded. "It's just that they don't know it at all." At this moment, Ye Liangqiu has been completely ignored. He is a bait to confuse the opponent. But Qunqi, who was standing at the front, had a longing in his eyes. He looked at his legs, trembling a little. "Why are you telling me this?" As a whistle sounded, Team W kicks off. The Crocodile brothers attacked, but their cooperation was still flexible. Kesuk Gadorama held the ball and mocked, "Isn't this Chikiri-chan? That genius? What? You haven't dared to run since your leg was injured, right? Are you afraid that it will break at once?" Hearing the sound, Chenjao Asahi looked at Qunqi with some doubts. What did they mean by these words? What's broken? Leg? Shut up, shut up. Qunqi gritted his teeth, with a ferocious expression on his face, hesitant and unwilling, and thoughts were flying wildly in his mind. Why can't I end my football career in peace? Chapter 36. Huge pressure surged towards Qunqi, and there seemed to be a dark figure whispering in his ear, "Run? Qunqi, why are you still not moving? Is this how to simply end my football career? Isn't that too cowardly? Even if you have a broken leg, isn't this your dream? To become number 1 in the world?" Qunqi's pupils trembled violently. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." He looked at the Crocodile brothers who were rushing towards him. Just as he was about to lift his feet, he found that the other side didn't take him seriously at all and easily passed through his defense line. Kesuk Gadorama grinned widely, "Genius, you don't think you still have that arrogant capital, do you? The current time is no longer the domain of genius. Shut up, you 2 bastards." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qunqi was stunned and looked back at the figure exuding murderous aura. Ye Liangqiu's pupils seemed to be glowing red, and his whole body was filled with an ominous aura. The next moment, before the Crocodile brothers could react, Ye Liangqiu's figure was like a flying black shadow, snatching away the ball at the feet of the Crocodile master. Qunqi was still dazed, A ball has flown in front of him. Not far away, Ye Liangqiu, who was exuding murderous aura, could see his eyes burning brightly. So, are you still prepared to regret your past? It's just a broken leg. If you break it now, it will be broken later. It will always be broken. So why can't you break it while chasing your dreams? Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? Thousands of leopards and horses. At this time, the two bastards of the crocodile master brothers followed up again. Their expressions were ferocious, as if they wanted to eat Ye Liangqiu alive, and they couldn't stop swearing. Qunqi looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes shaking. Yes, the matter of breaking the leg hasn't happened yet. The reason I'm here is to make a quiet exit. But, the world's #1 thing doesn't seem to be untouchable. Why should I be afraid of injuring my leg? Do I just want to play football? But isn't it just kicking now? I didn't feel happy or unhappy, it was like I was isolated from the outside. I don't like this feeling. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's lips curled up. So have you thought about it? The Queen of Team Z. It's time to run. Qunqi looked at his legs, and the boiling blood had begun to tremble. Actually, none of this matters. As long as I can continue to play here, I will be happy. What cannot be lost, what must be believed? That's enough. If you want to be broken, just be broken. Even if I break my legs while running, that's when I am completely broken while chasing my dream. Obey the already restless heart in your heart. I'm going to FK. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt as if a scent of fragrance came from the tip of his nose, and a wisp of slender hair passed straight through his body. That speed that surpasses everyone is shown on the court. The crocodile brothers were dumbfounded. This guy can't run away. Why? Damn it, why is this? The two of them looked at Ye Liangqiu with fierce eyes. What did this guy say to Qunqi? However, on the field, the red cheetah was finally no longer timid and sealed himself in shackles, speeding up like crazy with unparalleled speed. Stop him! Damn it, stop him! The eyes of the crocodile brothers were filled with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Qunqi was enjoying the pleasure coming from her body. Everything in front of her seemed to slow down. Although she was running and moving, she was always recalling Ye Liangqiu's words in her mind, only when you lose can you understand cherish. The passion is temporary, but the loss is lifelong. But if you can't even enjoy a moment of passion, then what's the use of this life? All I want is the pleasure I feel now. This is also an opportunity to challenge the world's #1. His pupils seemed to be bursting with blazing flames, and his sword pointed at the goal. There was a bang sound. The football goes straight towards the goal. This kick seemed to shatter all this time of being spurned, and a proud queen stood up again. And Ye Liangqiu's goal has been achieved. This game is over. The score came to 2:4. There is no doubt that with the huge gap, even if the crocodile brothers can score points, they will not be able to make up for this difference. Qunqi walked up to Ye Liangqiu, and she didn't know if she was being arrogant or something, and she gave a coy thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck in this self-doubt. Thank you for your reminder. Even if I break my legs this time, I won't stop. Thanks. Ye Liangqiu frowned at his apology. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Feng Li on the side nodded. I feel like the goal scored in the last game was really beautiful, but I didn't expect Qunqi to have the same speed as Qiu. Can I go faster? Ye Liangqiu said proudly. Feng Li shrugged. I'll know when you compete that day. But after this goal is scored, the game should be considered over. No matter how hard these two brothers score goals, it's impossible to score 2 goals in a row in just 10 minutes. Yet, Ye Liangqiu also nodded. This game is finally almost over, you can go back to sleep. I'm so exhausted. Compared with the pleasure he felt in the previous 2 games, he had no interest in the crocodile brothers in this game. After all, they were too weak. Even in the anime, these two people relied on the rebels to get along with the Z team. You can imagine how weak the strength is. Faced with this kind of player, the reason why Ye Liangqiu fished all the way in this game was to allow some people in the entire team to adapt to the weapons as quickly as possible, and Qunqi was one of them. Although his speed could not be compared with his own. But when fully deployed, it should be speed, substitute level. And among the people present, almost no one could reach this level. Even Ji Shiai's weapon, before it evolved, was just a simple prediction and spatial perception. When encountering an absolutely powerful enemy, his spatial perception may even become a flaw. Having said that, what interests Ye Liangqiu the most is the reward he will receive after the competition. Chu, stop laughing. Penetrate. Feng Li on the side pulled Ye Liangqiu back, who was already wandering in the world. After all, the game is not completely over yet. It was indeed a bit presumptuous for the two of them to discuss the topic and end it. Chapter 37. As time passed little by little, under the momentum and weapons of Team Z, they were crushed. Team W suffered a disastrous defeat, and one of them was Ye Liangqiu, who was secretly thinking about some bad things. Brother, I am laughing to death. Others are playing football, but Kaiu Bao, all I think about is resting after the game, how to rest comfortably, whether the bed is soft, what to eat today. Ha 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 ha, I watched it too, I'm so heartbroken. Is it possible that it is not arrogance, but absolute confidence in this game? I didn't see Qunqi being let out. If the current Z team meets the first two teams, the result may be different. In the lounge, I just came out of the bathroom. Looking at the barrage of comments floating on the mirror in front of him, Ye Liangqiu twitched the corner of his mouth. These guys really didn't keep any privacy at all, but they managed to survive with these few games. His emotion value has actually reached 67 million. After a while, he should be able to buy the thing he wants. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 1*1. Reward, left-footed shot, substitute level. Congratulations to the host for completing the third main line. Reward, Eye of the Demon King. Almost at the same time, Ye Liangqiu felt severe pain coming from his left eye. This pain almost made him faint and his whole body was shaking. It's just that this kind of pain goes away as quickly as it comes. FK, what the hell? It hurts so much. Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that everything in front of him became clearer, and after he shifted his gaze, he could actually see traces of afterimages of everything. The fusion of the Demon King's eye is successful, the fusion degree is 10%. Note, eyes are the most important thing for watching the trends on the court. The opening time period of the Devil's Eye allows you to observe the changes of anything in the future 1 second period. As the degree of integration increases, the time can be extended. For a moment, Ye Liangqiu swallowed subconsciously and stared at the changes in the future. Is it so scary? If Ji Shiai's spatial perception ability is to observe changes on the field through information and look down on the overall situation, then his Demon King's Eye is a magical skill for single combat. Predict the opponent's actions in 1 second. This has an unparalleled effect during the competition between the two sides. For example, Ye Liangqiu is opposite Feng Li. The dribbling he has shown, how many unimaginable actions he can make in 1 second, he can observe and directly stop it. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this ability. Even if Ye Liangqiu is a professional player, he can guard against him. At this time, he slowly raised his head and saw that in the mirror, a clock seemed to appear in the pupil of his left eye. With a thought, the clock seemed to disappear, and everything around him returned to its normal state. Hey! Ye Liangqiu forcibly suppressed the urge to rush out and test this power. After all, he didn't even have any clothes on. But with this excitement, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Although they don't have the ability to predict the movements of the entire field like the ones developed by Ji Shii and beyond the horizon. But this is a 100% prediction of the world after 1 second, and it can continue to increase the time. Ye Liangqiu can't imagine that the perfect goal they thought they kicked out seamlessly will be blocked by him. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slowly cracked, like a ferocious beast about to prey. At this time, Feng Li's voice came from outside, "Qiu, you didn't die in the bathroom, did you? You're the one who died. Now we are the only 2 teams in Building 5 that have won all the games. Logically speaking, we have advanced directly, but there is still 1 game to play." Zhu Yuanxi held the tablet and was a little confused. "Ah? Haven't we already won 3 consecutive victories?" Lei Shi mumbled while biting a piece of steak. Qunqi combed her long flowing hair and curled her lips and said, "Although I don't know what Ishan Shipachi is thinking, it seems that he doesn't want us to relax. After all, Building 5 now counts us as a team. Other teams have already been eliminated. Even if there is an opponent, we only have 1 opponent. Team V." Ji Shii looked a little excited. After abandoning the consequences of leaving if he lost, he had completely let himself go. After all, he would not leave whether he won or lost this game. Then there is no need to be afraid at all. In other words, we will play against Team V in the next game. Qiuoshan touched his chin. Is this a friendly match? Both sides can advance even if they lose. Can I choose to refuse? Zhu Yuanxi shook his head. No, the game will start the day after tomorrow. Anyway, we can just play it as a training match. At this time, Ye Liangqiu glanced at the camera observing everyone in the room. To put it simply, our game is someone's bad taste, right? At this time, the screen lights up. Huixin Shiba looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, it seems that you have entered the relaxation stage. Do you think it won't matter after promotion? What else? The little monk muttered. We have all advanced, why not just send us to the next level? At this time, Huixin Shiba chuckled and said, didn't I say before? In the entire number 5 prison, each of your teams will have their own competition. It's not my bad taste. It's about giving you enough time to master your own weapons. After hearing this, everyone started to look serious. The meaning of his words is already very clear. This second test is obviously prepared for the third test. Now that he is saying these words, he is telling everyone that the game is a game, elimination is elimination, and advancement does not mean the end of the game. Is just the beginning. Exin Shiba continued, it seems that you still know how weak you are, so I won't say more. If you don't want to proceed with this game, just wait for the notification to enter the next level. If you need to think about it, I will give you 30 minutes to think about it. I believe you don't want the people in Team V to see this embarrassing look, right? After all, they agreed directly without hesitation. Both teams were completely victorious. Although they advanced, they were not the first in Building 5. With the screen off, everyone looked at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Liangqiu slowly said, just kick if you want. There is no need to be intimidating. Anyway, no one will die in this game and no one will be eliminated. Just treat it as proficient in your own weapons. What he means is that the third level is extremely dependent on one's own strength. Chapter 38. Everyone fell into silence. I would like to play against Team V. After all, their team is also in a state of complete victory, and it seems that every game is crushing. It would be a pity if we don't even have contact with this kind of opponent. Feng Li laughed and said. Road. Ji Shi nodded, Ye Liangqiu is right. We barely win every game. We can't even control our own weapons. You must know that this is the second level of the test. Perhaps the third level test will be more difficult. It's good to have a chance to play now. What do you think? I agree. Qiuoshan nodded. By the way, let me know about our opponents in the future. Team V is also a promotion team like us. We should meet again in the next games. It is better to know in advance. For a time, everyone gave their opinions one after another. Eventually all agreed on the match. Monitoring room. Exon Shiba has been observing the choices of the two teams. The same rhetoric, the same statement, he used on the two teams, both of which were considering whether to play this game. It seems that the final result has come down. But Li on the side asked, "How do you know that both teams will agree? Aren't you talking nonsense?" Hui Xin raised the corner of her mouth. In a building, there is a team that has the same victory as mine, so everyone would want to try the strength of a team like their own, and the subsequent test will be very exciting. Maybe he will be an opponent. In this case, there is no risk in conducting a trial match. Would anyone say no? Li rolled his eyes at Hui Xin, wondering where his confidence came from, but now the two teams have indeed made the same choice. They both chose to compete with both sides without risk of withdrawal. Perhaps the excitement is not as good as before. Come on. Hui Xin seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What if I add a little bit of seasoning? Will it make this game even crazier?" There are still 2 days until the final game starts. The tense atmosphere in Blue Lock is getting stronger and stronger. Even when everyone went to the cafeteria to eat, they could see the loser's tunnel and the expressions of the players who left in despair. After those people go out, do they really have no chance to be associated with their football career? Asahi asked with some lingering fear, "This is a bit too pitiful." Pity? What's so pitiful? Lei Shi snorted coldly, "We all came in by ourselves. It's the path we chose after all, and no one forced us to do it. The ones who are pitiful should be those who come in and have their first ball sent away. After all, those people were eliminated because they were really angry. Their skills were useless and they were eliminated. I still sympathize with this kind of people, but there is no need to have any sympathy for these people now. I'm sure they were still thinking about how to eliminate others in the last game." Ye Liangqiu joked, "Hey, it's rare for a little shark like you to say something like this. I'm afraid I'm secretly saying that I shouldn't be teasing you when I was trying to catch people." Lei Shi dismissed it, "A joke? You didn't fool us, but I still have a question to ask you. Why did you choose to eliminate Yu Imamura at that time? Is it really just a random choice? Everyone sitting here is not a fool. In fact, they have all seen Ye Liangqiu's strength. When he tested the ghost and catch people in the first level, the volley had already determined the target. However, among the many candidates, Imamura Yude was directly targeted. Is there any ghost among them? They all know it in their hearts." Ye Liangqiu touched his chin, "It's true that I didn't choose randomly, but I was making a decision when I had the ball in my hand, who should be eliminated. He was eventually targeted. What's the reason?" Lei Shi raised his eyebrows. Ye Liangqiu shrugged, "I want to stay, do I need a reason?" In fact, as someone who knew everything about anime, he did have a bit of difficulty in choosing at that time. He could eliminate the thoughtful betrayer Zhu Yuanba, or he could eliminate the little monk who had been causing trouble. However, in the end, he chose the target Imamura Yutai body. Just because Ye Liangqiu didn't see any value in him. In the anime, this guy has almost no characteristics, no ability to score goals, and even makes frequent mistakes. Rather than eliminating these two people, it is better to send this marginal character away first. Moreover, Ye Liangqiu himself has already arrived in this prison, so naturally he will not let what happened to Team Z happen again. Obviously, he changed the original course. It even led the entire team to a level that did not belong to them. This has achieved his goal. Others fell silent when they heard his answer. Yes. At that time, when the devil was catching someone, all everyone thought about was kicking the ball out. They couldn't be eliminated. How could they think so much? I have to admire Ye Liangqiu's really big heart. After thinking about it, Lei Shi simply gave it up and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you figured out how to deal with that white hair in the next game? Their V team is quite strong. 8:0 eliminated Team Y, which was difficult for us to deal with before. I watched the video." Qianwataru held the tablet and said, "There are 3 people worth noting, Nagi Shiro, Mikage Ryu, and Kenjo Zantetsu. These 3 are the main scoring points of Team V. Among them, Nagi Shiro's physical coordination is able to complete various difficult movements and spin his opponents around. Ryu uses various tricks to pass the ball to assist. The final Kenjo Zantetsu is similar to Chikiri's speed form, but what's remarkable is that he didn't shoot with his right foot, but with his left foot. Left foot. The god of the country was stunned. His weapon was his left foot." Zhu Yuanwei continued, "The power of these 3 people has almost raised the strength of the entire V team by several levels. If we want to defeat this team, what we need most is restriction and defense. The 4-core lineup is still usable. But facing this 3-core lineup, you still have to play one game to understand the difference." Ble looked at the video of Nagi's hero and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Rainbow is extraordinary, Oxtail, this guy is really awesome. But it would be quite interesting to defeat such a person, Chu, don't you think so? You won't know until you try it." Ye Liangqiu smiled, "I just don't know, how do they see our team now?" Chapter 39. While they were discussing in the V team's lounge. "Hey, Nagi, what do you think of this Z team?" King Rei sat next to Nagi Shiro and asked. Nagi was lying on the chair playing the game. "There seems to be a very strong person. The aura on his body is very similar to that of a team he played in before. He seems to be called here. Too lazy to think about it." Prince Ling looked helpless. "Is it that Malang?" Hearing this, Nagisa Shiro nodded, "It seems to be him. The aura of that person is very similar to him, but I don't know if he is good at playing football. But it doesn't matter, just kick them out anyway." Saying that, Nagi's hero suddenly stopped the game he was playing and stared directly at King Rei. "Ling, are you excited or scared?" Prince Ling grinned, "I was just thinking about how to crush this team like us." At this time, Kenjo Zantetsu asked, "Hey, don't you two watch the video of this team? It's too troublesome, I don't want to watch it." Nagisa Shiro looked tired, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to fall asleep immediately. But Prince Ling chuckled softly from the side, "He doesn't need these things." During the training, everyone sometimes couldn't help but look at the figure running on the treadmill. "How much physical strength do you have? Aren't you going to let people live?" the little monk complained. Although they are both the same age, Ye Liangqiu is able to outperform the 2 of them on the treadmill, which makes his remaining confidence disappear little by little. Even Qunqi was a little helpless. He couldn't beat Ye Liangqiu in terms of physical strength, and he had no confidence in beating this guy in terms of speed. Ye Liangqiu wiped his sweat and said, "What's so surprising about this? The most important thing for a player is physical strength. On the court, your physical strength determines whether you have more scoring opportunities in the second half. Furthermore, you don't seem to understand the truth. Just because you beat players of the same age here, it doesn't mean that you can beat those players who have been fighting on the field all year round. Those people do this kind of training every day. With your current physique, I won't say much, it is almost impossible to set foot in such a competition." Hearing this, the young monk's fighting spirit was ignited. "I want to be the number 1 man in the world." Qunqi also took a drink of water and stood on the treadmill again. Finally, after some time passed, the 2 of them could be seen paralyzed on the ground. "What are they doing?" Feng Li asked with a question mark on his face. Ye Liangqiu said with a smile, "Someone wants to be my man." "Ah. B. Until the evening, I don't know what this guy Feng Li said to add fuel to the fire, and everyone in the lounge looked at Ye Liangqiu with something wrong. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows and grabbed Feng Le. What did you say again? Feng Le stuck out her tongue. I'm helping you find a man. The next second, the screams of Ble were heard. There was silence in the entire lounge. Until the farce ended, everyone sat together and began to discuss tomorrow's tactics. Zhu Yuanqi touched his chin and thought, with the four-core lineup unchanged, what we need to do is to limit the opponent's goals as much as possible. So my idea is that if we want to maximize the value of our weapons in tomorrow's game, we should change every 10 minutes. A fast pace may be easier to deal with. Ji Shi raised his hand and said, but there are also disadvantages to this. Disadvantages? Yuan tilted his head, a little confused. At this moment, the screen lit up again, and Hui Xian's expression seemed to be teasing. It seems that someone in your team has discovered this problem. Very good, very good. The ball played these days has not been in vain. Everyone looked at him, somewhat confused. Huixin Shiba took a sip of coffee and said very elegantly, maybe you haven't noticed it yet. You have too many goals by chance, and they are all goals that cannot be reproduced. But goals that cannot be reproduced on the court, I generally call them lucky goals. Lei Shi suddenly became a little angry. Ah? You said our ball is a lucky ball? Didn't you watch the video? After all, the goal they worked so hard to score was actually downgraded to a lucky goal. Isn't this just blatant slander? Isn't it? Exin Shiba put down the coffee in his hand. Any way of scoring goals has a process. A ball that cannot be copied. Can you kick a second one on the court? If you can kick the same ball, I admit that I was wrong, but obviously, most of your goals are short-lived goals. On the pitch, scoring is the only way to score. Do you still have to bet on your luck when playing football? Of course, I didn't talk about you, Ye Liangqiu. In my eyes, you should be regarded as the person who uses the most scoring methods in Team Z. I won't call the goals scored by your own strength as luck, because with these goals, you can kick out the second one. Everyone was silent and still listened to Hui Xian's explanation. After all, every time this guy appeared on the screen, he would tell them some information that they couldn't know on the court. This is for those of them who have just destroyed themselves and reorganized themselves. It's like good medicine. Huixin smiled slightly. It seems that after a few games, you have learned to respect me, so I won't talk nonsense. What you need now is the formula for creating goals. Analyze your own weapons and how they work on the court to score goals. That's what you should understand now. It won't work if we continue to live by chance. Only by successfully creating repeatable goals can we have the chance to stay in blue lock. Well everyone, I wish you good luck. With the screen off, everyone was sitting on the ground, thinking about what they had just said. When Ji Shi looked at Ye Liangqiu, he knew that this guy must know something. Seeing Ji Shi, who was like a curious baby, Ye Liangqiu was also a little helpless. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious first. I'll tell you about the way it was scored. Ellie, go get me a glass of water first. Feng Le covered her aching head, feeling a little aggrieved. Ji Shi asked, I actually understand the specific meaning of how to score a goal. I just don't understand. If I rely on my own ability to score goals on the court, doesn't this count as using a scoring method? Chapter 40. After taking a sip of water, he saw that everyone was sitting around him before starting to answer questions. Ye Liangqiu asked a question first, do you know what shooting is? Shoot, the national god responded, isn't it just a whoosh sound and the ball hits the net? Isn't this a shot? Ye Liangqiu nodded, that's a good expression. Yes, this is a shot. Any way you put the ball into the opponent's goal is a shot. However, the equation Ishin Xiaoqi mentioned just now is the steps before you shoot. For example, inhale, lift your legs, exert force, and finally shoot the ball with your most perfect posture. This is the simplest equation. Ah? What do you mean? The little monk scratched his head, obviously listening to the explanation step by step, but when these words were put together, he couldn't understand why. At this time, Ji Shii seemed to realize something, and he asked, "This is a small equation, and it is also a scoring equation that everyone has mastered. So it's called a reproducible shape, but if you want to create a new equation, you have to combine your own weapons. It seems that they are not all fools." Ye Liangqiu nodded, "Yes, the formula is the way to score goals. For example, the one I just mentioned can be used by everyone. But there are other equations, such as your spatial awareness ability to predict the opponent's position, so you can grab the ball and score goals. This is also one of them." Lei Shi put his hands on his knees and frowned, feeling like he was listening but not listening, "But it seems we can't use his equation, right?" Ye Liangqiu seemed to have known that someone would ask this question, and immediately explained, "This is what can be reproduced and what cannot be reproduced. Each weapon is different, or the way of thinking is difficult to synchronize. But weapons are not unique in this world. I'm using Ji Shii as an analogy. When we were playing against Team Y, there was also a player with the same spatial awareness among the opposing players. The two of them predict the direction of the ball and even move to an area simultaneously. Although they are in different positions, through their weapons and various factors, their only purpose is to get the ball. Final shot. That's how the equation was born." With this explanation, everyone completely understood. Kyunki said, "In other words, the equation is actually using itself as a standard to design a perfect way to score goals. It doesn't have to be something everyone else can use. As long as I can score goals." Ye Liangqiu put his hand like a gun to his temple. "Yes, you can imagine that you are on the court now, and there are 3 people guarding you in front of the goal. What method should you use to score a goal? Whether he shoots directly, passes the ball, or takes a risk and rushes in. Every way you score a goal, even though it's just an idea in your mind, it's really an equation. I just need you to take action. The most important thing is whether it can be reproduced." The little monk looked excited. "I understand, don't you just think about how to shoot after getting the ball." Ye Liangqiu drank helplessly, not understanding how this guy's brain was structured. "I have already explained it in great detail. I still don't understand. The equation is just a puzzle." Ji Shii suddenly said, "The weapon, itself, and changes are unpredictable in every way. The equations are not fixed either. When using different equations on different occasions, you need to bring in not only your opponents, but also your teammates. The idea in your mind is destined to be just an idea. If you want to realize it perfectly, you have to consider any changes on the court. In the same way, the equation is also changing rapidly." Ye Liangqiu, am I right? Ye Liangqiu nodded. He is worthy of being the real protagonist, and his understanding is indeed quick. Yes, the equation is how goals are scored. But people are different, and the natural paths are also different. Just like Ye Liangqiu uses speed and precise shooting skills, this is how he scores goals. However, on the court, this method may not be effective in every game. That's why we need to constantly create new weapons and generate new equations. Only in this way can we deal with countless unknown enemies. I can't survive anymore, my head is going to explode." Lei Shi covered his head and rolled his eyes. Yuan was smashed and lay flat on his back. Only Ji Shii and a few others were thinking about the mystery. Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly. "This is only the first step, and it is also the step in the transformation of all Blue Lock players. After mastering their own weapons, they must make the weapons more powerful. Equations are essential. Although some people don't need it at all." A night of silence. Ye Liangqiu was woken up early in the morning and saw that everyone in the lounge had begun to change clothes, and Lei Shi and the young monk were wrestling on the ground. "What's going on? Are you still allowed to sleep?" Feng Li also woke up in a daze, grumbling and complaining. It seems that I didn't remember anything about last night's exchange. On the contrary, when Ji Shii was wearing clothes, he was still talking about the combination of his weapons. It wasn't until Ye Liangqiu woke up completely that the rest of the restroom became quiet. Today, the final competition between V and Team Z has begun. Although, both sides understand that no one will leave this game. But the moment we met on the court, the feeling of hostility has been exhausted. The smell of gunpowder in the atmosphere filled the entire stadium. Is this the winning streak team? It does seem a bit difficult to mess with. Narahaya Asahi stared at the three people at the front. Among them, the one who brought him the strongest sense of oppression was the white-haired boy. It was Nagi Shiro. Behind him, King Ling and Jian Cheng also exuded a spontaneous aura. At this time, Cheng Zhao Asahi suddenly trembled and looked towards his home, his pupils contracted violently. All I saw was in his sight. Ye Liangqiu's whole body seemed to be filled with scarlet mist. He quietly looked at Nagisa Shiro who had just broken out of the eggshell opposite him. The blood in his body seemed to be trembling, and the corners of his mouth gradually cracked. Like an evil ghost coming. A perfect genius. A genius who still knows nothing about football. Crush him, destroy him, destroy him, what a wonderful pleasure it will be to see his despairing expression. This is the first time I've felt like I'm in good shape since I came here, I've never felt better. Chapter 41. Is another monster excited? The two parties met without saying hello, and both were observing each other. Nagi Shiro's eyes met with Ye Liangqiu's, and the next second, King Rei beside him heard a voice that made him unbelievable. Prince Ling, I may not be able to defeat him. Whether it was intuition or a premonition, Nagisa Shiro said this. A sentence that puzzled even King Ling. Even before the kick started, Nagisa Shiro already felt that he had lost. He was not talking about losing to the game, but losing to that person. Prince Ling also looked at Ye Liangqiu. In his pupils, he seemed to see countless monsters raging towards them. The entire stadium seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black mist. This feeling was like facing an invincible enemy. The enemy made him swallow his saliva subconsciously. But his eyes became more and more excited. Nagi, I know what you saw. But, we won't lose. Team Z is also discussing last night's tactics. Until the whistle sounded and everyone stood on the court, everyone's nerves were already tense. This was not a duel of life and death, nor was it a game where they would leave if they lost. All they had to do was enjoy the game. Master the weapons and constantly improve yourself. Now treat the opponent as a sparring partner, a tool for practicing weapons. Ji Shii kept instilling this concept in his mind, but he was suddenly stunned. If this was the case, why did he still accept this game? Am I just here to lose? No. I should abandon this idea. What I want is to win, to keep winning, to keep learning to improve myself, and to crush the future of these players. Thinking, he looked at Ye Liangqiu in the front. I believe you should think so too. The next second, the whistle sounded. Team V kicks off. King Ling charged with the ball, his pupils seemed to be constantly observing the movements around him, not paying attention to the others, and suddenly a pass came. The ball flew straight to the right side of Jian Cheng, who had been waiting for the ball to come. Jian Cheng's weapons are speed star and left foot shot. Everyone in Team Z already knew about it last night, so they were prepared. Ryuki and Chikiri moved directly forward to block the way forward. Jian Cheng sneered disdainfully and passed the ball out again. King Ling, who had already entered the midfield, caught the ball once, and his opponent was Ye Liangqiu who had already attacked. Ye Liangqiu seemed to be exuding murderous aura, but he was thinking about things other than the ball. Today's condition seems to be particularly good. Is it because of the pleasure brought by being strong? Or maybe it's the excitement of wanting to crush you, which has restored my body to its best condition. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that I have seen through your pass. The next moment, the pupil of Ye Liangqiu's left eye was like a small clock. The hands on it counted down at 60 milliseconds, and his world also changed into a slow-motion world. King Ling's passing movements were clearly visible in his eyes. You can even see directly where the ball is flying. In an instant, the next second after the ball was passed, Ye Liangqiu raised his leg and made a sweep, directly kicking the ball that had just flown into the air. Prince Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. How could this be possible? How could he see through the trajectory of my kick in just a few seconds? The most important thing is that this guy actually intercepted the ball while it was still in the air at the moment I passed the ball. Can a human do it? However, before he could react, he only heard the sound of wind in his ears, and Ye Liangqiu had already passed him with the ball. At this time, without the ball, Ji Shii arrived at the opponent's penalty area. The aura blooming on his body seemed to say, pass the ball to him immediately. Just pass it to him and he can score. But it was Ye Liangqiu who got the ball, and the corners of his mouth slowly cracked. The feeling of crushing you should be more pleasant than the previous teams. His figure flew across the court like a black lightning bolt. Prince Ling had also reacted and shouted, guard him, guard him. In the penalty area, facing the double team situation of two people from Team V in front, Ye Liangqiu did not pass the ball, and his pupils filled with violence were constantly searching for a way to score a goal. If everyone has an equation. Now, with the combination of speed, eyes, and shooting, if you want to shoot unconditionally, you need to be like a monster, trampling and crushing everyone. This is how I score goals. A way to score goals that doesn't require teammates. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's figure was surrounded by double teams. Suddenly he lifted the ball with his right foot. The ball flew into the air. His left foot had also been raised. The thoughts in his head made him a little confused. No. No rush, no. No time, now, right now, immediately, right away. Use your new weapons. There was a bang sound. With a heavy left-footed shot, the ball went straight through the two people who had surrounded him and rushed towards the goal. Even the goalkeeper didn't react, the ball rubbed his head and flew towards the goal behind him. The score came to 0:1. Everyone fell silent. Ye Liangqiu raised his head, exhaled a breath of turbid air that had been suppressed for a long time, and slowly raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, crushing these people is the beginning of pleasure. Ji Shii, who was standing not far away, was stunned. He was still predicting Ye Liangqiu's actions. He knew that in this situation, most people would pass the ball out, and he would be the one to receive the ball. However, no one expected that Ye Liangqiu would actually act in this situation. Next, he scored directly. This guy had no intention of passing the ball. Left foot. This guy just used his left foot. The god of nations was a little sluggish when he stood there. He clearly saw Ye Liangqiu's movements and shot with his left foot very skillfully, without any sense of violation. This means that like himself, he can also shoot with his left foot. However, before this, their entire team did not know this guy's weapon. It wasn't revealed until now. Not far away, King Rei did not show the frustration of a loser. Instead, he covered his face and laughed. He slowly raised his head and looked at Nagi's hero beside him. Nagai, this game is getting interesting. There is a monster just like you on the other side. Really? Nagisa Shiro's eyes were calm and his tone was shocking. Then let's destroy him together. Chapter 42. Enjoying all this, Ye Liangqiu seemed to be a little obsessed with this feeling. No, it should be said that he was already obsessed with this feeling. Walk back into the team again. Everyone looked at him with something wrong. The main thing is that the scene just now is really amazing. Although he did not break through all the defense lines single-handedly, he was able to steal the ball from the enemy and finally break through the defense line and score a goal. It was also shocking. Good shot. Feng Le praised, but then asked, "Qiu, did you shoot with your left foot just now? I remember, you haven't tried to practice before, have you?" "I just started trying it recently," Ye Liangqiu said tactfully. "When I saw the god of the country and the sword city opposite, I already had the idea to practice with my left foot. After all, one more weapon adds one more weapon. Odds of winning." Feng Li's eyes widened. "In other words, you used your left foot in that shot just out of sheer desperation." Ye Liangqiu just wanted to nod. "But I heard the voice of the god of country coming, no." Ye Liangqiu's kick just now was definitely not helpless, but he had already made a calculation in his heart. The difficulty of shooting with the left foot is indeed not high, but for a person who always uses his right foot to shoot people, it's very difficult to break this habit. It can even cause the body to become uncoordinated. But in this situation, this guy was able to shoot with his perfect left foot. "Obviously, your proficiency is far inferior to mine." Shuang Lai Zhu. Yet, Ye Liangqiu knew that he could no longer hide it, so he had no choice but to nod. "Yes, after training, I found out that I still have the talent for my left foot, which is what you call a double foot. Both legs can do the same thing perfectly." Effect. "Okay. Qiu, you didn't even tell me such a thing." Feng Li, who was on the side, punched Ye Liangqiu on the shoulder, but there was a smile on his face. Who knows what weird things this guy is thinking about? We're still talking. The next point is coming. Don't compete with me. Although Lei Shi knew how terrible the previous point was, he was already thinking about the next point and what kind of gorgeous goal he would score. Everyone returned to their positions. Ji Shii stood next to Feng Li. "Feng Li, did you see it just now?" "What did you see?" Feng Li raised his eyebrows. "Is it Qiu Go Go?" "No. No." Ji Shi shook his head, and the moment when Ye Liangqiu snatched King Ling's ball flashed through his mind. As a little expert in predicting, in fact, at that time, he had already thought of returning to defense. After all, he wanted to pass the ball. It's very difficult to interrupt. However, he saw something. Ye Liangqiu intercepted the ball that had been passed through his prediction. It's unimaginable that he actually predicted the trajectory of the pass. Ji Shii did not expect that Ye Liangqiu's reaction nerves could actually keep up with dynamic vision. If it was intuition or luck, he could imagine it, but he always felt that this was not something that luck and intuition could produce. If it is as he predicted. So, how many weapons does Ye Liangqiu hide that he hasn't revealed yet? "Hey, what's not?" Feng Li pulled Ji Shii, who was once again lost in thought, back to the field. Ji Shii patted his cheek hard, then looked at the player on the opposite side. "It's nothing." He gradually discovered Ye Liangqiu's true level, but the more he explored it, the more he felt a suffocating sense of despair. It's still Team V that kicks off. Compared to the last time after being robbed of the ball, King Rei was much more cautious. He observed the situation and this time passed the ball directly to Nagi's hero. The two of them cooperated perfectly and continuously passed Lei Shi, who wanted to steal the ball. He and the young monk continued to move towards the restricted area. But this time, Ye Liangqiu was not given any chance. After all, they have a three-man offense, just like the Crocodile Brothers in the last game, constantly controlling the ball and passing the ball. "Nagi!" King Rei shouted, kicking the ball towards Nagi's hero, who was already within shooting range. He glanced at the ball flying behind him and continued running. In front of him, Yamaru had already returned to defense. With his super jumping ability, he wants to head the ball but it will fly directly. At this time, Nagisa Shiro stopped. He also jumped up, but his movements were different from Kaimaru. Upside down golden hook. The ball in the air was directly kicked out by him in this posture. Eamon, the goalkeeper, had his pupils dilated. He was still trying to predict how the ball would come, but his body had no time to react and the ball had already passed by. The score came to 1:1. Beautiful. King Rei walked up and directly hooked Nagisa Shiro. The other members of Team Z have fallen into silence. The guy opposite is also the same monster as Ye Liangqiu. Although everyone has advanced, seeing these monsters flying unscrupulously on the field, they still can't help but feel a ray of despair in their hearts. After all, they all have to become the number one in the world to enter this blue lock. But now is the second level of testing. The shock brought by these monsters in front of them has made everyone numb. Are they all monsters? Lei Shi cursed, not knowing whether he was feeling emotional or really angry. At this moment, Feng Le laughed. Interesting, interesting, really interesting, it is indeed the right thing to come here. Gee, don't you find it interesting? Although I don't know whether I am strong enough to survive this kind of dispute between monsters, but, having fun with monsters is the truest version of me. Ji Shiai's pupils trembled. Feng Le, what are you talking about? It seems to be because of these two wonderful goals. Feng Le also fell into this monster carnival. He turned his head and looked at Ji, so you plan to be a marginal figure. That game needs to be game over. Game over. Ji Shiai fell into silence. From beginning to end, he just regarded this game as a training match. After all, there was no reason to lose in this game, and they were not standing on the edge of a cliff. You can stay even if you lose. But now, he felt something different. This is brought about by these monsters on the field. They seem to have regarded this game as a life and death game. This, why? Just because of the word win? Suddenly, he thought of something. Number one in the world. Everyone here is moving towards one goal. Before reaching this peak, everyone is an opponent. Are they fighting just because they don't want to lose? Is this the fundamental reason for this test? Chapter 43. At this moment, the screen suddenly lit up. The game time was also paused, and Exen Shiba appeared on the screen, holding a bowl of noodles in his hand and sitting on a stool with a leisurely expression. Well, sorry, something delayed me just now. But now, it seems it's not too late. Your competition has just begun, don't you suggest I say a few words? Hearing the sound, everyone looked at the screen. Exen Shiba put down the noodles in his hand and continued, it seems that you all have no objections, so I'll get started. In your eyes, this game may just be a game that has nothing to do with elimination. But I changed my mind. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Could it be that this guy was planning to temporarily change the rules? Exen Shiba smiled slightly, don't worry, I'm just adding a little bit of excitement to this game, and it won't affect your advancement to the next test. From now on, the losing team will randomly eliminate a player. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the entire stadium fell silent. He looked at Exen Jihachi in disbelief. Lei Shi even cursed angrily, what did you say? Four-eyed guy? The losing side will eliminate a player. Haven't we all advanced? Why? It seems you haven't realized it yet. Hui Xin showed a weird smile, here, in this blue lock, I am the rule. If you don't obey, you can get out now. I won't hold you back. Lei Shi suddenly lost his temper, but the expression on his face was a little ferocious. Zhu Yuanxi was also a little angry. They had finally reached this point, but they didn't expect that people would be eliminated in the last game. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? He directly asked, there has to be a reason why, right? We have all advanced. If you had told this matter earlier, maybe we would not have participated in this game. Why? Exen Shiba's expression was calm, because this is the place where the best players in the world are built. Why do we need so many? The strong and the weak will always be eliminated. Don't think that you will feel at ease just because you made the cut. I've spent a lot of resources. I'm not asking you to come here and talk to me about your experiences and achievements. Here, I only need to see one result. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu twisted his neck, and he guessed that something unexpected would happen in this game. After all, how could a place like the Blue Prison allow two teams that had already advanced to compete for no reason? This would be too boring. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? It's time to start cultivating selfishness again. It is true that the losing side randomly leaves a player, but it is also false. He understands Hui Xin's thoughts very well. He will only keep the capable ones, and those who have not scored a goal, or even not scored a goal in the entire test. Players who enter have a high probability of being kicked out. Therefore, randomness is false. It's true that they have to work hard to score goals. At this time, Huixin Shiba's gaze seemed to penetrate everyone. Start showing your selfish desires. Let me remind you that I respect the concept of the strong, those guys who have been fishing, I see it all. The next second, the screen turns off. The game clock restarts. It's getting interesting. Feng Li licked the corner of his mouth and looked in the direction of Team V. There are two teams that have never experienced failure at all. The weak ones in the team all know one thing. After this game is over, there is no chance that the withdrawal invitation letter will appear in their hands after losing the game. Undoubtedly, this sense of panic is not aimed at those players who have already scored goals. But, players who have been in a downstream state after testing. The monk had already collapsed on the ground. Listening to Hui Xin's words just now, he knew the meaning even though he was not smart. Why? Narahaya Asahi also fell into this chaos. At this time, the national god stood up like a hero. Why are you frustrated? You didn't lose the game? Do you already know that you are going to be eliminated? Don't be so pessimistic. Now we just need to defeat these guys on the opposite side. We can stay. The monk raised his head, his eyes a little hollow. What about losing? Those of you who have scored goals certainly don't have any pressure, but, those of us who haven't scored a goal in 3 games, isn't that the same as being in vain? Is it on the list? Kyunki also said with some tone, then let's score a goal. Work hard and score a goal. You are here complaining about the rules and these. Don't you have to rely on yourself to score goals? The monk pursed his lips and said nothing. If you don't want to kick, just get out. At this time, a voice sounded, and Ye Liangqiu looked at him with cold eyes. You have to know one thing, you are here all because of me. Instead of relying on your 3-legged cat's kung fu. If you feel you can't do it, you can leave now. I believe that Guy Hui Xin would also be happy to see this scene. The words that sounded like murderous words made the monk's mind go blank. However, it was not only Team Z that fell into this kind of internal strife, Team V also had a quarrel because of this rule. After all, the previous goal points depended on 3 people. The others didn't score a single goal and were all within the elimination range. Shut up, you bunch of losers. Do you think we will lose? Prince Ling's veins popped up on his forehead, and he said angrily, do you not believe us? No. Under such strength, one of the team members lowered his head, we are just a little afraid of losing. After all, with the current situation on the court, all weaklings are unwilling to entrust their fate to others. Prince Ling's expression was indifferent, then just play football for me. Without us, you can't win. Monitoring room. An Li was a little speechless about Aizen Shiba's approach. You are playing with the rules like this and making these players fall into fighting each other again. Aren't you afraid that they will retaliate against you? Revenge. Huixin grinned, they still have to thank me. If I don't do this, these people will think this game is just a child's play, just an unimportant game. But you have to know that professional football players experience this kind of thing every day. If they don't play well in a training match, they will go to the corner and sit on the cold bench, so what? Do you want me to let them grow in a greenhouse like I treat flowers? Finally died on this road chasing the world's #1. Instead of letting everyone hate me, there is only one thing I need to do, and that is to lift this group of people to a level that is not theirs and make them realize the cruelty of this world. Monsters, let's start the competition. Which side will the winner fall on? Chapter 44. Everyone on the court has fallen silent. In other words, the game has just begun. Feng Li's blood seemed to be agitated. Ji Shii said and he finally understood what lack was, that pressure, that motivation, a game that had no bearing on his own destiny. It seemed to be just a common thing, but when he rose to the point of leaving here, that's different. The blood all over his body was flowing against the current. He did not feel afraid, but instead became more and more motivated and excited about this game. Ji Shii couldn't help but ask himself, what happened to him? Since arriving at Blue Lock, where has the good-natured self gone, and who is standing here? A crazy, masochistic player? But this kind of excitement could not be concealed. He could only feel that the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. King Ling looked at Team Z and slowly said, Nagi, it seems that the real fighting has only begun now. It's up to us to defeat them. Nagisa Shiro nodded. Although his pupils were calm, he said something that made King Ling feel murderous. It's a bit troublesome, but I can feel that my body is in a good condition. Prince Ling, destroy and defeat these boring guys. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms and grinned. It's finally fun. He looked at the monk who was slowly standing up and said, instead of believing in Buddha, it is better to believe in me. The monk's eyes also revealed a fierceness. No one wants to be eliminated. Now in this game, the weakest person will be eliminated. The fighting has begun. It was Team Z's turn to kick off, and the atmosphere had completely changed. Everyone seemed to have an evil spirit that pulled the enemy into the abyss. The next second, Feng Li raised a strange smile and passed the ball at his feet to Ji Shii. Let's all start having fun. This monster feast. After receiving the ball, Ji Shii quickly ran with the ball. His eyes were locked on the people around him. Ye Liangqiu, Qunqi, Rayaki, Kunshan, everyone he targeted had excellent skills. Passing lanes. But not now, now he needs to express himself and develop his own weapons. He clearly understands that this game is not just an increase in bad taste, but the most important thing is for the brain to enter a calm state, recall his own weapons, and create a scoring formula. But how can you make yourself score a goal? He doesn't have the strength to attack with a single sword like Ye Liangqiu and Feng Li, nor does he have weapons like the National God and Qunqi. Some just predict the movement of the pitch. The ball under your feet may even be snatched away by others in the next second. In this case, there is almost no chance of scoring a goal. Suddenly, he remembered Ye Liangqiu's words, shooting. All goal-scoring equations always revolve around a few words, that is shooting and scoring, no matter in which way, as long as the ball can be sent to the enemy the goal is the correct equation. But the intermediate process cannot be ignored. I understand. Ji Shii's pupils turned into mosquito-repellent eyes in an instant. My weapons are not as powerful as theirs, so I will use their weapons into my equation. The person who ultimately guides the shot can be me or anyone. The only thing is shooting. The next second, he passed the ball. Miss, it's you. A super long pass appeared. Qunqi, who was running, saw the ball flying towards him and raised the corners of his mouth. How good! One jump to catch the ball. Qian Qibian began to accelerate, but, while accelerating, he also discovered that the opponent's sword city was running towards him, and the speed of the two was almost the same. This guy's weapon is speed, and it will most likely explode with extremely strong acceleration. Suddenly he remembered the previous scene against the Crocodile Brothers. Ye Liangqiu followed the trajectory of the ball. As if he had realized something, he showed a disdainful smile. To compare acceleration, let's see who is faster. There was a bang sound. Chikiri will kick forward while moving. In the eyes of others, it seems like passing the ball to someone, but there is no one in that place. Jian Cheng, who was chasing after him, was a little dumbfounded. There is no one there. Who is the young lady planning to pass it on to? Qunqi chuckled, I'll pass it on to myself. Boom sound. When his feet stepped on the soft court, it was like a hitting sound was made. The next moment, his whole body accelerated again, like a ball of red lightning speeding across the court. Everyone in Team Z seemed to feel inexplicably familiar with this scene. They looked at Ye Liangqiu. Yes, this was the scene where Feng Le relied on passing the ball to squeeze Ye Liangqiu's speed. Qunqi leopard horse, have you already begun to devour me? Ye Liangqiu stopped where he was, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, but this smile looked chilling. At this moment, Qunqi's speed was already approaching the goal in a straight line. His field of vision became narrower, and all he could see in his eyes was the goal. Are you too proud? Suddenly, a figure stopped Qunqi. Ling Wang looked ferocious, and directly shoveled the ball away with a sliding shovel. Even Chikiri was stunned. In his forgetful running and adrenaline surge, he completely failed to notice that the people returning to defense had surrounded him. At this moment, a sound of success rang out. Ji Shii had arrived at the penalty area at some point, and the ball flew just in the direction of him. The flames in his pupils seemed to be unstoppable, revealing a terrifying look. Smile. Proud, then what are you proud of? Do you feel like it prevented us from scoring? There was a bang sound. The moment the ball was still flying in the air, a volley shot through the chest of Team V like a sharp sword. Ji Shi burst into roars. Everyone gathered in his direction. Qunqi raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. How long did it take for this guy to get here? But only Ji Shi knew that he had planned all the predictions in his heart for this goal. From passing the ball, to running without the ball, to seeing Qunqi about to score, to observing the opponent returning to defense, his body was driven to this position by instinct. What you are waiting for is your opponent's relaxation, and what you are waiting for is for the ball to fly to the position you predicted. This is how I score goals. Use other people's weapons to predict the direction of your action, and ultimately wait for other people's mistakes at an unfixable location, and finally score a goal. I will definitely be the one to dominate this game next. Prince Ling clenched his fists and looked at Ji Shii with gritted teeth. Countless questions flashed through his head. How did this guy get to this place? And why do you think the ball will definitely fall in this direction? Nagi's hero came to his side and pulled Prince Rei up. He looked back at Qi with an unnatural expression. Prince Rei, I seem to have seen it. That guy seems to have seen through us. Chapter 45. Nagai, you. Prince Rei looked at Nagi's hero with a strange look in his eyes. This was the first time he saw Nagi show such an expression. Only the whistle broke the brief contact between the two. The two returned to their positions. King Rei grabbed his sleeves and wiped his sweat. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Nagi's hero. This was the first time he felt something different. Could it be because he was about to lose? No. Without the first time, there is no way Nagi and I would lose. As long as I pass the ball, my treasure will be able to exert unparalleled power. This ball game, as long as... Just when he was stunned, the whistle blew, and everyone on the court started to move again. King Ling also moved, and the ball had already reached his feet, but when he saw the people on the opposite side who were like countless monsters surrounding him, his expression became a little ferocious. Why do you have to stop me? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. He looked back and saw that a black shadow had come behind him. Prince Ling and Ye Liangqiu looked at each other with indifferent eyes. Don't you understand yet? You who have climbed up to this point by clinging to the strong are actually worthless. You relied on a rapidly growing genius to reach this point. Of course, I have to admit that you, a reptile, still have some strength, but you only have a little strength. I can't even understand what pleasure is in you. Outstanding points, goal points, it seems like you don't have any of them. The next second, the ball at his feet was picked up by Ye Liangqiu, and he directly grabbed the ball with his crotch with a lob. Prince Ling froze on the spot, his expression frozen, and he could only watch Ye Liangqiu, who snatched the ball away, quickly move away from him. I was robbed of the ball. However, his mood continued to deteriorate. The sounds around him had completely brought him back to his senses. I saw Nagi Sishiro and Kenjo directly skipping him. However, at this time, Ye Liangqiu was enjoying the pleasure coming from his body. The eyes of the devil allowed him to see clearly the slow motion of everyone in front of him. 1 second is enough. The next moment, a player in front of him was easily passed by an ox's tail. But at this time, Nagi Sishiro and Kenjo also came over, from the same angle, but the shooting distance was completely beyond the control of Ye Liangqiu. The afterimages of the two people in front of them just happened to be able to observe a straight goal line. Ye Liangqiu was also constantly calculating in his mind the golden area in front of the goal that belonged to him for shooting. The sounds of Ji Shii and Feng Li rushing to pass the ball could be heard in his ears, but he had now entered the state. The pupils? No. The blood in the whole body is boiling. To break this encirclement, pass the ball? Or shoot? No. I only have eyes for shooting, although the distance is a bit far. 30 meters. No, it should be further. It can be done, maybe it can be done, with my current strength and control. In this case, then surpass yourself. In an instant, the muscles of his right thigh bulged, and his legs and feet seemed to be wrapped with circles of jet-black arms. Just listen to a loud bang sound. Football is like an arrow piercing the clouds, carrying strong winds and scratching a deep visible scratch on the lawn of the stadium, shooting in an extremely violent way. None of the players in front of the goal reacted. He rushed over as the ball grazed his calf. He could even feel the strong wind carried by the ball touching his skin. Even Ye Liangqiu had endless memories of this heavy shot. He stood there and looked towards the goal, enjoying everything. In an instant, the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Feng Li was directly attached to Ye Liangqiu, even speaking a little awkwardly, "What an autumn! What a wonderful autumn!" The god of country also stood there and stared blankly at this scene. He, who was never rude, couldn't help but curse, "Isn't this a miracle? At least 30 meters, no. A little further." At this time, the score directly widened the gap. 1:3. Nagi Sishiro wiped the sweat left on his cheeks. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and wondered what he was thinking. Suddenly, he said to Rei Wang and Kenchinj who were walking beside him, "Let me do the next ball." This was the first time he asked for the ball. Even King Ling and Jiancheng couldn't help but be surprised. The two looked at each other and made a decision. But at this time, the whistle just sounded, and the first half was over. In the lounge, everyone was lamenting the goal just now, and the god of the country even asked directly what Ye Liangqiu was thinking when he kicked that goal. After all, his golden shooting area is 28 meters, and in his guess, Ye Liangqiu's shooting area was about the same as he should have been in previous games. But now that he has surpassed this number, the god of the country really wants to know what Ye Liangqiu was thinking at that moment. "What am I thinking about?" Ye Liangqiu sat cross-legged on the ground, touching his chin and frowning. The blood all over his body is throbbing. There is a goal path straight in front of him. It's like his body is being controlled subconsciously. Of course, these are all fake. He suddenly looked at the god of the nation with a hint of ridicule. "Actually, that shot gave me a different taste. In my understanding, my golden shooting area is actually about 1 meter different from yours. It's just that in that moment, the surrounding environment does not allow me to walk to the golden area. So I just kicked him out. Is it that simple?" The god of country's expression was a little exaggerated, but then he started to think again. If he had brought himself in at that time, maybe he would have kicked such a goal? Seeing him starting to think, Ye Liangqiu suddenly said, just like you usually practice, 28 meters is just the limit of how you can control the football route, but beyond the distance of 28 meters, can you not control the football? It's just your subconscious that makes you think that 28 meters is the shooting area. If you want to go beyond your limits, you have to push yourself. It's just a ball, it won't kill you. The god of country raised his head and looked at Ye Liangqiu. He didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly said thank you. Ye Liangqiu was a bit at a loss. On the other hand, Feng Li chuckled and licked his lips, as if a pair of devil's horns had grown on his head. Qiu, tell me something quickly, how many weapons do you have at your disposal? Looking at your state, it seems that there are still many things you are hiding from me. Ye Liangqiu raised his head and saw this guy's smiling face ready to move. For a while, my head hurt a little. On the other hand, others were also reminiscing about the moment when they scored a goal. Especially when Ji Shi recalled his crazy behavior and regarded Qunqi as a tool, he felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that my spatial perception ability can still be used in this way. Not only can he grab the ball, but he can also control changes in the situation. Chapter 46. Just the halftime effect caused the strength of several people to change. Although they may have realized it, it is still difficult to have such concentration in every game. Of course, this was just Ye Liangqiu's emotion. He glanced at the people in the lounge and wondered what they were thinking. Until the whistle sounded once. Everyone is back on the court. The atmosphere of Team V became extremely gloomy, and the murderous aura exuded seemed to be swallowing up the entire stadium. Ji Shi looked solemn, it seems they are also ready for a desperate fight. Although they were 2 goals ahead. But in these 3 states of self-breakthrough, he clearly knew how strong the opponent was. Until the last minute, the outcome of this game was simply unimaginable. In the same position, Ye Liangqiu looked at Nagisa Shiro once, and this time he saw something different. Interesting, did you finally wake up after being beaten? The awakening of self-awareness. Can a genius survive the first failure? With a whistle, Team V kicks off. However, what was unexpected was that this time the person holding the ball was replaced by Nagisa's hero. His face was expressionless, like a robot. But the movements are neat and clean. Every step is just right. The monk wanted to stop him, but was directly broken through by a cow's tail in the air. What follows is a quick run. Return to defense. Return to defense. The monk's pupils were unfocused and he shouted, stop him. Without him having to say it, others also knew to defend. Qunqi was about to step forward. Nagisa's hero glanced at him, moved quickly with his feet, and passed the ball directly. Not far away, King Ling was already waiting to catch the ball. Nagisa Shiro continued to run forward. There was no emotion in his eyes, but he was thinking about something in his heart. According to Prince Ling, my current situation should be called hard work, right? But why did I suddenly work hard? Is it because you still lost? It's still because I don't want to see Prince Ling lose. Or maybe it's because this is the first time you're going to lose. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. At this time, King Ling was once again targeted by Lei Shi. Damn it, why are you sticking to me like a dogskin plaster? Can't you get out? Ha ha ha, I'll stick to you. Lei Shi's shark mouth laughed. The next second, King Ling, who couldn't bear it anymore, passed the ball directly. When Nagisa's hero saw the flying ball, he glanced at Kamaru and Kuanwataru who were jumping high to intercept the ball, and a flame suddenly burst out in his pupils. Perhaps it was this sense of curiosity that suddenly gave me the idea of working hard. Football, a boring game, now suddenly becomes interesting. It turns out, this is what it feels like when you're about to lose. But, at this moment, I want to use football to test where my limits are. Finally, challenge the strongest boss here. The next moment, he jumped high and caught the ball in a weird posture. The moment no one thought he could shoot. There was a bang sound. Scored a volley into the net. Nagi Seishiro exhaled, and looked at King Rei. Their eyes met. Prince Ling was completely shocked. Nagi, you. He was completely confused. It was hard to imagine that Nagi Seishiro had the self-awareness to get involved in football. Nagi Seishiro raised his head and slowly said, "This is the first time that I think football is quite interesting, at least in my life, it is full of things that make me boring. Yet, this was the place that filled me with intense curiosity for the first time. Prince Ling, thank you for bringing me here. Now, I just want to fill my curiosity. How many more points do we need to kill the game?" Prince Ling opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. There was some fear in his eyes, as if something had been taken away, but he couldn't say anything. But just one ball. But it also made everyone see the terrifying side of Nagisa Shiro once again. Ji Shii wiped his sweat and stared at the newly awakened person. "I am not the only one who has awakened on this field, the monsters on the opposite side are also gradually evolving. Although the score is temporarily ahead. But in a real sense, the goal that can kill the game, hasn't happened yet. Then let me do it. End this game." Ye Liangqiu never got involved in this game called Searching for Curiosity. He knew that none of these people could stop him. And he didn't want to stop. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu is also very curious. Under his pressure, how far can this genius who has only been on the court for half a year awaken? If only the original state. That would be so boring. At this time, Prince Rei and Shiro Nagi walked past him. Ye Liangqiu suddenly said, "How does it feel to be a genius? Is football interesting?" Prince Ling almost turned around and yelled. This guy was the only one in the audience who was shooting and cursing them all for being trash. "How dare you say interesting?" He almost didn't fight back. At this time, Nagi Seishiro glanced back at Ye Liangqiu and said, "It's not bad, at least it makes me feel interesting now. It might be more interesting if I can defeat your boss." Ye Liangqiu chuckled, "Then I'll wait for you to defeat me, genius." At this moment, there are still 20 minutes left. The tug-of-war has just begun. As time goes by, the two teams gradually understand each other and become more accustomed to each other. Most importantly, in terms of physical exertion, everyone had mixed reviews, and almost everyone was breathing heavily. Except for Ye Liangqiu, a physical monster. Sustaining a long, fast run is something almost no one else can do. Qianqi had some doubts as to whether a monster wearing human skin came to the court to play tricks on them. In the midfield, Ye Liangqiu was surrounded by several V-team players. He did not get the ball. Apparently during the break, the opponent made a tactical assignment. In order to limit, this is his strongest offensive point. Block it directly without spending any money on players. Feng Li held the ball in his hands and kept dealing with King Ling. His sight turned to Ji Shii who was running without the ball. It was as if I heard Ji Shii's heartfelt voice. "Pass the ball to me. Let me crush them." In the next second, King Ling showed a smile of success and kicked the ball away. That direction happened to be the direction where Kenchinch and Qianqi were confronting each other. "You dare to get distracted by confronting me? Jiancheng, catch it!" Feng Li was stunned for a second and wanted to stretch his legs to hook the ball back, but his reaction was obviously half a beat too slow. Not far away, the corner of Jianchen's mouth curled up, and his powerful explosive power was quickly displayed. He directly threw Qianqi away and used his speed to take possession of the ball. However, Qianqi gritted his teeth and followed him. He knew that he couldn't keep up with this guy's explosive power, but compared to short distance and long distance running, his speed could surpass him. Nowadays, everyone is physically exhausted. He also knew that Sword City should be almost there. As long as you send this ball out, you will have completed your mission. Chapter 47. At the same time, Nagise's hero moved and ran towards the goal. Ye Liangqiu also moved. He ran towards the midfield area, and his eyes looked at Ji Xi who had already penetrated into the unmanned corner. Both of them have their own hidden agendas. The battle between Jiancheng and Qunqi was like two cheetahs galloping on the field. In terms of explosive power, I can't compare to you. But when it comes to speed, I'm not afraid of you. Qunqi gritted his teeth and used all his strength to surpass Jiancheng. The moment he was about to touch the ball, he kicked the ball away. Good shot! Lei Shi shouted, and then looked at where the ball landed. However, there was no one in that direction. Ji Xi, why are you there? Even Lei Shi was confused. Why did this guy suddenly appear in this place? Not only him, Nagise's hero broke through the interception and grabbed the ball the moment he saw the ball being kicked out. According to King Ling, we still need 2 points. Only by constantly attacking and attacking can we win this game. The next moment, the two stepped on the ball at the same time. But Kiyoichi was obviously one step faster, but unfortunately Nagise's hero tipped his toe, and the ball flew directly through Kiyoichi's crotch. Nagisa Shiro quickly ran away, trying to catch up with the football. Ji Xi's expression was somewhat frozen. Although he had predicted the direction of the ball, it was now a technical problem. When he looked back, he found that everything was different from what he imagined. The ball was not taken away by Nagise's hero. Instead, it came into the hands of Ye Liangqiu. He didn't know when he had arrived at this place, and even predicted the movement of the ball. He caught the ball that had just flown out in an instant, and then moved towards it without any hesitation. The opponent's goal advances. Even some of the V-team players didn't react. Until King Ling looked a little ferocious in anger, shouting, "Back on defense, back on defense! What are you looking at? Are there flowers on his face?" Nagise's hero, who was closest to Ye Liangqiu, was always following him, with an aura of unwillingness to admit defeat in his eyes. Ji Xi thought as he ran, although I can't understand the current situation. But, this is different from the direction I expected. Why did Ye Liangqiu appear there? How did he know that I would definitely miss this ball? Is it luck? No. I don't believe there is such a coincidence. Is Ye Liangqiu plotting against me? Thinking of this, his eyes once again looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was confronting Nagisa Shiro. Obviously because he was too far away from the goal, Ye Liangqiu's speed was not improved at all, and Nagise's hero was always watching him like a dog's skin plaster. The distance between the two is not far. It's just that Ji Xi guessed wrong. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have deliberately slowed down to be on the same level as Nagisa Shiro. He slowly said, "Do you think that with a little interest, you can trample everyone on this court?" Underfoot. Nagisa Shiro, before this I always believed that geniuses exist in this world. After all, you are living proof. Unfortunately, seeing it with my own eyes now makes me a little disappointed. Because you are too weak, so weak that you have to rely on other people's orders to awaken your self-awareness. Trash like you is not worthy of being called a genius by me. Nagisa Shiro seemed not to be affected at all, his eyes remained calm, and his eyes were always fixed on the ball at the feet of Ye Liangqiu. However, in the next second, Ye Liangqiu paused, his whole body seemed to be filled with black mist, and he rushed out. Prince Ling's pupils trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, why does this guy still have such speed and physical strength in the second half? Did you take medicine? At this moment, Ye Liangqiu seemed to be in a much better mood because he had defeated Nagisa Shiro. He showed a cruel smile and activated the Demon King's eye at full power. Any enemy in front of him seemed to have slowed down countless times. He could clearly see the movements and after images of this group of people, and what they would do next, so as to predict in advance. It's like being trapped in a deserted place. Even though everyone around him was surrounding him, thoughts were still dancing in Ye Liangqiu's mind. I have wanted to know one thing a long time ago: what is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? But when I came here, I discovered that there is actually a gap between geniuses and ordinary people that cannot be ignored. This gap can even lead to ordinary people spending their whole lives. All are inaccessible. But there is also a terrible fact among geniuses. That is, there is a more powerful genius. But I don't care about geniuses. What I want is destruction, destruction, these so-called geniuses, or in other words, I want to see these geniuses increase their motivation due to despair, and challenge me again and again. My expression after losing. The blood in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be boiling after thinking of these things, and the taste of violence in his pupils became stronger. He shuttled between the players, his eyes reflecting the direction of the goal. At this moment, right now, the time has come to shatter the pride of these geniuses. Nagise Shiro, King Rei, let me see you after this game. Are you still as arrogant as you were at the beginning? Crush it, geniuses! There was a bang sound. The football was like a bullet rushing out of the gap between the players in a straight line. A heavy shot and a point. The score came to 2:4. Prince Ling sat on the ground with his legs on his knees, with a trace of despair in his pupils. He knew that he could not win this game. They are obviously teams with a winning streak, but on our side, why don't we even have the ability to resist at all? Shouldn't this be right? The questions that kept popping up in his mind made King Ling fall into doubts about himself. Nagise Shiro also stopped in place. He looked at Ye Liangqiu's back, wondering what he was thinking, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Good goal! Everyone gathered around, although they were already accustomed to Ye Liangqiu's violent method of scoring goals. But every time I see this kind of goal, it still makes people feel excited. After all, isn't every striker's original dream to go straight in and break up all the opponent's defenses? But when this kind of thing happened to Ye Liangqiu, they didn't seem to feel surprised anymore. It was like a normal thing. The barrage had already exploded at this time. Emotional value plus 999. After seeing Qiu Bao's inner thoughts, I realized that I was one-sided. This guy is the craziest person on the court. He actually acted to crush the genius and create a genius who can compete with him. This is not good. Is it the same as a mental patient? Upstairs, you are right, Qiu Bao's idea is really scary. It's hard to imagine what Qiu Bao will do to these people if the blue lock test causes his teammates to fall into cannibalism. Great pressure, this kind of mental pressure is the most terrifying. Chapter 48. There are only 10 minutes left in the game. Nagise's hero walked to King Rei and suddenly said, King Rei, the competition is not over yet, I still want to give it a try. Prince Ling's mouth opened slightly, he no longer knew what to say. Wanting to score 2 goals in 10 minutes is nonsense. But if it was just 1 goal, it should be okay. When he saw Nagise Shiro's eyes, he stood up silently. Okay, give it a try. Without the slightest breath. The final ball attack is about to begin. The momentum of the entire V team has completely collapsed. Many players were absent-minded, even praying that the invitation to leave would not appear in their hands. Some people had lost their sense of control and began to desperately grab the ball. King Ling, who had the ball in his hands, looked at the tiger and leopard-like players around him with a ferocious expression. What is going on with these people? Do they all want to score goals? Team Z, who saw this scene, understood that their opponent had fallen into the threat that they had previously imagined, and their combat effectiveness had plummeted. The next second, the ball was passed directly to Nagise Shiro. His eyes met Ye Liangqiu's, but his body honestly avoided this direction. Just like the danger sense of a wild beast, Nagise Shiro knew that he could not defeat this monster like himself, so he chose to break through others. Suddenly, he stopped. He looked sharply at Ye Liangqiu. No. Why should I run away? Could it be that I was really just a weak genius who needed to rely on other people, as he said? In an instant, he made a decision, and even King Rei, who was watching not far away, was stunned and watched Nagi Sishiro rush towards Yabaraki with the ball. King Ling knows what he wants to do. Head-to-head confrontation. As if aware of Nagi Sishiro's burning fighting spirit, Ye Liangqiu opened his arms and took a deep breath in the bloody stadium. Come on, let me see what you are worth after awakening. If it's not worth it, let me teach you step by step and destroy it. Nagi Sishiro, come and destroy me. The next moment, the distance between the two was only 1 meter. The ball spins in the middle. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, Ji Shiai's pupils radiating flames. Monster feast, how about adding me? He took a step and intercepted the ball directly. He turned around and headed towards the enemy goal with the ball. Even Nagi Sishiro and Ye Liangqiu didn't notice this guy, and actually dared to directly grab the ball at this moment. Ye Liangqiu couldn't stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He had finally waited for this opportunity, but it was destroyed like this. As expected, he still hated the ability to predict the actions on the entire field. Especially this Ji Shiai who is self-interested to the extreme. Hey, do you think you're handsome? Suddenly, a voice rang in Ji Shiai's ear, and Jian Cheng's eyes flashed with an astonishing calmness. The next second, the ball was snatched away. Ji Shiai's pupils trembled. He had forgotten that his speed could not match this man's. In the end, he was still running within the interception range of this guy. Could it be because he was too excited to steal the ball from those two monsters just now? Just didn't wait until he barely hesitated. Jian Cheng has already rushed towards the Z team penalty area with the ball. At the same time, Nagisa Shiro moved and said, "Pass it to me." Kenjo was also stunned. This was the first time he heard Nagi Sei Shiro ask him for a ball, and it was also the first time he heard Nagi Sei Shiro's request. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he passed the ball the next moment. Nagi Sishiro raised his leg and caught the ball again. He looked back at Ye Liangqiu again, as if to say that the battle just now was not over yet, and then rushed towards the penalty area with the ball. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet pupils also bloomed with a feeling of boredom, a group of annoying bugs. But his body was very honest and returned to the goal. Ji Shiai looked at the entire stadium and found that the wind direction on the entire stadium seemed to have changed. Two terrifying auras were driving everyone into this madness. The outcome of the game has been decided, and now Team V just wants to defeat one person. And that person is Ye Liangqiu. Reiki wanted to stop Nagi Sishiro but found that the moment he looked at him, he felt an uneasy feeling in his heart and was stunned for a moment. A man wearing a crotch passed him by. Nagi Sishiro continued to move forward. He was like a group of unconscious NPCs on the opposite side. He passed all the enemies in front of him in various tricks, as if to say, I can also do what he, Ye Liangqiu, can do. Feng Le, who was returning to defense, also stopped. He took a look at the remaining time of the game and saw that he could only score 1 goal at most, so he chose to watch the game. This was a head-on confrontation between two people. Nagi Sishiro has already reached his shooting range. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's figure had already arrived in front of him. Such an extremely oppressive aura made Nagisa Shiro's whole body tremble, but then he said, "You are too slow." There was a bang sound. He kicked the ball in front of him. However, it was this goal that made the entire stadium quiet. In just a short moment, Ye Liangqiu reflected the path of the ball in his pupils, and with a sweep, he kicked the ball away like a table tennis ball. Do you think you can definitely get in? Sorry, you can't get in. Like a devil's whisper, it came out of Ye Liangqiu's mouth. Nagi Sishiro's eyes widened. An unknown emotion rose from his heart, causing him to stare straight at the goal without knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the game was announced to be over. Team Z defeated Team V by 4 points. Cheers rang out throughout the stadium. Ye Liangqiu grinned, turned around and walked to the lounge. He was happy with this game. King Rei stepped forward and looked at Nagise's hero, who was stunned in place, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. At this time, Nagisa Shiro said, "This is the first time I have experienced the feeling of losing. Prince Ling, it turns out that there are still interesting things in this world." Only King Ling understood the meaning of his words. Maybe he didn't lose to this game, but to someone. On the screen, the promoted teams began to gradually appear. Team Z won the first place with a crushing attitude. Team V is second. Then there are the remaining scoring leaders from the last 3 eliminated teams, Malang, Urtsi, and Jinichi Crocodima. In the end, 5 teams and a total of 24 people entered the second stage. The moment he saw the 24 people, the monk calculated it with a look of fear. One person was actually eliminated in this game, but the result was not announced. But it has nothing to do with them. Team Z advances. Chapter 49. I feel that the restless blood in my heart has completely calmed down. Ye Liangqiu exhaled. He was really afraid that he would do something even crazier in that state. Originally, he had no intention of confronting Nagisa Shiro in the end. After all, the outcome of this game was already decided. There is absolutely no need to expend any more energy. But, I ended up going anyway. Maybe it's the crazy factor in my heart that's at work. A familiar voice also sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 1*1. Reward, body flexibility, substitute level. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt that his whole body seemed to have softened, and he couldn't help but lie down. At this time, Feng Li's cheeks were as bulging as a hamster's, and she was holding a dumpling in her hand and was about to stuff it into Ye Liangqiu's mouth. "Chew, don't you want some? If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. The next test will be uncomfortable if you are hungry. If you feel uncomfortable, you may not be able to pass. If you can't pass, I can, maybe I won't be able to see you." While Ye Liangqiu was enjoying the pleasure of body transformation, he swallowed the dumplings in one mouthful and rolled his eyes. "Don't be so exaggerated as you imagined, okay? I won't die here. You guy." Ji Shi watched the two of them fighting and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Ye Liangqiu, you give people a completely different feeling on the court than off the court." Yamaru and the monk also nodded, agreeing very much. The aura that Ye Liangqiu exudes on the court makes it difficult for people to get close to him. The monk is the one who feels the same way most, and sometimes he even dares not to be on the same line as Ye Liangqiu. Not to mention grabbing the ball. Is it different? Ye Liangqiu blinked while eating the steak Feng Li handed over. No, the same. At this moment, when everyone was enjoying their rare leisure time, the screen suddenly lit up. Exen Shiba appeared inside, and he slowly said, "Next, you will have to undergo a series of physical strengthening training, and you are not allowed to touch the ball during the training phase." In an instant, there was some restlessness in the entire lounge. Feng Li touched his chin. "Shouldn't we start the third test immediately? It seems that we are still going to let us rest for a while, before we start." "That's not certain." Ye Liangqiu had long understood that this test was unusual, or, in other words, this was actually a small test, and many people would be eliminated at this level. Exen Shiba continued, "People with higher rankings have already started simulation training. During this period, you can just wait here for the training to end. As for the third test, after it starts, I'll remind you." The next second, the screen turned off. He also did not say how long the training time would be. Lei Shi almost cursed. Of course, he held it back. Ye Liangqiu lay down directly. He had no energy at all for training. He just wanted to have a good sleep or take a bath. At this time, Feng Le jumped directly onto his stomach, almost spitting out the dumplings he had just eaten. Le, get out of here. No, are you going to play football? Anyway, you can do whatever you want during the training. Qiu, you are here to teach me the weapons you used before. The training process was extremely boring. In Ye Liangqiu's eyes, especially Ji Shiai's physical fitness was ridiculously poor. But 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the lounge, everyone was joking around. After just 1 month of getting along, everyone at least understood each other. Even Ye Liangqiu was almost led astray by them. At this time, the broadcast notification begins. All players are asked to assemble in the direction of the lobby. Here we come. Ye Liangqiu stood up slowly, grinned, and finally started the third test. In his opinion, this test was the most interesting. He looked back at the people who were still playing. I hope I can still laugh afterward. Hearing the sound, everyone came to the hall. Feng Le looked at the people coming from other places with some doubts in his eyes. There are a little few people. Didn't you say there will be people from other prisons coming? At this time, Ji Shiai also discovered something was wrong. Why are the numbers on these people so low? At this time, the screen lights up again. Huixin Shiba greeted everyone. Hello everyone, thank you for your hard work on the physical training. We are about to enter the third test. I think people who are more discerning have discovered that there are no people from building 1234 here, because those buildings do not exist at all. There is only a prison in building 5. In other words, you are the only players here. The rankings are also fake. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hall and people asked, "Ah? Are you lying to us?" Huixin Shiba chuckled, "Yes, I just lied to you. If I didn't destroy the self-confidence of you people, would you regard this test as a joke? First? Second? Or third? Is it that important? I made it impossible for you to know the ranking. I just want you to understand your weakness so that you can finally unleash your potential. Or maybe I say this is the hungry spirit, which is also a lie I carefully set up. Isn't it because of this lie that you are chasing the strong and came here? In order to chase stronger, isn't it?" Xin Shiba showed an exaggerated smile, as if this lie was just an insignificant matter. But everyone's eyes wanted to devour him. But he didn't care. Xin Shiba continued, "There are many people in this world, but there are very few strong players. I have collected a lot of information, and what caught my attention is that there are players who can shine in the world now. Most of them were eventually eliminated because of laziness. And there are still a large number of players who devour their target players because of hunger and thus advance. Under such circumstances, do you think I will let you enjoy life in Blue Lock with laziness? Stop joking. This has always been a place where the weak prey on the strong. Now, if you want to defeat people ranked higher than yourself, your hunger spirit will be stimulated. Only by constantly devouring more powerful people can you continue to stay in this Blue Lock. I believe you should know more clearly that everything I do is not for me, but for you." For a time, everyone in the hall fell into deep thought. After Huixin Shiba pondered for a few seconds, starting now, the third test of Blue Lock is about to begin. The first test is to let you show your selfish desires of ghost catching people, so the second selection is from 0 to a process. As for the third time, it's a process from 1 to 100. Next, there is a door in front of you. Behind the door is the test waiting for you. There are 5 levels in total. Only those who pass will have the choice to enter the next level. As for the losers, they will leave Blue Lock. And those who advance can also enjoy an intensive stay with the world's top players selected by me. Then let's begin. Remember, only one person can enter. All eyes are on the gate for the third test. Feng Le also said, "Are you alone? Qiu, why don't you go in and take a look first?" Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Le, why do you let me go first when something bad happens? Feng Le chuckled. On the contrary, Ye Liangqiu looked at the many acquaintances present, some of whom he was very interested in. As if noticing Ye Liangqiu's gaze, Idoji Rin looked back at the intersection of their eyes. Interesting, a man who came here after his brother. Chapter 50. The two of them seemed to have a clear understanding of each other and shifted their gazes at the same time. At this time, the screen had not been turned off, and no one immediately started the third test. Huixin Shiba glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Compared to the second test, there is another reason why the third test is fought alone, and that is because some people are taking advantage of the benefits brought by their teammates, but they still think that it is all because of their own strength that they are able to come here. People. Sorry, this test is targeted at this type of people. Don't you think you are strong? Then let me see if you can save these 5 levels until the end and be prepared. The first thing to be eliminated in this test is the self-righteous rubbish. A level where only the truly strong can stay. Suddenly, the entire venue was filled with noisy whispers. Ye Liangqiu glanced at the group of people behind him and chuckled. The elimination has begun. With the blood-sucking worms who continue to rely on the strong, what will you do? Woolen cloth? Just as he was about to enter the gate, a figure was already standing at the door. Itoji Rin looked back at Ye Liangqiu, his cold eyes as arrogant as ever. As the door opened, he walked in. And his name also appeared on the big screen. Almost anyone who is familiar with this surname will immediately recognize that this guy's name is very similar to that of Itoji Sae, one of the top 10 freshmen. Then, just a second before Ye Liangqiu entered, he looked back at Feng Le and Ji Xiai, and slowly said, "The next game has just begun, Le, Xiao Xiai, I look forward to your evolution, I also hope you will defeat my ideas step by step." After that, he walked into the dark passage. Everyone outside, Feng Le and Ji Shi glanced at each other. Ji Xiai's body felt a little chilly. He had a clear understanding of Ye Liangqiu's strength. He looked around and found that there were many people around him who exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Alone. That means that the next test will most likely be a personal battle, my opponents will be these monsters. Feng Le walked to the door indifferently, well, Ji Xiai, I'll see you inside. Yawning, Ye Liangqiu walked into the first level of the experimental scene and looked at the virtual humanoid players. He still couldn't help but sigh that the world's advanced technology could actually create such a thing. In fact, he had long discovered that this world has I love sports very much. In fact, most countries in the world have developed sports projects to a degree that far exceeds the intensity of his previous life. In this world, they are trying their best to turn athletes into weapons on the battlefield. Because athletic competition is the battlefield. Therefore, every country has made certain efforts in this regard. He glanced again and saw the time counting down on the wall. Obviously the rule of the game should be to score 100 goals in 90 minutes. This is not difficult for him, even very simple. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball under his feet, and the next second, with a bang, the ball was kicked out. With such powerful force, the avatar barely reacted, and the goal had already been scored. The test of shooting skills is not difficult with his current strength. Monitoring room. Huixin Shiba looked at the players training on the screen, showing an unsatisfactory expression, and seemed a little disappointed. On Li held a notebook in his hand, recording data, and said, "Sure enough, many people will be eliminated from this level. Did you expect this?" Huixin Shiba chuckled, "Some people rely on luck to reach this level, but luck may be useful in the outside world, but it is useless here. I only need strong people here." On Li's side, "Then I will say a few more words, Mr. Huixin. We build this blue lock, plus the various expenses of the players and the development of the equipment. I am afraid we have no budget. The next development of blue lock. I'm afraid." Huixin Shiba stared at the screen without any rebuttal. He crossed his arms as if he were looking at his own child. This is the space I want. Based on the individual differences of the players and overcoming their selfish desires, these 90 minutes are used to filter out some players who relied on luck to get here. But for some forwards who have gone from 0 to 1, this is the place to improve their weapons. The moment these players who have thoroughly mastered their weapons and used them in every moment walk out of this room, they are already the forwards of the new dimension. That's the person I want to create. It's up to you. An Li felt helpless when he saw Hui Xian's desperate look. I will help you find a solution for the funding problem. But I still hope you will consider this matter. With that said, she took a document from the table and handed it to Xan Shiba, but there were only a few words written on it: competition agreement. Huixin Shiba chuckled lightly, there's no need to show this thing to me. After a while, the world will discover us. No. It should be said that the world will discover them. Mr. Huixin, you are really confident. And in the training ground. As the ball was shot one by one, Ye Liangqiu gradually became a little bit interested in this training. He originally thought that his training would be like Ji Shiai's ball spraying out of the server. But it's not exactly the same. Why is there something wrong with his difficulty level? The highest difficulty becomes devilish difficulty? I saw 5 dummies moving in front of the goal, and even 2 goalkeepers appeared. Is this what you call experimental training? It's so impressive that you are so thoughtful. Even Ye Liangqiu felt the pressure. He couldn't leave this training without using his own weapons. Eyes, strength, speed, shooting accuracy, ball control, almost everything is covered here. How long did these people playing with data in the monitoring room observe themselves during this period of time, and how much did they analyze their weapons? But it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is how to end this damn training. Ye Liangqiu looked at the moving dummy in front of him and the goalkeeper who stood there like a statue. He rushed out in the next second, the devil's eyes emanating from his pupils. With scarlet light, it constantly captures all kinds of information. Until this thing is finally over. Ye Liangqiu was so exhausted that he lay down on the spot. How could his training be different from others? If his training methods were given to anyone in Team Z, they would probably have a hard time even giving them a day. Thinking of this, he looked directly at the camera in the corner with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. There is no need to continue testing my strength in this way. The next thing you can see. Chapter 51. Monitoring Room. Xan Shiba smiled slightly. Have you noticed? Xiao An Li, has the difficulty been increased? Isn't that what you said? The training of this guy, Idoji Rin, and several others has been strengthened by about double. An Li checked the data changes, but was surprised to find that these people who had been strengthened with training were still the same. The first batch to pass. Hui Xian tapped her fingers on the table. It seems there is still less. The potential of these people will be minimally improved in this kind of training room. Forget it, it's all past. Now, how many people have passed? An Li looked at the information on the data and raised his eyebrows. 14 people. Simulation training room. Ye Liangqiu was almost fully recovered, so he went to the next level. In the dark passage, he recalled that the effect of the Demon King's eye seemed to be getting longer and longer with continuous use. It should now last 1.25 seconds. This is already an exaggerated speed. In a single confrontation, with this ability, he has almost no reason to lose, unless others see through. That's the type he hates the most. People with extremely strong spatial awareness. Idoji Rin. As soon as I entered the second level, there were not many people in the shrunken hall. Among them, Idoji Rin seemed to have left. After all, he was not seen here. Instead, Ye Liangqiu noticed 2 familiar figures. King Rei and Shiro Najise. Seeing the arrival of Ye Liangqiu, King Rei subconsciously protected Nagisa Shiro behind him, just like he was protecting a chicken. Hey, you guys are here too. Ye Liangqiu said hello, but his eyes looked at Nagisa Shiro behind King Rei. At this level, he knew that he needed to start selecting teammates. However, he has no interest in teaming up with these two people, because he saw a better goal. King Rei. Nagisa Shiro's eyes seemed to be fixed on Ye Liangqiu, and he took a step forward. His surging curiosity could no longer be suppressed. Actually, we can form a team with him. This is also an idea I had before. Ah! Prince Ling showed an exaggerated expression. With him? Are you kidding? Nagi, have you forgotten what this guy did to us in the last game? I firmly disagree. Then I'll go. Nagisa Shiro's words were startling, but his expression was extremely calm. Ling Wang, I just feel that I have a strong curiosity about this guy now. I want to try to become his teammate. Who will it be? What a feeling! Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. He always felt that he was being ignored, and he was already disliked and liked by the two people. Hey, you guys are having a good chat, but you don't consider my opinion. I didn't ask to be your teammate. Look, he said so. Prince Ling pointed at Ye Liangqiu and said, Nagi, you still want to follow him? Nagisa Shiro was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Ye Liangqiu, join our team. I want to see if I would be interested in being in the same team as you. At this time, Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes and said, okay, but there is one more person I want to invite, but it seems there are too many people now. I'm afraid, you two have to separate. King Ling's expression changed drastically. He recalled Ye Liangqiu's words during the previous ball game. He is just a useless person, seems to have realized something. No, Nagi, you can't have contact with this guy. You. Don't wait for him to continue speaking. That's it. Nagisa Shiro said with a calm expression, then I join your team alone, is that okay? Prince Rei stepped forward and grabbed Nagisa Shiro's arm, his tone seemed to be trembling. What nonsense are you talking about? Nagi, you are on the same team as me, right? Why would you suddenly join this guy's team? Didn't we agree? You went to his team, what should I do? Who should I look for? Nagisa Shiro turned around. The calmness in his eyes was like that of a person without any emotion. He slowly said, Lord Rei, something more interesting to me has appeared now. I can't bury this feeling in my heart. I was curious, so I followed my heart. You taught me how to play football. I will also become the best in the world with you. But now I want to understand where that interest and curiosity came from that first made my heart beat so hard. So, I want to play with him and try hard. Prince Ling was silent, lowered his head slightly, gritted his teeth and said nothing. Ye Liangqiu looked at this scene. The reason why he chose Nagisa's hero was because this guy's strength was beyond doubt. But the reason why he did not invite these two people at the same time was because of Prince Rei. To be precise, he did not hate this guy. But he has a fatal flaw, that is, he has not yet understood that this selfish game does not require the mutual help of friends along the way. It's up to you. King Ling let go of his hand. Seeing this, Nagisa Shiro nodded without any reservations. Only Ye Liangqiu saw the ferocious face of Prince Ling under his long hair. Who should we look for next? Nagisa Shiro asked blankly, is it Kyoci? That guy who was your teammate before and brought me a certain dangerous aura? No. Ye Liangqiu shook his head and looked at a little cutie in the corner. You are. The young man with blue hair and big bright eyes stared at the two people who suddenly came to the door in front of him, a little confused. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his hand, my name is Ye Liangqiu, and his name is Nagisa Shiro. He came to find you to become a teammate and enter the next level. My name is Bingui Yang. Yes, Ye Liangqiu has known about him for a long time. He has a vague idea of his strength. Although he has never played together, he clearly knows that Bing Xiang has the same potential as Ji Xi. so, do we need to come together? Ice Xiang looked at Ye Liangqiu and Nagi Ci's hero in front of him, his brows furrowed, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he finally extended his hand. Okay, I'm glad to be on your team. He also saw that these two people were different from the others. Judging from the momentum of Ye Liangqiu and Nagisa Shiro, in fact, among so many people have been staring at the two of them, hoping to become their teammates. It shows that the strength must be good. But why they directly approached him as a teammate made Ice Weaver Sheep a little confused. Do they know him? Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly. Let's go, let's enter the next level. Chapter 52. When King Ling saw the three forming a team, he gritted his teeth and his eyes became extremely gloomy. Nagi, why do you do this to me? Do you really think that someone knows you better than me? He sat silently in the corner, like a wounded lone wolf, licking his wounds. However, the three people who entered the third-level passage have begun to understand each other. Nagi Ci's hero, forget it, I'll call you Nagi. It's easier to pronounce. Ye Liangqiu said in a very familiar manner. Of course, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, Nagi Ci's hero was defeated in the last game. He was beaten as violently as King Ling. There's always something weird about teaming up now. Nagi Cishiro was indifferent. Why did you choose me? Bing Xiang looked at Ye Liangqiu, raised his brows, and asked with some confusion, there are many powerful people in the hall. It should be better to choose them than me. Why? Ye Liangqiu looked back at the Ice Weaver Sheep walking beside him. Do you think it's more pleasing to you? Pleasant to the eyes. Bing Xiang was stunned on the spot. Ye Liangqiu waved his hand. Just kidding, just kidding. I chose you simply because of your strength. I had the honor to watch a few games between you and others when I was outside. Besides, being able to get here shows that your strength is worthy of my recognition. Of course, if you can completely convince me, you still have to have a game. Bing Xiang's expression was a little stiff, and he didn't know what he was thinking of, but there was something wrong with the look in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Liangqiu asked, Nagi, by the way, why did you give up King Ling to find the feeling you had at that time in me? That feeling of excitement? Nagi Cishiro's expression was calm. I actually don't know what it feels like, but this feeling is the first time in my life that I feel alive? No. It's like my body can't help but move. If you follow the explanation given to me by Prince Ling, it is curiosity. I'm very curious about you. Plus I'm now a little interested in football. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, and roughly understood that this guy seemed to have turned the original target of Ji Shii on himself, which was reasonable. After all, in the last game, Team V tried their best and was still defeated. For this genius, he has just begun to like football and enjoy the thrill of that ball. This feeling is addictive. Were you opponents before? Ice Weaver suddenly asked. He had always thought that Nagi Cishiro and Yabaraki were on the same team, but when he heard the two chatting, it seemed that the two were rivals in the last test. Nagi Cishiro nodded. Ye Liangqiu, you beat my team to pieces in the last game. That's why I followed him to the third level of testing. The corner of Haihu Xiang's mouth twitched. This guy really didn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Even when he said the word failure, there was no tone. Nagi Ci's hero was a robot, right? Instead, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. Being able to knock a team out, no matter how bad the opponent is, but since Nagisa Shiro was able to reach the third level, it means that the previous team was not weak, but they still lost. It's hard to imagine the strength of this guy Ye Liangqiu. With the light appearing not far away, everyone walked into the testing hall of the third level. I saw that there were already 3 people waiting here. It was Ito Jiren, Yishan Jubei, and Shiji Kingzi. Apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else. Apparently, they were the second group to arrive at this place. Ye Liangqiu's eyes met Itoji Rin's eyes in an instant. He stood up as if he had a telepathic connection, and was about to speak out the words. The screen turned on at this moment. Exon Shiba's figure appeared inside. This is the third level of the third test, a 3-on-3 football match. As long as one of the two teams can score 5 points, it will advance successfully. As for the promoted teams, they still have a right. It's about picking a player from the loser's team and putting him on your team. That is, snatching the players. Until you form a team of 5, you can reach the 5th level. This counts as passing the third test. As he spoke, he took a sip of the brewed coffee and said, after a teammate is selected from the losing team, they will automatically return to the previous level and enter the loser group, which means they will continue to snatch teammates until only one teammate is left. The next person will be eliminated. These are all the rules for the third test. I would like to remind you that it is up to you to choose the team. You are also free to compete with that team. The competition can only be established if both parties agree. Do you understand? Bing Xiang touched his chin. That means the 3 people in front of us don't have to make a choice. We can wait for the others to come here while we make a decision. Exon Shiba continued, in order to let you better select your teammates and let you know the gap in strength, we are now announcing the new rankings. Of course this time it's not a fake ranking. Ye Liangqiu looked at his ranking too. And the rankings of others are also revealed. Itoji Rin is actually still number 1. So this ranking is based on the results of the previous test, not the previous goals. Exon Shiba continued, the people who can stand here now are all people who can turn 0 into 1. The collision and running in between the strong and the strong can further let you experience the cruelty on the court. As for which team can emerge the fastest, I'm very much looking forward to your performance. The screen turns off. The atmosphere in the entire hall became tense again. Bing Xiang took a look at the rankings of Itoji Rin and the others. They were 1, 3, and 4. There is no doubt that these 3 people are the strongest among all the teams. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu's ranking. 2. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had guessed. This guy's strength was also a monster among monsters. Nagi's hero nodded. To put it simply, as long as we can rob the team to 5 people, we will pass the level. This condition is not difficult. But, if the subsequent testing will be conducted as a competition, we must snatch strong teammates. That's right. Ye Liangqiu looked at Itoji Rin. If you just beat the weak team, then this test is meaningless. If you want to challenge the strongest. Nagi, Hyuri, what do you think? Nagisa Shiro nodded, I think so too. Seeing the 2 people's unanimous opinions, Ice Weaver Sheep sighed helplessly. Sure enough, teaming up with monsters was exhausting. However, he was also interested. The auras exuding from these 2 teammates are similar to that person. Chapter 53. Mainly, Ye Liangqiu still wanted to attack this arrogant Itoji Rin. Of course, Itoji Rin is not weak in strength, this is an unchangeable fact. The reason why I chose Ice Weaver is because Ji Shiai and Ertzi, as well as this damned Tsundere, all have this skill. They must have some countermeasures, otherwise they have such perverted overlooking abilities. It will only be uncomfortable to play football on the field by yourself. However, this does not mean that Ye Liangqiu will lose. His current improvements in almost all aspects have reached professional standards. For these people who have just touched the professional threshold, it is still a dimensionality reduction blow. Itoji Rin had already stood up before. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with a dead fish face, want to compete. The 2 had already met once before. Obviously, everyone has this plan. Ye Liangqiu took a step forward, I'm very happy, just so I can see how big the gap is between you as the number 1 and me as the number 2. The eyes under the long hair of the ants are also looking at Ye Liangqiu's ranking. Second. He glanced at Haihu Xiang and Nagi's hero again, and they suddenly showed disappointed expressions. I thought it was second, fifth, sixth. I didn't expect to be so far behind in the rankings. It feels so cool to beat you. As he said that, he paused and looked at Ye Liangqiu, but if I win against you, I should be considered cool. Chow, it should mean fashionable. Nagisa Shiro looked calm. They are all a bunch of weirdos. Bing Xiang muttered quietly. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. The figures inside were familiar to Ye Liangqiu. Ji Xiai, Feng Le, and Ma Lang actually walked out of it. Even Ye Liangqiu was a little confused that these three people could become a team. Horse Wolf? How could it be him? According to his prediction, Kyo would wait for the national god or Chikiri after he selected Nagisa Shiro, but now it turns out to be Ma Lang, the king of the court. It can be said that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. After Ma Lang saw Ye Liangqiu's face, although his expression was a little calm, he could clearly see the veins on his neck and forehead. Chu, as expected you are here. Feng Le pounced directly on Ye Liangqiu. Why did you run away without waiting for me? There seemed to be a little blame in his tone, but it was more of a fighting spirit than a complaint. Ye Liangqiu clearly felt that Feng Le was here to challenge him, so he skillfully pulled him down. Okay, I won't wait for you. Don't I want you to challenge me? You should all know the rules now, which is to steal teammates. But now, I'm afraid it won't work. We've already committed to another team. Ji Xiai looked at Itoji Rin. This guy was the first person to enter the hall before. He took another look at his ranking, and he felt bad. Number 1? And he looked at Ye Liangqiu's ranking, second? A competition between a first and a second? Although he was not the one playing, the smell of gunpowder made his blood boil. Okay. Feng Le sighed, looking at Bing Zi Sheep, a memory seemed to flash in his head. It turns out it's you. That's no wonder. Ice Weaver Sheep is a little confused. Feng Le shrugged, Chu, then I'm waiting to snatch you back. Wait for me at the next level. His words seemed to have confirmed that Ye Liangqiu could not lose. For a time, the smell of gunpowder became even stronger. If Ji Xiai hadn't quickly blocked his mouth, Itoji Rin's eyes would have killed them thousands of times. Ma Lang stood aside and said nothing, looking at Ye Liangqiu with cruel eyes. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, Don't look at me, the subjugated king. You have already experienced the taste of failure, and the next game has just begun. Hiyori, Nagi, let's go. It's time to go meet them for a while. Itoji Rin snorted coldly and walked towards the passage. The first game of snatching teammates is about to begin. On the other side, in the monitoring room, Huixin Shiba's smile became increasingly weird. The strongest players have already started the first round of competition. This has just begun. How interesting a game will you bring me? Ye Liangqiu, Ishi Rin, two extreme egoists. The game has not yet started. The radio is constantly chanting the rules. Ice Weaver Sheep asked, What are your weapons? In other words, what are your characteristics? Don't we need to assign tactics? After all, the game started out of nowhere. This game is also about going to the next level, so it is necessary to understand the weapons of your teammates before starting. The moment Ye Liangqiu stood on the court, his whole body seemed to have changed. He looked at the three people opposite him as if he had caught a prey. Kick, you will know. In this game, when it comes to tactics, there are none. After all, there are only three people. No matter how precise your tactics are, it also requires personal strength. So, take advantage of the only chance you have to score a goal. At this time, when the opposite person saw the aura coming out of Ye Liangqiu's body, except Itoji Rin who was still so calm, the other two people had also frowned. It's so scary, so scary. What if I lose? No, no. Shijuan whispered, not knowing what he was talking about. Yan Sheng looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, "Sure enough, there are still damp people. It's this kind of smell." "Shut up, everyone." Ito Jirin's eyes were cold. The game has begun. The moment he heard the whistle, Ito Jirin's eyes suddenly changed, and his body subconsciously moved a few steps in one direction. However, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, these afterimages were like turtles moving. There was a bang sound. Before anyone could react, Ye Liangqiu had already kicked the ball out. No one reacted to this heavy artillery blow. The ball flew past Ito Jirin's body and into the goal. The pupils of Bing Xiang shrank violently. Who would have thought that this guy would actually volley with great force, and wouldn't he be afraid that the ball would be blocked? At this moment, the scarlet light in Ye Liangqiu's pupils seemed to be swallowing up everyone. He calmly watched Ito Jirin and slowly said, "Who are you looking down on? Are you so arrogant? Do you think you are the strongest with this blue lock? Sorry, maybe not now." The little boy who only makes his brother cry. Chapter 54. The air seems to be frozen. The veins on Ito Jirin's cheeks bulged, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be real. It seemed that he was completely angry just because of these words. "Very good, very good. Your name is Ye Liangqiu. From now on, I will crush you." "Really?" Ye Liangqiu showed no sign of weakness, and the scarlet in his pupils became stronger and stronger. "Then it depends on whether I crush you or you defeat me." FG arrogant. See the exchange of greetings between the two. Bing Xiang was still immersed in the ball just now, and the world he saw was different from others. He obviously noticed. The moment Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball, no one reacted, but Ito Jirin did, and he subconsciously wanted to block the ball. Unfortunately, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have noticed it too. So the ball path was changed. In other words, in just a moment the reactions and actions of the two people, no one present thought or observed it. This is the first head-to-head confrontation between the two of them. Ye Liangqiu won the first game. Are they all gods? Bing Xiang couldn't help but murmured twice, thinking that he would definitely not be able to kick a ball like Ye Liangqiu. The most important thing is that he is not that courageous yet. He actually shot straight from the start. His cute eyes couldn't help but look at Ye Liangqiu, who was still exchanging greetings with Ito Jirin. This guy is really ridiculously strong. However, soon the whistle sounded again. The ball came into the hands of Jirin. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with disdain, as if he controlled the entire court. The next moment he was moving, dribbling the ball directly towards Ye Liangqiu, as if facing a head-on confrontation. In just the next second, he passed the ball to Shi, who was about to confront Hingji on the left. Hiuzi has not yet reacted. After receiving the ball, Guang muttered something in his mouth, and drove the ball directly towards Bingji. Hiuri wants to use an arm block. But the moment it touched Shijuan's body, it was like touching a stone. There was a bang sound. Hingzi was directly shaken away by the strong force and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Shi who was running with the ball, a little confused. This guy, his body is so heavy, like a ball of water. There's no way to stop it. Ito Jirin sneered, and directly relied on his dexterous movement to pass over Ye Liangqiu. Everything was within his exquisite budget, and he clearly knew how powerful time was physically. Facing anyone, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through his defense line or stop his attack. What's more, this is a three-person competition venue. Maximize the advantage of time. With him cutting into the infield. This ball. Suddenly, his thoughts were broken. Ye Liangqiu's eyes that exuded a dangerous aura stared straight at Ito Jirin. "Hey, you damned tsundere, you don't want to enter the penalty area and receive this pass, do you? I'm afraid your idea has failed." At this moment, Ye Liangqiu also roughly understood what was going on in this guy's mind. After all, if his team encountered such a physical monster on the opposite side, he might be the only one who could deal with time. But, he also figured out a little bit of what was going on in the head of this arrogant Ito Jiren. In an instant, after images appeared on everyone in front of Ye Liangqiu, including Ito Jiren, who was trying to get rid of him with small movements. Ye Liangqiu grinned. It didn't matter who scored the goal, he was going to fight this arrogant person today. Looking down at the entire field? Or anticipating where the ball will land? The premise of all shots is whether the person can reach the place where the ball lands. However, although my Demon King's eye cannot look down on the movements of everyone in the audience, it can deal with a person alone, as long as he is targeted. Unless you can use your excellent physical fitness and skills to beat yourself head-on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape. Ye Liangqiu's whisper sounded in Ito Jiren's ears. Do you know what a caged bird is? At this moment, you can't move even an inch. Don't tell me other people passed the ball to you. Even if you catch the pass, you can't escape my grasp. Damn it! The violent aura in Ito Jiren's pupils became more and more turbulent. He tried his best, but he couldn't break through Ye Liangqiu's defense. Why couldn't he be deceived? Could this guy's eyes be able to predict his own actions? At this moment, he wanted to tear Ye Liangqiu into pieces. And here when two people who love each other confront each other. On the other side, Ice Weaver Sheep had already reacted and quickly returned to defense. Ant Ci and Nagi Sishiro also rushed towards time. In terms of speed alone, the two are equally matched. At that moment when time shoots, Nagi Sishiro stretched out his foot first and kicked the ball away. Ah! Screwed up! Shi Guang was still muttering, but his eyes were fixed on the flying ball. At the same time, Yan Sheng grinned. Look, this is the most gorgeous goal that's coming. Taking advantage of the moment when Nagi Sishiro's body was unable to maintain balance because of the kick, the next moment, he rushed out. Just catch the ball bouncing off the wall. In front of everyone's eyes, Yan Sheng made a movement of turning around. The moment the ball is approaching, just listen to a bang sound. A gorgeous powerful volley. The arc of the ball was just right and it rushed into the goal. Yan Sheng jumped up excitedly. Gorgeous, perfect. I am the strongest. Haihu Xiang and Nagi Sishiro also stopped in front of the goal, wiping the sweat from their faces. It had obviously only started less than 10 minutes ago. Their physical energy was actually consumed faster than usual during games. Ice Weaver Sheep could feel his heart beating faster and faster. Was he excited because he was with these monsters? You can see it in his sight. These people here are terrible monsters. At this time, Nagi Sishiro patted Hyuri's shoulder to bring him back from his thoughts. That guy's body is so flexible. But, I should be able to do it to this extent. _ Ice Weaving Sheep. Ito Jiren snorted coldly. It was originally his perfect shot, but he didn't expect to be stopped by this red-eyed devil. His mood was getting worse and worse at the moment. As soon as I see Ye Liangqiu's face, I want to step on it. Ye Liangqiu also sneered and looked at his back. See if your prediction is good. It's still my ability to see the future. Give it a try. The game has just begun. Haihu Xiang touched his chin and kept observing Ye Liangqiu and Nagi Sishiro with his big eyes. He needed to integrate into this team. He has now become a flaw in this team. If he cannot integrate, you will be worthless. Even if he loses to this group of monsters on the opposite side, I'm afraid he won't be selected. Moreover, if the breakthrough point is on oneself, the opponent's target will definitely be directed at oneself. Just like Wu, it stares closely at a weakness and slowly destroys it. It seems that Haihu Zi has discovered the configuration of the teams on both sides. Although it is not clear why Kaiu Bao chose him, he seemed to have mentioned in his heart before that this guy has the same spatial perception ability as Jabao. His role will not be small. Don't listen, Don't listen, stocks will soar. Shut up, Kyogu, who is upstairs, is stable so far, and will soon suppress those traitors who are turning against Chufu. Chapter 55. The barrage was extremely noisy. As the third game begins, the aura on Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more terrifying. He looked at the ball at his feet and smiled. Perhaps for Ito Jiren, the arrogance in his eyes just made everyone present feel like a half-hearted person, but this arrogance it will also cause Ito Jiren to be dragged into the abyss that has been buried for a long time. Hehe, let me train you, a tsundere who can only cry. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu's eyes narrowed and he quickly started running with the ball. Jiren stared at his figure and ran forward. He knew that perhaps the only person on the field who was threatening to him was this guy in front of him. But with the ability to perceive space, I have an extremely broad field of vision. Unfortunately, all prerequisites require the collection of information. Just as Ye Liangqiu was thinking, this extremely arrogant Ito Jiren never cared about the strength of other people in Blue Lock. He had absolute confidence and used his strength to crush other people and join Team Z with himself. Same, weak people don't need to care. However, Ye Liangqiu was not what he had in mind. From the collision just now, he already knew that this person needed to be taken seriously. However, as Ye Liangqiu kept approaching, Ito Jiren's eyes were looking at Haihu Xiang and Nagisi's hero, and his mind was constantly thinking about who would pass this guy to. At this time, Ye Liangqiu said directly, "You arrogant child, you are not thinking that I will shrink back when I see your defense, right? I'm going to crush you here." In just a short moment, he had arrived in front of Ito Jiren. Nagisi Shiro stopped and ci. Time is moving in the direction of the two of them. In the unguarded corner, Bing Guiyang was like a shadow, already entering the penalty area. His eyes were full of desire, as if he was sending an extremely dangerous signal. As long as Ye Liangqiu passed the ball to him, he could score. Ito Jiren seemed to have discovered that this cute little Hyuri was running without the ball and came into the penalty area. But at this moment, for some reason, his brain was telling him to keep an eye on Ye Liangqiu. This guy's goal-scoring aura was the strongest on the field. Ye Liangqiu can't pass the ball. It's impossible to pass the ball, this guy wants to have a duel with him head-on. Ito Jiren stretched out his hand to block Ye Liangqiu's right side, giving him a great sense of oppression. He pressed his hand on Ye Liangqiu's chest, trying to slow him down. However, it was like he was holding a ferocious beast, and his own speed was also increased. Time is on Ye Liangqiu's left side, constantly looking for opportunities to steal the ball. While running, Ye Liangqiu's voice reached Ito Jiren's ears. "Ito Jiren, sometimes I have to admire you, such a arrogant person, for being able to do this in order to chase after a brother who abandoned you. But your arrogance makes me feel sick. What does it mean to chase your brother? It's better to say that I want to completely break this false friendship." "Shut up." Ito Jiren's eyes were blazing, and he stretched out his legs to try to kick the ball away. However, although Ye Liangqiu looked tall, his ball control skills and the stability of the bottom plate were excellent, and he always controlled the ball within a certain area around the feet. Unless someone is hard. Just like this moment, when he saw the opportunity, he rushed forward and wanted to steal the ball. But he found a hand blocking his face. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his two arms to block the two of them tightly. His sight was also wider than ever at this moment. "Do you know, Hell Fisherman? What I'm waiting for is the moment when you come up and grab the ball." Shi Guang's expression was a little sluggish. His own strength couldn't break through Ye Liangqiu. Ito Jiren's pupils contracted. In this extremely unbalanced state, this guy, does he want to shoot? Are you kidding me? At the same time, while fighting against two people, his mind is actually on shooting instead of passing the ball? Bing Xiang is also rushing towards the goal. He seems to be able to smell the shot. It's right here. Yes, It's right here. Ye Liangqiu, you will pass it to me, right? But when he turned to look at Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes, his whole brain froze for a second. Ye Liangqiu is like an evil ghost, dragging time and Itoshi Rin forward. His legs were wrapped around bones, as if to prevent him from kicking the ball. This. Bing Xiang suddenly couldn't smell the shot. At this time, Itoshi Rin also noticed an extreme danger, which came from Ye Liangqiu, and saw him raising his left foot. Boom! The ball flew out in an extremely tricky arc. World wave! The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose, like an evil ghost that has successfully preyed, compared to you guys who are born with a sense of ball and have the potential to become the best in the world. Sometimes, some of my strengths will become your puppets because of your weapons. But since I came to this blue lock, I have discovered that the world is not what I imagined. People are always human. Everyone will have a moment to think for a short time, and I will not give you time to think. Because I am strong in the field of shooting. Enough to crush everyone in blue lock. Be happy. This is a feast of extreme pleasure. Itoshi Rin's pupils contracted violently. This red-eyed freak is actually a bipedal. Shuangli football can be said to be a weapon in the world. It also has extremely terrifying suppressive power on the court, especially the shooting range of the penalty area. Shuangli football players are like equipped with 2 cannons. The score came to 1:2. It's so scary. Shi Guang held his chin in his hands, showing a timid state. Shut up. Itoshi Rin covered his forehead with his hand and raised a strand of hair. A dark flame seemed to burn in his green eyes. For some reason, his heart seemed to start beating violently for a long time. A bunch of ignorant trash. Losing means death. But I won't let my life be in other people's hands. This is a fight until the blood is drained. Feast? Then I want to see your feast or my hung men banquet. Bing Xiang walked up to Ye Liangqiu, praised him, and then asked, actually, you could have scored if you passed the ball to me just now. There is no need to take such a big risk. Ye Liangqiu's boiling blood seemed to calm down. He looked at Bing Guisheep and grinned, risk? I don't care about risks. Even with huge risks, I also have the opportunity to enjoy the attention of the world. On the field, the one who scores the goal is the most dazzling. Chapter 56. Huixin Shiba has been paying attention to this game. Regarding the configuration of the players on both sides, the quality of the game here may be the best in the entire prison. The corner of his mouth curled up. Yes, these are the rules of Blue Lock. Self-interest, the ultimate egoist. Only by scoring goals can you enjoy the attention of the world. Li on the side rolled his eyes helplessly. By the way, Mr. Huixin, your instant noodles will get cold if you don't eat them. Huixin laughed, picked up the cold noodles and started eating. The game continues. The atmosphere on the field has been completely stirred up by these two people, and the strong smell of gunpowder and blood seems to be wafting at the tip of the nose. Two troublesome guys. Nagisa Shiro's expression was a little calm, and he looked at Ye Liangqiu. The kick just now was indeed very difficult. It was originally just a 3-on-3 game. As a result, this guy used his violent kicking skills to break open a hole. Undoubtedly, the opponent must have a headache now. Xiang also looked at Itoshi Rin. Even so, the person on the other side didn't seem to intend to overturn the situation and discuss tactics. Is this why Ye Liangqiu said Itoshi Rin was arrogant? The arrogance in his bones made him disdain others to discuss football tactics. Even if you might lose? No. Maybe in his eyes he can't lose. Although Shige and Yushin noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere, if their team wanted to integrate together, Itoshi Rin would need to lead all of this. Unfortunately, he didn't take anyone seriously at all. There's something wrong with my brain. Yan Sheng couldn't help but complain. As the whistle blows, the fourth ball is about to begin. The kicker was Itoshi Rin. After the first 3 rounds of confrontation, he had already formed a complete goal route in his mind. This route was also specifically aimed at Ye Liangqiu. The next moment, he ran with the ball towards the ice weaver. Ye Liangqiu sneered. Although he didn't know what was going on in this guy's head, he knew that Ice Weaver Sheep was the breakthrough point for the entire team, so Ito Jiren would definitely show his hand from this place. Seeing Ito Jiren's movement, Time's reaction was not slow and he rushed directly in front of Ye Liangqiu. His physical fitness was extremely good. Even if Ye Liangqiu collided with him, he was still able to keep his footplate stable and reach out to stop Ye Liangqiu. Damn it, are you trying to contain me? Ye Liangqiu understood the purpose and looked at the Ice Weaver Sheep and Ito Master Rin who were about to confront each other. Both of them moved as close to the ball as possible without giving the other side a chance. Ito Jiren sneered disdainfully, you are the flaw in his team. As long as he passes you, this game will be over. Bing Xiang didn't hear his disturbing words at all, her eyes were fixed on the movements of his body. This man moves so fast. Skilled skills, next step, what will he do? Ishirin's face was expressionless, and the indifference in his eyes seemed to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Your vision is too narrow. The next moment, he suddenly stopped. There was a bang sound. The ball flew directly to the penalty area with a high-altitude pass. Ice Weaver instantly looked back at the penalty area. In that direction, Nagisa Shiro and Yushin were confronting each other. The two physically refused to give in to each other and saw the flying ball. Nagisa Shiro wanted to jump high into the sky. However, in the next second, Yushin's thick arm used Nagisa Shiro as a pressing board. He charged up with force, and his long black hair rushed high into the sky like a disheveled ghost, and he quickly launched another header. There was a bang sound. The ball goes into the net and scores. Yan Sheng landed in a matter-of-fact manner, Master, it's really too trendy, but this high-altitude pass is also very trendy. Nagisa Shiro also looked a little surprised. This person's jumping height is actually so high. The score returned to equality at 2:2. Ito Jiren looked at Ye Liangqiu provocatively, as if to say, did you see it? Knock you out easily. However, this ball gave Ye Liangqiu a different reaction. At this moment, he gradually calmed down. What the Demon King's eye is most afraid of is the kind of person who can see the entire court, although he can defeat the opponent's team with his personal ability. But all it takes is contact with the ball. Without the ball, everything is in vain. But Ito Jiren seems to already know this weakness of his, so he would rather take huge risks and try to pass the ball at a tricky angle instead of scoring a goal himself. It seems that he is still afraid in his heart. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ishirin with an increasingly aggressive look, although I resist disgusting guys like you in my heart, if you can become my teammate on the court, maybe my probability of scoring goals will be greatly improved. Sure enough, the ability to perceive space is a weapon that serves me. You're so arrogant, I want you to be my slave. Let you be willing to be my shadow and pass the ball for me. At this time, Bing Xiang walked back to his station. He was a little frustrated and said, sorry, I didn't stop him. I didn't expect this guy to pass the ball directly. After all, neither side understands the other's weapons. In the first few balls, both sides were testing each other. Looking at the bowed head of the Ice Weaver Sheep in front of him, Ye Liangqiu put his palm directly on his furry head, but the scarlet look in his eyes made the hairs stand on end. No need to apologize, do you see clearly? His eyes, his movements. Ito Jiren has the same weapon as you, but his skills are better than yours. Hai Uzi, your weapon is not weak, but if you just want to be a coward on this bloody battlefield, then all that awaits you is death. Understand? Bing Xiang looked at Ye Liangqiu's eyes, a little timid, but nodded, I understand. Ye Liangqiu was silent. It seems that the current Ice Weaver Sheep has not yet awakened. At least in his opinion, after these few games, this guy is a marginal figure and has no effect at all. Compared with the opponent, a chemical reaction has begun to occur. My family seems to be more divided. If this continues, you may lose. This was also the first time he felt threatened when he came to Blue Lock, and the source of the threat was Itoji Rin. Returning to his position, Ye Liangqiu covered his heart with his hand, looked up at the scoreboard, and murmured in a low voice, the fire burning in his eyes became more and more turbulent, the heart is beating faster and faster, and the blood seems to be beating faster and faster. Swimming against the current. The happy mood seems to be improving. Then let me crush your hopes. Chapter 57. This time the ice weaver kicked off. He recalled Ye Liangqiu's words just now. Itoji Rin is a person who has the same weapon as him, which means spatial perception. Although he didn't see it in the confrontation just now, he can also know that Itoji Rin's skills are very good. Good. The ant's jumping ability and body flexibility are exaggerated. The last thing is time. Although this guy didn't make any outstanding moves, he was able to compete with Ye Liangqiu in terms of strength, and when he grabbed the ball in the third game. This guy's instinctive reaction was very strong. All the information was now being put together into pictures in Bing Xiang's mind. The root of the goal seems to have been determined. Ice Weaver opened his eyes and looked at the opponent's goal. Here, all I can do is have a wonderful showdown with these monsters. If Wu is here, he should have the same idea as me. Itoji Rin seemed to have sensed a hint of danger and raised his brows. Here comes another one. At this time, Haihu Xiang seemed to hear Nagi Sishiro's voice. Football is really interesting. Ye Liangqiu, you seem to be right. There are many geniuses in this world, but there are even more geniuses. A powerful genius. Thanks to you, Ye Liangqiu. Next, I will make it more interesting. As the whistle blows, Bing Xiang played with the football, thinking about how to score a goal. His eyes were watching everything on the field, including the movements of his teammates. He clearly knew that there was an absolutely powerful humanoid weapon on his side. As long as he is given a little chance, Ye Liangqiu cannot lose the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. Then this game is simple and clear. As long as Ye Liangqiu creates a shooting opportunity, then the goal will be scored. Itoji Rin sneered. Of course he also knew what others could know. The most dangerous person on the field was Ye Liangqiu. Sometimes the roles between hunter and prey could be interchanged at any time. Sure enough, seeing these players with space-aware weapons, I can think of one thing, that is, Kaiu Bao is truly a harvester of space players. I'm joking upstairs, don't think about it. In Blue Lock, our Kaiu Bao has players with world-class talents as teammates or opponents in almost every game. I'm afraid the only one who knows them best is this one. A court demon. After all, these players are born to be his nemesis. But if they become his teammates, which one will not subconsciously regard him as the team's main offense? The scoring ability must be my Kaiu Bao. The barrage discussion is a joy. The movements of everyone on the court are ever-changing. Ice Xiang confronted Ito Master Rin once, and the two refused to give in to each other. At this time, Nagi's hero, who had been left open, rushed out. He hooked the ball away with one kick, left the confrontation between the two with extreme flexibility, and then quickly rushed to the penalty area. The ants were also quickly attacking in his direction. Nagisa Shiro's eyes were calm. I have seen through you. You can't stop me. Yishin stretched his arms and pressed against Nagi Sishiro's body, slowing him down. I only need to stop you for a moment. I saw Ishirin and Bing Xiang rushing over. Damn it, you idiot, can you get out of here? Ye Liangqiu's eyes almost overflowed with murderous intent. At this time, time was like a blood-sucking insect clinging to his body, constantly hindering his progress. No, no. If I let you go, everyone will say that I am useless. Ye Liangqiu's constant muttering made Ye Liangqiu feel bored. If he hadn't been afraid of getting a red card, he would have punched him. However, at this time, Nagisa Shiro was extremely calm. He can clearly see the goal path, but this path is full of uncertainty. At the moment when he hesitated, Yushin's slender thighs tried to penetrate Nagisa Shiro's crotch to kick the ball away, but the two of them were about the same height, and his advantage in legs and feet was almost flattened. I feel the breath of inspiration. Suddenly, Nagisa Shiro looked at the ice-weaving sheep. At some point, when Itoshi Rin was running and unable to watch the movement behind him, he took the first step towards the restricted area. Does he think he will pass the ball? Itoshi Rin seemed to notice Nagisa Shiro's eyes and understood everything immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. There was a bang sound. As if in response to the previous game, Cease Hironagi threw a high pass into the penalty area. Ice Weaver Sheep looked at the ball flying towards him and smiled, but suddenly his body froze, and he seemed to feel waves of terrifying aura coming from behind him. There seemed to be a dark fire in Itoshi Rin's pupils. Do you really think I didn't see it? I know everything you can see. All of this is to lure you into taking the bait. Suddenly, Bing Xiang's stunned expression disappeared, and he looked like he was succeeding. His eyes became extremely sharp. Took the bait? Who took the bait? Itoshi Rin, you are not the only one who has control over the trends on the court. That's right, the Demon King who has been restless for a long time. I saw Bing Zi predicting the trajectory of the ball in advance, and lightly kicked it to the left, and the ball drew an arc in the air. At the same time, a figure that seemed to rush out of hell had already arrived in front of the ball. The moment before the ball hits the ground, there was a loud boom. There was a sound as if the ball was about to be kicked and exploded, and the football was distorted. The speed was so fast that even the auxiliary goalkeeper did not react and the shot was successful. Ye Liangqiu stood there with his arms open, but revealed a terrifying smile. Itoshi Rin was already confused. Wasn't he blocked? Why does it suddenly appear here? At this time came here gasping for breath. Ye Liangqiu looked at Itoshi Rin and slowly said, "Stop it. You're so arrogant, do you think I don't know what you think? Isn't it too naive to rely on time to stop me? Use your pig brain and think about it carefully. In the face of absolute strength, all your calculations and predictions are just guesses. In the face of reality, they are all bubbles that I can crush at will." Only Ansei and Nagisa Shiro, who were moving towards the goal the whole time, saw everything. The explosive power and speed increased to a new level in an instant. The moment everyone was staring at the ball, Ye Liangqiu had already escaped from the control of time. He was approaching the goal as fast as lightning, as if he smelled the smell of goals. This monster is more fashionable than me. Chapter 58. Itoshi Rin glanced at the time and roughly understood the situation. Ye Liangqiu's speed was far from being as slow as he imagined. Instead, it was ridiculously fast. Perhaps it was a flaw that was deliberately exposed, so he didn't have any additional information. Under the premise, he was finally fooled. But, the most important thing is not Ye Liangqiu's goal, but the blue-haired man in front of him. He had already predicted the movement of the entire field from the beginning. Relying on Ye Liangqiu's destructive power on the field, even he misjudged it, but this guy sensed it. Is it intuition? Or luck? The veins on Itoshi Rin's cheeks bulged, every one of them makes me feel sick. At this time, the score came to 2:3. Itoshi Rin closed his eyes, as if feeling the movements of the entire stadium. I probably understand, it turns out that this is what happened. Luck and intuition finally cooperate with execution. Luck ball? Maybe not. Are you praying to heaven? Yan Sheng glanced at the countdown screen and saw that Itoshi Rin still had his eyes closed and couldn't help but ask. Just the next second, Itoshi Rin opened his eyes, exuding an extremely cold aura. "Shut up, you can just be a tool in this game. I kind of understand how to kick." This is the first time I have entered this state after Itoji Sae, and it is also the first time I want to completely tear someone into pieces. Red-eyed freak, defeat you. The aura he exuded in an instant made everyone stunned. The smile on the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth became more and more weird. If a group of people fighting alone gradually become one person's puppet, then this game will be much more interesting. What everyone has shown so far is their own power. That is, the power of a single individual. As for linkage? Ha! When you are strong enough, the so-called linkage is like playing house. Ye Liangqiu understands it, and naturally Shishirin also understands it. But the chemical reaction between Ice Weaver and Ye Liangqiu just now made Shishirin understand it. If this continues, the rhythm on the court will be completely off track. You can't win like this. As the whistle blows, Ishirin raised his left foot, and others thought he was going to pass the ball. However, in the slow-motion afterimage of Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye, he had already captured a different meaning. This damned Sundara wants to shoot. Start at 0 frame and shoot directly? Sorry, I can see it. Ye Liangqiu's body reacted in an instant, and he took a step back, but did not start running, because he saw Itoji-rin's pupils shrinking slightly, and pressed his foot on the football again. His action was obvious to other people. It's very abnormal. But it was very inconsistent in front of me. Lie to me? The two of them took a step back, then took back their foot in preparation for shooting. Very tacit understanding. Ha 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 ha, have you discovered it? I feel that Itoji-rin must have discovered that Kyubeo's eyes are rulers. He must have been thinking about shooting directly, but he saw Kyubeo taking a step back and was frightened. Others may not have seen the game between the two, but those of us know that these two guys have already started a psychological game the moment the whistle blows. It depends on who reacts slower. However, it is obvious that both sides clearly know the other's intentions. No matter, stocks are soaring. You fart. Itoji-rin cursed secretly, as if he noticed something unusual, and immediately started running with the ball. After a head-on confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, he knew clearly that this red-eyed freak's physique was as good as time, and even slightly stronger. Is the purpose of hiding your strength before just to give yourself a surprise? This guy has too many hidden weapons. The information surface is incomplete, and there is almost no way to ensure the best goal-scoring route. At this moment, a figure had already arrived in front of him, and the thoughts in Itoji-rin's head suddenly stopped. Ye Liangqiu had already arrived in front of him, looking at him with those red eyes that looked like snakes and scorpions, and said slowly, compared to your brother's wise decision to take control, I don't think it's euphemistic because it's the right choice. It seemed that he had hit a sore spot in Itoji-rin. Shut up, you are all people who make me extremely sick. Is the person who only looks for brother's trash so weak in endurance? Ye Liangqiu's pupils reflected his expression at the moment, and the veins on Itoji-rin's face popped out, and his face became ferocious. Like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. As soon as Itoji-rin ran a few steps, he was chased by Ye Liangqiu. Their arms were extremely flexible and they continued to provide resistance to each other. Shut up, I tell you to shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, Itoji-rin kicked the ball away. He found the landing spot very well, and time was just rushing to that position. However, in this impatience, a person was given a chance. He was like Itoji-rin's shadow, always watching everything in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, Bing Xiang set the ball in the air, then quickly ran towards the goal and successfully intercepted the ball. But Time's intuition and speed also passed quickly. The reaction is so fast. Hu Xiang muttered, and immediately passed the ball to Nagi's hero who was running towards the goal. However, the high pass was very tricky, and ordinary players could not even catch it. Yan Sheng also saw the ball and prepared to jump and head the ball away. However, the reason why it is so tricky is that this pass actually floats and is extremely unstable. Even the moment when Yan Sheng's head was about to touch the ball actually turned a corner and naturally slipped down. However, with this goal, at this moment, Nagi Seishiro's mind has begun to predict countless shot trajectories. Inspiration seems to have exploded. The next second, Nagisa Shiro seemed to feel that the ball was falling. He pushed the ball with his back heel and lifted the ball into the air, and then his body rotated greatly. There was a bang sound. A flak volley fired. The ball goes directly into the net to score. Bing Guiyang ran over directly, good shot. He didn't expect that the ball could actually be saved. The robot's body was far more flexible than he imagined. Yushin also raised his eyebrows and looked at Nagi Seishiro. In that ball just now, this guy didn't look behind him. How did he know that his header failed and the ball was slowly falling to the ground? Body sensation? Is it that outrageous? While he was thinking, there were waves of greetings coming from not far away. I saw that Ye Liangqiu and Ishirin had grabbed each other's collars, and kept saying all kinds of obscene words, and even raised their hands. Warnings came over the radio. Only then did everyone react and quickly pull the two away. I'm afraid there will be a fight. Chapter 59. Bing Xiang hugged Ye Liangqiu's waist, barely holding him back with his hands and feet, and kept mumbling. Calm down, calm down. This is a competition. When the competition is over, let's start. I think it's okay. Nagisa Shiro nodded expressionlessly, and even wanted to buy some snacks to eat here. On the other side, Ishirin's expression was almost like skinning Ye Liangqiu alive. The two of them were determined to start a war. I can't imagine how happy it would be if Linbao and Kyubao became a team. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I won't even dare to sleep. After calming down, Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly and returned to the venue. The score now reached 2:4. Shirin was trying to adjust his emotions not to be affected by this red-eyed freak. He couldn't lose the ball because he was throwing the ball. But thinking of the scene just now, the veins on his cheeks couldn't help but bulge, and he wanted to tear this guy apart right now. Yan Sheng couldn't stand it anymore. He ruffled his hair and his expression was still a little lazy. I think if this continues, we will lose. Are you just going to keep fighting with that guy? I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose. Shi Guang also muttered to himself. Ishirin clenched his fists. Shut up, you two, you are a bunch of losers. Obviously, their team is not as harmonious as imagined, or it may be said that they feel more separated than Ye Liangqiu's team. Same position, same stance, played 6 games in a row. Shirin clearly smelled the smell of scoring a goal, but every time it would be cut off in the middle, the cut-off breath came from Ye Liangqiu. He had just discovered that his idea of shooting directly was actually noticed by the red-eyed freak in front of him. He obviously just raised his foot back, and in these few seconds, why was he so sure of himself? Can you shoot? Eyes? Ye Liangqiu's vision seems to be different from his own. Is it prediction? Or reflection? But if Ye Liangqiu tells him, maybe he will open his eyes wide, because he is seeing the future. This is not a reflection, but a fact. In Ye Liangqiu's eyes, the movements, positions, and confrontations of this group of people, in fact, he already had a vague concept in his mind. He probably understood the use of the Demon King's eye. 1 or 25 seconds is not long, but short. It's a bit short, but it's enough for these players. He only needs to watch the confrontation between everyone in the audience. For example, the wonderful fight between Yushin and Nagi Seishiro just now was actually a destined outcome in his eyes. Future's gaze made him understand that one side would win in the confrontation. So his options are endless. He can check who will win and who will lose among all the players facing each other on the entire court, so that he can pass the ball accurately, thus ensuring that there will be 100% no mistakes. But, the prediction of more than 1 second also needs to cooperate with the body's reaction nerves. You see, it does not mean that the body can quickly make movements to intercept, confront, pass, dribble. This is also something Ye Liangqiu wanted to buy based on his emotional value a long time ago. Reaction power, champion level. The price is at a sentiment value of 1 billion. The most difficult thing to train in the human body is reaction. The reaction of any athlete is extremely powerful, but if you want to achieve this kind of reaction that makes people feel violated, unless you are a true genius, maybe the whole world is just like that. Hundreds of people have this ability. Want to improve further? Then you need to erase the moment of neural reaction and achieve the body's subconscious conditioned reflex. Both of them had more or less a sense of enlightenment during this game. Although Idoji Rin and Ye Liangqiu have always greeted each other, it can also be seen that the other's level in a certain aspect is completely higher than theirs. Regarding the use of weapons, Idoji Rin was completely defeated in this match. Of course, the game is not over yet. Ishi Rin tried hard to calm down his mood. The moment the whistle blew, everyone's nerves were tense for a moment. There was a bang sound. Idoji Rin shot directly. His green pupils were like a python, staring at Ye Liangqiu's movements. It seemed that just as he had guessed, this red-eyed freak was not watching his own movements, but is it based on intuition? Prejudgment? But unfortunately, you are too far forward. Your teammates can't react to this shot. This world wave scored directly. The score came to 3:4. Ye Liangqiu grinned. Sure enough, this guy was still analyzing himself. Even though the game was almost over, Itoji Rin's curiosity became more and more prosperous. How dare you? Bing Xiang wiped his sweat. In this situation, you actually dare to shoot directly. I am so worried. Did you wake him up by greeting him? Fart. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes. Why do you mean I'm greeting you when you wake up? He just needs to be dealt with. It seems that because of the score advantage, their internal atmosphere is still very good, but they are afraid that Chu will suddenly fight with Lin. And after this ball, the ball came into Ye Liangqiu's hands. Idoji Rin's team will be under tremendous pressure. Even Ishi Rin couldn't help but tense up. He had never underestimated Ye Liangqiu, he just thought that this foul-mouthed red-eyed freak was sick. The position was also converted to a triangle defensive formation. Stepping on the ball, Ye Liangqiu's pupils were bright red and he looked at Idoji Rin who was standing in front of the goal. The aura of the two of them seemed to be one red and one black constantly intersecting. You know what it means to follow me and those who go against me will perish. And you are so arrogant. You're just standing on this court and you don't agree with me. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu rushed out. His speed was so fast that before the ants in front could react, a scarlet phantom had already passed him by. Yan Sheng also tried to use his arms to stop it. However, I only touched the fleeting afterimage. The eye of the Demon King was fully activated. Every second and every moment, the world seemed to slow down in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. He could clearly see the position and timing of Yushin's hand blocking his own, and then he dodged and moved forward quickly. Keep running with the ball. Time tried to use his body to hit Ye Liangqiu to reduce his balance and slow him down. However, his actions have just begun. Ye Liangqiu's legs and feet moved faster. He first swept the ball aside with the instep of his outside foot, and then hooked the ball back at a very fast speed. Then he moved his right foot forward and passed the ball with his left foot in a bent posture. Kicking forward, the ball flew directly towards Shijuan's open crotch. The series of movements was extremely smooth. Time was deceived by his fake actions, and when he found out, it was already too late. Not far away, Hing Ji all saw it. Wonderful, so wonderful, the cow's tail plus a crotch penetration. He also didn't expect that Ye Liangqiu actually had a delicate side. At this moment, the eyes of Ye Liangqiu and Idoji Rin met. It's your turn, you damn arrogant person. Chapter 60. The momentum between the two was tit for tat. Idoji Rin was like a green python wrapped in black mist, observing the charging Ye Liangqiu. At this moment, a memory seemed to flash through his eyes. The same scene, except it was snowing that day. Idoshi's indifferent face seemed to be replicated on Ye Liangqiu, who was rushing towards him. There is still such a strong sense of oppression. Obviously so much time has passed and he has become stronger. But this feeling still makes Idoji Rin panic, suffocating. The uninterrupted memories are constantly washing his thoughts at this moment. In an instant, his brain seemed to wake up countless times, his facial expression was ferocious and terrifying, and his pupils seemed to be swallowed up by darkness. I will tear you to pieces. I must tear you to pieces. At this moment, the pleasure brought to Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more intense, as if countless dead bones were wrapped around his body, and one arm after another on his legs was tearing at his muscles, trying to slow him down. However, his smile became more and more weird, pursuing the ultimate pleasure and enjoying the feast brought by himself. The pain from the continuous tearing of the muscles in his legs was like a stimulant, making his speed increase even more. Accelerate! At this moment, he was like a dangerous bullet rushing towards Idoji Rin. Idoji Rin, do you feel it? 1 vs 1, this is a head-on confrontation between the two of us. Idoji Rin took a step forward, opened his hands, and his pupils kept predicting which direction Ye Liangqiu would attack. He knew that this guy would try his best to break through his last line of defense. After all, after getting to know each other for so many times, he may already know this difficult red-eyed freak very well. It was this idea that he was sure Ye Liangqiu had in mind to defeat him. But in the next second, his pupils gradually shrank and his body subconsciously moved forward. But it's too late. I saw that Ye Liangqiu started to slow down when he was only a few meters away. When he was the last meter away, his left foot stopped in place, his right foot bent into an arc, and he kicked the ball directly. A ball that slowly flew high into the sky flew over Idoji Rin's head in an inclined arc. Flower arranging feat. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Idoji Rin froze on the spot. When he looked back, the ball had already entered the net and slowly slid down. A voice sounded in his ear, game over. At this moment the score came to 3:5. Ye Liangqiu's team won. Bing Xiang was also so excited that he jumped up and hugged Ye Liangqiu's neck, almost spitting out the breath he had just taken. Stop it, I'm going to die. Only then did Bing Xiang let go. Nagi Sishiro wiped his sweat, still replaying the last scene in his mind. Everyone thought that Ye Liangqiu would break through Idoji Rin with speed, but at the most critical moment, he actually stopped. Even Idoji Rin didn't expect him to do this at all. Nice shot. After praising him, Najise Shiro looked at the panting Anchen and Shija, while Idoji Rin sat on the ground without saying a word and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Bing Xiang also looked over. If he had to choose, it would definitely be Idoji Rin. Nagi Sishiro's thoughts were very different. The two of them looked at Ye Liangqiu at the same time to see what he would choose. After all, this guy was the real scoring leader in this game. Ye Liangqiu walked up to Idoji Rin with a somewhat indifferent tone. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Do you want me to ask you to get up? FG arrogant. Tisk. Idoji Rin's teeth were almost broken, but he finally stood up, but the ice-weaving sheep soul who looked at him with murderous eyes was almost frightened. I dare not think, if Idoji Rin joins the team. Ye Liangqiu and this guy had to fight many times a day. Most importantly, Ice Weaver can understand that the mood he felt after losing the game just now was not a bad mood, but a desire for revenge. But now Ye Liangqiu directly chooses Ito Master Rin, which is equivalent to cutting off his desire for revenge. Instead, he wanted to bring in a guy who was full of resentment and eager for revenge. Bing Gui Sheep felt cold all over. It's quite interesting. Nagi Sishiro touched his chin, curiosity flashed in his pupils. He actually wanted to see what effect Ye Liangqiu and Itoji would have if they were in the same team. After all, he was his opponent just now, and he fully understands the power of this on point one. But now, can these two people together overthrow the entire Blue Lock? Who will challenge next? Nagi Shishiro's curiosity could no longer be suppressed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Bing Xiang was completely speechless. Is he laughing? He is actually still laughing? Itoji stood up and looked at Ye Liangqiu, and asked slowly, why did you use flower arranging legs just now? He had many questions in his mind at the moment, but the arrogance in his heart only allowed him to ask. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, because I want to see your desperate expression. Itoji's face darkened, and he turned around and left. Red-eyed freak, just wait for me, sooner or later I will defeat you. Then I'll wait. Ye Liangqiu said slowly. It was his idea to choose Ishirin. A player who can pass, attack, and have spatial awareness is a weapon created for him. As long as Itoji is under control, his dominance on the court will be even more terrifying. Of course, Ishirin, who had already walked into the passage, did not know what Ye Liangqiu was thinking. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and the veins on his face were bulging, like an evil ghost. Ye Liangqiu, I will definitely tear you apart. After a fierce competition, Ye Liangqiu was lying comfortably in the hot spring. He had forgotten that there was a hot spring in the bathhouse at this level. Phew, feel relieved. Now it would be nice if I had another cup of milk tea. Do you like to drink milk tea? Bing Xiang blinked with a scarf on his head. Ye Liangqiu opened his eyes a little, what's the problem? Bing Xiang smiled, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He thought that this kind of guy would usually drink blood. At this time, Ye Liangqiu complained, and you so arrogant, can you stop staring at me with your appraising eyes? Do you think I'm a model? Come here to do a show? Is it for you to see? Sitting in the corner, Ishirin put his hands on the rocks. I just wanted to observe your body structure and see who could have given birth to such a freak like you. What did you say? Say something more. Suddenly, there were bursts of noise throughout the bathroom. Chapter 61. After a day of competition. In the cafeteria of the fourth level, it seems that only a few teams have advanced. But the team that advanced the fastest was undoubtedly Ye Liangqiu and his team. First and second, and one or two people ranked very high. Many people's eyes are observing Ye Liangqiu and Ishirin. The number plates on the two of them are really daunting. They want to challenge them, but they don't dare to challenge them. After all, it's not easy to get to this point. If you fall, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to climb up. Ye Liangqiu was eating steak rice bowl and observing some of the teams around him that had just advanced. There are quite a few teams. I just don't have any acquaintances. He didn't expect that Ji Shii hadn't come here yet. The original plan was to have a game with Ji Shii. After all, as the male protagonist of the entire Blue Lock, this guy's strength should have improved very quickly. It was not so obvious when he was in the same team before. But it will become clear just by playing a game here. Just as he was thinking about evil thoughts, he was interrupted by a voice, "Red-eyed freak, are you sure other teams here dare to challenge us?" It was Itoji who spoke, and he was eating chajik rice with a spoon. His expression was very cold. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly, "What can you do? How about you go dance? Or use your charm to seduce a team to challenge us?" Immediately, the veins on Itoji's forehead bulged out, and the hand holding the spoon stopped in the air. Now he regretted it very much. Why did he agree to compete with this guy at that time? He would rather find a random team than hide. Looking at this red-eyed freak. Ha 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 ha, I guessed it would be like this. These two people are in the same team, like two negative magnets, stay as far away as possible. I am curious, who dares to challenge the two of them? Stop being curious, the clean stock market next door has plummeted, and you have already lost a game. Ah? Lost? Who did they lose to? Their team is very strong. After looking at the barrage, Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Ji Shiai's team included Feng Le and Ma Lang. Who would lose? Could it be those monsters? After all, it has been so long that the memory has become very blurry, but there are indeed many strong people in this prison. One of them he clearly remembers is called Shido Longsheng. This appearance makes people feel extremely coquettish. But a person full of male hormones. If it were him, it would be really interesting. Here is Wu Traveler, the guy that Ice Weaver often talks about. No matter who he is a strong man in this prison. If this guy is also included in his team, it is not impossible. But now he is very curious about who defeated Ji Shiai's team. And who did they snatch away? As the day passed, the number of teams in the 4th level became smaller and smaller. On the contrary, they, the first team to advance, waited for a whole day but no one challenged them, or in other words agreed to challenge them. After all, both parties must agree before the challenge can begin. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but want to ask, couldn't their team forcefully arrange the game? At this moment, a figure came to Ye Liangqiu. Feng Le said hello and waved to Ye Liangqiu. "Chu, why should I think you lost?" However, Ye Liangqiu responded, but looked at the people behind him, and the corners of his mouth gradually cracked, which seemed to be similar to what he thought. Sure enough, after he destroyed the original rhythm, the butterfly effect is already growing in this prison. Ble was also snatched away by an unexpected person, and the person who defeated Ji Shiai's team was none other than Shido Rallies. Ye Liangqiu and Ishirin looked in a direction at the same time. There was a tall man with a skin similar to black wheat and yellow and pink hair. He looked like a male succubus. Shido Longsheng seemed to have noticed who Feng Le was chatting with, and walked over with a plate in hand, exuding a sense of oppression. However, in the eyes of Ye Liangqiu and Ishirin, this sense of oppression is almost equivalent to nothing. So you guys are the first and second. Shido Longsheng showed a smile, and without any scruples, he pulled out the chair next to him and sat down. "Are you interested in a competition? I will kill you as slimes." For a time, the atmosphere became a little solid. At this time, Ye Liangqiu suddenly laughed, and a scarlet aura emitted from his pupils. "Really? Let's have a competition and see who is the slime on the court." Ito Shirin sneered and ignored these two people. Instead, he opened his mouth and calmly took a mouthful of food. Looking at the sudden appearance of his opponent, Nagisa Shiro blinked. He didn't seem to feel so bored anymore. Competition. The little monster Feng Le also showed an excited smile. He was very much looking forward to the match with Ye Liangqiu. After all, wasn't that restless heart beating because of the monster Ye Liangqiu? At this time, the rest of their team came over. Except for Ble. Ye Liangqiu also saw a familiar figure called Chestnut Head, the monk who had been crying and calling his mother. Almost the moment he saw Ye Liangqiu, his whole body felt bad. In addition, I subconsciously looked at the rankings, and at a glance I discovered Ito Shirin's first place, Yabaraki's second place, and Nagi Sishiro whom I met before. The monk's lips were trembling, and he couldn't imagine how strong Ye Liangqiu's team was. But it seems that Shido Rallies has agreed to the competition. The monk said directly, "No. Can I refuse? I know them well. In fact, there is no need to fight to the death in this game. You can go to some unknown people and compete. Let's all enter the 5th round together." Shideo Longsheng raised his eyebrows before he could speak first. Feng Li's eyes became a little cold. "What are you talking about? What does everyone mean? If we say we know each other, then why didn't you say these words during the last game? Is it because you saw Chu's ranking? And their lineup? Are you scared? Coward!" He asked 3 questions in a row and blocked the monk's mouth. Seeing that he stopped talking, Phile returned to his normal state, like a face-changing master. As for the last one, the black name Ranchi has pink hair. His eyes are very calm, and he seems to be indifferent to this game. Shido Longsheng picked up a mouthful of uneaten rice and stood up slowly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Well, everyone, slimes, see you tomorrow. Chapter 62. There is still half a day before the new round of snatching battle begins. In the lounge. Lying in bed, Ye Liangqiu didn't know what he was thinking about. It had been a while since the blue lock started, and he always felt that something was missing. Every round of battle passed before my eyes. Winning seems to be a matter of course, but in the end, I seem to be missing something, and this feeling has been there since I started this battle. Pleasure? Pleasure? No. Not at all. Ye Liangqiu stared at the ceiling and fell into deep thought for the first time in a long time. On the contrary, Hai Xiang was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at Nagi Sishiro playing games on his mobile phone, and then at Ito Jiren who was resting with his eyes closed. He touched his chin and started thinking hard. Brother Joy, arrogant man, boring brother. Then what am I? Ito Jiren opened his eyes slightly, seemed to glance at Ye Liangqiu, and snorted coldly. This team is really strange. The next round of competition is about to begin, but it seems to be more relaxed than expected, with no sense of tension at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "You damn arrogant person, let me ask you a question. Do you have an absolute love for football, or are you just pursuing the #1 ranking in the world? Or is it because of someone that I came here?" Ishirin opened his eyes, and although his tone was a little cold, he still answered, "What else? If you can't even have a basic love for football, do you think I would be here? Besides, I still have things I have to do." Really? Ye Liangqiu's tone seemed much calmer. "I thought people like you came to Blue Lock just because of revenge. It seems to be much different from what I imagined." The corner of Ito Jiren's mouth twitched and he forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that if he had a word with this weirdo, he would not be able to help but kick him. But then, Ye Liangqiu continued, "It's great. Sometimes I actually envy you. At least you have a reason for revenge and pursuit. I ask you, if you really get to be on the same platform as that person one day. In the same arena, I completely defeated him. How would you feel?" "What do you mean?" Ito Jiren raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand, but the scene of defeating Ito Jiren came to mind. Maybe he would be happy? Excited? But it should be more of a temporary joy, right? Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly. That feeling may remain fresh in your memory, but it can also make you instantly panicked. Hearing this, Ito Jiren snorted coldly, "I want you to take care of it." Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes again, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth, "I'm just kindly reminding you. If one day does come and you are confused, just hide in my shadow, and maybe I will give you something. The most comfortable environment to play football in. After all, I won't care if someone weaker than me stabs myself in the back. Including you." He understood it, but Ito Jiren only felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be completely different from the one on the court. "What about you? Coming to Blue Lock, are you just chasing the world's #1? Ye Liangqiu shook his head, "My idea of being #1 in the world is just because I want to use this name to make my life better. Football does bring me unparalleled pleasure. And I only pursue newer things. Maybe I really became the best in the world that day, but when the novelty wears off, I will turn around and leave. My love for football is no less than yours. But only insofar as it's making me try more new things. Just like you players." Ishirin looked up and down as if it was the first time he met Ye Liangqiu. Instead, I heard the two chatting. Bing Xiang listened silently, and his pupils sometimes shrank and sometimes dilated, as if he had heard something incredible. Although Nagise Shiro was playing the game, the screen on his phone was always suspended at the death interface. Until the chat ends. Ice Weaver Sheep suddenly asked, "By the way, are we sure we don't want to discuss the tactical arrangements for tomorrow? Their team seems to be pretty good." Ye Liangqiu and Ishirin spoke at the same time, their tone was a bit arrogant. "No need." Haihu Xiang looked at Nagise's hero, but it turned out that this guy was already asleep. What kind of teams are these? However, tonight seems to have been spent peacefully. Monitoring room. Rows of data floated before Exon Shiba's eyes, and replays of various competitions flashed on the screen, with a slight smile on his lips. The final battle is about to begin. A night of silence. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his somewhat fluffy hair, got up, and found that he was the only one left in the whole room again. He couldn't help but complain, "The young man is really strong." Walking to the cafeteria, other people came here early. "It's really slow." Ito Jirin glanced at Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, "Yet, how can you be a self-disciplined genius like you? You still have to practice and cultivate your body and mind every day? Are you afraid that you will get rusty?" After greeting each other, Ye Liangqiu looked at Bing Xiang who was sipping miso soup and asked, "Are they here?" Bing Xiang pointed to the 4 people not far away. "It was earlier than us, especially the pink-haired whipman among them." "Oh? It seems that he is quite motivated." Ye Liangqiu looked at the 4 people over there. Feng Le seemed to have noticed his arrival and waved to say hello. The battle to devour each other began. It seems that the violence in Ito Jirin's pupils cannot be hidden anymore. After the failure in the last game, he will prove his worth in this one and completely defeat this self-righteous red-eyed freak. Come to the playing field. The positions of the 4 people are 22 respectively, with Ye Liangqiu and Ito Jirin standing at the front and Haihu Xiang and Nagise's hero standing in the penalty area. After all, the stadium has shrunk a lot. The opposite position is the same, with Shido Ryusei and Feng Le standing at the front and Monk and Black Name Ranchi at the back. Ye Liangqiu said softly, "Say hello. Let them see your number 1 strength." "Shut up." Ito Jirin stepped on the ball and looked at the 4 people in front of him, his concentration gradually rising. The next second, the so-called greeting flew out. I saw that almost at the moment the whistle sounded, Ishirin raised his foot and volleyed directly, and the ball drew an arc in the air. Black Name Lanchi showed his shark-like teeth and grinned, "Awesome, I knew this would happen a long time ago, and I was fully prepared." In an instant, he rushed out at an astonishing speed. He was obviously very short, but his concentration, speed and reaction made his body move almost instantly. That moment before the ball even hits the net, he jumped up and stopped him with 1 foot. Chapter 63. Tisk. Seeing that the ball did not go into the net, although Ito Jirin looked calm, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. There was a hint of surprise in Shido Longshen's eyes, but there was obviously a hint of ridicule in the words he spoke. "Is this the strength of no one? It does seem like there's been a bit of an explosion." The black man Ranchi who received the ball had an extremely calm look in his eyes. He was observing the court and seemed to have a plan in his mind. At this moment, all the players have started running. Feng Le has reached the front court without the ball, and the excitement in his eyes can no longer be suppressed. "Is this what it feels like to compete against the monster in your heart?" The monk stared at Ye Liangqiu, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. He is very familiar with Ye Liangqiu. After all, he was in the same team before. If Ye Liangqiu is kicked off the field, what kind of shocked expression will he show? Thinking of this, the fear in the monk's heart seemed to disappear completely. "You must win, and you must win by any means necessary." Watching the movements on the opposite side, Haihu Xiang and Ito Jirin started to move at the same time. The 2 of them observed, and their information processing abilities were ridiculously strong. Almost in an instant, they knew that the black name Ranchi who was running with the ball on the opposite side would most likely do it. Who to pass the ball to? Bing Xiang quickly defended Feng Le, who was cutting into the infield. Black name Lanchi suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Sorry, you guessed wrong. The person I want to pass it on to is him. There was a bang sound. The ball crossed the midfield and flew directly to Shido Ryusei on the other side, who was being intercepted by Nagisa Shiro. From this extreme angle, it was almost impossible to shoot. However, Shido Ryusei grinned, his expression seemed a little distorted, and he could already smell the smell of scoring a goal. He swung around, matched up with Nagisa Shiro's blind spot, and rushed forward madly. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a black mist, with only his frightening pupils exposed. The football cells in my body seemed to be awakening little by little. Sure enough, playing football with you guys makes me happy. Blow it up and let you all enter my world. However, at this moment, a scarlet figure passed by him, so fast, like a black lightning, that it was no exaggeration that Shidao Longsheng was stunned. The path of the ball reflected in Ye Liangqiu's pupils. After images, the world slowed down in his eyes. He was not afraid of anyone who was faster than him. Even the Gai Qunqi didn't dare to say in front of him that he was faster than himself. Pleasure. Perverted pink hair, it seems you have the same lunatic cells as me. Football is life. Then today I will let you experience how life explodes. The moment the ball hit the ground, Ye Liangqiu's pupils reflected a running figure, and he kicked it out, but it was not a shot. After all, he was not a god. The ball was almost brought into the penalty area. It spans nearly half of the court, so this ball is a pass. By the time everyone reacted, it was already too late. No one thought that Ye Liangqiu, who had just gotten the ball, would pass the ball out. And a figure seemed to already know everything. Ito Jiren stood at the same angle, the same position, where the opening shot failed, and the flames in his eyes ignited. The ball flew from his side in an arc. The next second, he started running and shot directly. Before the ball even hit the ground, he volleyed hard. The ball rushed out like a black bullet. The entire stadium fell silent. The score came to 0:1. Good shot. Ice Weaver took the lead to break the silence. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ito Jiren, who let out a breath of disgust. You are so tsundere, how come I passed the ball? Not bad, right? Ito Jiren's eyes were cold. I didn't see it. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. Fart, you clearly saw it, otherwise you wouldn't have run away. Do you really think I'm blind? I didn't see it. Ito Jiren turned around and returned to his station. Okay, okay. Ye Liangqiu's expression darkened, as if he was planning something. On the contrary, when the opponent stepped down with this kick, his momentum did not drop, but rose instead. Feng Li's pupils shook violently, and he looked at the figures of Ishirin and Ye Liangqiu, and murmured, this is the first time I have seen Qiu, who can actually pass the ball. After that game, Qiu, what happened? On the other hand, the veins on Shido Longshen's face were already bulging, and he showed an exaggerated smile. What a pervert! That BD has red eyes, saying that I am a pervert. My cells are screaming, kick him to pieces. BD red eyes. In an instant, the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. The monk shrank his head aside, fearing that someone would just hit him. Kurane Ranchi also looked at Ye Liangqiu. The most critical part of the ball just now was not Ito Jiren, but Ye Liangqiu. He seemed to have predicted that he would pass the ball to Ryusei Shido and had already ambushed him. Okay, just wait for the moment when you pass the ball. Relying on his own weapons, he defeated Shido Longsheng. So the moment I catch the ball, this guy has thought of everything? And Ito Jiren even guessed that Ye Liangqiu would do this, so he just ignored it and rushed towards the midfield. He thought that this ball would be 100% won by Ye Liangqiu. Damn, these two people have such a good tacit understanding? Don't you think the other party will make a mistake? After all, in his opinion, the goal just now was perfect. As long as Shido Rallies could catch the ball in the penalty area, this guy's probability of scoring was almost 100%. The whistle is about to sound again, and everyone is back in place. Ye Liangqiu licked his lips. The first ball was just an appetizer. He wanted to taste the pleasure and freshness that this group of people brought to him bit by bit. He looked at Shido Liangqiu. The aura on this guy's body was indeed be different. There was something about it that made him want to taste it. The kicker was Feng Le, and there seemed to be a sense of excitement in his pupils, which seemed to be because of Ye Liangqiu's changes, or because Itoshi Rin changed Ye Liangqiu's kicking style. He seemed to be jealous. This jealousy made him feel crazy, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His goals are getting clearer and clearer. Seeing Feng Le running towards him with the ball, Itoshi Rin raised his eyebrows. This guy, what's going on? Why does it feel like the entire stadium is hostile to me today? However, Feng Le's movements were very fast, his pupils seemed to be wrapped in black, and the speed of his legs was extremely flexible. He kept dribbling the ball, making his eyes dazzled. Number 1, are you the one who wants to snatch you away? Chapter 64. It seemed that he heard the thoughts in Feng Le's mouth. Who are you snatching away? Itoshi Rin was stunned. In a dazed moment, Feng Le seized the opportunity and passed Itoshi Rin with a Marseille spin. His steps were very light and he continued to rush forward. The next target is the Ice Weaver sheep. But at this moment, everyone has been noticed by his sudden advance. Rallies Shido has directly passed Nagi's hero and entered the penalty area. The aura exuding from his body seems to say that his position is the best scoring point. However, Feng Le ignored him. At this moment, there was only a figure in his eyes. And you? Looking at Feng Le's eyes that were almost immersed in darkness, Bing Xiang's expression was tense. Does this guy want to rely on his own ability to defeat everyone? Is this too arrogant? We can't let him pass so easily. Too slow, your movements are too slow. Feng Le grinned, riding a bicycle with skillful skills, passing the ball constantly under his feet, but his eyes were observing how far away from the goal it was and whether he could directly take a shot. At this time, a frightening breath came. Ye Liangqiu actually relied on speed to tear through the interception of the monk in black named Ranchi, and was rushing towards him. Feng Le bit his teeth, looked at the Bingzi sheep in front of him, and finally chose to pass the ball out. After Shido Rallies, who was waiting in the penalty area, missed the best scoring opportunity, Itoshi Rin and Nagi Shiro were already on defense, and the three of them were involved in each other. Watch the ball fly across an arc. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes were bloodshot, and his smile could not be suppressed. As long as I am within the restricted area, I am the strongest creature. In an instant, he bent down, stretched out his hands to push Itoshi Rin and Nagi Shiro to his side, and jumped up with amazing power from his legs. There was a bang, and a loud noise came from Itoshi Rin's head. The ball rushed out with an unparalleled breath. Shido Rallies' smile was a little crazy, his tongue licking his lips. Life lies in explosion, and scoring a goal is equivalent to fertilization. This is my goal. See? World. Itoshi Rin couldn't help but say, tisk. He is indeed a pervert. Nagi Shiro nodded aside. The score is now 1:1. Shido Liangqiu looked at Feng Le, his tone seemed a little unkind. I said, why couldn't you pass the ball earlier? My cells are screaming for a goal, don't you see me? Feng Le was a little absent-minded. I saw it, but I didn't want to pass it. I originally planned to score the goal alone. Haha. Shido Dragon Saint sneered, you have to fight for what you want. I know what you are thinking. But this is a stadium. It's not the cradle of your emotions. You stupid cap, a little monster, Put away your off-field emotions and enjoy this game now. Otherwise, why would I choose you? I understand. Feng Li's eyes gradually became colder, but his eyes were always looking at Ito Jiren. Ito Jiren, who returned to his station, frowned. He didn't know what happened today. He always felt like there was a pair of eyes behind him looking at him. However, Ye Liangqiu didn't seem to notice the changes on the field yet. He was thinking about one thing in his mind. As a self-centered playing style on the field, it seemed that the restrictions were too great when facing the pass. It seemed that the opponent deliberately strengthened the interception on yourself. Wherever he goes, this monk follows him. Moreover, he also did some small tricks behind the scenes. Although the surveillance could not see it and could not impose penalties, Ye Liangqiu knew what the monk was thinking. Maybe it's time to change your scoring formula. Reinvent yourself. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose, so now the boss starts the second stage. When the opposite monk saw Ye Liangqiu's smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his body. It could be said that he was now the weakest person in the field. He had no characteristics at all. His weapons were useless in front of this group of monsters. It can even be exploited. What he can do is to restrain the most terrifying enemy on the opposite side. The right to kick off came to Ye Liangqiu, but he chose to pass the ball to Jiren. Jiren was surprised, this guy can really pass the ball? Just the next second, his pupils saw the direction of Ye Liangqiu's running, and he understood the meaning. The veins on his cheeks bulged. Treat me as bait. Did you think I was going to pass the ball to you? Yes, the thoughts in Ye Liangqiu's mind have begun to materialize. He clearly knows that he has someone who can understand his movements, and he also understands the meaning of the word use. Everyone on the court is a pawn. The weapons you possess form a scoring formula. My weapons are shooting, speed, breakthrough. I believe you should have seen it, right? Ito Jiren, I brought you into my team, not just to let you experience my strength. But I want you to be a sharp knife in my hand. Help me create the most clearly visible shooting path. Everyone's attention is on Jiren because he is carrying the ball. However, few people pay attention to Ye Liangqiu, who is running without the ball. This is where the greatest use of spatial perception is. Strategist on the field. While Bing Xiang was running, he also noticed that Ye Liangqiu was quickly touching the opponent's penalty area, but he was a little confused. It was a bit difficult to pass the ball at such a distance, and it was possible to deliver the ball. Will Jiren pass the ball? Jiren looked at Zhidou Longsheng and Feng Li who were rushing in front of him. His expression seemed a little angry. This was the first time that he was used as a tool by others. At this time, Feng Li had already arrived in front of him and tried to intercept the ball. However, it only took a moment for Ito Jiren to react. Making a fake move with his left foot, Feng Li subconsciously took a step back, thinking he was going to shoot directly. However, he saw Jiren kicking the ball towards his side at an extremely fast speed. The moment Feng Li reacted and wanted to stop him. Ito Jiren said disdainfully, "You can't restrict me as a person who can't even follow the basic path of the ball." The next second, he kicked the ball back, and his figure went straight through file. At this time, Zhidou Longsheng had also rushed over. Jiren still had a cold expression, but he seemed to be hesitating in his heart. At this moment, a strong smell of a goal came. He looked through Zhidou Rallies and saw Ye Liangqiu who had entered the penalty area, although the monk and Kurane Ranchi in front of him were defending at the moment. But that extremely strong shooting aura impacted Jiren's mind. Chapter 65. Here. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Hu Xiang and Nagi's hero, who had been unguarded, asked for the ball at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. Now, the best option is to pass the ball to the teammate next to you. Shut up, everyone. Ito Jiren said coldly and raised his right foot. under the gaze of Shido Dragon Saint. Boom sound. A high and long pass flew to the court behind him. Shido Dragon Saint yelled, "Number 1, are you stupid?" He turned around and looked back, only to see Ye Liangqiu being stopped by the black name Lanqi and the monk at the same time. When the monk and Kuroming Lanqi saw the ball coming, they were also surprised. Ye Liangqiu was already restricted like this, but he still wanted to pass the ball? Ye Liangqiu seemed to feel the hot gaze behind him. "I know you are looking forward to it, and I won't let your expectations be disappointed. After all, you're poor passing. I'm afraid the grandma next door can pass it better than you. Although it sucks, I want this ball." At this moment, the blood in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be restless, his eyes seemed to have completely turned red, and the veins on his cheeks kept popping up. This was a state he had never experienced before. The afterimages of the ball and the person in front of him, it seems that they are overlapping, and my body reacts subconsciously. You don't even need to use your brain, your body is driven entirely by instinct. There was only one ball in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, and the afterimage of the ball flashed across his eyes. The blood in my body is roaring like crazy and noisy. You're shouting at me to defeat everyone. Oh world, scream! The monk gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead popped out, and he even restrained Ye Liangqiu's body directly with his hands. But that explosive force forcefully pushed Kuroming Lanqi and the monk's bodies away. The two looked back and saw that Ye Liangqiu's body had jumped up, and the ball was still spinning and flying in the air. Only a bang was heard. The huge force even turned the ball that was supposed to spin into a straight ball. At this moment, the monk was frozen in place and could only watch the ball hit the net. The score came to 1:2. Ito Jiren snorted coldly, "Treat me as a tool, but you are still the number 1. Feng Le, who rushed back to the stadium, saw Ye Liangqiu, who was completely different from before, and the excitement that should have been scattered all over the place. What has Chu experienced after the last game? Will the change be so big? Good shot!" Bing Xiang ran forward and almost jumped up and hung on Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu was looking at the ceiling at this moment, feeling that his condition was better than ever before. His body still seems to be feeling hot. What on earth is wrong with me? Is it because of the freshness? Or is it because I found the missing thing? Monitoring room. Huixin crossed her fingers, and the video played back the scene just now. He just entered the flow state. Flow. An Li was holding a notebook and taking notes. "Mr. Huixin, in this state, will the players enter an explosive state?" Huixin Shiba smiled slightly. "No, to be precise, this state is similar to the adrenaline surge, but it is different. In the flow state, the world in front of the player's eyes will become particularly clear. It is a state of selflessness, and it is also players at their best. Players who can enter this state can already touch the threshold of a career." Ah! An Li didn't understand, but he still took notes. Xen Shiba watched the playback. People enter this state only when they find an emotion that excites them to the extreme. So, Ye Liangqiu, what made you enter this state? After all, it was just a simple pass. What are you thinking about in front of the goal? Ye Liangqiu returned to his position, still savoring the feeling just now, and the thoughts in his mind were also rushing. He seemed to have found his best scoring formula. Before entering Blue Lock, or after entering here, you don't feel this way in every game. Is it because the opponent is too weak? No. It's not, because every time it's like fighting against the entire opposing team. If he enters the opposite penalty area and is intercepted by several people, everyone including his teammates will use him as a bait to pass the ball to other players. However, this time it was different, the ball did fly in front of him. Someone knows he can score this goal. From fighting alone, he finally became surrounded by everyone around him. Everyone was watching them. They knew clearly that they would catch the ball. This kind of attention from the whole audience was focused on them. The feeling made Ye Liangqiu feel obsessed. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, sure enough, I can't cooperate with the weak. I can't fit into their world. This is what it feels like to receive a pass in the penalty area. He looked at Ishi Rin, and sure enough it was a good choice to snatch this guy over in the last game. However, Ye Liangqiu's sight made Ito Jiren frown. He just scored a goal. Why did he feel like he had lost his parents? At this time, Ye Liangqiu's praising voice sounded in his ears. The ball you passed just now is not bad, just a little better than my grandma next door. The veins on Ito Jiren's forehead swelled, and the fists in his hands were clenched. He really knew how to praise. If he had known that this was the case, he might as well have passed the ball to Bing Xiang, and the two of them could have scored if they cooperated. Not far away. Ryusei Shido is a shooter who specializes in shooting and can smell goals in the penalty area more accurately than anyone else. He may be the person who understands Ye Liangqiu the best in the game. After all, no one would believe that a person who is intercepted by several people in the penalty area has a high probability of scoring a goal. Therefore, the average player's idea is to find the goal path first, and then pass the ball to a player who has not been intercepted. The players in the penalty area become bait. A bait to contribute your energy and time to this football match. But if this kind of person is allowed to get a goal, he will try his best to shoot, because he knows that it is a hard-won goal. If he dare not kick it, then his only value in this stadium will be gone. The corners of Shido Longshen's mouth cracked. That shot just now made me excited. This guy is exactly what I thought. He is the same kind as me. A whole Hanjian, I seem to be a little interested in you. Chapter 66. However, at this moment, there was a dull look in Feng Li's eyes. The arrogance just now had actually dissipated. He only felt a little tightness in his chest. Looking at the ice-weaving sheep beside Ye Liangqiu who was praising him, he still Ito Jiren had a disdainful expression on his face. There seemed to be a voice in his heart constantly reminding him. My monster, seems like it's almost no longer mine. He's leaving. Time goes back more than 10 years ago. Under the sunset, a group of children bullied a petite figure on the football field. Feng Li hugged his head back, trying to minimize the damage he suffered. His eyes were full of doubts. Why, do you think what I said is wrong? As long as I integrate with football, wouldn't it be good? Strange? I'm not surprised, it's them who are strange. Suddenly, he felt as if no one was beating him. A cold voice came from his ear. Hey, you guys, how about I practice with you? Feng Li carefully raised his little head and saw that the three people who had beaten him just now were all looking in the same direction. At the edge of the football field, a boy wearing black clothes and black pants walked over. The scarlet red in his pupils was particularly eye-catching. It seemed that someone was coming. The three little boys snorted coldly, and then they ran away immediately. Feng Li obviously noticed the red-eyed boy approaching. There seemed to be a flash of disdain in his eyes. You're still lying on the ground. Do you like to hug the ground? Feng Li stood up quickly. His face was covered with marks from the debris on the ground, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he thanked him first. Thank you. Thank me. The red-eyed boy was a little surprised and chuckled. No need to thank me, I just can't see this kind of thing happening in front of me. My name is Ye Liangqiu. Feng Li hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. I'll call Feng Li back. Ye Liangqiu nodded and kicked the football on the ground in front of Feng Li. Do you still have the strength? I happen to still have some time to play football with you. There seemed to be some struggle in Feng Li's eyes, looking at the football. Thinking of his strange face that his partner had just said about him, his eyes became a little dim. At this time, Ye Liangqiu seemed to notice something, shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave, but before leaving, he looked back and said, only the weak will question the words of the strong, just be yourself. Football is a sport that some people like and some don't. But if you like it, follow through. Other people's gossip has nothing to do with you. Feng Le suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure who had walked out of the football field. He wanted to step forward, but in the end he stopped where he was. For the next few days, he played absent-mindedly on the football field alone, looking in a certain direction from time to time. Because after that incident, no one wanted to play football with a strange person like him. While drinking water, he seemed to sense something and looked in one direction. He saw a figure standing there in that direction and looking towards him, and their eyes met. Feng Le didn't know what was wrong with him, so he subconsciously stood up and kicked the ball in front of Ye Liangqiu. "Play football with me." Ye Liangqiu did not refuse, but just smiled slightly. "Okay, buy me a cup of milk tea, and I will play football with you." Milk tea. Since that day, Feng Le only felt that his life seemed to have been changed by this person. The monster's figure seemed to overlap on his body. The two gradually became familiar with each other, and even often went to each other's homes, and even junior high school and high school are all in one college. This was also his happiest time. It turns out there is such a thing, I thought, Kaiu Bao and he just met each other not long ago. After all, they wanted to eliminate each other during the previous ghost arrest. Unexpectedly, Feng Le's past was actually like this. Forget it, aren't you curious? If Kaiu Bao wins this game, will he really choose to snatch Feng Le over? What if not? Time returns to the present. The black in Feng Le's pupils seemed to be getting darker, and the smile gradually disappeared. But now someone wants to take his monster away. Am I a strange person? I'm afraid that no one will understand me, and I'm even more afraid of playing football alone. But Chu, you pulled me out of the abyss, and now you want to send me back. The whistle sounded again. Everyone returned to their stations. Ye Liangqiu could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Feng Le, who was holding the ball, or that his eyes were completely different from what he usually saw. He seemed to have guessed something, and sighed softly. At this time, the bees were excited. This time, his expression had no expression at all. Idoji Rin, who was running forward, seemed to feel an extremely strong dangerous aura. He saw that Feng Le had come to him like a ghost, with an expression without any emotion, and his legs were swinging rapidly, more smoothly than before. Ishirin wanted to predict Feng Le's next move, and moved his right foot forward to directly intercept the ball. However, Feng Le's foot seemed to be stuck with the ball. He stepped on the ball with his left foot and pushed back. Then he made a Marseille spin and easily passed Ito. His eyes turned to Nagisa Shiro, who was running over. His expression was neither happy nor sad, and he continued to run forward. Not far away, Haiming Lanchi is asking for the ball. He is in a good position and there is no one to defend him. Now is the best time to pass the ball. But Feng Le ignored it, and the black in his pupils became more intense. There seems to be only one idea in his mind, to kill all the people who stole his monsters in this game. Nagi Sishiro put his hand against Feng Le's left shoulder, trying to control the distance, and then stretched out his right foot directly, trying to intercept the ball. But Feng Le seemed to have predicted it, and directly took the ball and took a step back. He picked up the ball with his instep and took the ball high into the sky, just in time to pass in an arc past Nagi Sishiro, who just wanted to grab the ball. And Bile continued to move towards the goal. Seeing this scene, even the black name Ranchi sighed, "Wonderful. No wonder the Shido Dragon Saint will snatch this guy away. But it's time to pass the ball now, right?" Feng Le passed two people in a row and directly dispersed Ye Liangqiu's team. Now as long as he passes the ball, the opponent's formation can hardly stop the goal. After all, there were only 8 people on the field. With 4 people as the core of the team, there is actually only one goal, to score goals. Shido Longsheng has arrived at the restricted area with an exaggerated expression on his face. Although he did not speak, his meaning was already very clear. Little monster, why don't you pass the ball over? Chapter 67. Feng Li acted as if she hadn't seen him. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who had already moved in front of him. He could not match him in terms of speed. The two looked at each other, and the emotion on Feng Li's cheeks finally changed, and she whispered, "Qiu, are you going to give up on me?" Ye Liangqiu was silent. The devil's eyes in his pupils had already seen through Feng Li's movements. Every step and every calculation he made was invisible to him. Even if he doesn't use the Demon King's eye, Ye Liangqiu knows Feng Li very well. He clearly knows where this guy's limit is and what his next move will be. The two men moved very quickly, and the monk could not understand their meaning at all. Ye Liangqiu stretched his legs to steal the ball, but retracted his legs very quickly the next second. Feng Li seemed not to be afraid of these actions at all, obviously knowing that Ye Liangqiu was completely deceiving him. The two people were fighting each other, which seemed very inconsistent, but it was just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, it was an undercurrent. If you are not careful, one party will be intercepted or passed by the other party. Ble knew not to delay. Ito Shirin snorted coldly after being stunned for a moment, and was already heading towards the goal, while Nagi Sishiro rushed over quickly with his own flexibility. It can be said to be a three-sided attack. Feng Li's pupils stared at Ye Liangqiu's eyes full of violence. At that moment, he made a move that surprised everyone. In this case, he put his left foot against the ball and slammed his right foot. Use force to clip the ball directly. The next second, the ball flew out from his side. The rainbow is extraordinary. However, Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye had already clearly seen his movements, took a step back, and even saw clearly where the ball landed. However, an afterimage suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Shido Longsheng arrived at the melee area between the three of them for an unknown amount of time. His jump height was ridiculous, and his whole body was like an open bow. There was a bang sound. The ball was still in the air, and a heavy shot was fired out. All the players around the ball could even hear a violent roar. Shido Ryasei fell on the court, but his eyes were shining with excitement. No one thought that this monster could actually do this. It was indeed an inhuman creature in the restricted area. The score came to 2:2. Ito Shirin looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, "You just let the water go, right?" Ye Liangqiu shrugged, "I can't stop this ball." "I'm not talking about this ball." Ito Shirin frowned, "When you were confronting the Kappa just now, you had at least 5 opportunities to grab the ball, but I only saw you grab it once, and that time you took it back. Go. I don't think you're going to back down. So, you let it go, right?" Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Ito Shirin, "I just want to see if he has made any progress in such a short period of time. However, it is much higher than I expected." Saying that, Ye Liangqiu grinned and said, "Next, they won't even think about scoring a goal. Cooperate with me, will you?" "Cooperate?" Ito Shirin looked disdainful, "It's better if you cooperate with me." Veins appeared on both of their faces at the same time, and they wanted to punch each other right now. Shido Longsheng rubbed Feng Li's head and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you, a stupid Kappa little monster, have a strong sense of ball. You can actually do this in that situation. Action! Do you smell that goal?" Feng Li was silent, turned around and walked towards his seat. Black name Lanchi also noticed that Feng Li seemed to be a little absent-minded since the beginning of the game, and then asked, "What's wrong with him?" Shideo Longsheng raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know. Perhaps I am relieved by my extraordinary heroic appearance." Sigma, whose black name is Lanchi, turned to look at the monk again. "You seem to be on the same team as him before, right? What happened to him?" The monk touched his head. "I don't think Feng Li has ever been in such a state, but that was all when he was with his opposite party, Ye Liangqiu." Omega, black name Lanchi seemed to understand something. However, the game continues. The kicker came into the hands of Ye Liangqiu. It seemed that after entering the state of flow, the fusion degree of the Demon King's eye had reached 50%. The time has also been increased to 1.75 seconds. The afterimages behind everyone in the audience are getting longer and longer. I can clearly see everyone's next move, and sometimes I can even see the trajectory of the ball flying in the air. The next second, he moved. Ye Liangqiu rushed towards the goal with the ball, his speed was jaw-dropping. At the same time all the players started to move. Shido Longsheng had long wanted to confront a guy as crazy as himself. However, when he really got close to Ye Liangqiu, he seemed to feel that his body seemed to slow down a lot. No. It's not that he has slowed down, it's that the other party is too fast. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes seemed indifferent to his approach. The afterimage in his pupils tried to see everything through. He casually flicked the ball and quickly made a pass. Before Shidao Longsheng could react, he could only see Ye Liangqiu running behind him, and immediately followed him. In terms of explosive power, he is not weak. At the same time, Feng Li and Haiming Lanchi also stepped forward to fill their positions, flanking Ye Liangqiu on the left and right like guardians, but what they did not expect was Ye Liangqiu suddenly passed the ball. A figure suddenly appeared in the front from the blind spot of the two people's perspectives. Idoji Rin looked disdainful. Cooperation? Is this what you call cooperation? But his body was very honest and he caught the ball directly, and then quickly ran towards the goal. The monk on the other side was also in place to defend. Seeing the terrifying arrogance on Itoji Rin's body, his expression became more and more tense. At the same time, Haihu Xiang and Nagisi's hero also came to the restricted area. Showing a triangle surrounding posture, this scene is very similar to the scene where Feng Li entered the restricted area just now, but he became a monk. However, compared to the speed, Haiming Lanchi also quickly put the defense in place. Idoji Rin chuckled lightly, looking at the black name Ranchi who suddenly jumped in front of him like a small shark, and slowly said, "Sure enough, you don't understand anything. I can't even use my eyes." The next second, he kicked the ball to the right with the back of his foot, and the ball drew an arc and flew towards Kuroming Ranchi. At this moment, a figure seemed to be entangled with countless dead bones, rushing out from the gap between the two people. In the unbelievable shock of black name Lanchi, Ye Liangqiu directly raised his leg and fired a heavy shot. There was a bang sound. The ball goes directly into the net and scores. Black name Lanchi's expression was a little frozen, which was equivalent to grabbing a piece of meat in front of him. "Did you just take a look at it and then disappear?" Ye Liangqiu gasped and looked at Ishirin's arrogant look. Unexpectedly, he thought he had just passed a good ball. In fact, if he hadn't been fast enough, the ball would have been passed directly to the opponent. Is this what you call cooperation? Chapter 68. Not far away, the corner of Bing Xiang's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the cooperation he saw before was all fake. The two of them played football based on their own ideas, playing in an extremely self-centered way. It looked like they were indeed cooperating, but in fact they were just using each other as tools. I always thought this guy would only charge alone. It turns out that someone will still pass the ball to him. In the last game, Bing Xiang actually thought about passing the ball to Ye Liangqiu, but every time his position made people feel subconscious fear, just like he was encountered by several defenders in front of the goal. This kind of under such circumstances, the Ice Weaver will definitely not pass the ball. However, Idoji Rin dared to. Maybe his eyes are different from what he sees. But I definitely don't have that kind of courage. Or perhaps, my lack of understanding of Ye Liangqiu allowed my reason to take over. He looked at the backs of Ye Yojiaki and Idoji Rin in front of the goal, as if he saw two monsters hovering above their heads and devouring each other. The score came to 2-3. Standing next to Ye Liangqiu, black name Ranshi felt such pressure for the first time. When the ball flew toward him just now, he could have reacted, but in the end he kicked it in. This person's speed and body balance are too strong. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, weren't you afraid to reach out and stop the ball just now?" Ye Liangqiu, who was exchanging greetings with Ishi Rin, turned around and asked, "Stop. What are you trying to stop? How long are your hands, how wide your sight is, and how you can block your hands without fear of them being kicked off?" Black name Lanshi blinked. Does this person always talk like this? At this time, the whistle sounded. Ye Liangqiu glanced back at Kuroming Lanshi. To be precise, before he kicked out that kick, through the afterimage of the Demon King's eye, he actually noticed the movement of Kuroming Lanshi's body and consciously blocked himself. And even wanted to rely on fouls to block the ball. However, Ishi Rin's movements made his mind go blank for a second. So without reacting at all, Ye Liangqiu had already scored. Even the monk in front of the goal has jumped high and is ready to win the ball. Unfortunately, since the time for predicting the future has increased, Ye Liangqiu has completely figured out how to use his eyes, squeezing himself continuously. In the prediction, the monk will take off in 1.75 seconds, and then he will shoot the ball. Stop. Then he will shoot within 1.75 seconds. As long as you take one step faster, no one can catch up with you. The kicker came into the hands of Shido Ryasei. He licked the corner of his mouth and seemed to be completely excited. He rushed out with the ball like a wild beast. Ye Liangqiu stopped directly in front of him, with cold eyes. "Don't forget, you are the challenger." Shido Ryasei reacted, stepped on the ball with his left foot, and continued to rush forward. Although this guy looked tall and strong, his body was extremely flexible, which is why he was able to create miracles in the penalty area. And the aura of his sensing ball is very special. He seems to be able to clearly smell the route of the goal. But now when he faced Ye Liangqiu, the goal path that was clearly visible just now disappeared in an instant. Shido Ryasei could only see an abyss behind Ye Liangqiu. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu's figure approached directly and cut off his right leg forward. Shido Ryasei pushed the ball backward with his left leg to avoid being robbed. Suddenly, he saw the smile on Ye Liangqiu's lips. "I'm so sorry. I stole the ball from you and hardly had to use any skills. All it takes is a pair of eyes." Anger appeared on Shido Longshen's cheek, but when he reacted, Ye Liangqiu's right foot happened to be in a running posture. The most important thing was that this guy's left foot actually bent down. Sweeping, he hooked the ball directly and brought it to his feet. However, before this set of grabbing the ball was over, he rushed directly to the penalty area with the ball at extremely fast speed. Seeing that the ball was robbed, Haiming Lanshi and Feng Le directly returned to defense. It's a pity it's too late. The moment he got the ball, the afterimages of countless shots were reflected in Ye Liangqiu's pupils. This is also one of the abilities he developed with the Eye of the Demon King. Since it is to predict the future, then I will predict the chance of my own shot. Future. At this moment, as long as his foot touches the ball, countless shooting routes emerged before his eyes. Until you choose exactly one. Final shot. The monk in front of the goal seemed to sense the danger and ran towards the other side of the mechanical goalkeeper in an instant. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile and said, "It's too late." There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu used all his speed, strength, and eyes. At this moment, the ball's path was just like the trajectory he saw, showing a curved angle and rushing towards the goal. Boom! Something unexpected happened. Feng Le jumped up, and was replaced by a dull impact. The ball was directly blocked by his crossed legs, and the ball could even be seen spinning on his legs. Nice! Haiminglan Shido couldn't help but praise loudly, it was too extreme. The monk was dumbfounded. He didn't even react. The moment the ball was about to hit the net, he was actually saved. Shido Longsheng also seemed to be about to be kicked out of his eyes. What are you waiting for? Counterattack, counterattack. Flow state. Ye Liangqiu looked at the aura emanating from Feng Le and knew that at this moment, he should have entered the state he had just been in, completely releasing his body functions. In other words, Feng Le relied on instinct to block the ball at that moment. Seeing Feng Le running towards him with the ball, Ye Liangqiu sighed, can't this game end quickly? How about being stopped? What about flow status? In an instant, Ye Liangqiu moved. He rushed towards Feng Le like a black and red lightning. The moment he approached Feng Le, before he could react, he predicted the direction of his move and lightly hooked the ball with his left foot. He returned to Ye Liangqiu's feet again. Can predict the future for 1.75 seconds on the court. Whether he is grabbing the ball or facing off head-on, unless Ye Liangqiu breaks a leg, it is impossible for even the world's #1 player to win in front of him. Feng Le froze on the spot. Was this a prejudgment? Did he anticipate that he would take the ball backwards? Stretching out your foot in advance directly interrupts the dribbling action and steals the ball? No one expected such a result. The newly acquired ball returned to Ye Liangqiu's hands again. The monk didn't even leave the penalty area, but this time Ye Liangqiu's position was even further forward. Chapter 69. In an instant, a ball flew past his head. Ye Liangqiu's face was calm, as if this shot was bound to go in. The reality was the same as the future he saw. The ball slowly slid down the net. The score came to 2:4. Idoji Rin praised, the kicking was a bit bad, but it's still passable. Number Van, a hash mark appeared on Ye Liangqiu's forehead, don't talk if you can't speak. You don't need to praise me. Itoji Rin raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Bing Xiang also came over, it's a pity that the ball didn't go in directly, but how did you know that the person just now would make a mistake while dribbling? Yes, in his eyes, the scene where Ye Liangqiu snatched the ball just now. Obviously Feng Le made a mistake, so the ball was taken away. Mistake? Who told you that he made a mistake? Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. Le, there was no mistake. He even tried his best to protect the ball in his own hands, but I am very familiar with his habits. All I can do is steal the ball easily. Although he explained it this way, only Ye Liangqiu himself knew that he was so relaxed because he relied on the eyes of the devil to see the future. Otherwise, with Feng Li's free dribbling and dribbling skills, it would be easy to pass by his past self, but the past was the past and the present is now. It's the last point. After this point is over, who will Caio Bao choose? I guess it's a little monster. After all, the two have been playmates since childhood. It would be unworthy of a split because of this incident. Upstairs, are you afraid that you have forgotten that the last person who said these words has been abandoned? Ling Wang, behind my back, I silently give you a thumbs up. That's so good. Have you not noticed that Caio Bao's movements seem to be getting more and more capable? Whether it is grabbing the ball, shooting, or in a head-on confrontation, he seems to be able to predict the opponent's movements in advance every time. The barrage scrolled faster and faster, and it seemed that everyone was looking forward to Ye Liangqiu's final decision. Did you choose File for friendship, or did you choose someone else to become stronger in Blue Lock? Idoji Rin also seemed to have discovered that Ye Liangqiu was unusual. His predictions were different from his own. Any information on the court could change the original rhythm, so he needed different fake moves to deceive the opponent and lure the opponent to steal the ball. But the premise of everything is prediction. That's right, by looking down at the whole field in your mind, you can judge what the opponent's players will do next, but these are only limited to your own correct predictions. However, to achieve this level, a large amount of information needs to be processed. This is what Idoji Rin finds strange. In his opinion, Ye Liangqiu's movements are so perfect that no flaws can be found, as if every step must be done. There is no absolute perfection in the world. Once something makes everyone think it is perfect, it is bound to have fatal flaws. Although the two were in the same team, Ren was constantly observing Ye Liangqiu's kicking style, trying to find a way to completely defeat this red-eyed freak. So far, he hasn't found a way to defeat this guy yet. His eyes were different from his own. Ren touched his chin and looked at Ye Liangqiu's figure, his brows furrowed as he was thinking about something. As the whistle sounded at once, Z Rallies' team seemed to have discussed tactics for the first time during the break just now. Black Name Lanchi and the monk looked at Ye Liangqiu from time to time, which actually showed that they were ready to fight against Ye Liangqiu. After all, in an 8-player game, it is almost impossible to completely restrict one person. This is why Huixin said that this is a process from 1 to 100, because in this kind of game, the player's own creativity and their own value are fully reflected, so that they can survive in this game. It seemed to be the most desperate moment. Bing Xiang could clearly see that the momentum of the 4 people opposite seemed to be getting more and more surging. Here we go. The battle for the final point. The kickoff team gave him a name. He was extremely calm and his position was very forward. However, compared to before, he seemed to have a complete understanding of what the current stadium was like. Dribbling the ball directly towards the goal, even deliberately avoiding Ye Liangqiu. While avoiding it, his little shark intuition could feel that there were 2 pairs of eyes that seemed to be staring at him all the time. Now the pass is very likely to be intercepted, and cannot be passed. At the same time, Feng Li and Shido Longsheng had also rushed towards the restricted area. The 2 of them were running without the ball, and Nagi's hero and Hyuri sheep were also close to them. Only in this way, they could intercept the ball at the moment of passing the ball. The monk stared at Ye Liangqiu closely. But the next second, he was stunned. His speed was completely unable to match the normal running of Ye Liangqiu. Across more than half of the stadium, Ye Liangqiu and Ren rushed directly towards Kuroming Ranchi. Force him to pass the ball. Otherwise, the ball will be intercepted. Haiming Lanchi gritted his teeth and passed the ball into the penalty area, which was in the hands of Feng Li, who was restricted by Bing Xiang. The corner of Ren's mouth rose, as if he had anticipated this scene, and quickly turned around and rushed in the direction of Shido Longsheng. Feng Li appeared to be at ease when facing Iceweaver Sheep's defense. He looked at Haiming Lanchi, and Bing Xiang thought he was going to pass the ball back. At this moment, Feng Li picked up the ball between his legs and kicked it. Pass without vision. The moment Bing Guiyang reacted, the ball had already flown high into the sky and flew in another direction. Monk. Ren was stunned. He never expected to pass the ball to a person who had no effect on the court. That's right, that's their tactic. Monk has been looked down upon by everyone from beginning to end, so naturally no one wants to mark his position, and the off-ball running of Feng Li and Shido Rallies is to tell others that if they don't stop them, they will score. So the monk became the airman on the court. Although the monk got the ball, he was extremely hesitant to take his shot when he saw Ren already rushing towards the goal. A roar came out, and Shido Rallies almost ate the monk with his eyes. Bald guy? If you don't know how to shoot, just kick the ball over, right? The monk gritted his teeth, looked at Ren in front of him, and finally withstood the pressure. There was a bang sound. Shoot directly. However, his shot was seen through by Ye Liangqiu. The moment he hesitated, the outcome was decided. The moment the ball reached the goal, the figures of Ren and Ye Liangqiu appeared at the same time. The 2 took off, but because they did not notice each other, they bumped into each other. However, the ball was bounced away directly because of the 2 bodies. Are you sick? Chapter 70. The 2 exchanged greetings. The monk who shot the shot was dumbfounded. How come in an instant, these 2 people appeared in front of him, and didn't they block my shot? However, at this time, the game is not over. Ye Liangqiu didn't want to argue with this arrogant person here. Looking at the ball that bounced out in front of him, he immediately stabilized his body and rushed out. At the same time, almost everyone moved in the direction of the ball. Get away! Shido Risei looked ferocious and supported Najise Shiro with his hands. Can't you find someone else to stop you? White hair. Nagise Shiro's eyes were calm. You are the only one in the whole audience that gives me a sense of crisis, which is very similar to the smell of Ye Liangqiu, so I am very curious whether you can get past me easily like him. But, it seems like you're not good at it. What did you say? Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened. Comparison. You're comparing me to that BD Red Eyes. Nagise Shiro nodded honestly. Ha 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 ha, man, I'm laughing to death. King Rei next door is having a crazy losing streak, and this side has been winning continuously. Why is it that Nagise Shiro's curiosity has begun to expand? A moment of silence for Prince Ling first. I'm smiling. At this time, with his quick reaction, Ye Liangqiu was the first to grab the ball in front of everyone, while Ishirin seemed to have anticipated everything and rushed towards the opponent's goal. If there is nothing wrong with your mind, pass the ball over now, immediately, immediately. I'll score the last goal. Ye Liangqiu ran with the ball and sneered, that's a good idea. Do you really think I'm your tool? Just watch me score goals. The two figures rushed towards the penalty area. Return to defense. Return to defense. Because Kuroming Ranchi was always in the midfield, he returned to defense early. However, facing Itoshi-rin and Ye Liangqiu who had already rushed out, his body the pressure can be described as huge. Especially after experiencing a joke just now, he clearly knew that the cooperation between the two was not as chaotic as it seemed, but rather an extremely tacit understanding. Itoshi-rin's green eyes stared at Ye Liangqiu. I said, pass the ball to me, and this game is over. Is that what you think? Continue to compete with these weaklings. Promoting early is what we should do now. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes exuded a murderous look. Why should I pass the goal to you when I can score it? In an instant, his speed increased again, directly surpassing Itoshi-rin, and he looked directly at the black name Ranchi standing in front of the penalty area. Little shark, you have too many flaws. I won't let you shoot. Black name Ranchi's eyes gradually became sharper. Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his feet. Forced shot? Black name Ranchi stepped forward subconsciously, perfectly predicting Ye Liangqiu's next move, making Ye Liangqiu, who should have a shooting route, look completely blocked and unable to shoot. The next second, Kuroming Ranchi made a sliding tackle to intercept the ball. However, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, all this was something that had been predicted. He took the ball with his right foot and avoided this thrilling sliding tackle. Tisk. Itoshi-rin said nothing, as expected, they are all brainless guys. Come forward if you show any weakness. Ye Liangqiu chuckled and looked at the empty goal in front of him. At the moment when he was about to kick the shot, his eyes glanced at the monk who had already rushed over. His eyes were not about the ball, but about the ball. It's myself. The monk kept saying sorry. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with some fear. Obviously he was planning to commit a foul but he had to stop the shot. However, Ye Liangqiu only had contempt for his approach. He slowly raised his right foot and said, you are already too late. Honestly, let's sink into Blue Lock slowly. This is not a place for people like you. There was a bang sound. There was no blockage or any surprises in this shot. The score came directly to 2:5. The monk collapsed on the ground. It was over, the game was over. Shido Longshen's expression was a little speechless. On the contrary, Black Name Lanchi wiped his sweat and looked at Ye Liangqiu. He couldn't help but think that there was such a strong person in this prison. Only Feng Le stood in front of the goal not far away and looked at Ye Liangqiu's body, not knowing what he was thinking. It's time for her selection. Ren was the first to speak. He looked at Ye Liangqiu. I choose the black name Ranchi. As a person who overlooks the whole scene, his information concept is very strong. Now, Ye Liangqiu's team has two people with strong spatial perception ability, plus the two heavy cannons of Ye Liangqiu and Nagi Shiro. Now what they lack is a player who can defend and support on the wing. As for the others, Ren was not even on his selection list for Shido Rallies. After all, this guy was very destructive on the court, but it also brought certain side effects to his teammates. It was called a double-edged sword in short. As for Feng Luai, Ren saw in him extremely flexible dribbling, passing ability, and breakthrough ability. But in Ren's eyes, both Ye Liangqiu and Shido Rallies can do this. Rather than choosing him, it would be better to choose Shido Rallies. There is no need to consider the last monk. This guy was sleepwalking throughout the whole performance. Ren couldn't even imagine how this kind of garbage got to this level. Ye Liangqiu didn't say much. He naturally knew that Ren was preparing for the next round of testing to select better teammates, but he knew that the next step was to compete with professional players. If you choose black name Liangqiu, the team will indeed become stronger as a whole. But this strength is built on the team. What he wants is not overall strength, but personal strength. Facing opponents whose strength far exceeds his own, they have almost no preparation time or running in time in terms of coordination. Instead of doing this, it's better to go crazy once. Ye Liangqiu looked at Shido Longsheng. You are now a member of our team. Come here. Shido Longsheng raised his eyebrows. He still thought that Ye Liangqiu would choose Feng Le. After all, the relationship between the two was already not simple before the game started. Now you choose yourself? Shido Longsheng grinned and said, you are discerning and I admire you very much. Why don't you give me your mobile phone number? I'll go to your room. Ye Liangqiu ignored him. Ren on the side raised his eyebrows. It didn't really matter if he chose Shido Rallies. After all, these two people were the ones he was considering. But, why would this red-eyed freak directly choose Shido Rallies? Is it because of the next level? Chapter 71. Seeing Shido Rallies being chosen. Instead, the monk breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Le stared directly at Ye Liangqiu's back. The two of them didn't talk to each other after the game, as if they were strangers. At this moment, he felt that his heart seemed to be half a beat slower. My fingers couldn't help but clenched so tightly that they turned white. Black name Liangqiu looked at the five people leaving, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he still showed a small shark smile. Forget it, this group of monsters together makes other people feel a lot more relaxed. After all, they have entered the next level. You have to start over again. He suddenly looked at Feng Le who said nothing. Feng Le, aren't you happy? I know you have a very good relationship with Ye Liangqiu, but, this is Blue Lock. If it was because of friendship, he chose without you, I feel that he is irresponsible for his dream. I know. Feng Le suddenly showed a big smile and responded. Rainyo, isn't this kid going crazy with excitement? At this time, I just walked into the passage. Ye Liangqiu glanced back and sighed softly. Sometimes he couldn't understand what he was thinking. He was dull when it came to friendship, but he knew that if Feng Le was chosen away now, it would be harmful. After all, if he stays in this state, Blue Lock will eliminate him. I can't protect him for the rest of my life. This battle for the number one spot in the world has just begun. Ye Liangqiu does not want Feng Le to be buried here because of his own reasons. Instead of doing this, it's better to be a villain for once. To force Feng Le to grow up. Just like when I first came to Blue Lock. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile, turned around, and continued walking towards the dark passage. Chase it. Only if you stand on the same playing field with me can you have a chance to compete with me for the number one spot in the world. Ryasei Shido hooked Ye Liangqiu's shoulder and asked, "The kicking style you used in front of the goal is a bit similar to that guy Noah." Noah? Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. "Don't compare me with other people. I hate this kind of statement. Because there is no competition, so who can know who is stronger and who is weaker?" Shido Longsheng grinned, "I just like your personality." As he said that, he took out a mobile phone from somewhere. The main thing about the mobile phone case was that it looked creepy. There were white tadpoles one after another, which was a bit disgusting. "Quickly, give me your mobile phone number. I'll add you." Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at this guy. It turned out that this was Shido Ryasei's character off the field. It was just as Dan Myogu said, there would be a sharp contrast between the characters of all players on the field and off the field. This may be the reason why this anime was so popular in the previous life. At this time, Itoshi Rin, who was walking at the front, suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to explain it? Why did you choose this perverted man? Abnormal." Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened. He stepped forward and spoke aggressively, "Do you have the ability to say it again?" Itoshi Rin raised his eyebrows, just as he was about to say something. Ye Liangqiu spoke, "If my guess is not wrong, the next test will still be a competition between teams, but do you still remember the rules Hui Xin said before? As long as you enter the 5th level, you will have the opportunity to spend the night with professional players. That's the game. For this reason, my idea is to prioritize personal strength. After all, there is still a gap between professional players and us players. Natural cooperation must be better than ours, so why not show the characteristics of our blue lock, a feast for egoists? Rely on your own strength to compete with these top players." Ishirin's tone seemed a little dissatisfied. "Is this why you chose this perverted man?" Shido Ryasei barely managed to grab Itoshi Rin by the collar. If Shiro Nagase hadn't been holding him by the side, there would have been a fight. Ye Liangqiu nodded, "Our current team can almost walk sideways in the entire prison. And the next test will definitely not tip the balance too far. I believe that Eshin Jihachi's brains should be better than those of us players, and naturally he would not make such a low-level mistake. I can even guess that this guy is holding a big move behind his back. Just wait until this test is over." Suddenly, Huixin Shiba's voice sounded from the radio in the channel. "Hello, rough stones that contain extraordinary potential. Congratulations, you passed the 3rd round of testing. The chemical reaction you produced in this test has been perfectly presented before my eyes. Just as I said before, you are about to undergo intensive training with the world's top players. Let's have a competition with these 5 people selected from all over the world. It's time to get to know the world, you frogs in the well." In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu looked at Shido Longsheng lying on his bed, and his eyes twitched. He really regretted choosing this guy. If he was given a chance, he would never do such a crazy move. "Get off to your own bed, okay? Don't let me do it." Ryusei Shido crossed his legs, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and turned it over. "The player we are about to face is Leonardo Luna, who is known as the national football player. Goal-scoring maniac, Adam Blake. The world's top free-kick master, Pablo Cabassos. The hungry heavy tank born in the slums, Dodon Sherba. And, prodigy Julian Rocky." Looking at the messages on his phone, Ye Liangqiu wiped the water droplets from his hair. "It's really luxurious. A lineup of only 5 people can probably hang everyone in this blue lock. Haha." Itoshi Rin's pupils exuded a strong fighting spirit. On the other hand, Ice Weaver Sheep had already laid down on his back. He was thinking about one thing in his mind. Did he join this team to play football, or did he watch these 3 people fight every day and just enjoy the melon on the sidelines? Nagise's hero was playing the game and seemed completely uninterested in the upcoming game. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ye Liangqiu's mind. "All main tasks have been completed. Start advanced tasks. Advanced Mission 1, the monsters who are about to step onto the court are suffering the most painful time, and becoming stronger is the only thing. Requirement: score 2 goals against a team of professional players. Reward: Professional level. Advanced Mission 2, the future number 1 in the world, enjoy the victory now, maybe you will face the first defeat later. Requirement: before the upcoming U20 game, you are not allowed to lose a game. Reward: Professional level. Advanced Task 3, under the eyes of the whole world, bloom your colors wantonly, and let the whole world be immersed in your shock. Requirement: score the most gorgeous goal in the U20 game. Reward: Championship level. The personal data panel will be expanded soon. Chapter 72. Personal panel. Ye Liangqiu was stunned. Has it been opened now? He discovered that his system might be even more stupid than himself. Personal panel has been expanded. The latest results based on player physical fitness and various data measurements. Speed, 94s. Shoot 94s. Attack power, 92s. Dribbling 72b. Pass, 86a. Defensive ability, 80a. Comprehensive rating, 86a. Looking at the data panel, Ye Liangqiu frowned. Is there only 86a? This actually refers to 6 items, the basic items of a player, but it does not include individual talents, such as Itojirin's spatial perception ability and his own future vision. Then this comprehensive evaluation is reasonable. After all, the lower scores above are indeed your own weaknesses. And through this data, Ye Liangqiu also had a trace of doubt in his mind. What is the difference between professional level speed and championship level speed? 94, this value is already very scary. So is the championship level speed above 95 points? Ye Liangqiu rubbed his chin and thought about it. As for the advanced task this time, it was clear that he wanted to do his best in this game with professional players, and it could even be said that he wanted to win. But how is this possible? Based on his current comprehensive data alone, it is possible to have a game with those players. But none of my team members have experienced transformation. Unless we can squeeze out their potential, how can we win? Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but start to wonder if the system was deliberately creating this advanced mission. It's not that he doesn't believe there is no chance of winning. After all, the current lineup is probably the strongest in the entire Blue Lock. At this time, a voice sounded in my ears. Why don't we go practice? After all, it's a game against the world's top players. If we don't show some cooperation, the opponent may be able to kick our mentality to pieces. Bing Xiang looked at everyone, but he knew that since joining Ye Liangqiu's team, he had not practiced coordination for a day, and the competition was purely due to strength, or maybe it was Ye Liangqiu and Itojirin. It's too strong, that's why it's so simple. But, we are about to face the world's top players. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, the strength of these two people is just that of dominating the Blue Lock. Itojirin opened his eyes. Although I don't really want to practice with this perverted man, the red-eyed freak, but I am about to face the world's top players, so I need to be fully prepared. What did you say? Shido Longsheng glared. A hole, who are you calling a pervert? Are you going to fight? I'll accompany you. Bing Xiang sighed helplessly. He could not understand at all how this team would lose when they met a professional team. I'm afraid if it wasn't the end, our side would start fighting directly on the court. At this time, Ye Liangqiu said calmly, stop arguing. I think this suggestion is good. Let's go practice. I just want to see your true strength and see if it's worth bringing you into my team. For a moment, the lounge became quiet. Itojirin snorted coldly. Shido Ryasei admired his fingers. Bing Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. But in the end, even though they were training, it still looked disorganized. Bing Xiang looked at the three people fighting for the ball with each other, and looked up at the ceiling. Is it really possible for such a team to contact professional players tomorrow? On the contrary, the eyes of Nagisa Shiro, who had been silent, seemed to be getting more and more curious about these three people. His movements are also improving little by little. After all, he is a real novice in football. He has been able to get here after playing for half a year. There is no doubt that everything is novel in his eyes, or can be learned. Oh, Bing Xiang began to doubt life. Shido Ryasei wiped the sweat from his face and suddenly asked, "Hey, what's going on with your vision? Why can you tell the direction in which I hit the ball? Are you sure? Is it just a prediction?" Ito Jiren stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu with some curiosity. He was actually confused about this question. Maybe ordinary players couldn't see it, but people like them could tell at a glance Ye Liangqiu's eyes, or maybe it's because the way of thinking is different from that of myself and others. Every time Shido Ryasei had a head-on confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, he always had the feeling that the red-eyed BD in front of him seemed to know his next move completely, and thus made precise interception movements. Is this possible for humans to do? Anyway, Shido Ryasei knew that he could not make such an action. Secret. Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, like a fox. He would not tell anyone about his Demon King's eye. After all, his weapons were used to deal with enemies. Although the group of people in front of me are teammates now, what will happen next? What next? No one can predict the changes on the court. You may be a teammate 1 second and an opponent the next. Telling others about your own weapons is equivalent to surrendering. I still feel defensive. Besides, even if I tell this group of people about my vision of predicting the future, will they believe it? I'm afraid only that little fool Feng Le can believe it. The training of several people lasted for a while. Although the effect was not very good, it was at least much better than the previous chaotic team. The only drawback is that these three people. Everyone must be the vanguard. Bing Xiang was completely speechless. In a team of 5, 3 people wanted to be forwards, and most importantly, one wanted to be a fullback, which meant that he was the only defender in the penalty area. Eventually he came to a conclusion. Offense is defense. What kind of defense is needed? There is no need. Monitoring room. Huixin Shiva is always paying attention to the changes in the entire blue lock, and he sees the transformation of every player. An Li asked from the side, "Mr. Hui Xin, those top players can take away 1 million if they score 1 goal. Isn't this too exaggerated? Do you think the players we have trained are capable of beating them?" Win. Huixin Shiba shook his head, "This is just a lesson. You may not have found some important data. In this blue lock, a large number of players have made great progress, but they also got what they wanted. But it's still far away from the world number 1 I want. However, this time, allowing them to have close contact with the world's top players is not only to broaden their horizons, but also to bring them closer. When an average player appears on the field with top players, does he think about winning or learning? All this requires judgment in one's own mind. How far am I from being number 1 in the world? The weak will completely lose confidence in this game, but there are always some players who will break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 73. 30 minutes are left until the first group takes on the best players in the world. In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu is adjusting his condition. This is his first time competing against world-class players. It is also time to examine how far he has evolved in Blue Lock. The mood seems particularly calm. Maybe it's because I know there is a high probability that I will lose this game, but what if I win? Ito Jiren is also making full preparations. The atmosphere in the lounge was extremely quiet, until the radio sounded. Everyone stood up. Ye Liangqiu walked at the front, glanced back at everyone, and said slowly, "I don't like losing, even if I am facing professional players, what I can do is to narrow the gap between the teams as much as possible. Don't go into the game with the idea of learning. What I want is to crush this group of professional players on the opposite side." Shido Longsheng grinned, with a strong sense of excitement exuding from his pupils. Ito Jiren snorted calmly. Nagisa Shiro stretched his arms, and his pupils also exuded fighting spirit. Only Bing Sheep twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed heavily. What else could he do? Kick it. Ha 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 ha, a world where only the lamb is injured has been achieved. Why do I look like a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing with a sheep mixed in? By the way, Kaiu Bao and Lin Bao are both so strong, how scary can real professional players be? As the barrage scrolls faster and faster. Everyone has also arrived on the court from the passage. The door opposite happened to open. Led by the child prodigy Loki, everyone behind him exuded a lazy aura. It seems that this game is not regarded as a real arena at all. Instead, it seems to be leisurely. Are these the first batch of players that we need to test? Adam Blake smiled. Although he was tall, he looked like a simple and strong man, but it could be seen from his eyes that this guy was not. His face looks like that of an honest uncle. On the contrary, it is extremely destructive. Carbasis, who had fluffy flowing hair on his head, also looked at the leader Ye Liangqiu and the people behind him. It's a little different from what I imagined. Luna also observed the player to be tested, and suddenly said, "Is that Itoji Sae's younger brother, Itoji Rin? Ito Master?" Upon hearing this name, all the top players were stunned for a moment. Luna smiled slightly. "I heard from Huixin that a very talented person came to the Blue Prison. That person is Itoji Sae's younger brother, Itoji Rin. He must have a very high talent. There is another player that Hui Xin pays special attention to. It seems that we are deliberately told not to be careless, otherwise we will really lose." "Really?" Prodigy Rocky looked at Ye Liangqiu. He could also see that the players on the opposite side had unimaginable plasticity. Only Silba smiled and said, "Hurry up and finish it. I have other things to do later." But it is obvious that the words spoken by this group of people are actually not meant to be ridiculed. After all, the enemies that this group of top players encounter every day are much more terrifying than players like Ye Liangqiu and others who have just come into contact with world-class competitions. A few people chatted quietly. But it was crystal clear in this empty stadium. Ye Liangqiu could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from behind him. He chuckled. Of course he understood Itoji Rin's character. The Daodu who was heartbroken by his brother had completely turned into a black man. Of course when I heard this name, I wanted to beat him up immediately. At this time, the broadcast sounded, "Blue Prison, the fourth test, 5 vs 5, the rules of the world selection are the same as the third test, the first to score 5 points wins. The game is about to begin." Listening to the sound, several people stood in the positions they had trained before. Ye Liangqiu, Itoji Rin, and Shido Rallies all stood at the front. The kicker came to Itoji Rin, who exuded a murderous aura. The next second, he started running with the ball. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu and Shido Rallies also started running without the ball. Luna's light green pupils flashed with unknown meaning. "Oh! A head-on confrontation. It just so happens that I also want to test your level. After all, Master Ito is well known in Royale's subordinate organization. You are his younger brother, so there shouldn't be much difference in strength, right?" Undoubtedly, these words completely touched Ito Jiren's nerves. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his face bulged. In an instant, he rushed forward. Ye Liangqiu was also paying attention to this guy while running. As expected, he was finally angered, and then used the eye of the Demon King to judge who would win this confrontation. He can also intercept and catch the ball in advance. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear, "You must be the Ye Liangqiu that Huixin said." He asked me to take special care of you and test your level. Ye Liangqiu turned around and saw that the child prodigy Loki had arrived in front of him at some point, looking at him with a smile. Prodigy Loki continued, "Your speed and burst are very good. Very talented. But the focus was too much on the ball. Use your eyes more to pay attention to the movements of the slow world." "What do you mean?" Ye Liangqiu didn't understand at all what this guy was talking about. At this time, Z Rallies had already run into the penalty area without the ball. Ito Jiren seemed to notice this scene, snorted coldly, and fired a heavy cannon in that direction. Seeing the ball coming, Z Rallies' mouth slowly cracked with excitement. "No. That's not right." Ye Liangqiu's pupils contracted violently, and the Demon King's eyes were fully activated. After 1.75 seconds, the afterimage of the ball will be captured by the person in front of him. I saw the prodigy Loki in front of me rushing directly towards the ball. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu also moved. The two of them were like lightning, one red and one blue, flying across the court and rushing towards the penalty area. Rallies Shido looked at the flying ball, jumped up high, and wanted to directly use the diving to score. However, Silba grinned, and like a truck rushing over, he jumped directly on the spot and caught the ball. However, the direction in which his head pointed the ball was exactly the direction in which the prodigies Rocky and Ye Liangqiu were rushing. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened and he sat down on the ground, a little unbelievable, this guy, can jump so high. Chapter 74. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on the two figures rushing towards the ball. Ye Liangqiu looked at the child prodigy Loki who was not weak at all below him, and looked a little excited. Is this the top player in the world? Developed its own weapons to the limit. Suddenly, the voice of prodigy Loki came to his ears, "Your speed and burst are really good. But, the technique is too stiff. Experience the world from slow motion." In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt that Loki running beside him was actually speeding up. This kind of speed was not something that could be detected with the eyes at once, but was slowly surpassing him. An afterimage appears from the prodigy Loki. Ye Liangqiu looked at his leg movements, trying to find something that he couldn't understand, why he could still accelerate. As long as he could find this movement, he might be able to break through to the championship level. It's just a shame, in this case. His heart couldn't calm down at all. Faced with such a provocation, Ye Liangqiu couldn't contain his excitement. His thigh muscles were jumping for joy. The child prodigy Loki was a little faster than him. His heart was beating faster and faster, and the world in his eyes seemed to be going backwards. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the ball will be in Rocky's hands, and he will immediately turn around and move towards his own goal penalty area. In this case, there is no need to compete with him for the ball. Why not steal the ball directly? Right, steal the ball directly, move now, immediately, Ye Liangqiu, this is a goal that countless people will notice you. Truncate. The child prodigy Loki smiled and found that Ye Liangqiu's speed seemed to be unable to keep up with him, but the next second he seemed to smell a dangerous breath. Where did this breath come from? Could it be the person behind you? No. He is not as fast as me, so why can he still transmit this kind of aura? Not him. However, the moment he touched the ball, stepped on the ball with his right foot and wanted to turn around, he saw Ye Liangqiu coming in front of him like a ferocious beast, wrapped in black arrogance. Even the child prodigy Rocky couldn't help but be stunned for a second, trying to hook the ball with his right foot and take it behind him. The ball was hooked right into the air. Everyone guessed that Ye Liangqiu wanted to shoot directly, including the prodigy Rocky. However, Ye Liangqiu saw all of this. The trajectory, route and afterimage of the ball seemed to be reflected in his pupils. He grinned, raised his right foot and made a fake move to deceive everyone. The moment he couldn't react, the ball was already in mid-air. Rocky, the prodigy, tried to hook the ball with his left leg again. However, Ye Liangqiu raised his right foot once, so fast that it was hard to imagine that he had to adjust his movements twice in this short period of time. There was a bang sound, a heavy shot. The ball rushed towards the goal like a black bullet. The score came to 0:1. Everyone on the entire court fell silent. Ye Liangqiu gasped for breath, but the excitement in his pupils could not be concealed. He competed with the world's top players for the first time, and he won. The child prodigy Loki looked at the slowly sliding ball and smiled slightly. Sure enough, you need to pay special attention to this guy. Hui Xin is right. Your potential is incredible. Nagisa Shiro wiped the sweat from his face. Is it a god? In that situation, he resisted not shooting. If it were me, I should have kicked him. Well, it's worth learning. Bing Xiang was also a little shocked. The reaction of the three people just now, if he didn't guess wrong, it should be the chemical reaction Hui Xin mentioned, right? Each brought their own weapons to the table and tried their best to force the world's top players to lose a goal. The strength of these three people is indeed terrifying, but what is even more terrifying are the monsters on the opposite side. In this case, it seems that they are understatement. Kicking is okay. Even Ito Jiren praised him, but his tone was a bit unpleasant. Ryusei Shido glanced at Ito Jiren. What do you mean a good kick? Such a cool goal, it's so cool, okay. Is it so shameful to praise other people's goals? Arrogant man, if you can't speak, just be a mute. Shut up. Ito Jiren's face darkened. Shido Longsheng was right, why do you want to fight? Seeing that the situation between the two was about to escalate, Ye Liangqiu reached out and patted the two on the shoulders. Enough is enough, now our goal is to defeat the professional team opposite. Shideo Longsheng snorted coldly, crossed his arms across his chest and looked unconvinced. Ito Jiren turned his head, sneered, and said nothing. Ye Liangqiu sighed helplessly. Although he had known for a long time that his team would be divided due to the personalities of these two people, because of his own existence, the team formed a tripartite force. As the saying goes, the most stable relationship is a tripartite confrontation. This is something he has thought about before. The cooperation between himself and Ito Jiren is far from perfect, but they can work together. However, the selfishness of the two cannot resonate at all, which leads to the fact that most of the goals are due to individuals rather than cooperation. This is one of the reasons why Ye Liangqiu chose to let Shido Longsheng join the team. Because of his presence, Ito Jiren will subconsciously have a sense of crisis, and he will always feel that his goal route is blocked. In addition, the two people's personalities are inherently discordant. Therefore, Ye Liangqiu in the gap will become the link between the two. Once the two of them get the ball and pass the ball, the first thing they will think about is themselves. A faint smile flashed across the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth, and he was more playful than these two single-celled football organisms. As expected of an extreme egoist, so this is also part of your plan? I thought I didn't choose Feng Le just because the Shido Dragon Sage was stronger, but there is still such a reason. Isn't our Kyubeo plotting everyone in? Then Xiao Yang and Brother Boring are about to play their role? Upstairs, in a competition of this level, Boring Brother and Xiao Yang may just be able to watch the gods fight from the sidelines. After all, they can't even keep up with the moves. Bing Xiang, I think you are offending me, but I won't say it. On the other side, although a goal was scored, the atmosphere among this group of professional players was still relaxed and happy, and they were even teasing the prodigy Rocky. Silba grinned widely, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you could steal the ball from him. The child prodigy Loki did not respond. Instead, he looked at Ye Liangqiu, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 75. The ball comes to the professional teams. The kicker was the prodigy Rocky. Looking at Ye Liangqiu in front of him, he always felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This feeling was the same as when he usually played against some professional players. However, he actually felt it here today. As the whistle blows, his speed increased sharply, like a stream of light. However, Ye Liangqiu was able to keep up with him. The devil's eyes in his pupils had already predicted in advance where the prodigy Loki would want to break through in the next second, and directly intercepted him one step ahead. The child prodigy Loki raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, your eyes are just like theirs. You can predict my next move, right? Guess. Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth, and in the next second, he stepped forward with his left foot to grab the ball. As if Rocky's body reacted subconsciously, he kicked directly with his right foot and passed the ball to the midfield. Cabassos is very flexible and has good stopping skills. He stopped the flying ball directly on his toes with one foot. At the same time, Shido Dragon Saint pounced on him like a wild beast. Don't be so fierce. Cabassos's expression was calm, his pupils were turning wildly, looking for opportunities to pass the ball. This is right. I saw a figure already running into the penalty area without the ball. When Adam Blake saw the ball flying, his face was neither happy nor sad, and in front of him, Itoshi-rin and Nagisi's hero had already blocked him. I have no interest in men's bodies. Itoshi-rin didn't listen to these words at all, and looked at the flying ball. The ball was passed perfectly, very perfectly, but there was a slight spin. If you wanted to shoot directly, it should not be possible. So he changed his movements, leaned forward, and stretched out his legs to intercept the flying ball directly. However, these small actions did not cause any shock in Blake's eyes. As the ball got closer, his thigh muscles bulged. Nagisi used his hands to resist his progress, but what he felt at the moment was as if he was fighting against the original time. No. Heavier than time, this man's physical fitness is too terrifying. It can't be stopped at all. Ishi-rin's eyes shrank. Did he really plan to shoot directly? Just the next second, a violent roar was heard. Before the ball completely hit the ground, Blake, under the pressure of the two men, lifted his foot and kicked the ball directly with a heavy shot. The score came to 1:1. Does this allow him to get in? Shido Longsheng yelled. In his opinion, it's not easy for two people to guard one person. And this guy relies entirely on physical strength to move. Wouldn't it be better if Itoshi-rin just steals the ball? Why do you need to predict the direction of this guy's shot? Isn't this a disease? However, Itoshi-rin didn't know what he was thinking, but the ball hadn't hit the ground yet and he couldn't touch it, so how could he intercept the ball? Moreover, this guy's physical fitness is there. If he stretches out his foot and wants to directly intercept the ball, I am afraid that he will be the first to foul. I made a mistake in predicting this ball. This guy actually dared to shoot directly, and there were two people in front of him. Ishi-rin bit his lip, so, this person didn't even notice them, and didn't even think that the ball he got would fly out. Nice, good shot. Cabassos praised not far away. Shido Longsheng glanced fiercely, tisk. BD, how dare you spread this? The reason why he scolded Ishi-rin was because this guy's pass was obviously going to a more dangerous place, where Blake shouldn't have a chance to shoot, but in the end they still got a point. Obviously, this short man with colorful hair knew that Itoshi-rin and Nagisi could not stop Blake. Just one goal made them realize the gap between themselves and professional players. Bing Xiang stared at this scene blankly, thinking about what he would have done if the ball was in his hands, but his option was definitely not to pass the ball to a person who was surrounded by two people. Then he smiled bitterly, is this a world-class player? He has such precise control over other people's strengths, and even passes the ball so abnormally. Can you win? The confidence I had just scored was completely shattered by this goal. Suddenly, Itoshi-rin spoke, his eyes seemed to be radiating with fire. I made a mistake in judgment. The ball just now should have been intercepted even if it was a foul. It's just that I thought this guy didn't dare to shoot. Hearing this, Shidao Longsheng's eyes widened. Was he right? This guy actually apologized? Brother Tsundere, have you taken off your disguise? Ice Weaver Sheep was also stunned for a second. Ye Liangqiu, who was walking towards a few people, raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he took the wrong medicine today? Just the next second, Ishirin's expression told them that this was all a dream. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. I just admit that I made a mistake in my judgment just now. Not apologizing. I want to win this game. It was just this pale explanation that made him laugh in the eyes of Shidao Longsheng. Okay, proud brother, for the sake of your apology just now, I will use my full strength. Ye Liangqiu grinned. He had just been thinking about how to regain his momentum, but he didn't expect that all he needed was an apology from Ito Shirin. On the other side, the professional players saw that their atmosphere was not as desperate as expected, and they were also confused. The child prodigy Loki said, "Don't be careless, the red-eyed boy opposite has the ability to fight against me. His eyes are special. Face-to-face confrontation, pass the ball as directly as possible." Ah! Silba's mouth opened slightly. Are you kidding me? These little guys have such strength? So what else do we need to do here to test? Loki stared directly at Silba. I only care about one person, not everyone. I have no interest in them. Leonardo Luna smiled slightly. Since Loki has said this, I should get serious, and it's almost time to end this game. After all, I have already figured out how to write the test report. As the whistle blows. Kick-off party, comes the Blue Prison team. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and stared at the 5 people in front of him. The child prodigy Rocky was fast. Pablo Cabazos was a midfield commander with excellent passing and ball control skills. As for the weapons of the other 3, they were different. It's physical confrontation, jumping, and dribbling. It can be said that for this test, the team invited by Huixin was an all-round lineup. All weapons will be suppressed. Thinking of the actions of the prodigy Loki just now, Ye Liangqiu kept replaying it in his mind. The Demon King's eye is indeed abnormal, but, if it cannot keep up with this kind of monster in terms of basic strength, the effect will be minimal. I may understand how you increased your speed just now. At this time, a voice sounded. Congratulations to the host, speed, professional level, has been successfully advanced, championship level. Chapter 76. Ye Liangqiu was stunned for a moment, but then the corners of his mouth began to rise. Is this what happened? If you want to increase your professional level speed to championship level, the reason is actually skills. Just now, Ye Liangqiu was thinking about how the prodigy Loki managed to be so fast, so he naturally noticed his movements. Rocky's running posture is very special, or in other words, every step he takes is very large. This effectively increases the speed. Although it is difficult to change one's own movements for a while, as long as you know the method and have a certain talent, then, you can achieve the same speed as Loki. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and had never experienced this feeling. He actually learned knowledge from world-class players. He even used the knowledge he had just learned to defeat the people in front of him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be excited. The whistle sounded. Boom sound. With his feet on the court, he made a real sound. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's figure rushed out like a red beam of light. This familiar scene, Ishirin looked at Ye Liangqiu with a somewhat surprised expression. He clearly felt that Ye Liangqiu seemed to have changed just now, and this speed was actually a bit like Loki. No. Not kind of like, at all. This guy swallowed up Loki's abilities. Seeing Ye Liangqiu rushing towards him, Silba, who was clamoring to get off work quickly a second ago, now looked serious. Hey, isn't this a bit outrageous? Loki, your weapon has been copied by someone else. Just when he took a step forward and wanted to intercept Ye Liangqiu, I only heard a whoosh sound coming from my ears. Ye Liangqiu had already surpassed his big guy, with the devil's eyes and championship-level speed. In his eyes, this group of people seemed to be in slow motion, and he could see every move. Silba's pupils dilated, and he could vaguely hear Ye Liangqiu's whisper, but when he reacted, he immediately became furious. You look like an orangutan, but I think your little head is probably as mentally retarded as an orangutan's. But when he turned around, Ye Liangqiu's people had disappeared and rushed directly towards the confused Cabasis. In his eyes, he was constantly anticipating Ye Liangqiu's movements. But in the next second, a voice sounded in his ears. Colorful hair, are you ready to be a chameleon? Cabazo's pupils widened, and when he reacted, Ye Liangqiu was in front of him. Boom sound. There was another roar of feet hitting the ground. Ye Liangqiu was like a beam of light accelerating at once, and Cabazo's was froze in place, with his head tilted. This guy. At this time, the entire professional team finally understood the seriousness of the matter. The prodigies Loki and Blake rushed forward to block Ye Liangqiu's attack, one on the left and one on the right. Loki, who could keep up with Ye Liangqiu's speed, directly stretched out his hand to touch his shoulder, trying to slow him down. Blake, on the other hand, was staring at the ball, ready to intercept the ball at any time. However, Ye Liangqiu had indeed just learned how to use championship-level speed, but with his adrenaline soaring crazily, he felt like the blood all over his body was boiling. Now he has the capital to compete with world-class players. This kind of pleasure is unimaginable. The moment he stepped into the penalty area with his right foot, Blake wanted to directly extend his foot to steal the ball. But the next second, his brain froze for a second. At this speed, Ye Liangqiu hooked the ball with his left front foot and lifted it directly, and the ball flew into the air. Blake moved his feet quickly, trying to kick the ball out directly. However, Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly, and his pupils seemed to be shining with scarlet light. It turns out that world-class players can also be deceived. I thought you were any different. It turns out that even with absolute power, he is still a toy to be played with. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's thigh muscles swelled, and before any professional player could react, he exerted force with his left foot again. A roaring sound of bang sounded. The ball was like a long knife that penetrated the chest and directly passed through the right side of the mechanical goalkeeper and rushed into the net. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms and assumed a goal-scoring posture. The joy in my heart completely exploded at this moment. Cool. Sure enough, only playing football with strong players and seeing their surprised expressions is the novelty that one should experience in life. There is no doubt that Ye Liangqiu did what Loki failed to do. Although these professional players did not exert their full strength, and were even just playing in this game, but at this time because of Ye Liangqiu's goal, the atmosphere of the professional team changed. Especially Silba, his expression felt as if he had eaten shit. Their professional team was actually broken by one person? Xin. Damn it, you are raising voodoos in Blue Lock, do you think we are voodoos too? On the contrary, Leonardo Luna walked up to Ye Liangqiu, stretched out his hand, and spoke a string of fluent English. Ye Liangqiu had made preparations before, so he bought an English directly with his emotional value. Combo. Hello, my name is Leonardo Luna. Although you are still in Blue Lock, now, I sincerely invite you to join my team. If you agree, someone will pick you up and go to Spain immediately after today. Ye Liangqiu's eyes widened, now he started to invite? Leonardo Luna stared at Ye Liangqiu with his light green eyes, and continued, a talent like yours should not be buried here, but should receive systematic training. This is how you can reach your greatest potential. Even other professional players were watching the show, and no one thought that Leonardo Luna would poach someone directly in front of Xin. Monitoring room. An Li was a little angry when he saw this scene. Mr. Huixin, Don't you say a few words? These players were trained by us. If they are poached like this. Without waiting for her to continue, Hui Xin showed a meaningful smile and interrupted, that means our experiment was successful, doesn't it? Blue Lock itself is something that exists to create the world's best player. If the players we trained cannot even be valued by professional players, then Blue Lock should have been disbanded long ago, and now is the time to accept the results. Whether I want to stay or go, I never force anyone. At least it proves that Blue Lock has a good ending so far. Chapter 77. Ishirin could understand the words in Leonardo Luna's mouth and gritted his teeth in silence. On the other hand, the Shido Dragon Saint on the side frowned. What are they talking about? Arrogant man, you look like you can understand. Can you please explain? But Shirin ignored him. Instead, Bing Xiang stared blankly in that direction, and said with some shock, that person wants to poach Ye Liangqiu and join the Spanish team. What? Shido Dragon Saint raised his eyebrows, so fast. Hearing this, Bing Xiang glanced at his expression and said, aren't you surprised? Even professional players have come to invite Ye Liangqiu to join the team. That means that Ye Liangqiu's current level has surpassed us by a lot, and he can even compete in the team. Play in the professional arena. Shido Longsheng shrugged, I've felt this way for a long time. If someone can defeat me, how bad can he be? And with his level of strength, he can't even enter the professional competition. I'm afraid not many people in the entire Blue Lock can enter. After all, he is the person I like. But at this time, Ye Liangqiu listened to the words in his mouth and finally chose to stay in Blue Lock. Ye Liangqiu slowly said, sorry, I don't have any ideas to join a professional team for the time being. Now Blue Lock is my best choice and the place where I taste freshness. Okay then. Leonardo Luna was a little disappointed, but still smiled, I welcome you here at any time. Ye Liangqiu nodded and walked towards his home. I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. Joining a team of professional players will indeed make you progress faster than in Blue Lock. After all, the people you come into contact with are all top players in the world. But, improvement is improvement, and if he wants to improve, he can do so in Blue Lock. After all, the emotional value provided by that illusory audience can also help you improve. In addition, the opponents that Blue Lock will meet in the future will only be strong, not weak. Ye Liangqiu naturally has a reason to refuse such a good thing. However, it is different in the eyes of others. Shirin gritted his teeth and remained silent. Shido Longsheng touched his chin and was thinking, should he show off too? If he was also invited, would the arrogant man be pd to death? For a time, the atmosphere on both sides changed subtly. Silba was extremely angry. Loki, are you having an affair with that kid? His actions just now were almost exactly the same as yours, right? Don't ask me, I don't know. The child prodigy Loki shook his head. He really didn't know what Ye Liangqiu had done to be able to perfectly replicate his own rhythm, movements, and skills. After all, he has been training his speed all year round. My running is all done subconsciously. If ordinary people want to achieve this state, they must first eliminate the previous instinctive movement defects of the body. It requires long-term training. But Ye Liangqiu just looked at it and started to imitate it, and it was perfect, this situation. Loki can only say that in the field of speed, both of them have unimaginable talents, so they resonate. This can explain why Ye Liangqiu understands his own running posture and technical issues in an instant. So as to reach your own field. Your own weapons have been copied by others. Loki smiled instead. He also wanted to know which one was stronger or weaker compared to Ye Liangqiu's current speed. Only by standing at the top of a field can one understand that sometimes there is a lack of speed. Not an opponent, but a person who is the same as myself. Because only in this way can we continue to make progress. Weapons need to constantly evolve, and those who are unwilling to destroy themselves cannot reach the top. Many people don't know this simple truth. As the whistle sounded at once, the kicker came to the professional team, and the score was now 1-2, with Blue Prison temporarily taking the lead. It seems that because of Ye Liangqiu, the entire professional team has become serious. The person who kicked off the ball was no longer Rocky, but Leonardo Luna. His dribbling and passing skills are also very famous in professional games. Faced with his pressure, Itoshi Rin stepped forward to confront him head-on. The ball under Luna's feet seemed to be stuck to his shoes, and he pedaled the bicycle at an exaggerated speed. He even mocked, "Your field of vision is not wide enough." The next second, Itoshi Rin took a shot directly, trying to intercept the ball forcefully. However, Luna had already expected it. There was a bang sound. The ball was passed out, and when the other side saw the flying ball, Cabasso's lazy expression became serious in an instant, just when he was about to take off and catch the ball. A figure rushed over directly. Shido Ryusei grinned, leaped high, caught the ball with one headbutt, and spoke arrogantly, "Colorful little dwarf, I've been eyeing you for a long time." At the same time, the moment Shido Ryusei caught the ball, a scarlet figure running without the ball has rushed towards the professional team's penalty area. Prodigy Rocky followed closely behind. "You are being marked by me, no one will pass the ball to you." "Really? I don't think so." Ye Liangqiu looked at the goal not far away. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu had reached the direction of the penalty area, Shido Ryusei put all his strength into his body. The moment he landed, his right foot exploded with amazing force, trying to shoot the ball directly. However, a figure in a precise sliding tackle blocked the ball that was about to be kicked out. The ball was kicked away right in front of Shido Ryusei's eyes. Silba laughed loudly, tilted his body weight quickly, stood up, took the ball and started running, shouting as he ran, "I knew you would do this, I'm just waiting for you." Ha 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 ha. Shido Ryusei was speechless, with an angry look on his face, and the veins on his face popped out. This is the perfect goal direction. Even Ye Liangqiu, who was not far away, was frowning. The child prodigy Loki smiled slightly, "Don't you understand yet? Your teammates are not qualified to compete with us in a head-to-head match. Just a little flaw is enough to defeat your team." "Really?" Ye Liangqiu was not angry, but responded very calmly, "Although they are indeed not qualified to compete with top players like you now. I don't expect them to be able to beat you, but now they are the ones who want to win the most on this court. The ball hasn't been shot yet. The game is not over yet. What makes you think we will lose?" The child prodigy Loki was about to speak. Suddenly, his eyes looked at a blue figure. The Ice Weaver sheep arrived at Silba's side in an unknown amount of time, with a blue flame burning in his pupils. "I have seen the future of the restricted area." Chapter 78. Silba's eyes shrank. How did this kid appear? What does he want to do? The moment he hesitated, the ball at his feet was directly intercepted by Bingui sheep's leg. Silba's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. How long did it take for him to appear? Vision? No. This kid, just now, consciously avoided my vision and hid on the court. The Ice Weaver sheep, who successfully got the ball, had no joy or sadness on his face. "Idiot, although I am not as dazzling as them on the court, but I am not weak either." Silba gritted his teeth. He had been ridiculed by the group of brats opposite him countless times today, and he was furious. Ice Weaver sheep started running quickly. The world in his eyes seemed to be extremely transparent at this moment. He could see everyone's position and everyone's thoughts at a glance. A ray of blue flame rose in his heart, roasting him. Mind. I am always a life born in anticipation, and my life is not free. What they like is not me, but my talent, which is the first thing I can touch. I have always believed that only by getting first can we gain the expectations of others. But, it doesn't seem to be the case. Although the competition on the court was extremely fierce, the Ice Weaver Sheep's thoughts were constantly flooding at the moment. He vaguely remembered the scene when Ye Liangqiu reached out to ask him to join the team a few days ago. In fact, he had always wondered why he was allowed to join. After several games, everyone's glory and everyone's eyes were always focused on Ye Liangqiu, including this one. So is he just here to make up the numbers? No. Ye Liangqiu has never placed expectations on himself. Maybe she is just a dispensable person in his eyes. But, he told Itoshi Rin that he was only chasing the world's #1 game just for the novelty. His freedom, his expectations, are given by himself. Although the Ice Weaver Sheep was running, his momentum seemed to be much lower due to the scene that flashed through his mind just now. I'm so suffocated. I'm really suffocated. Why no matter where I go, I always think that my performance is to bring expectations to others. Do I really care that much about other people's smiles? At this moment, a voice seemed to ring in his ears, if you feel that the light is too bright, just hide in my shadow. Maybe I will give you the most comfortable environment to play football. No. For a moment, the flames in Bing Xiang's pupils became more turbulent. Even so, I need to continue playing football, not only for my own expectations, but also for the expectations of my parents. I want to become the world's first. Only in this way will their expectations not be disappointed. His eyes immediately began to move around, taking in all the movement on the court. Itoshi Rin and Ryusei Shido have already launched a counterattack, and Nagise's hero is restricting the opposing Kabazo's midfield commander. Now is the best opportunity to counterattack. The ball at his feet has a very rich flavor of scoring goals. Directions, here. Bing Xiang suddenly looked at Shido Longsheng, who was still more than 10 meters away from the restricted area. There was a bang sound. The ball flew past Shido Longsheng's ear, and his pupils trembled as he seemed to feel the smell of the flying ball. This feeling can't be wrong. I can feel the football cells in my body roaring. The corners of Shido Ryusei's mouth gradually cracked. Although it's not a restricted area, this ball is now the best shooting angle. Boom sound. Shido Ryusei jumped up before the ball could fly to him, raised his right leg, showed a ferocious face, and screamed, "Professional player! Please conceive them all for me!" A roar sounded. The football was flying towards the ball at a rapid speed. Shido Ryusei actually kicked it with a precise kick while it was flying, directly tampering with the ball's original flight path. The football made a jaw-dropping arc toward the goal. World Wave. Are you in flow status? It's interesting. The prodigy Rocky showed a smile, and the shadow of the football hitting the goal was reflected in his pupils. The corners of Bing Xiang's mouth gradually rose, so this is a chemical reaction with the monsters. The anticipation seems to be building. Shido Longsheng opened his arms, looked up at the ceiling, and roared out. Wonderful! Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but explode. Sure enough, Shido Ryusei is a human-shaped shooting machine. He actually chose to shoot directly for such a tricky pass. As someone who specializes in shooting, his kick can even be named MVP for the longest shot on the court. Blake wiped his sweat, chuckled, and looked at Luna aside. It seems that we can't do it if we don't take it seriously. If we continue like this, we will really be hit by these little monsters. Luna nodded. He looked at Shido Longsheng and then at Ye Liangqiu, and couldn't help but complain, EIXIN is really hiding it well enough. Blue Lock actually has so many good ideas. Although they are not yet world-class. But it won't be long before I'm afraid we will be able to see this group of people in the World Championships. Blake nodded. He knew that there was no exaggeration in Luna's words. This was the fact. The potential shown by these little monsters in front of him, in the eyes of outside scouts, were all treasures and could bring unlimited wealth. It can also add new blood to a team. However, several such people actually appeared during this game. The most important thing is that they are only testing the first team. What about the subsequent teams? When asked about this, Blake said solemnly, I'm afraid we all have to tell the club that Blue Lock deserves our attention. Maybe they will enter the world competition in the next few years. You have to prepare in advance. The potential of these people will be even more terrifying by then. As he said that, Blake glanced at the scoreboard, but now, we should get serious. After all, 5 professional players actually fell at a disadvantage in the Blue Lock confrontation. If those world-class players knew about this, they wouldn't even have to worry about it. The previous laziness of Carbasus has also disappeared, and the taunting words even sounded in his head. For a moment, his eyes became extremely cold. With 2 goals to go, this game is over. Returning to his position, Ye Liangqiu glanced at the scoreboard and then at the professional players on the opposite side, knowing that the real battle was about to begin. Chapter 79. At this moment, a voice sounded in Ye Liangqiu's ears. I saw Bing Xiang looking at me with big eyes and said thank you. Hey! Ye Liangqiu, have I done anything good again? Wasn't it the chemical reaction between him and Shido Ryuci when they played? How do you say thank you to me? Ah! Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu frowned. Could it be that he fell in love with her? In just a moment, he shook this thought out of his mind. No, no, no. This is all false. But when you turn around, you can see the goose-like look in the Ice Weaver sheep's eyes. Ye Liangqiu was silent. So what did he do to deserve his thanks? Until the whistle blows. The aura of the professional team has completely changed, and even Silba has almost no expression on his face. At the moment the whistle blows, Loki, who was carrying the ball, moved, and this time he barely gave anyone a reaction. Except for Ye Liangqiu, who could keep up with the speed with the eye of the Demon King, everyone else's attention had just shifted to Loki. But it was discovered that the ball had actually been passed to Cabassos. As a midfield commander, he got the ball and doubled the pressure on Ye Liangqiu's team. Idoji Rin stepped forward directly, wanting to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. But in the next second, Cabassos passed the ball high. Luna in front of the penalty area was already in place. After stopping the ball with one foot, he immediately used dribbling flexibly and started to rush towards the penalty area. Shiduraici also wanted to grab the ball directly. However, Luna, who was completely in the state, hardly gave any chance. He pushed the ball forward with his right foot and passed directly through the crotch. Little monster, your stride is too flawed. Shideo Longshen's eyes widened, his body turned around extremely flexibly, and he even wanted to try to struggle. But Luna smiled, hooked the ball with his left foot, and quickly dribbled towards the penalty area in front. As for Shido Ryuci, he fell directly to the ground because his lower body was unstable, and was played with by applause. A hole. Seeing Ye Liangqiu coming up, Luna originally wanted to test his skills, but thinking of Loki's words just now, he immediately stopped this idea and directly chose a more secure way to score goals. There was a bang sound. The football was passed around. Luna frowned. It was exactly what Loki said. Can this guy predict everyone's thoughts? That's right. He was just about to pass the ball, and Ye Liangqiu was already rushing in the direction of the pass. Are you so sure that you will pass the ball? However, this is the fact, and he did pass the ball. Blake ran without the ball and came to the penalty area. He seemed to feel the arrival of the ball. His thigh muscles bulged before the ball landed. A heavy cannon kicked directly out. The score came directly to 2:3. Ye Liangqiu, who stopped in the middle of the run, was silent. The observation skills of professional players were indeed terrifying. After just a few balls, he thought of a way to limit himself, and combined with his skills and physical fitness to crush them. The goal just now seemed extremely simple. Moreover, the goals that he and others scored before were all short-lived, as Hui Xin said, without their sense of stability, or it could be said that they were goals that could be replicated at any time. This is the difference between them. But even if you see the gap, what can you do? Everyone knows the gap in the middle and tries to narrow the gap as much as possible. However, in fact, these inferior players are like children fighting with adults in front of professional players. Just because I gave in to you in the front doesn't mean I can't beat you. After this goal, the professional team recovered and evened the score very quickly, even by 1 point. 3:4. On the court, Ye Liangqiu gasped for breath. It felt bad to have everything about him completely seen through by the opponent. The Demon King's eyes could clearly see the opponent's movement trajectory and even the next move, but the opponent's movements were also fast. Ridiculous, it's not that I can't keep up. It's that the other party doesn't confront him head-on at all. As soon as you get close, just pass the ball away. In addition, Itoshi Rin and Ryusei Shido did not cooperate at all. Hiyori and Najise Shiro were also completely suppressed in this game. Damn, is the gap really that big? Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think of the appearance of Ertzi in his mind. I'm afraid this is how this guy felt when he carried the entire team forward. It's the last point. Bing Xiang wiped his sweat. The gap between us and professional players is really big. Their cooperation is as if they have been trained countless times. Shido Ryusei complained, the ball passed by that colorful little man cannot be intercepted at all. Nagisa Shiro also nodded, I can't stop the uncle across from me. His body is too strong and he is even heavier than before. At this time, Ye Liangqiu raised his head, his eyes seemed to be wrapped in red, and grinned, this is fun, isn't it? Facing players who are stronger than us, we know the gap and even know where we lost. At least it shows that we can keep up with these people's movements instead of being beaten like other players. Only one winner on the court can get the cheers. Even if it's just a training match. But I can clearly feel that countless eyes are looking at us. WC, buddy, can you see me with your eyes? No, Kyubeo, let's just say you can't really see us, right? Is there a possibility that he is talking about Huixin? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shido Ryusei burst out laughing. He pointed his finger at the opposite goal and gradually raised the corners of his mouth. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Even if you lose, you have to shoot with all your might. That's what you mean, right? Itoshi Rin pushed away the hair that was blocking his eyes. The desire to win in his eyes had reached its peak. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he was in a very good state. He was overwhelmed by anger just now. The reason gradually calmed down. Bing Xiang licked his lips. It seemed that due to the influence of the monsters around him, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling and a slight change had occurred. Nagisa Shiro looked at his hands, wondering what he was thinking. He was very curious as to why these people became like this, but his body also became restless because of these people. In an instant, the auras of all of them seemed to condense into a dark evil ghost, staring at the professional team opposite. Monitoring room. Huixin's eyes were fixed on the screen, and she could feel the strong fighting spirit, and she chuckled. When you are pushed to the last step of the abyss, will everyone enter the flow state? Chapter 80. All members have entered the flow state. An Li was a little confused. Mr. Huixin, didn't you say before that this is a state that can only be entered when a person's emotions are high? The corner of Huixin Shiba's lips curled up. Yes, this state is indeed like this, but there is an absolute backbone in a team and instilling a winning concept, it is possible to cause this situation. Just like a general on the battlefield, he instills military morale in his soldiers. With natural morale, emotions will rise. I usually refer to this kind of person as a king, but after hearing Ye Liangqiu's threatening words just now, I think it's better to call him a bad devil king. An Li looked at the screen in front of him. You mean? Ye Liangqiu made the team enter this state? No. Hui Xin shook her head. To be precise, he is not the only one who caused this situation. It's because the pressure from the opposing professional players is too much. This group of players who have won all the way are shaken in their hearts. It is precisely because they overcame this concept of losing that they emerged from the cocoon and became a butterfly. Enjoy it. This may be the only team in Blue Lock that can push professional teams into a desperate situation. The games after this may not be so exciting. An Li nodded, and then immediately sat down in her seat. Data flashed across the screen in front of her. It was obvious that even while watching the game, the assistant did not stop working. At this time, on the playing field, this suffocating smell has spread to professional players. Sigh, asterisk, Silba cursed and said, they are all a bunch of little monsters. When we get back from this game, I must let that BD Hui Xin pay more. Isn't 1 million for one ball enough? Rocky, the child prodigy, smiled slightly. You must know that this is US dollars. There are still a few teams that will test with us later. After a few games. Silba sneered, is money a problem? Hui Xin is threatening us with our careers now. If we lose to these little bastards. After that, if you let us return to the team, the loss will only be greater than the money earned here. Luna sighed, don't take money so seriously. This time we came to Blue Lock, for us, we not only made money, we also saw some incredible things. To be honest, these are already that's enough. No wonder Huixin made us sign a confidentiality agreement. It seems that it was already prepared to surprise us. At this time, Blake said solemnly, although they are still some players who have never entered the World Championship. But it's obvious that these little monsters all have this potential. Instead of thinking about these problems, now we should consider how to face the opponent's attack. If we lose this goal, we may really lose the game. Suddenly, the momentum of the entire professional team returned to form. At this time, the Blue Prison team has stepped into the abyss. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and rushed out at great speed the moment the whistle sounded. Rocky, the prodigy at the front, was the only one who could keep up with his speed, but it was only speed. Midfielder Cabassos also stepped forward to intercept. The two cooperated very well. Loki put one hand against Ye Liangqiu's body and slowed him down. Cabassos kept his eyes on the ball at his feet and was ready to intercept it at any time. Obviously, they had discussed this kind of cooperation a long time ago. After all, the two sides already knew each other's lineup and had been prepared for Ye Liangqiu duo before this. Even if the Demon King's eye can clearly see their movement trajectory. But the goal path was perfectly blocked. Ye Liangqiu's pupils were red, he raised his left leg and passed the ball out with one kick. An Ito Shirin has been observing. At the same time, the movements of Hiu Xian and Ito Shirin were surprisingly consistent, and the two of them ran in the same direction. But the ball flew to the other side. Nagi's hero jumped up, crossed his legs and feet, directly caught the flying ball with his calves, and then started running quickly. White-haired boy, do you want to compete with me for strength? Silba chuckled, his eyes like a fox staring at the ball at Nagishiro's feet. In an instant, his thigh muscles swelled, and he rushed out, as if a spring. But Nagishiro's reaction speed was faster, and he directly brought the ball to a Marseille roundabout. His figure broke through Silba like a ghost. The white fire in his pupils was burning fiercely. The aura on your body, let me raise it. Not interested. In an instant, he took the ball and left. Only Silba was left standing frozen. Runa ran forward and stood directly in front of Nagisashiro. Their eyes met, but Runa couldn't see a trace of emotion in his eyes, just like a robot. But the strength this guy showed just now is a bit scary. This guy reacted faster than before. No. The atmosphere of their team has completely changed. From fighting alone before, they have evolved into a collective. Cooperation, yes, cooperation. The corner of Luna's mouth raised. He didn't expect that after a few goals, he would kick these little monsters into panic. Nagi Seishiro's pupils were constantly moving, trying to find an opportunity to attack, but the next second, he seemed to smell an unusual smell, and he actually kicked the ball out with his left foot. I saw a murder exuding a violent aura coming out. Shido Longshen's mouth opened, and his tongue seemed to be licking his lips constantly. His pupils could not hide his excitement, causing the male hormones in his body to explode. Come on, let's have a fair showdown. Let me see you guys. How strong are professional players? No one on this team loves competition more than me. Runa's pupils shrank violently, and the dangerous aura was constantly coming. His body subconsciously rushed towards Shido Ryusei's position, trying to intercept him, but Shido Ryusei rammed into him like a bulldozer. But there was no foul sound. A second before they were about to collide, a treacherous smile appeared on Shido Longshen's lips. Only a bang sound was heard. The second before Luna fell to the ground, he saw Shido Ryusei's body twisting. He directly hooked the ball with his right leg, and passed the ball out like an upside-down golden hook. No? This is how you play? Chapter 81. At this moment, there are only two people on the field who can feel this ball. Haihu Xiang and Itoji Rin seemed to have known for a long time that Shido Ryusei would make exaggerated passes, but no one thought that this guy's pass was actually a super long-distance upside-down golden hook pass. Itoji Rin couldn't help but explode. Everyone can calculate, but only this pink-haired pervert. The amount of calculations in his brain will increase a lot. Catching the ball is impossible. You can only see where the ball is going. Suddenly, a blue figure flashed in front of him, and Bing Xiang's whole body revealed an eye-catching aura. The moment he passed by Itoji Rin, his voice came out. Let me help you once. I saw Ice Weaver actually starting to rush towards the penalty area. Shido Ryusei's upside-down golden hook was ready to shoot directly, but the distance was completely insufficient and he could only pass the ball to the penalty area. Bing Xiang is in very good condition at the moment, and he can clearly see the ball flying in front of the goal. You can also see Blake and Cabassos rushing towards the ball at the same time as him. Cabassos's purpose is the same as his, and he obviously also predicts the direction of the ball. My current speed is completely insufficient. If you wait a second, the ball will be taken away by them. You must learn to use weapons. The moment Cabassos was about to touch the ball, he only felt his body being pushed away by something. I saw that Ice Weaver's sense of distance was very good, and he resisted Cabassos's ball with one hand. Left shoulder, followed by a big hip step, and quickly turned around. His body didn't make any exaggerated movements, he just slowly raised his left foot. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked directly in the direction of Itoji Rin, and under this set of actions, he immediately fell to the ground. Cabassos looked back at the ball that had been kicked away and chuckled. It's kind of interesting. I actually came up with a solution in such a short period of time. Bing Xiang grinned. Number 1, it's up to you. Looking at the flying ball, Itoji Rin's pupil shrank. Left foot. You guy, are actually left-handed too. He just didn't have time to think, the ball was about to fly in front of him, but at the same time, a suffocating breath came, and two air-tearing figures, one red and one blue, were rushing in his direction. The prodigies Loki and Yabaraki, who have always restricted each other, are like evil spirits approaching quickly. Ishirin looked at the ball flying towards him, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but his body reacted in a few tenths of a second and jumped into the air. That pass makes me sick. This is not my own strength. There was a bang sound. The roar sounded, and Itoji Rin's eyes seemed to be completely swallowed by the darkness, and he volleyed directly and successfully scored. The score came to 4:4. But Itoji Rin had a strong sense of resistance to this ball. He gasped for air, looked at Bing Xiang, then looked at Ye Liangqiu and the other two people, biting his lip. A group of stumbling blocks. At this time, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded. He looked at the child prodigy Loki and was speechless. Can't you stop someone else? With your speed, no one can stop you. Why are you just staring at me? The child prodigy Rocky smiled slightly, because you are the core of this team and the only player I think is a threat. Ye Liangqiu clenched his fists and finally sighed, is this a professional football match? Any hint of sharpness will be flattened. But, this seems to be a disguised admission that he is the strongest person in the team? Well, that's probably it. The final battle for the point came. When the kicking team came to the professional team, they were under a lot of pressure. After all, Ye Liangqiu and others had never successfully defended every attack they made before. And if there is no successful defense this time, then, the game will be game over. Prodigy Rocky stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu on the opposite side, slowly raising his hand, are you ready? Then I'm going to start. The next second, his pupils were dyed black, and his speed actually accelerated again. Even Ye Liangqiu was a little surprised, this guy, actually still has such speed? The game lasted at least 90 minutes. If it weren't for the conditions that required either team to score 5 goals before it was over, the Blue Prison team would have lost long ago during this period. And yet, so much time has passed now. Loki's speed was actually so fast. Ye Liangqiu was speechless. His S-level physique didn't recover so fast. He almost didn't have time to continue thinking. Loki has already rushed to Ye Liangqiu, I admire you very much, so I have been observing you in the first few rounds. Your burst and speed can be improved even faster if you receive formal training. But, right now, you rely too much on those eyes. Since you want to train, you must first train a weapon to the extreme. In an instant, there was only a whoosh sound. Ye Liangqiu reacted and wanted to reach out to stop him, but Loki's figure shot out from his side like a beam of light, leaving an afterimage. Other professional players also came over at this moment. Obviously, not going to give it any chance. Ye Liangqiu's brain seemed to be blank for a moment. It seemed that the game was about to be lost from this moment on. This was an unchangeable truth. He had actually guessed this result. After all, the gap is too big. Plus it's a test. The last words from Rocky's mouth also prove all this. These professional players have been testing their true level from beginning to end. To put it nicely, it's a competition, but to put it badly, it's a fake match. All of them are players who have played in world-class competitions. They naturally know how to suppress their own strength in a certain state. When Ye Liangqiu looked back, Loki's figure rushed towards the goal like a sickle. Idoji Rin wanted to stop him, but he was passed by with almost no chance of resistance. The formation was completely broken up. Until a crisp shot came. On the big screen, the score came directly to 4:5. Even the barrage fell silent. There was silence on the entire court. The professional players looked at the group of little monsters who were hit and shrugged. The child prodigy Loki walked past Ye Liangqiu, but suddenly stopped where he was, looked back and said, what you did is good enough. I look forward to the next time we meet not here, but at the World Championships. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu looked up at the ceiling, his mind going blank. Advanced Mission 1, Challenge successful. Reward, Shooting action, Professional level. Due to the failure of the Advanced Task 2, the emotional system will automatically turn on the punishment mode. Countdown to penalty time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 82. The fourth round of Blue Prison testing is over. In the passage, Ye Liangqiu's breathing calmed down. He was not as sad as he thought about the failure of this game, or maybe he knew clearly that he would lose before. But, this feeling of only missing one goal really makes people feel unwilling. Moreover, the opposing group of professional players only showed their true skills in the end. There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu punched the wall with his fist, and his pupils couldn't help showing a sense of unwillingness. I am too weak. If I had been stronger, I might have won just now. Loki is right. I care too much about my own advantages, but I have forgotten that in front of some people, my advantage is just the power to straighten the sky. Arrogant, arrogant. Ye Liangqiu shook his head and opened the door to the lounge. It was extremely quiet inside, and you could even hear a slight snore. Obviously after such a high-intensity game, even he was exhausted. This group of people did not have such a good physique as him, so they naturally lay down early. But Ye Liangqiu saw at a glance that Itoshi Rin was looking at something in the corner with his eyes blank. Ye Liangqiu joked, "Why, you haven't rested yet, are you preparing to be a panda tomorrow? Or is it that the game just now affected your soul?" As if hearing Ye Liangqiu's voice, Itoshi Rin came back to his senses and looked over, "Mind. Shouldn't it be you who got hit? In the last game, the professional players on the opposite side invited you to join the professional team. You should have seen the strength shown in the result." Ye Liangqiu sat on the bed and chuckled, "It's not a big blow, I'm just a little unwilling to give in, but the game is over. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to break my teeth and swallow it." Itoshi Rin was silent. After a few seconds, he continued, "I thought you wouldn't be able to think about it. After all, I heard the sound of some people smashing the wall just now." Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere in the lounge ended abruptly. Ye Liangqiu looked at the wall. It was not soundproof. The corners of Itoshi Rin's mouth curled up. This was the first time he felt that teasing was more effective than ridicule. At least for this red-eyed freak, it seemed to be true. However, Ye Liangqiu just smiled and shrugged, "It seems that Hui Xin saved some materials by building this prison." At this time, another voice sounded. "Why are you making so much noise? Why don't you guys take a break?" Z Rallies poked his head out from under the quilt. Because he had taken a shower, his hair rarely stood up like that, and he looked even more charming than before. "Then you haven't slept either." Ye Liangqiu looked at the lighted mobile phone in his hand, and he could also see that this guy was studying the video of the morning game. Obviously Shido Longsheng must be holding back a lot of anger in his heart. Shido Dragon Saint snorted coldly, "Two slimes are arguing here every day. Now it's starting to wrap up again. I just want to ask, when the prodigy Loki rushed past you two, why couldn't you both keep up with him? Was it that fast?" Obviously, this guy had no intention of defending when he scored the last ball. So he never faced off against the prodigy Loki. Moreover, the child prodigy Loki has been staring at Ye Liangqiu, and he is probably the only one in the audience who has barely touched the monster. Slow. At this time, Ye Liangqiu uttered one word, "His speed is not fast, but we can't keep up with the rhythm. To be precise, I can't keep up. The last ball was my problem. I shouldn't let him break through easily. After all, I am the only one in the field who can limit him." Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened, Hey, are you blaming yourself? Or are you bragging?" Ye Liangqiu shook his head and looked at Shido Longsheng, "You have never been in contact with him, and you have no idea how terrifying the aura exuding from professional players is. That kind of suppressive force, if faced by ordinary players, can almost instantly crushing confidence. In the last game, the prodigy Loki was able to completely block Ye Liangqiu within a certain range, and he also tried his best. For the Blue Prison team, they felt that the prodigy Rocky was very weak. After all, he could only block Ye Liangqiu alone, and they never showed the overwhelming strength in the first few goals. In fact, it was not just Z Rallies who relaxed his vigilance. At that time, Ye Liangqiu could see that after their team scored 2 goals in a row, the atmosphere became a bit relaxed. It is precisely for this reason that the points were awarded. It is undeniable that what the red-eyed freak said is correct. Rin rarely stood up to say a word for Ye Liangqiu. This group of professional players did not show their true strength in the first half, and they did not even adjust their state. Come over. But just like this, we can be defeated. The quality of this group of top players in the world is unfathomable. Shido Longsheng was dumbfounded and looked at the two people with some suspicion. They sang and harmonized each other. It was really rare. At this moment, another lazy sound sounded. I saw Bing Xiang rubbing his eyes. Aren't you up most of the night? Are you still talking about the morning game? Shido Longsheng shrugged. To be precise, it's still only the afternoon, and we can even go to have dinner. When he finished saying this, he saw Bing Zixi turn over his feet, lie down on the bed and fall asleep again. This guy also exploded his own little universe in the last football game, and his physique is not as abnormal as the three of them, so he can't stand it long ago. Ye Liangqiu smiled. He was actually a little surprised that Bing Xiang actually sacrificed his life to help Rin score the last goal. If at that time, no one would step forward at that step. I'm afraid the game has ended long ago, right? Rin looked at the ice weaver sheep, pursed his lips and said nothing. Of course he knew that in the last game, he actually relied on this guy for his goal. You must know that on the entire court, Ye Liangqiu and Shido Rallies almost all of his goals were scored by himself. However, he is the number one. He actually had to rely on other people. That's why he felt the frustration of that ball. In the last game, he had absolutely no room to perform. Compared to these two freaks, I seem to be a marginal person. Shido Rallies suddenly asked about Runa's invitation to Ye Liangqiu to join the professional team in the morning. By the way, when the professional team invited you, you didn't agree. Why? Chapter 83. Whether it's Shido Rallies, Rin, or the entire Blue Lock, everyone knows one thing: they are here to join a professional team and enter the World Championship. However, Ye Liangqiu actually refused such a good opportunity. This undoubtedly did not make Shido Longsheng curious. Ye Liangqiu put his hands behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. Why? In order to become stronger. I came to Blue Lock to become stronger. I also wanted to test my own level and see where I can go. It's not that I don't want to join a professional team. But I know clearly that if I enter a professional team now, it may take several years to truly enter the World Championship. But I can't wait, I want to pass through here and enter that new world. Stupid. At this time, Rin couldn't help but cursed. So your brain is so bad? Don't you know who Leonardo Luna is? He can invite you to join the Spanish team. It shows that your strength has been recognized. As long as you go, you can even be directly promoted to the second team. It won't take long before you can enter the main team. How many people don't receive such treatment as you, yet you are so picky? Ye Liangqiu was stunned. This was the first time that Rin actually said such words of concern. Although his tone was still a little cold, he could still tell that this guy actually felt sorry for himself. Did you take the wrong medicine? Shido Longsheng grinned and said sarcastically, I think you are just afraid that going to a professional team will dampen your confidence and dare not go. Listening to the two people's speech, Ye Liangqiu sneered, forget it, I tell you too, you don't understand. After all, two people who haven't even received an invitation, what qualifications do they have to discuss this matter here? Ah! Are you going to be a clown? I'd love to see this. In an instant, Shido Longsheng stood up from the bed. The veins on Rin's face popped out. Later, the entire lounge became a battlefield. If Hui Xin in the monitoring room hadn't been observing from time to time, the entire lounge would have been demolished. Dash Omega Dash, ZZZ Nagi's hero opened his eyes in a daze, saw pillows on the floor and people struggling, and closed his eyes again. Am I in a dream? The next second, he lay down again. After a long time, it was quiet in the lounge. The countdown in Ye Liangqiu's mind was about to end, but he was surprisingly calm. He had even thought of the worst outcome, which was to reduce his emotional value or take back part of his previous rewards. But, none of this really matters. After all, the reward has come to me, and I will definitely not be able to take it back. As the countdown gets closer, until the last second, the voice of the system sounded in Ye Liangqiu's mind. The emotional value is deducted by 200 million. The host is about to enter the simulation space. For a moment, Ye Liangqiu felt as if his whole body was floating up. First, his vision went dark. The moment he opened his eyes, he came to a stadium. Successfully entered the simulation space. This punishment time, 30 days. Penalty for ending early, 10 goals need to be scored. Note, the time-speed ratio of the simulation space is 1 minute, 1 day. Ye Liangqiu looked around and saw a stadium similar to the Blue Prison. He was standing in the penalty area, and there was a figure opposite him. Up close, he almost looks like himself. Except for his white hair, he can be called the second Ye Liangqiu. After careful observation, the penalty time, as well as the requirements. Ye Liangqiu looked at the figure opposite again, a little confused for a moment. It's not difficult to score 10 goals, right? Is 30 days a bit exaggerated? Moreover, why was he regarded as a sparring partner? At this time, a football appeared in front of him. Ye Liangqiu just thought about it for a few seconds and decided to test it first. The moment he steps on the football, the scarlet eyes of the white-haired Chu opposite him looked at Ye Liangqiu as if they were absorbing his soul, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Ye Liangqiu has not yet reacted. The figure had already rushed over, so fast that it was actually more terrifying than Loki. Ye Liangqiu's heart rang with alarm bells, and the Demon King's eyes opened directly. However, this small action seemed to have been predicted in advance in Bifakaiu's eyes. Bifakaiu reacted instantly, and the same small clock in his pupils began to turn, but the clock in his eyes turned faster than Ye Liangqiu. With a bang sound, he kicked out. Ye Liangqiu's ball was directly intercepted. The moment it was intercepted, the ball turned into data fragments. At the same time, Bifakaiu in front of him also turned into data and returned to the center of the penalty area, closing his eyes tightly. There was no panic as expected. Ye Liangqiu looked at Bifakaiu in surprise. Is this copy of him stronger than himself? That's right, he finally figured out what was going on. The so-called punishment is to confront yourself, but this self is stronger than yourself. In the brief confrontation just now, Ye Liangqiu is extremely convinced that the white-haired Chu in front of him has speed, strength, and the eyes of the devil. They are all better than themselves. Although I don't know how strong it is, but it can make the system require only 10 goals. Ye Liangqiu gave a bitter smile. I see. I thought you were so kind, so you set a trap for me here. As he said that, Ye Liangqiu stared straight at Bifakaiu. He knew that this was not only a punishment, but also an opportunity. Now that a stronger self is in front of me, I should not be thinking about scoring goals. Instead, he defeated the self in front of him. Otherwise, there is no point in scoring too many goals. The most important thing is to be able to see from Bifakaiu where he is not good enough and improve. After Ye Liangqiu thought for a few seconds, he looked at the ball on the ground and rushed out with the ball in the next second. At the same time, the white-haired Chu also opened his eyes and moved like his movements. But if you look down from a god's perspective, you can see that Ye Liangqiu is not as fast as this guy at all. Even at the moment when the two of them were fighting, Bifakaiu made various difficult moves. The ball was intercepted directly without any effort. The time in simulated space passes day by day. But the number of goals is always 0. I don't know how much time passed, but Ye Liangqiu was lying on the ground, not even willing to touch the ball. This was the first time he felt so helpless, or the first time he understood the horror of the Demon King's eye. I never felt this way when dealing with others before. Now retribution has come to him. Ye Liangqiu sat up, looked at Bai Faqiu, and couldn't help but think, I need to see a further future before I can fight against myself. Chapter 84. A completely invincible existence. This was the thought that came to Ye Liangqiu's mind. He looked at himself opposite. No surprise. During this period, he understood a truth more than once. It turns out that he can become more terrifying. During the punishment, he clearly knew that the time in the future that he could see in front of him was definitely farther than his own. So far away that he can intercept his own ball in an instant. Skill, strength, speed, none of them can compete with this guy. It can even be understood that the me in front of me is stronger than myself when flow is turned on. There is no doubt that after more than 10 days of contact, although he understands his own limits, he faces an invincible opponent. Ye Liangqiu was also a little helpless, even if he found the problem. But, how can we defeat this guy? While thinking, he stepped on the ball and started running. The white-haired Chu in the penalty area opened his eyes in an instant and rushed forward. The speed was jaw-dropping. But within such a long time, Ye Liangqiu also gradually keep up with his movements. However, he subconsciously protects the ball, showing that his desire to attack is completely exhausted. The prerequisite for attacking is to be able to create offensive opportunities first. And protect the ball under you from being snatched away by others. This is one of the most critical points in playing football. Ye Liangqiu has always remembered it. The devil's eyes in his pupils are constantly observing Bai Faqiu's next move. However, in the afterimage, the future Bai Faqiu saw seemed to be further away, and the movements he made were completely opposite to the future he saw. Arm distance usage. And running skills. And the most critical defensive skills. Every cell in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be working hard, and the devil's eyes in his pupils were turning faster and faster. He thought of what Loki had said before. If you want to exercise, then train a weapon to the extreme, so that you don't have to rely on messy weapons to attack. In this short moment, Ye Liangqiu's thoughts surged wildly. Eyes or speed, which is more important, vision or speed? Bai Faqiu's movements became more and more agile. With one step, he was about to kick the ball away from his feet. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's whole body froze, his pupils seemed to be wrapped in scarlet, he stepped on the ball directly, and forcefully removed the force of the kick. I want it all. The fusion degree of the Demon King's eye is 75%. The future that can be seen increases to 2 seconds. At this moment, in the outside lounge, Ishi Rin, who was lying on the bed, looked in the direction of Ye Liangqiu, and saw that the veins on Ye Liangqiu's entire face were popping up, and there seemed to be a terrible aura coming from his body. Is this guy having a nightmare? Did you dream about a perverted man? Thinking of this, he looked at Shidao Longsheng again and raised his eyebrows. Until the screen lights up in the lounge. The sound of the radio echoed inside. Ye Liangqiu opened his eyes suddenly, and his eyes were bloodshot. He subconsciously sat up and gasped for air. Some people who didn't know it thought he had a nightmare. Several people on the side woke up when they saw him. Bing Xiang clearly noticed that Ye Liangqiu seemed to be in a bad state and asked, "You haven't slept well?" Ye Liangqiu rubbed his head. He was still a little confused. To be precise, his mentality exploded. Even to the end of the punishment, he still didn't score a goal. He stayed in there for 30 days before coming out. Apart from playing football every day, the ball means kicking the ball. And then seeing my own evil face. Thinking of this, he became a little emotionally unstable. This kind of punishment. If I were to give him a 100-day package one day, it would be better to just let him die. But I think of the techniques I learned there and the actions I took to improve myself. This punishment is not a bad thing. Ye Liangqiu raised his head and glanced at the people around him who were looking at him with strange eyes, and waved his hand, "It's okay." Ishirin did not tell what he saw last night, but silently glanced at Ye Liangqiu before continuing to watch the big screen. The sound of the radio continued to sound. This is the end of the third selection, and all the players who have advanced to the fourth round of selection have been announced. All qualified players are asked to change into their uniforms and quickly go to the central link room to assemble. Is it finally here? Bing Xiang was also a little impatient. He was finally able to play football with normal people. Although he still didn't know what the fourth round of selection would be like, but he probably wouldn't be playing with that group of professionals. Players play football, right? Everyone stood up, except Ye Liangqiu, who walked into the toilet and washed his face. He looked at himself in the mirror and wondered what he was thinking. After a while, he walked out. Just for a moment, Ito Jirin and Shido Ryasei looked at Ye Liangqiu at the same time, and they seemed to sense some kind of danger. But it only disappeared in an instant. Ito Jirin couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "What did this guy dream about last night?" However, Ye Liangqiu didn't know that a slight change had taken place in him. Perhaps because of the month-long in-depth communication with Bifakaiu, his eyes towards the players had changed. At least in his opinion, now everyone, including Loki, Bifakaiu is the strongest enemy he has ever seen. Why, do I feel that Kyubeo's momentum has changed a bit after losing the last game? I feel the same way. Kyubeo was so sharp before, but now, he looks a little restrained and more stable. It couldn't be that I had a dream last night, was it a silly dream? Didn't you go to Linbeo's perspective to see it? Within half an hour of lying down, Kyubeo's expression was extremely ferocious, as if he had encountered something extraordinary in his dream. Really? Can you watch the replay? I'm going to watch it now. The barrage was noisy, and Ye Liangqiu certainly saw it. Although he didn't know who he was in the outside world after entering the simulation space, but judging from the barrage, when he was being punished, his external expressions were still there. Any changes? Doesn't that mean that this damned Sundara saw everything? In the passage, Ye Liangqiu touched his chin, wondering what he was thinking. Ito Jirin always felt a chill in his back. At this moment, the broadcast is still continuing. The 35 players from the 7 advanced teams will enter in order. There was a trace of shock in Bing Xiang's cute eyes. 300 people were eliminated and 265 people were eliminated. I didn't expect that after several rounds of testing, so many people have been eliminated. Nagi Sishiro nodded, and a figure couldn't help but appear in his pupils. You should be here too, right? Chapter 85. Then please invite the first team to enter the venue. As the passage door slowly opened, several people walked into the empty central link hall. Shido Longsheng complained, "Shouldn't the number 1 be the last to shine?" Childish. Ito Jirin broke his mouth. Ye Liangqiu looked at the other gates, and he was also very much looking forward to who would be the team that could finally reach the game that he disrupted. As the second door slowly opened, the figure of number 5 slowly emerged. Ji Shii, Ma Lang, Ling Wang, Zhan Tai, Yishan. Seeing this lineup, the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth slowly rose. It was really surprising, it actually evolved into this kind of team. The moment Ji Shi saw Ye Liangqiu, hot flames burst out from his pupils. He knew that this kind of monster would definitely stay until the end. After all, the moment he saw Yan Sheng and Shi Guang team up with others, it is clear that Ye Liangqiu kicked over the team he challenged. The moment Ma Lang saw Ye Liangqiu, the veins on his cheeks popped out. "Hey, I'm already here. I won't let you get away this time." "Really?" Ye Liangqiu smiled. At the same time, King Rei saw that the resentment in Nagi Sishiro's eyes still existed. Immediately afterwards, the third door slowly opened. Ye Liangqiu, the person who walked out, was not surprised either. It's almost the same as in the original work. Yi Yingtai, Wu Traveler, Ribujian Aig, Yuki Gong Kenaiu, Yu Haru Hiko. It's just that everyone's expression is different. As the doors slowly opened, there were basically some people. Perhaps because they left too quickly in the last test, many people Ye Liangqiu had never seen before, and only heard about them by name. But there are still many figures who have not appeared. But basically everyone who was in Team Z was present. Until the last door opened and he saw the people inside, the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose. Feng Le seemed to be entwined with black flames and walked out of it. His face was neither happy nor sad. Behind him were monks, Black Name Lanqi, Qunqi Leopard Horse, and Zheng Kengj. So far, everyone has arrived at the central link field. Ji Shi looked left and right, obviously looking for someone. Where is the god of the country? He walked towards the direction of Qunqi Leopard Horse and was about to speak. Qunqi shook his head, and his pupils were a little surprised. He and Qiushan lost to Feng Li's team in 3 vs 3, and were eventually voted out. I don't know. Ji Shi struggled a bit, but finally sighed. After all, those who can come here mean that they have passed the selection. Naturally, someone wins, and someone loses. The national god was eliminated. Seeing this scene, Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. Even if it disrupted the rhythm that should exist, the national god was still eliminated. Shouldn't it? After all, the only person who can defeat him is probably this crazy critic, Dragon Saint. However, he was still eliminated. Huixin, what are you thinking about? Is it really necessary to transform this football-loving person into an emotionless soccer robot? At this time, Feng Le walked up to Ye Liangqiu, and the two looked at each other. There was a trace of fighting spirit in Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes, and countless monsters seemed to appear behind him. He slowly raised his hand. Welcome to my world. Feng Le Hui. The flames wrapped around Feng Li's body seemed to be constantly burning the monster behind Ye Liangqiu, forming a full aura. He slowly stretched out his hand to hold it and spoke softly, I have come to the world of monsters. From now on, I will chase you until I surpass you. My monster, Ye Liangqiu. At the same time, the radio continued to sound. The above are all the candidates who have advanced in the selection competition. Then, Huixin's figure appeared on the screen. Everyone heard the sound and looked around. He also looked at everyone quietly and spoke slowly, you don't need to care about those who have been eliminated. After all, those who can get here must already know the cruelty of this game. Besides, this is your football career. Moreover, it will soon be eliminated as trash like Blue Lock. As she said that, Hui Xian's tone was rare and gentle. Before I explain the situation, I would like to say thank you for your hard work. The match against the World Trials was an unforgettable defeat, right? I believe that you have also seen how strong those players at the top are. In short, this game should bring you surprises, expectations and excitement. After all, having a head-on confrontation with your idol is something that many players dare not even think about. Suddenly, Huixin's tone became frivolous. Originally, I planned to let you continue with the trials. After all, Blue Lock's mission is to cultivate the world's #1 forward. But now, the plans have changed. The big guys in the football world want to immediately stop this crazy plan of mine, which means that Blue Lock, as I just said, will be eliminated as garbage. But I deliberately provoked him and issued a letter of challenge to him. Then there was a game that shocked the football world. The special competition between the U20 national team and the entire Blue Lock 11-member team will be held in 3 weeks. Xen Shiba's tone contained no emotion at all, and continued, Blue Lock loses in this game, and from now on Blue Lock will completely disappear in the long river of history. If we win this game, Blue Lock will directly replace the U20 national team. The entire central link room is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces were extremely shocked. It means, we will directly become the national team. Just win this game. Hey hey hey! Is this a joke? Huixin continued, after all, we are all a high school team made up of things, and everyone was a forward before entering Blue Lock, so the U20 readily agreed to this challenge amidst the teasing. Their purpose is to Blue Lock is completely defeated. And through the traffic of this Blue Lock plan, plus the involvement of the national team to make money. In other words, everyone has only used Blue Lock as a tool from beginning to end, including you. It probably means that no one will expect you to win. Including that game. You are just a tool for them to attract traffic and make money. In the end, you turned into a laughing stock and completely left the field of football. What do you think when you hear this? Are you unwilling to be looked down upon, or are you ready to give the world a huge surprise? Suddenly, he paused and Huixin's eyes closed slightly, but I can prove that you guys now are enough to subvert the entire football world, and they want to defeat our patchwork team with a complete attitude. Even added one to their lineup. Maybe you are familiar with this person's name. Shishi, one of the 11 heroes of the new generation world. Ito Jiren's eyes widened and his pupils shrank violently. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The time has come, shall we start? Bet everything you have against the national team of this world in a match that will destroy the football world. Chapter 86. Anyway, Blue Lock will compete with the U20 national team led by Itoji Sei in 3 weeks. If you win, you will replace the U20 national team. If you lose, Blue Lock will cease to exist. This is a life or death battle for every player, a contest between 11 wild players and the orthodox national team. Huixin Shiba said it very lightly, and even didn't take the U20 national team seriously at all. At this moment, everyone's mood was ups and downs. After all, no one expected to have a battle with the national team, and the most important thing was related to their fate. There is no doubt that when Huixin Shiba said these crazy words, everyone fell into shock, excitement, surprise, and other emotions. No matter how you think about it, this game is fantastic. These high school students are actually going to compete with the national team. At this time, Huixin Shiba continued calmly, for this reason, I have renegotiated the plan. In the 4th round of selection, the following 7 people will be used as the core to select players. Don't worry. I have a certain reason for doing this. These 7 people are the best players selected after comprehensive evaluation. The aim is to build a perfect team in 3 weeks. The first one is Ye Liangqiu, the second is Ito Jiren, the third is Shido Ryasei, the fourth is Black Traveler, the fifth is Odo Yokijita, the sixth is Yukigong Swordsman, and the seventh is Feng Luai. At this time, Yukimiya Kenai raised his hand and asked slowly, why am I ranked 6th? How can you tell the difference between me and number 1 Ye Liangqiu? And how do you compare the differences? Can it even be ranked? After all, everyone has already figured out the ranking of Huixin Shiba. From the hunger effect when they came into the current ranking, some people are still unconvinced. Of course Yukimiya Kenai was just expressing his opinion. Many people also looked at Huixin Shiba, expecting his answer. Huixin Shiba smiled slightly, what's the difference? Then I'll tell you about it, so that you don't talk too much and say I'm partial. I believe you should also know that all the players who come here after playing against the world's top players. In the last round, they were testers to test your true strength and score. The first among them, Ye Liangqiu, scored 2 goals against such top players. The second-placed player, Ito Jiren, scored a goal. The third-placed Shido Ryusei scored a goal. As for all the players behind you who didn't even score a goal. As he said this, the corner of Huixin Shiba's mouth curled up in a weird arc, you know? Of all the players in Blue Lock, only the 3 of them were able to come here in the end and defeated professional players head-on, and even almost defeated the world's top team. The other 32 players were just passing through on that pitch. Now, do you still have any complaints? Any comments on this ranking? For a moment, everyone was silent. That is to say, all the teams didn't even score a goal in front of the professional teams? Only Caubeo, a professional team, almost defeated it, and the other teams were crushed. Holy shit! I'm just superficial. I don't know if I've watched Caubeo's team play too much, or what, but I subconsciously think that other teams should more or less be able to score a few goals. But it seems, my understanding is a bit wrong. These people are not at the same level as Caubeo and his team. Bullshit, Caubeo's team is the top lineup of Blue Lock. Although Z Rallies was ranked very low before, Caubeo can choose this guy to enter his team. He must be rushing to win the game, otherwise why give up on B music? When choosing people, Ye Liangqiu was able to abandon Feng Le not only to allow him to grow up, but also to prepare for the subsequent competition. Otherwise, who would choose the madman Shido Longsheng? But although the result was not ideal, it was enough to show off in front of this group of people. At this time, Huixin Shiba raised his hand and said, "For this reason, I assign these 7 people to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Among them, Team A is composed of Ye Liangqiu. As for Team B, C, and D, they will be in the future. 6 people work in pairs. The remaining 28 people can join any team at their own discretion. Among them, Ye Liangqiu's team is not allowed to join. Because as the number 1 player, he can choose any team to join and undergo adaptive training, which means, he will exist as a ghost on your court." Ghost. Degree disappeared. Ye Liangqiu himself was dumbfounded. What is this? Huixin saw that everyone was a little confused, and then continued, because his existence broke the balance, which is why I said he was a ghost. What I need is not that you defeat the opponents in front of you, but to find 11 people who can defeat the opponent in front of you. Players who express themselves on the pitch. That's the key to adaptive training. So I decided that Ye Liangqiu will be involved in every game. It's up to him to decide which team to participate in that game. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu and took a breath. Undoubtedly what Huixin meant was that if Ye Liangqiu entered any team, the other team would lose 100%, and Huixin just wanted to pass this adaptive training. Find a team with him as the core. This is the hidden truth. But, it's also a plan. That's right, these few words undoubtedly directly raised everyone's emotions. What kind of player can make this expressionless Huixin appreciate him so much? And your previous record against professional players? Obviously. Ye Liangqiu is now the strongest existence in the entire Blue Prison. As long as you can defeat him, you can participate in the competition. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his head, a little speechless. Huixin played a good game, and used himself as a shield, right? Used to motivate this group of players who were sluggish just now. It's really unscrupulous. The corner of Huixin's mouth rose. After forming the team, it will still be similar to the previous rounds of selection, with the 5 vs 5 competition. Ji Shii, who was still in shock just now, understood. This adaptive training may be the fastest way to find players in the top 7 offensive systems. But undoubtedly, all 28 players who were not on the list were also screened. They only have one chance. If they fail, they will not be able to play and can only watch from the sidelines as substitutes. Chapter 87. Ji Shii gritted his teeth, his pupils burning with surging flames. He didn't want to leave such a good opportunity like this. Besides, he still had someone he had to defeat. As he looked at Ye Liangqiu, his eyes seemed to reflect the memories of when he was in Team Z situation. But now, everyone is the enemy. Enemies competing for spots. At this time, the door under the screen slowly opened, and Huixin asked the top 7 selected people to leave. He needed to conduct secondary communication with these 28 people. Obviously, this adaptive training is not that simple. In the passage, Z Rallies chuckled, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that Huixin actually planned to let us have a fierce physical battle with U20. How exciting this is! Don't be like a pervert, okay? The veins on Ito Jirin's cheeks popped out, and he kept as far away as possible, for fear of meeting this perverted man. Haha! Shido Longsheng snorted coldly, I don't understand how that four-eyed boy let a proud man like you stand above me, but I think there is definitely something wrong with this ranking. With my strength, it's too easy to kick you out. When it comes to football, Ishirin's eyes gradually turned cold. What did you say? How about a competition? Pink-haired pervert. In an instant, the two of them skillfully grabbed each other's collar. Looking at the black traveler and Yukigong Kenayu, Otoi Yingtai was stunned. Oh. This is the person at the top? Or the team that almost beat a professional team in the last game? Ah? Question marks appeared on the heads of the three of them. At this time, Ye Liangqiu stepped forward and spoke earnestly, patting the two of them on their shoulders with both hands. One is a tsundere, and the other is a perverted man. Don't you feel embarrassed? But I feel embarrassed too. How about I come practice with you? Two losers. Ito Jirin and Shido Ryuci turned around at the same time. What did you say? Want to fight? Obviously, when facing Ye Liangqiu, the two people had never been so unified in their opinions. Feng Li raised the corner of her mouth and said, Take me one. Only the three of them, Wu Traveler, were left messy in the wind. At this time, in the central link hall, everyone is like a good baby, listening to the heartfelt words on the screen. To be precise, these are all temporary rankings. Do you remember what I said? Blue Prison only needs players who can reach the top of the world. In the fourth round of selection, the top 7 rankings will also be affected by adaptive training. In short, adaptive training advocates coexistence. What I need is a team that can fully integrate the offensive system, rather than an individual and messy team that can only score goals alone. Even if this happens to anyone in the top 7. I would also deny him the chance to play. Then what do we need to do? At this time, Ji Shii asked, with 28 people, we can only play one game. How much value can we see from this? Is it just about winning for the sake of winning? Finally joined the team. Huixin chuckled, what do you need to do? All you need to do is adapt. The adaptive training I'm talking about is never for the top 7, but for you. Next you will choose any team to enter. But you probably all know your ambitions. Are we going to swallow up the top 7? It's better to destroy and change in order to adapt to the team you choose. Now that you have chosen, you have to bear the risks and consequences of failure. You need to be irreplaceable, coexist on the court with these players and assert your own value. This is adaptive training in the 4th round of selection. At this moment, it is rare for everyone to be together. Some people are happy and some are sad. Everyone in top 7 was brought to a conference room. Exon Shiba stood in front of them in real life, and was no longer on the screen. I believe I called you here. You should have the answer, right? Ito Jirin was the first to ask. You said before that Ito Jirin will participate in this competition. Is it true? Huixin nodded, of course, at least I won't deceive you in this kind of official game, and Ito Ji will join the U20 game as a weapon to defeat our Blue Prison. As he said that, he looked at everyone. You can ask me any questions you have now. My time is limited. Is this all true? Suddenly, Shido Ryuci asked, in the match against U20, we can directly replace them. Is this true? After all, there's something magical about it all. No one thought that a team from a country would make such a big bet in order to destroy the Blue Prison. Maybe they don't understand the Blue Prison, but the players in the Blue Prison naturally know each other, and now their strength may be not able to compete with professional players. However, after this head-on confrontation with the world's top players, it seems like, that's just what professional players are. Huixin Shiba nodded expressionlessly, it's true. The country wants to use the Blue Prison as a negative example and destroy the entire Blue Prison to let everyone in the world know that top players cannot be created in this way. However, those of you who participated in the plan should understand the value of the Blue Prison. I won't say much more. The Ukrainian traveler who has been silent asked, if we replace the U20, will the country recognize it? Or, will they not regret it? Repent. Huixin Shiba pushed up her glasses, they can't regret it. Now all the news media outside the world know about it. If the country dares to regret it, I believe someone will be even more furious than us. Even, the development of blue prisons will only become more solid. Speaking of this, Ye Liangqiu finally spoke, and he said lightly, this is also the reason why you brought us here. You want to judge whether we will really work for the blue prison, right? That's right, in the final analysis, these top 7 people, or everyone in the entire blue prison, are just participating in the blue prison plan. However, all this comes at a price. For example, Hui Xin said before they came in that after they were eliminated, their future football careers would be over. This is a disguised bet. These players are taking huge risks and are engaging in a crazy move with Xin Shiba. Now the whole world has noticed them. Xin Shiba also knows all this. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and said slowly, so do you think I am harming you? Chapter 88. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu's eyes met his, although we all came here voluntarily, I understand what you mean. In fact, the so-called loss of football career should be a lie, right? Fake. Feng Le blinked. If it was fake, so many people cried bitterly and were unwilling to leave the blue prison. Could it be that they were all just pretending? Everyone also looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Huixin Shiba, waiting for his explanation. After a few seconds of silence, Xin Shiba leisurely sat on the front stool and spread his hands, yes, they are all fake. If you lose here at Blue Lock, you will not die, nor will you lose your football career. That means you have been deceiving all of us. Ye Yingtai's expression was somewhat calm. Huixin Shiba shook her head, cheating? It's not even cheating. I just want to inspire the ambition in all of you. Without pressure, there is no motivation. All I need in Blue Lock is a group of selfish, self-reliant players who constantly destroy themselves and can destroy others. This is how we can cultivate the best players in the world. Such crazy thoughts, actions, and the expressions of the top 7 sitting here have not changed at all, or it may be that they have already become accustomed to Xin Shiba's madness. After all, his Blue Lock plan itself is crazy, so the world is infinite. Pay attention, and even use Blue Lock as a bet to compete in a game that attracts global attention. At this time, Huixin Shiba continued, in fact, you have already got what you want. The reason why I called you here was to brainwash you. But it seems that you still know it in your heart. I'll just tell you the truth. Since the establishment of Blue Lock, the outside world's discussion about us has been infinitely amplified, but I also disseminated part of the trial video during this period to let the world understand the value of Blue Lock. Those eliminated players will be recruited by various famous universities and institutions after leaving Blue Lock. Their future still has endless possibilities. As for this Blue Lock competition, it is just the result of my ambition, desire, and greed. You all have the right to choose not to participate. I will not stop it. This is your own choice. So do you choose to live and die with Blue Lock, or escape from the upcoming war? The barrage has completely exploded. Let me go. Huixin Shiba is actually so good? I thought from the beginning that life would be gone if we eliminated it. I didn't expect that this guy would carry out this lie from beginning to end. He didn't tell it until now, and he only talked to these top 7 people. In other words, Jabeo and the others, don't you know this at all? Xin Shiba is really brave. I'm afraid he is also hesitating. If these words are told to the players who are still in the blue prison, their choices will be wavering, and some will even leave. Is he planning to wait until the eve of the game to say it? Upstairs, I think you all have misunderstood. Didn't you hear Hui Xin just say that after leaving the blue prison, will everyone be recruited by other institutions or schools? That means they will all have a bright future in the future. But now, Blue Lock is about to be destroyed. This game is related to the life and death of Blue Lock, and also related to the future of the madman Ishan Shipachi. Although it is impossible to know the true purpose and identity of this guy. But he can. Blue Lock was created, and he also provided training to so many players to become stronger without asking for anything in return. In any case, this guy is the one who cares about these players the most in the game. If Blue Lock is destroyed, Xen Shiba will probably be eliminated by the football world. After all, his madness and ambition ended completely the moment Blue Lock was destroyed. For a moment, almost everyone in the barrage was staring at this sentence, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on their bodies. In other words, Ishan Jihachi placed his fate on Blue Lock. No, it should be said that he placed his fate on the players he cultivated. Use them to create a miracle. If it fails, Huixin Shiba will disappear into the long river of history together with Blue Lock. He will even be ridiculed by everyone in the football world. At this time, a figure slowly stood up, and Ye Liangqiu's tone did not change. There is no such word as escape in my dictionary. I'm only interested in games that make me happy. No one knows, during this period of time, everyone in the top 7 talked to Huixin Shiba. This also includes players who are selecting teams. It's rare for everyone in Team Z to get together, but this time there are a few more people, including King Rei, Shironajise, Zantetsu, and some people who have been enemies before and formed a team. Ji Shii sat in his seat and looked at the group of players around him. The blood in his heart had not yet cooled down. He knew clearly that these people were very strong right now. Kyunki suddenly asked, "Which team are you going to choose?" Ji Shii touched his chin and responded, "I haven't thought about it yet. To be honest, the existence of Ye Liangqiu has disturbed my previous thoughts. I originally planned to choose the file team. After all, we played together before. The cooperation may be more tacit. But, I seem to be telling myself in my heart that if I choose a stable team, I won't be able to improve. I came to Blue Lock to become stronger." Kyunki nodded, "You have the same idea as me. When I heard that Ye Liangqiu was in Team A, I actually planned to choose his team directly. Who knew that this guy actually chose freely? It's hard for me to figure it out, but if you are familiar with Ye Liangqiu, you should know, this guy is only interested in novelty." Ji Shii narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed to understand what Jianqi meant. "Do you plan to become enemies with Ye Liangqiu, or try your luck and become teammates? Two choices, stability and confrontation." But Ji Shii already had his own plan in mind. Adaptation and challenge, every player is considering his own ideas. Until the next day is coming, 3 weeks of adaptive training is about to begin. In the central link hall, Xen Shiba's figure appeared on the screen. Chapter 89. He held a list in his hand. All 28 players are already in place, and the teams they selected have been completely assigned under Huixin's arrangement. Among them, the team of Ito Jiren and Shido Ryuci actually had 12 people to choose from. Obviously, this is all because Huixin said before that both of them have scored a goal against professional players. Naturally, this adaptive training should also revolve around the two of them. So many players chose them without even hesitating. Also includes Ji Shii. As for Wu Traveler and Ye Yingtai, they were chosen by 8 people. B Music and Snow Palace were chosen by 8 people. And Ye Liangqiu's name has completely disappeared from the list. Just like Xen Shiba said, he is like a ghost. Only when we get the game list can we know which team this guy will appear in. Huixin Shiba put down the form and then said, "The game is divided into 5 games. Team A participated in 4 games. Team B and Team C have one less person. You should understand that one person will directly substitute in. Then I won't say more about who the person is. The first game is A1 vs B1. The match list will be released later. As the screen closed, names began to appear on it. As names appeared one after another, everyone became nervous. Until the match list was completely confirmed, Ji Shii looked at the screen, and all the cells in his body were trembling. I saw that the A1 team was composed of Idoji Rin, Shido Ryasei, Kixing Hong Lang, Ice Weaving Sheep, and Ji Shii. Team B1, Black Traveler, Ye Liangqiu, Erzi, Qunqi, and Ye Liangqiu. After the screen finally disappeared with Ye Liangqiu's weird smiling avatar, everyone fell into silence. Was the first scene this intense? All the top 3 participated. In everyone's eyes, this was an evenly matched match. After all, Ye Liangqiu, Idoji Rin, and Shido Ryusei were all people who had beaten professional players. Maybe it's because I don't want the disparity in combat power to be too big. So, that's why Exen Shiba is distributed like this, right? However, Ji Shii, who was walking towards the tunnel, felt melancholy. If he lost this game, would he not be able to participate in the U20 game? If you fail to reflect your own value, you will end up in trouble. But facing the devil on the court, Ji Shii still recalled his time in Team Z in his mind. He knew that the possibility of defeating this guy was not high at the moment. However, he still has to try the next one as much as possible. After all, he has grown a lot. After taking a long breath, Ji Shii calmed down his emotions. On the other hand, Ice Weaver Sheep on the side saw him so nervous and couldn't help but ask, "Are you scared?" Ji Shii was stunned and looked at Bing Xiang. Then he remembered that this guy seemed to be Ye Liangqiu's teammate before, right? No. It should be said that half of his current teammates are teammates that Ye Liangqiu stole from him before. Thinking of this, Ji Shii twitched the corner of his mouth, but fortunately he recovered his emotions in time and responded, "I'm just a little nervous. After all, I only have one chance." "It's you, why do you still choose Team A?" He was actually a little puzzled. Haihu Xiang had been teammates of Idoji Rin and Shido Ryusei before. Shouldn't the 3 of them have strong adaptability? Otherwise it would be impossible to win against professional players. The eyes of Haihu Xiang seemed to reflect the time when they were fighting against professional players. Rather than a confrontation, it was better to say that their previous team was entirely supported by Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin. Sometimes he was in it. Like an heir. This is undeniable. It seemed that Bing Xiang didn't want to explain. Ji Shii didn't ask any more questions, and was just about to look away when he heard Bing Xiang speak slowly. "They are different from us, or rather, those 3 are all game bosses. We're just characters that grow up step by step. The only way to challenge them is to conquer them bit by bit. Although I really don't want to admit it, if these 3 people in a team are enough to challenge all teams, this may be the reason why Eshin Jihachi will let Ye Liangqiu be the ghost." After all, after such a period of time together, Ice Weaver's understanding of Ye Liangqiu is still deep enough, but there has been no chemical reaction because his strength is too weak. Hearing this, Ji Shii was speechless. Those 3 people actually asked their teammates to say that they were weak from the bottom of their hearts. What exactly happened to Ice Weaver at that time? When the 3 of them walked into the stadium through the passage. There are already 5 people warming up here. Although Ye Liangqiu joined the B team, neither Idoji Rin nor Shido Ryusei complained about the fairness of the game. Instead, they looked at Ye Liangqiu with bright eyes. After everyone else arrived, the first game of this adaptive training is about to begin. Ji Shii observed everyone over and over again, and he noticed that Idoji Rin and Shido Ryusei both exuded a terrible aura. This feeling was something he had never experienced in other people. No. There is one person who has spread it, and that is Ye Liangqiu. He turned his head to look at Ye Liangqiu, and he happened to look into those red eyes. For a moment, goosebumps appeared all over his body, like a frightened cat. Forcibly suppressing the tight feeling, Ji Shii slowly exhaled. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. Did Xiao Shii really make it here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see how much you've improved. As all the players choose their positions, the countdown on the screen is sounding. Without any tactics or conversation, the game started very quickly, and it could even be said that there was no preparation time. Idoji Rin stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu on the opposite side with a calm face. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and today I will kick you until you are convinced. Hey, this is what I want to say. Shido Longsheng looked displeased, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the strong fighting spirit in his body had already ignited the entire stadium. Ye Liangqiu, who was standing opposite them, grinned, really? Too trash on the court, do you plan to be crushed by me and thrown out of the blue prison? Well, I'm used to it. The three-person scolding session should end in 3 seconds, and then it's time to fight. Wait a minute, why do you know so well? How come I, Jimin, have never heard of this matter? Aren't these 3 people afraid of red cards? Laughing, you upstairs, you don't know much about our Demon King army at first glance. The stadium is a battlefield, either you die or I die. At this time, the moment the whistle sounded, Idoji Rin moved. Today I'm going to kick you red-eyed freak. Chapter 90. There are no changes in the rules. It is still the first team of both teams to score 5 goals, whoever wins. On the court, everyone started to move in an instant. Ishirin's eyes were constantly reading the information on the field. Except for the monster Ye Liangqiu, the entire team opposite them also had 2 top 7 players like them. The weapons and strength of these 2 people were unknown. If you want to get their information quickly, then they must be forced. At this time, Kyunki, not far away from him, was already rushing towards him. The red phantom was so fast that Itojirin didn't look too surprised. Or maybe he has already seen Ye Liangqiu's speed, and the speed of this group of people is nothing in his eyes. But the next second, there was a boom. Itojirin passed the ball out, and Ice Weaver caught the ball. After all, they are former teammates, so he is very clear about the basic strength of Ice Weaver. Moreover, the 2 of them have had a chemical reaction. After receiving the ball, Bing Xiang's mind flashed with a precise goal route. I don't know why, but after the last time he played against professional players, his thinking logic seemed to have become clearer. This feeling even without kicking there are often times when playing ball. But when he touched the ball, this feeling surged through his mind like a tide. I seem to be able to see the goal line from any angle, anywhere, and where my teammates are. Just like playing games, you are watching the whole world from God's perspective. This feeling is wonderful, but a little out of control. What I need to do is to turn this power into my own skill points, and then add it to my own panel. Ice Weaver Sheep couldn't help but bring the whole world into the game. Just as he was running with the ball, a figure had already arrived in front of him. The fire that burst out from Ertzi's pupils was as if it was going to devour the ice-weaving sheep in front of him. The future usse seems to have been captured by me too. The next moment, Ertzi stretched his right leg forward, trying to cut it off. It's just that Ice Weaver Sheep's reaction speed is extremely fast. He passed the ball directly, and in that direction was Ryusei Shido, who was running toward the penalty area. The expression on Shido Ryusei's face was like that of a madman, but another figure quickly followed him. Otoyakuta was like a white ghost wrapping around him, keeping a close eye on him. Soon their bodies collided directly. Shido Ryusei engaged in physical confrontation while looking for breakthrough opportunities. At the same time, Ji Shii's figure was also running towards the penalty area without the ball. His pupils seemed to be saying, "Pass the ball." However, Shido Longsheng pretended not to see it. At this moment, another figure rushed towards Shiduraya Senkuri, who had already returned to the defense. He and Otoi Shadow were forming a double team. Shiduraya control of arm distance was superb. He firmly blocked Otoi Akuta behind him without giving him any chance, but now he had no chance to move forward. Almost everyone was heading in his direction. Tisk. Accurate. The arrogant Shido Dragon Saint looked at Ji Shii, who had already rushed towards the restricted area. I have good eyesight, but you are facing a person with the most terrifying ability to fight. When Kyo Ci saw Shido Ryu Ci still not passing the ball, he became a little anxious and started shouting, "Pass the ball to me." Suddenly, Ji Shii seemed to sense an incoming malice and looked back. Ye Liangqiu, who had never been seen, came to his side at some point. "Pass the ball? Xiao Shii, are you sure you have the ability to fight against me? I know your weapons and your abilities. When facing powerful enemies and powerful teammates, your weapons may work wonders, but your personal level is too mediocre, so mediocre that you are like a small character who constantly begs for others." Ji Shii was shocked, but he came back to his senses immediately. When Shido Ryu over there saw that Ye Liangqiu had already made up his defense, it was obviously impossible for him to pass the ball to Ji Shii. After all, even professional players had to retreat from Ye Liangqiu's head-on confrontation, let alone what about Ji Shii? Thinking of this, Shido Longsheng spread his hands and pressed against the bodies of Kyunki and Otoi Shadow. I saw his right foot violently kicking the ball in one direction. "Idoji Rin, you should be here, right?" The ball slides so far that it flies in exactly one direction. And a figure was moving forward rapidly at that place. Yes. From kickoff to passing the ball, Idoji Rin was constantly observing the situation on the court. He was always keeping an eye on Ye Liangqiu, as long as he was out of the path of the ball. Then this is his opportunity to attack. At this time, the opportunity to attack came. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. But, suddenly, a voice sounded, "I have a general understanding of your team. It seems that both you and that pink-haired person are a little afraid of this number one. What is the reason that causes you to feel afraid? If my guess is right, it should be after playing against professional players, right?" Hearing the sound, Ishirin turned around and saw Wu Traveler rushing up. Yurido's eyes were very sharp, coupled with his tall body, and extremely exaggerated strides. He grabbed the ball one step faster than Idoji Rin, then picked up his toes and quickly turned towards the enemy's penalty area and rushed towards it. The expression on Itoji Rin's face was a little unnatural, and the veins kept popping out. Wu Traveler quickly approached Ye Liangqiu. Obviously, he was still very interested in this existence. So far, Ye Liangqiu's strength did not surprise or shock him. But Idoji Rin and Shido Ryu Ci both subconsciously stayed away from this guy. This shows that he is not simple. Thinking of this, Wu Traveler seemed to have some fun. The next second, the ball at his feet was passed directly. The direction was exactly where Ye Liangqiu was. When Ji Shi saw the ball flying over, his eyes were a little dull. Didn't Wu Traveler see that he was in a physical confrontation with Ye Liangqiu? He actually passed the ball over? This bold teaching, could it be that he believed that Ye Liangqiu could directly break through himself? Are you kidding me? Just the next second, Ji Shi was stunned. He felt waves of murderous intent coming from behind. The veins on Ye Liangqiu's cheeks popped out, and the murderous intent in those red eyes seemed to overflow. It seems to have been discovered. Wu Traveler raised the corners of his mouth and showed a smile. But at this moment, the ball has already drawn an arc and rushed towards the direction of the two people. Ji Shi was about to stretch his legs and pass the ball directly. A figure has disappeared in an instant, turning into a sonic boom and rushing out.